Countless people around the world have been deceived by the illusion of preferential treatment for martyrs' families, created by the Alliance. Little do people know that beneath this glamorous appearance, there is countless darkness and indifference hidden. As descendants of martyrs, my mother and I should have enjoyed the honor of being a heroic family member, but the reality was completely different. Instead of enjoying a stable and happy life, we became the target of bullying. The local tyrants were rampant, and we had no one to turn to for help. I was beaten into a vegetable. The mother ran around for help, but was met with cold stares and ridicule, and was even openly insulted at the door of a war-zone hospital. Even the old black dog that had been loyally guarding us was beaten to death. In this desperate situation, a cold and majestic voice sounded from the depths of my consciousness. Ding! The beast control system has been successfully bound. The host has automatically evolved into a hell disaster beast control master. As soon as he finished speaking, the power around him surged. The wind whistled, as if there were ghosts howling in the distance, carrying an ominous aura. I was emitting a strong aura of death, a jet-black aura that surrounded me like a layer of armor. Black ribbons coiled around me like silk threads, rising and falling with every breath I took, like a shield of death. There was a black and white light flashing in my eyes that I had never seen before, and it was heart-pounding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully changing his job. Host job, Hell Disaster Beast Tamer. Abilities, Resurrection of the Dead, Transformation of Beast Tamers, Dark Undead. A powerful force came crashing down, and my injuries healed instantly. A black aura flickered in my eyes, and gradually dissipated as I opened and closed my eyes. At this moment, I suddenly felt a sense of confusion as if I had been reborn. Resurrection of the Dead? Is this my ability? Could it be that the old black dog really sacrificed his life for me at the last moment? My heart was filled with mixed emotions. The black and white light flashed in my eyes again. I raised my arms and said in a low but firm voice, "Old Black, go home!" As I finished speaking, the wind blew and several figures appeared in an instant. They were either human or beast, all of them were dead spirits, or perhaps more accurately, the embodiment of souls. Among them, a black dog staggered towards me with a dull look in its eyes, as if it had not yet fully regained its senses. "You are so loyal and courageous," I whispered, my tone full of gratitude and heaviness. "Are you willing to follow me again?" The black dog's whole body trembled slightly, his eyes flashed with charm, and he nodded slightly. Suddenly, countless undead spirits began to surge around and gathered towards the black dog. Light flashed, and a deafening roar echoed in the air. The black dog's body suddenly swelled up, and its size increased rapidly. Its black fur was covered with strange blood-red patterns. Its whole body was burning with black flames, as if it was a messenger from hell, with incomparable power. Congratulations to the host for the evolution of the beast. Beast, 10,000 ghost mastiffs, incomplete. Attributes, fire attribute, dark attribute. Quality, perfect grade. Strength, 2nd level. Abilities, flame, dark shadow escape. Seeing this brand new beast in front of me, I was extremely excited. Its changes were beyond my imagination, it was like a complete transformation. As the beast evolved, my power also began to gain feedback, and the energy in my body became more turbulent. Without thinking too much, I immediately walked to my mother Lu Hui and gently integrated this power into her body. The power of the resurrection of the living soul has begun to relieve her injuries, but that's all. It's far from enough to fully recover. My current strength is not enough to do this. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but turn my head to look at my beast, the ghost mastiff. The system prompt sounded again, ding! Materials needed to increase the strength of the ghost mastiff, 10 evil-minded people. Each time it eats a person, it grows 1 head. As expected, the evolution of the perfect beast was so shocking. Every upgrade was accompanied by shocking changes. In this world, changing jobs is a process that everyone can go through. Various professions emerge in an endless stream, and the Beastmaster is undoubtedly one of the most popular professions, even ranking at the top. However, the Beastmaster also has its fatal flaw: all the energy depends on the beast, and there are only 2 ways to improve the strength of the beast. The first is to improve its strength. Although there are many materials, they can be found eventually. The second is to improve the quality, which is much more difficult than the former. The quality of the beasts ranged from ordinary, elite, perfect, to legendary. With each upgrade, the strength and ability of the beasts increased exponentially. The improvement in quality often determined the outcome of a battle. Looking at the ghost mastiff in front of me, I was extremely excited. Now, with the blessing of the system and this powerful force, I can finally win back a little face for myself, and even surpass those who bullied me in the past. Just wait, I will let you know that today's humiliation will eventually be repaid with a stronger attitude. Riding on the worn-out tricycle, carrying my mother on my back, I set off towards the home in my memory. At this moment, my heart was full of expectations. The company run by Lu Wei has long been on the verge of collapse, and the family has moved several times. The current residence is just a cheap bungalow in the downtown area. There are many people here, and it can be said that there are all kinds of people, but the advantage is that the rent is cheap. As soon as I stepped into the alley, I suddenly stopped and turned around and said, "I've been following you for so long, why don't you come out?" Several figures rushed out from the shadows, and the leader looked at me with surprise in his eyes. "Good boy, I clearly remember hitting you on the head. Logically, you should not be able to get up for 3.5 years. It seems that you have gained a lot of opportunities. Hand them over." At this moment, some memories from my past emerged in my mind. That domineering man, and the person behind him who almost killed me, it was they who brought people to collect the debt, causing me to fall into a vegetative state. Faced with their threats, I smiled coldly, not caring at all, turned around and continued walking to the side. The man behind him was still chattering. "Oh, you got a lucky chance and you want to run away with your mother? Do you really think I'm easy to fool? Be smart and hand over the opportunity. Together with your family's things, I might consider sparing your life." A raging flame ignited behind him, and he was full of arrogance. My gaze narrowed, and a frightening light flashed in my eyes. Chen Nan, occupation, elemental mage, strength, uninitiated, ability, low-level fireball. The information of several people instantly appeared in his mind. I slowly put my mother down, with black and white light alternating in my eyes. "If you don't take the road to heaven, you will break into hell without a door." Before he could finish his words, a giant mastiff rushed out, its body burning with black flames and its eyes blazing with anger. "Leave no one behind." In an instant, corpses were everywhere and the smell of blood was everywhere. "Okay, go ahead." I stepped on the enemy's shoulder and said in a cold voice. "No, no, no." Chen Nan was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. He didn't expect that the indecisive me would become so decisive and murderous. "You only have one chance." Chen Nan's eyes were full of fear, and a foul smell was flowing from his crotch. He knew that if he said another word, he would die on the spot. "Yes, Qian Ji Hai." Before I could finish my words, a streak of blood ran down his neck, blood splattered, and fire flashed in my eyes. In the room, the dim light reflected on the wall, and the air was filled with a faint herbal aroma. I rubbed my brows, my mind was as chaotic as paste, and my thoughts were in disarray. Lingyun Qian family? One of the 4 major families in Lingyun City, they act in a domineering manner and have the largest wealth among the 4 families. Rumor has it that the family has many 3rd and 4th level warriors on its payroll. This level is already the backbone of the city. As for stronger existences, only the city lord and the general Wu Wan can be compared with them. But those were just the power on the surface. As for the hidden power, no one knew what kind of cards the Qian family had hidden. The gap between the 2 sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. I turned my head to look at my mother, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. My eyes softened a little, less cruel and more tender. Even if they come after me, so what? What I really worry about is always my mother's safety. The Qian family's young master's henchman is missing, and it won't take long for them to trace me back to him. Moreover, in half a month, they will come to collect the debt. In just half a month, I want to reach the 3rd or even 4th level? Even with the system in hand, I dare not gamble. Because the time is too short. What's more, my profession is a beast master. The resources required to train beasts are extremely huge. Even if I have extraordinary talent, it is difficult to make a leap forward in a short period of time. Gamble? No, I won't make a gamble that has no chance of winning. How can I bet my mother's life on an illusory hope? My strength may not be enough to gain a foothold in the entire Lingyun city, but looking at my peers, I am good enough to be among the best in terms of age and talent. During the 3 months I was in a coma, I heard a little about the changes in the outside world. Currently, there are only a few people who are recognized as the most successful job changers. The most dazzling one among them is a sect disciple. It is said that he went down the mountain to gain experience, and is now only at the second level, which is comparable to me. But he is already 21 years old, and I am only 18. In terms of talent and potential, I am not inferior to anyone. Thinking of this, a gleam of brilliance flashed in my eyes. In this case, why not turn myself into a bargaining chip? In this era, alien races are invading, and all job changers will eventually go to the battlefield. In every city, citizens who are 18 years old or above can participate in the national job transfer ceremony. This ceremony will be presided over by the military district boss, the city defenders, and the school leaders. Among these three parties, only the military district boss has the greatest say. As long as I show enough potential in the ceremony, the military district will value me. By then, with the protection of the military, even if the Qian family is one of the 4 major families in Lingyun, they will not dare to act rashly. Soldiers are always the first force of this era. Under the protection of the military region, even if the head of the Qian family comes in person, he can't touch me. Having made up my mind, a hint of determination flashed in my eyes. I looked down at my mother, then at our dilapidated home, and clenched my fist quietly. No matter what, I must get the military district's attention. 3 days later, at Lingyun No. 3 Middle School, the job transfer ceremony took place. Although it is called a job change ceremony for all people, in reality, it is only open to students who are 18 years old or older from various schools. The students lined up, waiting for the awakening stone to grant them a profession. What do you think Senior Qinjun will change his job to? He has a sword spirit by his side, and he is very likely to become a rare sword master. Don't forget Senior Sister Lin Shi. She is extremely talented and may become a rare pure elemental mage. By the way, where is Senior Qin? Qin Tianke? Someone sneered. Are you talking about that useless person who turned into a vegetable 3 months ago? The students around burst into laughter, and the lively atmosphere froze in an instant. However, at this moment, a tall figure slowly walked onto the stage, and a steady and domineering voice resounded throughout the arena. Qin Tianke, come and change your job. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the figure on the stage, their jaws almost dropped in surprise. That was the youngest job changer in the history of No. 3 Middle School and even Lingyun City. He had already awakened to the beast tamer profession before the job change ceremony. Although his beast was once just a black dog, but the future of a beast tamer will never be limited. This isn't possible? Hasn't he been in a coma for 3 months? I knew that nothing would happen to Senior Qin. Those rumors are simply not credible. The audience was in an uproar, with discussions rising one after another. However, in the VIP seats of the awakening ceremony, the military district leader Chen Qifeng slowly narrowed his eyes and stared at the boy on the ring. Why does this kid look familiar to me? This military commander is middle-aged, younger than the other 2 leaders, but his aura is chilling. He is a man who fought back from the frontline battlefield. It is said that he retired to the second line due to injury. Principal Leader, this is the most outstanding talent in the history of No. 3 Middle School. He had already awakened to the beast tamer profession before the job transfer ceremony. Although the beast he tames is just a black dog, he is young. Qin Qifeng did not answer, but narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of deep thought in his eyes. What's his last name? Leader, his last name is Qin. By the way, his father is a national hero and a people's hero, Qin Yuhai. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Qifeng's pupils suddenly contracted, his breathing stagnated, and his body trembled slightly. No wonder. It turned out to be my eldest brother's son. No wonder this boy looks so much like the person in my memory. So 3 days ago, there was a commotion outside the military hospital. The city leader at the side whispered. It is their family. The government has already resettled them. The matter has been properly handled. Hearing this, a cold murderous intent flashed across Qin Qifeng's eyes. So it was Lin Han and his gang who did this. Humph. Do you think your eldest brother's son is easy to bully? On the stage, the awakening stone was shining. I shook my head slightly, raised my hand and waved it. The air rippled and a raging flame ignited. A gigantic monster emerged from the void, 3 flaming heads, deep and ferocious, like the return of hell. Beast control, 3-headed ghost mastiff. Strength, level 2. The audience was in uproar. How is this possible? Isn't his beast a black dog? How did he evolve into a ghost mastiff? In the audience, Qin Shi Feng slowly stood up, his eyes burning. He led the applause. Good, what a great second-level ghost mastiff. It really is better than the master. But at this moment, someone suddenly shouted loudly. Principal, I report it. Qin Tianke used forbidden techniques to secretly communicate with the Dark Church. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The eyes of the whole audience were instantly focused on the speaker. When Qin Shi Feng heard this, his eyes slowly swept across the crowd, and his gaze rested on the figure walking towards him. There was no emotion in his eyes, but his face was vaguely gloomy. Leader, I report it. The man was about my age, with a gloomy and calculating look on his face. Isn't this Senior Shangguan? Shangguan? Could he be from the Shangguan family? That's right, he is the only heir of this generation of the Shangguan family. Oh my god, even Senior Qin knows someone from the Shangguan family? You may not know that there has always been a rivalry between Shangguan Ling and Qin Tianke. 3 months ago, Senior Qin was the first person in our Lingyun city to awaken his profession. This must have attracted the attention of Senior Shangguan. The crowd began to whisper and talk. I couldn't help but look at the newcomer, with a strange look in my eyes. At the same time, the memories of my original self kept coming to my mind. It turned out that this person was the only son of the original body's mortal enemy, the Shangguan family, one of the 4 major families. I suddenly had a headache. Why did I always run into people from the 4 major families wherever I went? I was really unlucky. However, looking at this person from the Shangguan family, I couldn't help but sneer, and thought to myself, I really want to see what he wants to do. Leader, you may not know that 3 months ago, Qin Tiang's beast was just an ordinary black dog. But now, it has turned into a 3-headed ghost mastiff. How is this possible? In such a short period of time, even the types of beasts he controls have changed. I have reason to suspect that he must have used a forbidden technique. Therefore, I suspect that Qin Tianke is in collusion with the Dark Church. His voice was sonorous and passionate, as if his words could prove my guilt. People from the Shangguan family, don't lie. Having secret dealings with the Dark Church? What a serious crime! Oh my god, with what Senior Shangguan said, it seems like Qin Tianke might really be able to do such a thing. After all, he can actually change the type of beast he controls in a short period of time. The crowd was talking and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. I put my hands behind my back, a cold light flashed in my eyes, and glared at him. You keep saying that I'm secretly colluding with the Dark Church, how about this? I turned around and scanned the entire room, then looked at Qin Shi Feng, my tone cold. Everyone present, the leaders of the military region are here to bear witness. This man has no evidence, yet he dares to slander my reputation in public. Then I challenge him to a life-and-death battle. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Fuck, what's going on? A life-and-death battle? Is this true? A life-and-death battle, the winner lives, the loser dies. So cruel, Qin Tianke is too arrogant. No way, Senior Shangguan hasn't said anything yet. Is he scared? Ha, they slander others all the time but dare not fight head-on. Is this the style of the 4 major families? The students' provocative voices came one after another, hurting Shangguan Ling's heart. He turned to look at the beast master beside him. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the leader of the city with a look of help. Shangguan Ling had a good relationship with the city leaders, and after getting their nod of agreement, he finally spoke. How arrogant! All right, I accept your challenge for a life-and-death battle. Today I will make you, a traitor who betrayed the alliance, die at my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him began to condense, and a glowing magic wand appeared in his hand. Obviously, he was a magician. The fireballs kept flying around him, gradually submerging the bodies of the three-headed ghost mastiffs. At this moment, even a second-level beast master could hardly withstand his fireball technique. However, the three-headed ghost mastiff did not retreat at all, but instead pounced towards him. As the power of thunder descended, the three-headed ghost mastiff did not slow down and still pounced on Sheng Guanling fiercely. Thunder Seal, divine punishment! A thick bolt of lightning gushed out from the staff, with incredible power and a speed so fast that it was almost unstoppable. However, to everyone's shock, the three-headed ghost mastiff actually did not retreat despite the power of thunder, and continued to pounce on the opponent at an extremely fast speed. The magician was full of flaws, and the three heads of the three-headed ghost mastiff opened their mouths like ferocious beasts and bit towards his head. A life-and-death battle, a fight to the death, the three-headed ghost mastiff will not allow any leniency. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, a heavy voice came from a distance, immediately repelling the three ghost mastiffs. "Student Qin, please show mercy. Student Qin, he is the only heir of the Shangguan family. Please give him a chance to live." When I heard this, I turned and looked at the city leader next to Qin Qingfeng, and the fierceness in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. "A life-and-death battle, the winner lives and the loser dies. The death penalty can be avoided, but the living penalty cannot," I responded coldly, and the three-headed ghost mastiff tore off the opponent's arms at an astonishing speed. Blood flowed like a river, screams were heard everywhere, and the whole scene was in chaos. This scene happened so fast that even the city leader didn't react. When he turned around and saw Qin Qifeng next to him looking at me with approval, he had no choice but to give up. "What a decisive killer!" Qin Qifeng stood up with a smile on his face and looked at me. "Friend Qin, follow me." Military area. Qin Qingfeng's office was my first time stepping into a military area, and I was filled with novelty and curiosity. Looking at the leader in front of me who was making tea, I couldn't help but show a strange expression. Wu Wang did before made me wary of the entire military region. "Don't be nervous. Logically, you should call me Uncle Qin. Your father, Qin Yuhai, was my elder brother." He took out a photo from his arms. In the photo, the two of them were standing shoulder to shoulder, smiling brightly. Even after so many years, I still recognized one of them. It was my father. At this moment, I was shocked. I didn't expect that this leader actually knew my father, and was once my father's younger brother. However, my feelings about this matter are extremely complicated. The suspicions just now are intertwined with today's changes, and I don't know how to answer. "I know about you and your mother. Since you both want to make Wu Wang suffer a little, your father suppressed the entire era by himself. In Wu Wang's eyes, you are just a small character who helps him." Qin Qingfeng's face was excited at first, but then he showed a trace of loneliness. "Since your father passed away, Wu Wang has really started to monopolize power. The power network behind him is complicated, and it is difficult for me to take action. However, I have never been able to stand his behavior. Now we are a united front." As soon as he finished speaking, a special token appeared in his hand. "This thing can allow you to remain unscathed when facing a full-strength attack from a Tier 4 warrior. Consider it my welcome gift to you," Qin Qifeng said, his eyes suddenly moist. "I have already found out everything about you and your mother. It's a pity that I was not in Lingyun City at that time. I will personally take care of your sister-in-law's matter." With anger in his eyes, Qin Qingfeng's words were firm and unquestionable. I nodded silently. "Thank you, Uncle Chen. However, I don't need to bother you with this matter. Uncle Chen's intervention violated the military district's rules. I want to seek justice for myself." Qin Qifeng narrowed his eyes and stared at his nephew. He seemed to see the image of his elder brother in his eyes. Although this child was young, he had a determination and calmness that did not match his age. He could not help but feel relieved. "Go ahead and do whatever you want. The military district will support you." What he said made me feel relieved. Qin Qifeng smiled slightly, and the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. Then, he continued, "Do you know about the selection of job changers across the League? The selection of job changers across the Alliance is open to all outstanding young people under the age of 25. Each city can recommend 5 people to participate. Those who rank at the top of the selection will not only receive rewards, but will also be directly awarded military ranks. The old man who made things difficult for you and your son back then, his city has selected several geniuses. I hope you go to the trials and teach those geniuses a lesson. I calculated in my mind that I could get a military rank and make that old guy suffer a little. This deal was a win-win no matter how I looked at it. Okay, Uncle Chin, I'm willing to participate. Okay. Each city can select up to 5 people, but my military can send 1 person individually. This spot is for you. I was a little surprised for a moment. But before that, Chin Tianke, let me see your strength, and let everyone see it. Qin Shifeng walked to the window and looked at the neatly arranged army below. At that moment, I couldn't help but have a strange feeling, as if I had fallen into a trap. Army field. I looked at the soldier in front of me and took a deep breath. Sure enough, it was not easy to get a place in the recommended school. Su Kun! A tall soldier walked out of the crowd with a stern expression. I have already granted him the military district's recommendation quota. Now, let's see if he is qualified. Su Kun's eyes were full of challenge and expectation, and other soldiers also cast disdainful glances at him. Looking at his appearance, he must be a rich kid, taking this opportunity to show off. What? The rich kid dares to set foot in our military camp? Unfortunately, I chose the wrong opponent. Sergeant Su Kun has already broken through to the 2nd level. He is a 2nd-level lightning magician. How can he possibly compete with Sergeant Su? Listening to the whispers around me, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Su Kun, Sergeant. He walked towards me with a sneer, with obvious contempt in his eyes. You must have paid a great price to get the recommendation from Chief Chin. Unfortunately, you can't pass this test today. Let me show you today that money is not everything. Haha, it seems he thinks I'm a rich kid. I was too lazy to argue with him, which only aroused my competitive spirit. Stop talking too much. Why don't you show me how strong you are first? Su Kun released all the lightning in his body without hesitation, and dazzling lightning flashed in his staff. 2nd-level lightning magician. 2nd-level beast tamer. When fighting between 2 people, they usually announce their occupations and levels before starting a battle. Su Kun looked at me with a flash of surprise in his eyes. But soon, he was relieved and thought that I was just relying on the family resources to achieve my current success. His staff released waves of lightning, and the electric current shot out suddenly like a giant snake. However, I remained calm, with my hands in my pockets, my robe fluttering in the wind, and a strange magic circle slowly emerged under my feet. A huge ghost mastiff emerged from the magic circle and rushed towards the lightning released by Su Kun. Although the thunder and lightning were fierce, they were easily blocked by the ghost mastiff, as if nothing could hurt it. It was not afraid at all. The 3-headed ghost mastiff stepped directly into the thunder pool and approached Su Kun step by step. Watching this scene, many soldiers in the audience looked at each other in shock. What kind of creature is this? Not only does it have 3 heads, but it is also covered in flames and can even withstand lightning head-on? Anger welled up in Su Kun's eyes. He tried his best to release lightning attacks, but those attacks were like a drop in the ocean and had no effect. Chen Qifeng stood aside, his lips slightly raised, his eyes flashing with memories. Big Brother's son has indeed inherited his style. Perhaps his achievements will surpass his father's. The 3-headed ghost mastiff had already crossed the heavy thunder and lightning and pounced towards Su Kun. Su Kun took 2 steps back and suddenly realized that he was no match for his opponent. Thank you, Sergeant Su, I said softly. As soon as I finished speaking, I quickly called back the 3 mastiffs. For magicians, once they lose the opportunity to fight the enemy in close combat, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Moreover, this thunder attack has almost no effect on me. The outcome is clear. However, I didn't know at the moment that in a few hours, my name would resound throughout Lingyun City. Su Kun's identity is extraordinary. At the age of 21, he has been promoted to sergeant. He is a genius in the Lingyun City army and has attracted much attention. Everyone is looking forward to his participation in the Alliance's trials. The Qian family is one of the 4 major families. Huh! Why is Su Kun's name not on the list of job changers in the entire Alliance? An elder asked in confusion. Su Kun is very powerful, a 2nd-level lightning magician. How come his name is not included in the list of such a top figure? another elder asked. Then the name that replaced him is Chin Tianke? I don't think I've heard of this name. Chin Tianke, I remember, an elder suddenly said. A few hours ago, Chin Tianke made an enemy of the Shangguan family and even cut off the arm of the Shangguan family's only heir, he said in a low voice, with a hint of shock in his voice. Oh? Everyone else seemed a little surprised. What's even more surprising is that not only did he escape unscathed, but he was also appreciated by the military leaders, the elder added. Hearing this, the expressions of the elders became complicated, as if they were weighing something. I think we should make friends with him first. No matter what means he has behind the scenes, as long as we can get the attention of the military, it will be beneficial for us to make friends with him. An elder thought for a moment and suggested. Everyone present nodded, obviously thinking that this was a good suggestion. However, at this moment, another elder whispered, The third young master has a feud with Chin Tianke. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Under the gaze of everyone, the elder slowly spoke. A few days ago, the third young master had a conflict with Chin Tianke. As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Qian family frowned slightly, obviously thinking about something. After a moment, he said, No matter what happened in the past, it is necessary to make friends with him. Even if it costs some money, we must resolve this grudge. All debts must be forgiven, and we must support the Qin family's business behind the scenes. His tone was firm, and it was obvious that this was a well-considered decision. This matter must be handled properly. The expression of the head of the Qian family became more and more solemn. After all, being selected for the all-union job changer selection means a bright future. Such people should only be befriended, not made enemies. At the same time, except for the Shangguan family, the other two major families almost simultaneously expressed their desire to make friends with me. As soon as I got home, I saw my mother sitting on the bed, and I felt very sorry for her. Mom, why are you up? Go back and rest. I walked up and said with concern. My mother has worked very hard for me in the past few months. Her hair has turned a little gray and her face shows some signs of aging. Lu Hui smiled slightly, her eyes full of tenderness. She looked at me, her eyes seemed to contain endless comfort and satisfaction. Tiake, these are gifts from the Qian, Lin and Li families. They said they were congratulating you on getting a certain position. What happened? Was there an accident with your job transfer? Asked the mother. I looked down at the row of gifts on the ground and my heart was slightly shocked. Yes, Mom, I was appreciated by the military district leaders. I told my mother what had happened. After hearing this, the mother pondered for a moment and nodded. Your father was indeed very strong back then. He had a brother named Qin Chi Feng who had a very good relationship with him at the time. I nodded slightly, not wanting my mother to recall those painful past events. Okay, Mom, you take a good rest, I'll take care of the rest. Looking at my mother's loving eyes, my heart was filled with warmth. Who would have thought that I was lying in bed a few days ago, almost a vegetable, but now I have recovered and received so much praise and attention from so many people. I looked down at the gifts, and a trace of doubt flashed through my mind. These gifts did not attract my attention. What really made me curious was the reason behind the gifts. I defeated Sukuin before, and the Qian family had been against them before. Now they are so servile and offer gifts, there must be a conspiracy. I began to speculate secretly, and the answer seemed to be right in front of me. Soon I found the key. I myself do not have the ability to attract so much attention from the Qian family, and neither does my mother, but my father, he is a national special hero, the one who can suppress an era. I walked to where my father once kept his belongings and opened the bookcase. There are some medals and maps scattered in the bookcase. Although they are precious, they are not something that the Qian family is so eager to get. I continued to flip through the pages, and suddenly there was a crisp sound. Something seemed to pop up from the side of the bookcase, and I opened it and found a scimitar and a roll of parchment inside. The material of the scimitar is unique, and there seems to be a faint smell of blood on the blade. When it is gently swung, the sharp blade makes a sharp sound. This scimitar is undoubtedly a treasure. Item: Scimitar Lue. Quality perfect. Introduction: After long-term blood baptism, the blade is extremely sharp, cutting iron like mud, filled with blood, and can challenge higher levels when it explodes. I finally saw my father's weapon. This made me feel satisfied, but soon my eyes moved to the parchment. The paper slowly unfolded, and the handwriting came into view. My eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of surprise and confusion flashed through my heart. The bloodthirsty earth, the dead sky, the reincarnation of the dead, I will live deep here, my child, don't come to look for me. These words meant nothing to me, especially the place they described, which I had no memory of. However, the last sentence made my heart skip a beat. Father, maybe he is still alive. Thinking back carefully, the Alliance just said that they couldn't find his body, which doesn't mean he's dead. Missing doesn't mean dead. My father may still be alive in this world. This discovery warmed my heart, and I couldn't suppress my excitement. Although from the parchment, it seemed that my father was trapped somewhere, but as long as he was still alive, I must find him. As night fell, the starry sky became sparse. I lay in bed, but my heart gradually calmed down. After the excitement, I began to think about my future plans. My father's condition is unknown. If I want to find him, I must first have great power. Uncle Chen once mentioned that in half a month I will participate in the league-wide job changer selection together with 4 other people. Therefore, the first challenge I face is not only to find my father, but also to improve my own strength. Lingyun City is not a place suitable for me to grow. To improve my strength, especially to advance the 3-headed mastiff, I need more flesh and blood. Outside is the best battlefield. After a night of deep sleep, I hurriedly packed my luggage the next morning, said goodbye to my mother, and embarked on my journey. Before leaving, I specifically asked Uncle Chen to look after the house. I felt relieved after hearing his reply. When I was alone, the person I missed the most was my mother. Half an hour later, I arrived in front of a magnificent building job changer alliance. The 5 words written in gold and jade were still shining. The only way to improve your strength is to join the Career Change Alliance, join a team, and explore battle ruins. The battle ruins are the remains left behind by a fierce battle between job changers and alien races many years ago. The job changers formed a global job change alliance and established 46 cities around the world, with desolate battle ruins between the cities. This place is full of dangers, but it also hides huge wealth, relics of job changers, corpses of alien races, treasures of powerful monsters, and even secrets to improve strength. After defeating Sukuin, although I have gained a certain degree of fame, few people still know my name. I went to the front desk and registered my identity information. I glanced across the hall and saw many other job changers, swordsmen holding heavy swords, shield men wearing armor, magicians holding staffs, and beast masters. My goal was clear, and I quickly locked onto the team I wanted to join. Following the guidance of the recruitment information, I came to the recruitment office of the Black Tiger team. The Black Tiger squad is recruiting beast masters, swordsmen and shield masters, and their strength must be above level 1. As I stepped into the team's gatehouse, I immediately saw a black tiger over 3 meters long, lying lazily on the ground, occasionally looking up at me, then lowering its head to snoring. The team members were sitting together, and I took a quick look. Their personal information popped up on the screen: Beastmaster, Healer, Swordsman, Shield Master. This was a very conventional team, and this was exactly the kind of partner I needed. "Hello, I'm here to apply for a job." One of the big men in a black jacket stood up and walked towards me. I handed over my ID card, and he scanned it, and my information popped up. When he saw that I was also a Beastmaster, a hint of appreciation appeared on his face. "Can you let me see your beast?" I smiled slightly, waved my hand, and 3 mastiffs rushed out of the magic circle. The black tiger raised its head lazily, and its eyes met with the 3 mastiffs. It seemed to feel threatened and instantly stood up, sizing up my beasts. The 3-headed mastiff is larger, and the black flames on its body are hotter. The size difference between it and the black tiger is obvious. Have developed a strong interest in my Beastmaster. "Is this the Cerberus?" He laughed. "No, this is bigger than the Cerberus. The size and intimidation are somewhat different. This is a 3-headed mastiff," I responded, and the black fire on the beast's body burned more fiercely as I spoke. "You are a very important person." The big man in the black coat nodded. "Our mission this time is not difficult. Don't worry. We mainly go to the outskirts to find some herbs. It's not very challenging. Is this your first mission? No problem. I nodded, took back the beast, and briefly introduced myself. My name is Chin Tianke, a second-level beastmaster, and I control a 3-headed mastiff. The 3 partners in the team also introduced themselves one by one. I'm Qin Jing, a first-level therapist. Afong, a second-level swordsman. Old Jiang, a second-level shield armor master. Captain Chunhu smiled and patted my shoulder. We are the Black Tiger team, welcome to join us. As I joined the team, everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on me and discussions arose one after another. We didn't stay for long and quickly left the Job Transmigration Alliance, heading towards the unknown outside world. This is also my first time leaving Lingyun City. I don't know what the outside world will be like, and what the legendary alien race will be like. My heart is full of expectations, and the road ahead is waiting for me to explore. Suddenly, the vehicle braked suddenly. Chinhu's voice came. Old rules. When I heard this, I was stunned for a moment. But soon I saw them getting off the car one after another, and Lao Yang waved at me. Let's go, Brother Qin. I was a little confused, but I followed them anyway. This car has been modified and the windows inside are very small, making it almost impossible to see the outside world clearly. I don't doubt that they intend to murder me. After all, who would rob a beastmaster who just joined the Job Transmigrator Alliance? As a beastmaster, I have a place in the profession of job changers, but my beastmaster skills are just average, not even as strong as Chen Hu's. So, I didn't think there was any possibility that I would be robbed. As soon as the car stopped, I immediately felt a hot breath coming towards me. The heat waves from the flames seemed to burn all the air, and the surrounding environment instantly turned into a desert. Some of those alien races can sense breath, and some can track traces. Their overall strength is not strong, but their numbers are extremely large, Chen Hu explained. The noise from the car is too loud and it will easily attract them, so we have to act quietly after getting off the car. I was still confused, and Chen Hu led us to put on our equipment. Everyone wore a set of silver white armor, and I got one too. It wasn't too heavy, but it looked a bit cumbersome when worn. Looking at this equipment, it seems to be somewhat similar to the legendary wooden vine divine armor. Although it does not have the effect of being immune to all poisons and invulnerable to all arrows, it is still a powerful protective equipment. This silver mail can prevent close-range attacks from aliens. Their bodies are extremely strong, and their bones and nails can even be used as weapons, Lao Yang reminded me. This is your first time in a place like this, so you'd better be careful. I nodded and put on the silver mail armor obediently. Although it didn't feel heavy in my hands, it was a bit inconvenient to put on. After getting dressed, we set out in formation with steady steps. At first we were all chatting and laughing, but as we got closer to the ruins of the battle, our expressions turned serious. The team is lined up in an orderly manner, moving in unison, and moving forward with a clear goal. As the captain, Qin Hu summoned the Black Tiger Beast and walked in front of the team. Swordsman A Feng followed closely behind, and then healer Qin Jing. I summoned 3 mastiffs and followed them silently. Finally, it was the Dunjia master Lao Yang, who walked at the end of the team and remained alert. Our goal on this trip was to find a herb that only grew outside the city. This herb was extremely beneficial to job changers and was in great demand, so we had to travel a long way. The surroundings were barren, the air was hot, the sky was filled with wind and sand, and there was no green in sight, as if one was in an endless desert. However, as we climbed over a hill, the scenery in the distance gradually became apparent. On the horizon are the remains of a city that were abruptly cut off. Although lifeless, they still reveal their former prosperity. From the abandoned city, a winding river extends to our feet. The sand on the ground was dancing wildly, and occasionally some green grass could be seen emerging from the sand. It is really strange that life still grows tenaciously in such a hot and desolate place. I took a quick look and caught up with the group and continued on my way. On the road, I also saw the so-called foreigners. They look like humans, but they are tall, about 2 or 3 meters tall, with slender limbs that seem to be made of bamboo joints. They are dark all over, with tough exoskeletons on their skin, and their hands are like 5 sharp blades spliced together, and when they shake slightly, you can see the cold light radiating. The team's advance was obviously intended to clear obstacles on the road with the least cost. The healer is very important in the team, especially in this dangerous ruins. Any injury needs to be treated by the healer in time. Therefore, the healer must not be exposed to the enemy. As the core of the team's combat power, Jinhu always walks at the front to deal with sudden enemies. After moving forward for a while, we finally found the herbs we wanted to collect. These herbs have a certain effect on improving beast taming, but they are useless to my three-headed mastiff. They are born unique and can become stronger just by devouring evil people. I collected the herbs one by one and handed them to Jinhu, while the other members of the team were still busy in their respective areas. I, Qin Tianke, have completed the mission and am standing beside my beast, looking into the distance. This land is desolate and silent, with no other living creatures except aliens. I had been planning to improve my abilities here, but judging by the surroundings, it would be very difficult. As I was thinking, I suddenly noticed a small hole on the ground that was constantly bulging. This is not right. My eyes lit up and I quickly stood up. I found that under the sand dunes in the distance, something was approaching us quickly. It seemed to be breaking out of the ground and burrowing in like a gopher. There are aliens! As soon as I shouted this, no less than 10 aliens suddenly appeared around me. The appearance of these aliens was slightly different from those I had seen before. Their hands were not like sharp blades, but hammer-like weapons. It's a hidden alien race! Jinhu exclaimed. The overall strength of these alien races is around level 2. Although not as strong as level 3, they are extremely fast and good at hiding, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The black tiger let out a deafening roar, immediately rushed towards the enemies and trampled them under its feet. At the same time, swordsmen and armor masters also took action and attacked the surrounding aliens. However, at this moment, an alien creature suddenly emerged from underground and rushed towards the center of our team. It quickly swept across the land, trying to attack the therapist Qinjing's defense from behind. At this time, Qinjing was concentrating on treating the injured team members and was completely unaware of the approaching danger. A pair of red eyes flickered in the shadows, and the sound of claw blades breaking through the air echoed in the air. Chapter 9. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Qinjing's eyes were filled with confusion. She was wearing nothing but a layer of silver mail. There are no other defenses. As a therapist, she couldn't practice other means of attack. Now facing the blow that is about to fall, I can only pray that the silver mail armor on my body can absorb the damage. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. But she just moved her body. He collapsed backwards. Faced with such a situation, Qinjing was so scared that her legs went limp. It was at this critical moment. Black flames gradually began to burn around the alien's body. At the same time, a roar was heard. The dark shadow of a huge monster loomed. Break the alien's claw with one strike. Qinjing looked at the three-headed mastiff with flames all over its body in shock. Qin Tiang's figure quietly appeared beside him. Now that he saw the aliens, he couldn't help but feel touched. Especially when you think about how your father disappeared because of fighting with these guys? There was a burst of anger in his eyes. Don't leave anyone alive, kill them all! The three-headed mastiff roared. Immediately rushed forward. Wherever it passed, black flames continued to burn and collide, burning all the corpses. Die! The appearance of the three-headed mastiff was too sudden. When the swordsman and the armor master who were still fighting saw this beast, his face changed unconsciously. This beast is larger than the black tiger. But it is far shorter than the black tiger's body. And the flames burning all over the body seemed to be lethal to aliens as well. Wherever the flames passed, all the aliens were burned by the flames. Then the three mastiffs would smack it to death with one claw or bite its spine off. The speed is so fast, with the strength of King Kong. It only takes a moment. In full view of the crowd, the three-headed mastiffs slaughtered all the dozens of aliens. After the death of the aliens, only a pile of skeletons and flesh with a fishy smell will be left. This place already stinks. Old Jiang touched his bald head and murmured, "Oh my goodness, what on earth is this guy's beast tamer?" When Qinhu saw this scene, A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. On the opponent's beast. He could feel a stronger force. Although they are both beastmen, my beastman is inferior to the other parties. The only powerful one. It seems that he only has the strength of the third level. In comparison, his size and even his abilities seemed like a joke. But after the surprise, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. This was somewhat beyond my expectations. This is the first time for the other party to carry out the mission. You can react like this at the critical moment without fear. It's not like their team hasn't recruited new players before. But everyone was frightened by the sudden appearance of these alien races. What's worse, he couldn't even cast the most basic magic. And to protect their lives. Originally, Chen-Hu thought that he had made a mistake today. Hired a new person. But I didn't expect that the other party had such strength. It seems that his choice was extremely correct. Several people looked at the man at the same time. Someone affirmed Qin Tiang's strength. Some people also felt jealous. The swordsman offing slowly put away the sword in his hand. When looking towards Qin Tiang, his eyes narrowed slightly. There is only contempt and disdain. Does a newcomer want to show off his achievements in front of the captain like this? How stupid. He didn't even bother to take action against the useless guy who only knew how to hide behind the Beastmaster. Qin Tiang clasped his fists towards them. Looking at the corpses of these strange beasts, there was a hint of regret in his eyes. He had just tried it. Killing this thing does not increase your strength. Moreover, the flesh and blood of foreign races cannot be consumed. This thing is completely out of my hunting range. It's really a headache. If taking the bones of aliens is useful, he must increase his strength to the highest level here. Ha ha ha, okay, Qin Feng, I thought you would be like those newcomers before. Chen-Hu walked forward with a smile and held Qin Tiang in his arms. As for identity verification by the Job Changers Alliance, as long as the person is not a member of the Dark Church, it will be fine. As for the name information, Qin Tiang would never use his real name. The name he left here was Qin Feng. Qin Tiang showed a simple and honest smile on his face. Captain Chen said this, it was just luck. Now that Qin Tiang has demonstrated his strength, he has gained everyone's unanimous recognition. However, the swordsman seemed to have a cold attitude from beginning to end. Qin Tiang didn't care. It is blatantly stupid to change yourself just because of what others think of you. The team adjusted for a moment, and then set off again. Qin Tiang's gaze fell on something not far away. The three-headed mastiff is a mastiff itself, and its sense of smell has been greatly improved. In that place, he had just seen a team of no less than 10 people. Qin Tiang didn't believe that they were the same team. The aura emanating from the other person's body made the three-headed mastiff very eager. And when the three-headed mastiff was looking for the team before, it had sensed these auras. Now the three-headed mastiff's idea has been proven. The appearance of such evil people in such a remote area made Qin Tiang's suspicion about their identities deepened. If they were following the Black Tiger Squad, then it seemed that their only target could only be themselves. It seems that he should be someone from the Shangguan family or the Qian family. It is also possible that both parties may jointly appoint one. They are really willing to send so many people just to get rid of me. A cold light flashed in Qin Tiang's eyes. Now that it has been confirmed, he has no choice but to fall into the trap. Now he has no suitable reason to leave the team, and he is not sure that he can get rid of them. But with them around, the advancement of the three-headed mastiff is just around the corner. Therefore, he had only one choice before him. Cast a long line and catch a big fish. The team set out again. Along the way, Qin Tiang saw completely different landscapes in these places. He was in the yellow sand 1 second ago, and then he was in the mountains and forests. The black tiger at the front of the team suddenly froze. The tip of his nose twitched, and a thought was conveyed to Chen-Hu. Chen-Hu's face changed. Then the team stopped moving. Chen-Hu lowered his voice and spoke to the few people. There is an alien monster within 10 meters ahead. Alien monster? It's this unfamiliar word again. Qin Tiang's head was inexplicably black. No, I must deepen the information in this area after I go back. Otherwise you'll seem too backward. Unlike Xintianke, the other three all looked excited. Seeing this scene, Xintianke felt even more upset. Captain, this alien monster is… Xintianke was interrupted by Offing beside him before he could finish his words. Alien monsters are extremely rare even among alien races. They are more like mounts owned by foreigners with status. Chapter 10, Roadblock. These alien monsters are full of treasures. Their flesh and blood can be eaten to improve the physical body of those who change their jobs. Their bones can be polished into weapons, and their sharpness is extraordinary. This alien monster is full of treasures. Every part of its body can be used to its full potential. Even though we have survived in the battle ruins for so long, we have only seen it a few times. When Chenhu said this, there was a hint of greed in his eyes. The strength of this alien monster is only equivalent to the second level. Seeing the eyes of several people, Xintianke also instantly understood their thoughts. They wanted to capture the alien monster. I have no objection. How can I cooperate? They didn't know how long they had been walking in the ruins of the battle. Naturally, they cooperate with each other well. Xintianke had just interjected and was not clear about their strength arrangements, as well as their team formation and coordination. Chenhu glanced at Xintianke. Then he looked at everyone. He immediately deployed a strategic plan using some small stones on the ground. This alien monster is a centaur. Centaurs have an extremely strong desire to kill humans and are extremely fast. Black Tiger and I will be responsible for the frontal attack to attract the centaur's attention. Ah Feng and Lao Yang, you two should take advantage of this opportunity. Ah Feng, you must cut off the 4 legs of this centaur. Chen Jing, you just need to be responsible for increasing Ah Feng's speed. As for Xintianke, you have a strong ability in controlling beasts, so you can be a backup for the time being and protect Chen Jing's safety. Xintianke had no objection to this arrangement. After all, he had just joined the organization, and it would be difficult for him to cooperate with the other party to complete any task. He really couldn't guarantee it. After all, there is no tacit understanding and cooperation between the two sides. Okay, action! Several people began to organize their equipment. A ball of faint blue light emerged from Chen Jing's palm. The light just rose. It turned into a small ball of light and spread to Ah Feng's body. Coils began to ripple around the body's surface, forming a very unique blue ripple. It's like a gauze dress. Xintianke had never seen this thing before. But I have heard of it. A therapist is not just a therapist in the strict sense of the word. They are more like augmentation. The so-called treatment is just to restore the body under the amplification effect. Likewise, the amplification effect may not be limited to healing the body. Just like now. This blue halo obviously has the effect of increasing the opponent's speed. This kind of ability was the first time Xintianke had seen it. It seems that I have gained a lot of knowledge from this trip. Several people began to act. Xintianke also followed them to the hillside nearby. Below the hillside is a valley of yellow sand. In it lay a collapsed palace with broken walls and ruins. There is still blood and flesh left. There is a pungent smell in the air. Xintianke was lying on the top of the mountain. Soon, they saw a huge creature tearing something apart below. That thing was more than 5 meters tall. Male human upper body. The muscles are strong and full of explosive power. The lower body is that of a horse. There were some strange noises from the footsteps of horse hooves. Xintianke looked at this strange creature and immediately activated the system for identification. Alien monster, centaur. Strength, level 2. Ability, strong wind, surging earth. Xintianke had never seen this kind of creature before. It just felt like watching a movie. In sight. The centaur suddenly paused for a moment and casually looked up to the front. Right in front of it. The black tiger was walking towards the other party step by step. On his back, his beast master was sitting there. Both sides looked at each other. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. In a blink of an eye, a sharp roar came from the centaur's mouth. Then the 4 horse hooves began to pedal frantically. rushing straight towards the opponent. It is extremely fast. Raise your hands at the same time. The yellow sand around was constantly surging. Strange long spikes began to emerge and pierce towards Chenhu in the distance. The black tiger is extremely fast. Even if he was dragging his own beastmaster, still burst out with a good speed, while constantly dodging these attacks and approaching the opponent. The distance between the two sides is getting shorter and shorter. Just at the moment when it is about to touch, suddenly yellow sand rose up. It instantly obscured the centaur's vision. Behind Chenhu, two figures suddenly appeared. The sound of the blade being unsheathed seemed to be the final chapter of life. A silver light flashed suddenly. This silvery white light only lasted for a moment. A mark was left under the horse's hoof. With a puff sound, the centaur's four hooves were cut off in an instant. His body suddenly slumped. The center of gravity swayed and he fell to the ground with a loud bang. And right below it, Lao Yan had already set up his iron shield. Although the shield is used to resist attacks, but it can also be used as a means of attack. The bottom of his shield was very sharp, even as sharp as a sword. At such a close distance, the centaur had no time to react. Then it fell down with a loud bang. There was a loud bang. His body hit heavily on the sharp shield that had been erected. With a puff, as blood gushed out and flesh tumbled, the centaur's body was cut in two. The battle ended so quickly. Qin Tianke couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't this battle happen too quickly? Even their strongest combat force didn't even make a move, but they had already defeated the opponent? Am I dreaming? Don't be surprised. They have always cooperated well with each other. It's just a pity that my current abilities are only healing and speed increasing. I can't bring them much of an amplification effect. Qin Jing seemed to see Qin Tiang's doubt and spoke lightly. Qin Tianke was still thinking that his three-headed mastiff could take action when necessary. But now it seems completely unnecessary. But this is also good, it saves some effort. You can also receive rewards. Not bad. At this time, Qin Tianke suddenly discovered something. His face suddenly changed. Look in one direction. Not just him. Chenhu below suddenly realized something. He and his beast looked in the same direction. This place is a call. The terrain is steep. There is only a half palace standing out in the middle. Seems to be buried in it. And the place where they are fighting now is on the left side of the palace. What you are looking at is the right side of the palace. That is the back of their battle. That place was originally a stretch of yellow sand. At this moment, several figures are gradually appearing. One after another. They emerged from the yellow sand, 6 of them in total. 6 people came from far away. Chenhu narrowed his eyes slightly. His eyes were focused on the dark staff in the leader's hand. That staff is extremely special. Even from a distance, one could still sense the strong smell of death. It seemed like he had only felt this feeling once before, with the new guy who had just joined their team. The aura revealed by the other party is very dangerous. Not just him. Several other people also noticed this scene at the same time. They all became alert. Chapter 11, Secret Action. We have our eyes on this centaur. Get out of here if you know what's best for you. Among the 5, a big man holding a machete took 2 steps forward. The big man was 2 meters tall and only wore a vest, but he looked as if he was about to be torn apart by his muscles. The big knife in his hand was more like a huge door panel. Chenhu took 2 steps forward and looked at the other person. He glanced at himself again. Then he clasped his fists towards the person in front of him. My friend, we are from the Black Tiger Squad. This centaur is not as good as half of you and me. Qin Tianke was lying on the top of the mountain. Fortunately, they did not expose their tracks too early, and now they are hiding in the dark. He was also able to confirm that the 6 men had definitely not discovered them. Qin Jing was lying with him. Speak carefully. This look was even more terrifying than when he faced that alien creature before. It's them, the marauders. Predator? Battle ruins are a no man's land. The military will not interfere, the city will not intervene, and the Job Changer Alliance will not interfere. That's why there are many speculators in this place. They will take the opportunity to rob any job changer teams they encounter and take all the spoils of these job changer teams for themselves. These people rarely show up in the Job Changer Alliance and never reveal their true identities. If you recognize them by their true appearance, they are called looters. They have set up camp in the ruins of the battle. Qin Tianke understood instantly. So these are the so-called robbers and bandits? Look at these people. Qin Tianke's eyes were filled with joy. He was already suppressing the movements of the three mastiffs in his body. The three-headed mastiff has always been sensitive to the scent of evil people. Just like now. He was able to confirm it. Each of the 6 people below is a person who has committed many evil deeds. Judging from what Qinjing said just now, it seems that these robbers and villains are very common. Then these people are the reason why he entered the battle ruins. In this way, the three-headed mastiff can not only eliminate harm for the people but also improve its strength. As he opened and closed his eyes, the information of all these people popped up. A giant sword guard. 3 magicians. A beast master. There is also a sacrificial mage. Qin Tiange's gaze focused on the word, sacrificial mage. The sacrificial mage is an extremely dangerous existence in the system's explanation. Sacrificial mage, dangerous profession. Every time you upgrade a level, you must sacrifice the life of your own kind. At the critical moment of life and death, you can sacrifice your life to gain a higher level of combat power. But the time limit is valid. No wonder Chen Hu is so humble and behaves like this. There is absolutely no justice among these robbers. As long as they want to see it. Then everyone will fight for these people, and they are extremely dangerous elements. Deal with these people. It is a blessing to be able to get out alive. Half? Before the big man holding the huge knife could speak, the figure leading the group behind him was already walking slowly towards him. His body was shrouded in a tattered robe and his face could not be seen clearly. But half of the hand holding the staff had turned into a skeleton. Under the robe, a pair of red eyes glowed with a strange light. I want them all! After saying this, his cloak fell suddenly. A grimace appeared. It was the face of a middle-aged man, but the skin and flesh had been corroded in some places. Looks like the living dead. You don't even think about living! As soon as the words fell, 3 magic circles lit up behind him. In the magic circle, fire, lightning, ice. 3 pure elemental attacks blasted forward. It eroded directly towards the centaur's corpse. It seems to be destroying it. See this scene? A Feng's face suddenly changed, then his body shook and he suddenly rushed forward. He now has Qinjing's speed enhancement, plus the swordsman's own sharpness and reaction. He arrived in front of the other person in an instant. The long sword in his hand was swung out suddenly. At such a distance. As long as the magician is approached. That would be certain death. But before he could swing the sword, there was a roar from behind. A shadow came from far away. A huge knife just chopped towards him. The power of this sword was too strong. There was even a tendency for the wind flow to be split. Up in the air. A phone couldn't avoid it. I can only rely on the swordsman's instinct. He twisted his body and used his own blade to block the attack. A crisp sound was heard. A Feng's body continued to fall backwards. After rolling on the ground for a while. This is how I regained my focus. The sword in his hand had been broken into 2 halves, and there was a huge footprint on his chest. There was blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He had just landed. Lao Yang had already come in front of him with a shield in hand. If the swordsman loses his sword, his combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. This was the first time that Offing encountered this situation, but fortunately he still had 2 other swords on him. But his eyes were fixed on the giant sword guard, and he was surprised. When Qin Hu saw this scene, he realized that there was no room for discussion. The black tiger roared. The body size instantly increases. After the beast taming reaches the 3rd level. Has the ability to grow to a gigantic size. Just like now. The black tiger just roared. In just a few steps. Its size has increased to more than twice its original size. Its current size is almost the same as that of the previous centaur. Following the black tiger's roar. Attack the strongest among them? The sacrificial wizard showed no emotion in his eyes when he saw this. Or rather, it was impossible to make any expression on that living dead face. A faint blue flame began to flow from his palm, and the flame surged as he flew ahead. He was also constantly retreating, leading the other side away from the battlefield. Qin Tianke was lying on the top of the mountain at this moment. Now the enemy is in the light, and I am in the dark. Then I only have one chance to take action. The best results must be achieved after one time. It will definitely deal a heavy blow to them. What actions should be taken to get the greatest benefit? He was calculating. Now the strongest fighter on the opposite side, the third-level sacrificial method, has been held back. It is estimated that Offing and Lao Yang will deal with the violent giant sword guards together. The remaining 3 magicians coordinated their positions very well. Then the only one left is the Beastmaster among them. Qin Tianke looked at the other party. He understood his opponent instantly. Sister Jing, wait for us here! Qin Tianke immediately summoned 3 mastiffs. Turn over and sit on it. 3 mastiffs are running behind. The body disappeared in an instant. This is the ability of the 3-headed mastiff, Dark Shadow Escape. Able to hide in the shadows without exposing your body. A shadow is surging from under the mountain. He bypassed the people who were fighting. Came behind this group of robbers. Chapter 12, Promotion. Ha! Come, come, come! Loud laughter echoed. I saw the huge figure waving a huge knife as big as a door panel in his hand and slashing at the 2 people in front of him. Every move shows his might and dominance. Moreover, the 2 people opposite him were suppressed by him and kept dodging. This person actually suppressed the 2 people with his own strength so that they were completely unable to resist. Even if you can resist the attack, you will just be in a mess. Bang! Even with a shield like this. However, he was still knocked back several meters by the opponent's huge force. Old Zhang looked at his shield and saw many scars on it. There was a look of vigilance and surprise in his eyes. He had thought that the other party would be very strong. But I didn't expect this giant sword guard to be so powerful. The giant sword guard profession can be said to be a combination of his Dunjia master and Offing's swordsman profession. This profession is extremely special. They are an absolute defense in themselves. People in this profession mainly cultivate their physical body. Just like their profession says. The giant sword is their way of practicing. It is both an offensive and defensive means. Combining the 2 methods. With this man's size and strength, the power he unleashes is beyond imagination. It is definitely not something I can resist. Afong looked at the scene in front of him. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. I saw the green wind began to gather around him. At the same time, some marks had appeared on the sword blades in his hands. There was an unprecedented excitement in his eyes. Let out an angry roar. Whirlwind! Afong kicked his legs. The body was already spinning continuously in midair. The 2 sword blades formed a small tornado as the body rotated. He chopped at the opponent hard. Under such an offensive, the original speed of the sword blade is combined with the speed after rotation. The power will only become stronger and stronger. This person is definitely not able to resist. With a series of sword strikes, he chopped at the opponent's blade. The continuous attacks were like a rushing flood. The giant sword guard also realized that the situation was not good. But there was no intention of stopping at all. The smile deepened and the fight intensified. Old Jiang on the side rushed forward with a shield in hand. And on the other side, the huge black tiger was struggling with an ant-like human who was several times smaller than him. Both sides are at the 3rd level of combat power. Even if the size is superior. But in terms of fighting skills and flexibility, Black Tiger is still inferior to the opponent. And on the other side, 3 magicians were standing in formation facing each other. Under their feet, there was a magic circle formed by purple, red, and blue light. Behind the three magicians, there was a man standing there quietly. There was a python circling behind him. This is his beast. Ghost Python. A second-level beast with undead attributes. The Black Tiger Squad is really overestimating their own capabilities. Now that the boss has taken action, aren't they going to win? It's a pity for that centaur. If it had been eaten by my little python, I'm afraid it would have been able to advance to the third level. The man seemed to be talking to himself, with a hint of regret in his tone. But just at this moment, he suddenly realized something. The Beastmaster's unique instinctive reaction was aroused. Danger! The man had no time to act. I just felt my body lighten. The view in front of me was spinning, while lowering the line of sight. He also saw his lower body standing there, with blood surging. How could that be? His ghost python was even more sensitive to danger than he was. How could it not have any warnings? Is there something blocking it? At the end of his life, he saw 3 black dogs appear. Isn't this the 3-headed dog of hell? How could he possibly threaten his ghost python? It's a pity that he will never be able to know the answer to this question. The 3 magicians looked behind them in horror, backing away again and again. At the same time, he launched his own magic attack. Thunder, fire, and ice. The 3 forces surged wildly and pounced on the 3-headed mastiff. They just saw that strange 3-headed hellhound devouring its companion. After a burst of smoke explosion, the place where the 3-headed dog of hell was just now, a figure gradually emerged. The 3 magicians were on full alert. The attack force is condensed in the staff and ready to be launched at any time. And at this time, the figure also walked out of the smoke. What the hell is this? The 3-headed dog of hell? No, the 4-headed dog of hell? What kind of creature is this? It's clearly the body of a 3-headed hellhound, but it has 4 dog heads. Why is that? Could it be some other mutated beast? The magician was stunned by this scene. But it still sticks to instinctive reactions and combat experience. Start to cast magic attacks continuously. Raging thunder, scorching flames, and biting ice. See these attacks. Circles of flames began to burn around the 4 mastiffs. Just by eating bad guys, you can increase your strength. Not only can it give it an extra head, it can also take their control of their abilities to a higher level. Just like now. The black flames around him seem to have changed. The black flame actually has a strange sticky texture. 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on the 3 magicians in front of them. He moved his feet and ran towards them. And where it left off, the ghost python whose master has fallen is still struggling. Jin Tianke looked at the beast quietly. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Him at this moment. There was only endless thick black flame in his eyes. It was like the god of death returning from hell. This beast indeed possesses some rare undead attributes. But what a pity! I am the beast master of hell's disaster. Little undead. It's nothing in his eyes. Qin Tiang's appearance was too sudden. Even if the 3 magicians reacted in time to block the attack. But they are magicians themselves. His physical strength and treasures were not much. What's more, their opponents are so special. The magical attacks that they had placed their hopes on fell upon each other. It was as if it was swallowed up. No reaction whatsoever. It even sped it up. For mastiffs, to some extent, it is no longer a simple creature. These so-called physical attacks. How could it possibly work on it? The first one to have his neck bitten by the 4 mastiffs was the magician who was continuously casting thunder magic. He watched his companion being cut into 2 pieces in front of him, and then swallowed. The remaining 2 people were terrified. He immediately asked the boss for help. Boss, save me! There is a communication array between magicians. After hearing the message from my younger brother, the living dead hidden under the cloak turned around. While dodging the black tiger's attacks. Turn around and look down. That's just one glance. But it made his eyes turn red and his skeleton tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 13. Sacrifice the Mage. Within sight. The two magicians in the team had their bodies torn apart by the strange creature and were swallowed. The body of that strange creature underwent a change. The body has doubled in size. 2 heads popped out next to the 5 heads. What kind of creature is this? The eyes of the sacrificial mage were filled with shock. That was the moment when he was confused. The huge tiger paw came crashing down. Just one hit. Like swatting a fly. He was slammed heavily onto a sand dune not far away. The sand dunes collapsed and soon buried his body. The magician's body is inherently fragile. What's more, he has now experienced a full-strength attack from a 3rd-level beastmaster. How could there be any chance of survival? "Boss!" The big man holding the giant sword just exclaimed. But he found something coming straight at him from behind. There was no time to react. His weapon has already been knocked away by the opponent. Several big mouths were constantly biting his body. Amid screams and pain, the giant sword guard ended his own life. All that was left on the sand was a pool of smelly blood and a broken body. Lao Yang and Afone watched this scene. The two looked at each other. I saw the confusion in the other person's eyes. What kind of creature is this? Before either of them could react, the creature before them made a series of strange changes. The body seems to be slightly expanded, but the extent is small. At the same time, the flames around him burned more and more vigorously. The most striking change. There was another head next to its 7 heads. 8 heads? 8 heads? What the hell is this? Afone couldn't help but swear. What the hell is this? Brother Chin Fong, isn't yours a 3-headed hellhound? How come it has 5 more heads all of a sudden? Not just them. The black tiger in the distance was gradually shrinking in size. Returned to normal size. Chinhu was carrying on its back 1 man and 1 beast. Just look at this strange beast in front of you. Especially the black tiger. On this beast. It felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Even if your strength is stronger than the other party. But there seems to be some degree of repression. This was the first thought in Heihu's mind. He passed this idea on to his beastmaster. Chinhu looked at Qin Tianke in front of him. I had some thoughts in my mind, but didn't say anything. Qin Tianke on the side walked over slowly. Patted his beast. My beast is not in its complete form. These people have a special crystal that is extremely attractive to Lao Hei. That's why they ate them all. At this time, you definitely can't say that your beast can evolve by eating bad guys. If you do that, you will bring yourself a lot of unnecessary trouble. After all, these people in front of me. Qin Tianke had only spent a short day with them. Qin Tianke already had a rough estimate of their characters, but one must be on guard against others, but one must not have the intention to harm others. Can I bring disaster and trouble to the future because of a casual word? I see. I was wrong before. I didn't expect your beast to be of perfect quality. Chinhu carefully looked at Lao Hei in front of him. Such a sentence broke out. Qin Tianke did not deny it and nodded. Chinhu finally understood. Why did his own beast feel fear from the other party's beast? It turned out to be a perfect quality beast. The quality of his own beast is only elite level. The quality of beast tamers is divided into normal, elite, perfect, and legendary. There is only one level between elite and perfect. But the reality is very different. Even if there is a leap in strength. But fundamentally speaking, it is still irreparable. Afone looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He gradually withdrew his contempt for Qin Tianke. At this time, Qin Jing, who had been slacking off nearby, also came over. After all, the healer can't bring any direct effect to the battle. The speed-boosting effect she had previously applied to offing had long since lost its effect. She only has 2 effects, speed enhancement and healing enhancement. There are no other abilities. So it is not an exaggeration to say that he is just slacking off. Perhaps the most seriously injured among them was Lao Yang's shield. The shield was as big as a door. Now there has been some collapse. It seems like there will be a few more moves. It can completely break it. But no one was injured yesterday. Being able to survive the hands of these bandits is the best blessing. Chen-Hu was just about to say something. But suddenly I noticed a strange wave coming. Not just him. The other 4 people felt almost the same powerful fluctuation. Without any hesitation, several people turned around at the same time and looked behind them. In the sand dunes where the sacrificial wizard was, there are strong currents of wind flowing. It was so powerful and domineering that it completely flattened the sand dunes in an instant. It was like a natural tornado had formed. And in the center of the tornado, a figure was slowly being lifted up by the tornado, standing proudly in midair. Feel the power transmitted from it. Qin Tianke was startled and his eyes opened and closed. The system panel pops up. Drop. Blood sacrifice of power. The ability that only the sacrificial mage possesses, using one's own body as a sacrifice in exchange for a higher level combat power. Not good! This is the 4th level aura. The strongest in the team is Chen-Hu. He has been at the peak of the 3rd level for a long time. Naturally, I have longed for the 4th level. But there is no way to break through. Now when I sensed this breath, I recognized it immediately. Even the professions of those who change jobs are different. But the aura when breaking through cultivation. But it is a world of difference compared to before. This is a 4th order existence. Run! Scatter and run! There is no need for Chen-Hu to distribute it. Several people fled in all directions in an instant. The strongest among them is only at level 3, not to mention the rest are all at level 2. In this situation, facing a 4th level strongman, if you don't run, you will die. Old Jiang glanced at the girl Qingjing beside him. He lifted her onto his shoulders. Although he is a shield master, he is only good at defense. But the speed is quite good. Plus the shield is on this sand. Being able to act as a skateboard, his speed won't be slow. He raised his hand and threw the shield to the ground. Then he kicked hard and landed on the shield. It was as if he was skiing and escaping into the distance. A Feng is a swordsman, and it has always been known for its speed. There is no need to say much about escape. Chen-Hu jumped onto his horse. Several people fled instantly. Qin Tianke looked at the 4th level sacrificial magician who was constantly reviving and emerging in front of him. Suddenly I thought of something. Look behind you. I already have a brilliant idea in mind. Chapter 14, Diverting the Trouble. Even a sacrificial mage can gain cross-level combat power by sacrificing his own life and blood. But it won't appear so soon. Qin Tianke faced this violent wind. Step by step, he came to the corpse of the centaur that had just been blown into several pieces by the opponent. Alien monster, let me see your soul! Black and white light burst out from Qin Tianke's eyes. At this moment, he was covered with a special black and white robe. Come! The shout sounded like an edict from hell. A lot of souls suddenly appeared on the ground, including humans and animals. But the only thing missing was the centaur. Is it possible that my ability is useless against alien monsters? Qin Tianke was still thinking. There were thunderous roars coming from behind. The wind flow has completely dissipated. At this moment, a giant who was more than 10 meters tall had appeared in that place. It's called a giant, but it looks more like a skeleton. Almost half of its body was broken. You can see flowing blood and a beating heart among the bones. The internal organs can also be seen completely. It looked like the sacrificial wizard just now had been enlarged several times, and as his size grew, his aura became increasingly surging. Is this the aura of the 4th level? Even though Qin Tianke was in his current form as the Hell Disaster Beastmaster, he still felt considerable pressure. No wonder Chen-Hu and the others left without wanting to fight. This was the reason. Die! With a roar, it was as if an invisible sound wave was instantly amplified 100 times, and Qin Tianke felt as if he was in the center of the sonar. His scalp was numb, and he looked up, and a giant palm fell down with a bang. The sand dunes collapsed in an instant, and a huge noise kept being blown into the air. The half-dead withered man who was sacrificing the magician suddenly shuddered, and there seemed to be a change in his eyes. Where are the people? This place is a few meters away, on the sand dunes. Qin Tianke was sitting on Lao Hei's back and watching the scene in front of him. TSK. Just now, I faced a 4th level attack from the opponent head-on. He was still somewhat shocked. Is this the power of a 4th order strongman? Sure enough, it's powerful. It is worthy of being the real backbone of every city. Compared with the 3rd level beast Black Tiger, the gap is not small. But simply, Lao Hei's ability is to hide in the opponent's shadow. It can even prevent the 4th level from finding any trace. It seems that some of Lao Hei's abilities have yet to be developed. Since the soul of the centaur cannot be taken away by myself, then use another plan. Looking at this huge monster in front of me, Qin Tianke picked up a stone from the sand dune and threw it at the other party with all his might. The stone did not cause any great commotion, but it made the sacrificial wizard turn his head. A pair of eyes were fixed on Qin Tianke. Idiot, you are either human nor ghost. The sacrificial mage is in his current state. There is also a lot of intelligence. But spiritual wisdom can only be devoured by endless violence and killing. Make the body's instinctive reaction and madly slaughter everything around. The sacrificial mage's eyes were fixed on Qin Tianke. After letting out a roar, he rushed towards Qin Tianke. Each step made a big hole in the sand. After all, a height of 10 meters is too huge and extremely eye-catching. Lao Hei turned around and ran away. Qin Tianke looked at the sacrificial wizard who kept following him. I began to estimate the encounter between the two sides in my mind. There was a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Since you are the ones who are hunting me down, don't blame me. He was still thinking about how to deal with the little tail behind him. Someone sent a pillow. The huge sacrificial wizard in front of him is enough to help him solve the crisis behind him. Boss, where did those people go? Why haven't they been found yet? On the outskirts of the woods, 15 figures were communicating with each other. How should I know that? There is a 3rd level beast master in their team. Although his strength cannot be compared with mine, they are protected by the Job Changers Alliance after all. Our assassination target is only Qin Tianke. We can only choose to let those people go. If you act rashly, you will expose the whereabouts of your employer. When the time comes, I will hold you accountable. Don't beg me to save you. The one who spoke was the eldest of the 15 people. He carried a huge sword on his back. A branch of the swordsman profession, 3rd level cultivation, Great Sword Guardian. Dare to let Master Shangguan suffer such torture, this kid has already sought death. Young Master Sun has also been punished by the family. There are 2 more people beside the giant sword guardian. All 3 of them have 3rd level cultivation. A 3rd level wind magician. A 3rd level shadow assassin. They were sent by the Shangguan family and the Sun family. We just met on the road. The 4 major families are interconnected. Hired an assassin. They know each other. Only then did they form an alliance and act together. Otherwise, how could an ordinary assassination organization have 15 people? The more people there are, the easier it is to expose your whereabouts. This operation must succeed, not fail. Even if we can't wait for you to leave the team, we have to take action, disrupt them and then strangle that guy. Yes. The leading giant sword guardian could no longer hold back. They rarely leave the city to carry out missions. This place is too dangerous. And there's an assassination team of 15 people. To be honest, there are so many people that it's hard not to be suspicious. It's better to resolve this matter as soon as possible. This sandstorm is so strong. A man with a sickle on his back looked at the sandstorm coming from afar and couldn't help but step forward to touch it. It was originally a very normal scene, but the 3 giant sword guardians' eyes suddenly changed. Just as his hand was about to touch the wind and sand that was coming closer and closer, a scolding was heard. Not good! Stand back! As soon as the words fell, a silver streak of light emerged from the wind and sand and pierced through the body of the man carrying the sickle. The light flashed by. The man was instantly split into 2, fell to the ground, and was swallowed by the wind and sand. Playing tricks! The wind magician paused with his staff. A violent wind suddenly arrived, stirring up the sand. When the wind and sand disperse, a huge shadow covered everyone. A huge skeleton that was 10 meters tall was standing there. He has flesh on his body. You can even see the heart beating and blood circulating through the bones. Everyone's faces froze, and fear spread from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. Dangerous, extremely dangerous. If you stay any longer, you will die here. It doesn't matter what the final occupation of the job changer is. Everyone has their own unique danger warning. Now all of their danger warnings have erupted. They perform so many missions. I have seen many such strange creatures. But this skeleton is not simple. The aura it exudes is of the 4th level. Chapter 15, Waiting for the Rabbit. This huge living dead stands tall. The aura of the 4th level was released without any disguise. Blood dripped from a pair of scarlet eyeballs, staring at the group of people below, burning with anger. Damn guy, no wonder he dared to kill his own subordinates. It turns out there are so many accomplices. Die. Die. Die to me. A roar came out of his mouth. This roar was no less than a storm. Sweep away everything below in an instant. The trees were broken by the strong wind and fell behind them. 15 people stood facing each other. No other thoughts except fear. Immediately following, the huge creature raised its hand and slapped it downwards. In his palm, the flame condensed by the magic circle instantly gushed out. Escape! Run away! A one-sided massacre began. A unique collision of magic. Release of elements. The sound of blades colliding. The beast-man roared and raged. The sound of crazy collisions continued to erupt and overlap on this 1 versus 15 battlefield. Now, these 15 people were filled with despair. They don't understand where the 4th level skeleton came from? You know. Even a 4th level strongman is in the city. Also the family elders. Or the strength of the backbone of the family. No matter which city you go to, you will be popular. They can all be said to be local heroes. But now they have encountered a skeleton that possesses such strength? Where on earth did this thing come from? They now had no other emotion except fear. This thing is too powerful and too terrifying. Just by them. How can you resist it? As they fled madly. On the sand dunes not far away, Qin Tianke was sitting on Lao Hei's back, looking at the scene in front of me. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. About what happened to these people, Qin Tianke had no sympathy at all. After all, I won't offend others unless they offend me. He also had only one rule for his enemies. Cut the grass at its roots. Watching this scene, he was extremely calm, playing with the scimitar in his hand. Look at this scimitar. There was more and more excitement in his eyes. It is indeed a weapon of perfect quality. In the Alliance regulations, weapons and the Beastmaster's beast have 4 levels. This weapon is of perfect quality. It's quite rare. Generally speaking, such weapons can only be produced by casters in the transferred profession. Only the most top-notch blacksmiths among casters can forge weapons of such perfect quality. These weapons are even placed in the Alliance trading venue. It can also be said that the price is high. As for the legendary weapons of perfect quality, that's even rarer. Legendary weapon. That is something that really only exists in legends. This is the tallest one Qin Tianke has ever seen. That is the perfect weapon that he is holding in his hand. In his heart, he had a higher evaluation of his father's existence. Even weapons of perfect quality could not provide strong support for my father's battle. It seems that the father has a very high status. I have to work harder too. Crotch. Lao Hei has grown a 9th head. The size has become a little bigger. The aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. Qin Tianke could also feel it. Lao Hei was full of yearning and desire for the atmosphere erupting from the bloody battlefield ahead. Qin Tianke patted Lao Hei's neck. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Don't worry, it won't be long before we can take action. What Qin Tianke has to do now is to sit back and wait. He could feel it. Even the sacrificial wizard used blood sacrifice. And in the case of loss of sanity, still strong. For him, magic seemed to have become his instinctive reaction. There is no doubt about this. The sacrificial mage is the least popular type of magician. This type is extremely rare in the system introduction just now. Their rarity means that they possess extremely strong combat power. Just like just now. I was just watching the battle between the sacrificial mage and his opponent. As you can see, this sacrificial wizard cast at least 3 kinds of magic. You know, an ordinary magician can only practice one skill at the first level. But the opponent has now used at least 3 of them. This is enough to show how deep his magical knowledge is. It also shows how rare and terrifying this profession is. But such a powerful effect. It often doesn't last too long. Now he can only wait quietly. Perhaps in 10 minutes or so, he would be able to go harvesting. At this moment in Qin Tiang's eyes, including the sacrificial mage, these 16 people all have their own experience in improving their beast taming. Lao He is only 1 head away from advancing to 10 heads. By that time, you will gain 2 more abilities. I don't know how terrifying it will be. By then, Lao He will be a 3rd-level beast master. He will be truly qualified and capable of entering the League's job changer selection and be able to protect his mother. On the battlefield, many of my companions have fallen to the ground, dying, and there are corpses lying everywhere. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the giant sword guardian. Then he roared. Frenzy! The clothes on his upper body burst open instantly. Extremely complex and mysterious scriptures began to flow on the muscles. These scriptures are under the scorching sun. It gradually gained charm. It began to sway as if flowing water. But look at himself. He began to chant special spells. As the spell is chanted, his body began to swell. Finally it stopped at 3 meters. Although it is far behind the behemoth in front of us. But combined with the equally enlarged giant sword in his hand, that would be a considerable fighting force. Wind of heaven! The wind magician has now reached the point of making a desperate move. Dai's eyes were filled with blue light. The light gradually enveloped his body like divine light, and his staff in his hand burst into a loud cry. Dai! 3 strong men in the team. The violet light in the eyes of the last person. His body began to change. The body merged into the earth in an instant. Escape into the distance. It's like encountering a night star in the dark night. A dazzling white light flashed across the sky in an instant. It fell on the body of the sacrificial mage. It's not just the 3 of them. The rest of the people were also fighting this skeleton with all their might. As long as you can win, they will have hope of survival. This is truly a matter of life and death. A scarlet light burst out from the eyes of the sacrificial mage. The aura on his body showed signs of weakening. Yet it continues to expand. Following which he let out a roar. The body began to undergo a series of strange changes. Spread your arms out around you. Blood and flesh continued to surge out of the skeleton. It was as if some monster was pouring out of the open chest. His body began to twist and swell, until the flesh and blood on the chest continued to solidify. It condensed into the size of a silkworm pupa. There was a loud bang. The explosion was triggered instantly. Chapter 16, Advanced. The huge explosion raised a cloud of dust. The roar was like thunder, echoing continuously in the desert. On the sand dunes. When Qin Tianke saw this scene, excitement flashed in his eyes. Let's go, Lao He, it's time to harvest! The 9-headed mastiff roared. He immediately spread out his 4 legs and ran towards that place. Wind, disperse! The scolding sounded weak. From the diffused dust, violent currents of wind surged out and strangled it all. As the dust drifted away, the devastation of the place was revealed. The blood danced and splashed all around. There are still many corpses left on the sand and rocks. The air was filled with an endless, rich, pungent smell of blood. "Are you still breathing?" A shout. People responded one after another. The giant sword guardian supported himself with the giant sword and managed to stand up. Half of his face was covered in smelly, sticky blood. There were many scars on his naked upper body. There was also a scar running from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. If it weren't for the giant sword guardian's own powerful strength and domineering physical strength, I'm afraid of this blow. The body had been broken into 2 pieces. Even so, the aura of the giant sword guardian has also weakened. The power of occupation is constantly repairing the body. But the repair process is extremely slow. The scar on the chest is emitting an extremely eerie aura of the undead, constantly devouring the vitality released from his body. Such a powerful life deprivation, is this a sacrifice to a magician? As the leader of the assassination squad, he has seen a lot of the world himself. I also have inferences and perceptions about the scar on my body. This scar can not only take away life, but if one does not have the ability to repair it, it will probably be worn away and turned into a mummy. A job changer who can produce this effect. There are only rare sacrificial mages. I didn't expect to encounter such a difficult thing. He was also hit by the curse from the sacrificial wizard's last resort. What bad luck. But fortunately, the Great Sword Guardian possesses powerful vitality and can repair it. As one grows stronger, the other shrinks, and it is only a matter of time before it is wiped out. Not far in front of the Great Sword Guardian, a figure was leaning on a staff in his hand with great difficulty. There were streams of bright light stirring on the staff one after another. This person is dying. The use of this magic just now had left him with very little physical and magical power. Now he is at the end of his rope. A wind magician with extremely fast speed. However, all mages have the same weakness. Extremely weak body. As long as someone gets close to you, you are doomed to die. Fight against the skeleton zombies that suddenly appear. Even with the help of companions, it is still very laborious. Being able to survive is a blessing in disguise. As the remaining companions gradually revealed their positions, the giant sword guardian looked grim. 10. Only 10 people left. This journey. Although they are composed of 2 assassination teams, the combat effectiveness of each member of this assassination team is relatively high. Now we are experiencing this situation. Naturally, he was dissatisfied. Besides dissatisfaction, there is more hatred. So many brothers have fallen. As the captain of the team, how could he not hate it? Damn it! Where did this damn sacrificial wizard come from? The only wind magician in the team, after the Great Sword Guardian, was sitting cross-legged. In his body, lines of power are constantly nourishing and flowing. There was a top-grade magic stone of repair in front of him, providing him with a constant supply of repair power. This also made his face change from pale to calm. Although there was still a strong sense of pain in the body, the magic stone was able to heal it. The body's functions have been restored to some extent, and the magic power in the body can also function again. Such a commotion just broke out in this place. It is inevitable that it will be noticed by those plunderers, or the remaining alien races. It would be best if you could have some self-protection ability. He will not forget the objective of this mission. It's a pity that I haven't found it yet. The thoughts in my mind came to an abrupt halt. The magician's danger warning came instantly. He just turned around. The magic in the staff has not yet been released. I have already felt a strong force coming. The invitation to death had already landed on his brow. He looked at the face under the cloak that emerged from his shadow. His pupils shrank. I immediately had a guess about the unexpected event that had just occurred. All the scattered things come together. A thought came to my mind. It's you! A flash of light passed by. The man had fallen to the ground with blood gushing from his neck. Lao Hei, who was standing by, tore the corpse into pieces in an instant without waiting for Qin Tianke to speak. A 10th head suddenly grew next to the 9 heads. Feeling the endless and surging energy coming from Lao Hei's body, Qin Tianke's eyes were full of excitement. Is this the breath of breakthrough? What a wonderful taste! It feels like being in a hot spring. There was a constant flow of heat nourishing every part of his body, as if something that had been stagnant for a long time was showing signs of breaking. The Hell Disaster Beastmaster has abilities that ordinary Beastmasters don't have. Every time the beast is advanced, the Beastmaster will receive feedback. Although it may not necessarily grant you any abilities, it can strengthen your body. Qin Tianke was not intoxicated by this feeling. A pair of eyes swept over the people in front. The black flames on Lao Hei's body were already boiling, and his aura was bursting out violently. The Beastmaster is about to break through. Qin Tianke will not let it go to battle. Instead, he glanced at the 9 people in front of him who were treating him seriously. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Who is your excellency? The curse placed on the Great Sword Guardian has been somewhat diminished. Now my body's combat power has recovered to about 60% to 70%. A pair of eyes were fixed on the cloaked figure. The aura on this person is only at the 2nd level. But it always gave him an extremely strange feeling. There is an unclear connection between him and the sacrificial wizard just now. Qin Tianke raised his eyes. Under the cloak, streams of black and white flames burned in the eye sockets. Ha ha ha, aren't you here to hunt me down? As soon as the words fell, the giant sword guardian's expression changed. He saw the face beneath the cloak. How could he not recognize the target of his mission? It's him. Why is he here? How did he find out about us? Isn't he a Beastmaster? How could there be the breath of the dead? He had too many questions in his mind. Not only him, but also the brothers around him who have recovered a little. After seeing Qin Tianke, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. I'll give you a chance. Qin Tianke's voice was long and leisurely. Tell me who sent you here, and I can leave you with an intact body. The light in his hand flickered. The scimitar moon appeared with a burst of bright moonlight. Chapter 17 Harvest. Black and white flames flickered in Qin Tianke's eyes. An extremely strange aura was emanating from his body. After saying this, there was silence on the other side for a moment. Then someone burst into wild laughter. Stop playing tricks on me! Ha ha ha, a kid who just luckily stepped into the 2nd level, what qualifications do you have to challenge us? You arrogant boy, aren't you just a Beastmaster? How dare you be so arrogant now that you don't have any beasts to control? You dare to attack so many of us by yourself? I don't know whether to call you stupid or smart. The reaction of these people. Qin Tianke was not surprised at all. These are killers after all. It is indeed normal to behave like this. Look at these people. Qin Tianke walked forward without any hesitation. With every step he took, he played with the scimitar in his hand. As he walked step by step, the aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger. After seeing this scene, a hint of panic flashed across the eyes of the giant sword guardian. But he still spoke to everyone immediately. Hurry, we can't let him advance to the beast-taming level. Kill him! Although this battle left many people seriously injured. But some people say that it is only the 2nd level strength after all. And there are 3 captains to help them resist most of the damage. They are 2nd order. The overall strength has not been greatly reduced. On the contrary, he is stronger than the 2 captains. One of them rushed out first. As he raised his hand and waved, 2 tigers appeared behind him. The others summoned their staffs. They formed a unified formation, and a huge magic circle appeared under their feet. Frost, flames, and streaks of wind blasted towards Qin Tianke. Several people even summoned their weapons and rushed forward to kill. Qin Tianke looked indifferent. The black and white light in the eye sockets fluctuated. Then he raised his hand slightly, and his body suddenly shot forward. What a pity! Today, this place is where you will be buried! Loud noises were heard one after another. Qin Tianke took the lead in fighting with the 2 tigers. The 2 tigers look exactly the same. The body size is relatively small compared to normal tigers. More like a leopard. Beast-controlled, twin black panthers and tigers. Grade ordinary. Strength, level 2. Abilities, telepathy /. Looking at the data panel that pops up on the system, Qin Tianke was as calm as before. Oh. They are just two ordinary beasts. Even if he could only accept a portion of the energy feedback from his beast. But dealing with these things in front of us is just easy. And furthermore, he felt that Lao He was about to break through. The warm feeling in the body continues to fill up as feedback comes. The power seems inexhaustible. The ability of the Hell Disaster Beastmaster was activated instantly. Just a meeting. The Luwa in Qin Tiang's hand burst out with a very bright light. It really was like a ray of bright moonlight flashing across the sky. When it is recycled, the two tigers were killed instantly, cut in half. Lying on the ground, deader than dead. The beast was robbed and killed. Beastmasters will suffer the same backlash effect. A mouthful of dirty blood burst out of the beast's mouth. There is no time to take action. The backlash from the beast being killed is coming. His body was instantly cut in half in midair. Even though the body is still walking. But his upper body slowly slid down and fell straight to the ground, blood gushing out. The lower body ran 2 steps unconsciously. It also collapsed to the ground. It all happened too fast. Even those melee job changers who were about to charge forward didn't react. Watching the incoming magic attack in the distance, Qin Tianke moved lightly with lotus steps. It felt like there was a gust of wind stirring under my feet. At this moment, the body had several shadows. He suddenly dodged to the side. While constantly dodging these magical attacks, he also approached those melee job changers. Between raising their hands, rays of light flashed across the sky one after another. This moment, it was as if they had encountered an extremely bright moonlight, which was shining in front of them. Qin Tiang's figure disappeared like a ghost. People can only see the moonlight like light, and a pair of eyeballs emitting black and white light. It all happened too suddenly. Qin Tiang's attack was simple and clear, hitting the vital points directly. Every move and every style comes directly from their lives. Under such a fierce attack, they simply couldn't resist. Many melee fighters were beheaded instantly after just one encounter. Blood splattered, staining Qin Tiang's strange robe and cloak red. Qin Tianke continued to play with the luwa in his hand and spoke calmly as he walked forward. 5. His voice was cold and heartless. In this state both strength and speed have reached a certain peak. Especially those eyes that were constantly surging with black and white flames. His voice sounded like a decree from hell. While strolling, his eyes fell on the last 3 people. When I saw these 3 trembling magicians, a hint of thought flashed across Qin Tiang's eyes. When I was fighting with that group of robbers before, 3 magicians among them also stood like this. Is there any saying about this position among magicians? Or can it enhance their magic power? The thought disappeared in an instant. Even if I have some guesses, we have to wait until we return to Lingyun City to practice again. But now it's his slaughter feast. The 3 magicians ran behind them in panic, wanting to seek refuge at the feet of their boss. Boss! The fastest runner, who was originally panic-stricken, suddenly froze. He stared at the huge sword stuck in his chest. He looked again at the boss who was so close. His eyes were filled with horror. He could never have imagined that the boss of his organization would plot against him at this time. Why is that? Unfortunately, this question can only be left with his death. The other 2 saw this scene. I was stunned for a moment. What is going on? There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. The guy behind is going to kill them. The boss wants to kill them. What is wrong with this world? Mu Yingxiong, rise! Frost shock! The 2 were about to rise up to resist. But they were approached by their boss. The giant sword created a gust of wind in the air. The 2 heads followed the giant sword and were swung to the side, floating and falling in the air. Qin Tianke was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he looked at the scene in front of him with great interest. As long as the evil ones are killed, can all be devoured by the old black man. These 3 people can be regarded as experience packages for the other boss. He is very curious. What next is this desperate man to do? Qin Tianke chuckled. So this is what a killer is, killing his companions when necessary? Chapter 18, Lao Hei's Advancement. Hearing this sarcasm, the giant sword guardian looked up at Qin Tianke. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked a little crazy. Roars and roars burst out of his mouth. It's all your fault. Today, I want you to die. A bloody smell began to erupt from the opponent's body. Circles of complex and obscure runes began to appear on the naked upper body. The momentum seemed to explode at this moment. But there was a pause. Qin Tianke just stood there and looked at the other person, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. Bite. The guardian of the great sword tainted by the curse. The great sword guardian has been cursed by the sacrificial mage, has gone insane, and has been tainted by the undead curse, and is gradually falling. According to the introduction of the system, this seems to be able to enhance the opponent's strength. How stupid. The other party is using a method similar to the blood sacrifice of the wizard just now. Force yourself to improve your strength. Although he is contaminated by the curse of the undead, he still has clear mind. It's just a pity. If he had used this attack in his heyday, the only option is to escape. But now? Isn't this a last-ditch struggle? Just now when they were fighting with the sacrificial mage who had entered the 4th level, almost 70% of his strength had been lost. Especially the final curse of full body strength planted by the sacrifice mage. This cursed power contains the power of the undead. As long as the will of the curse is not extinguished, it will never be destroyed. The reason why the opponent wanted to kill his 3 teammates. It is to use their flesh and blood as nutrients to supplement the body and speed up the recovery of one's own vitality. Let the power of the curse dissipate. But this just gives the curse an opportunity. Let the power of the curse spread faster and contaminate him. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Qin Tianke's eyes were full of regret. I originally wanted to ask who was the mastermind behind the scenes. After all, it didn't matter whether he was sent by the Shangguan family or the Qian family. These are all Qin Tianke's own guesses. But now it seems I can only use the ability to revive the undead. Looking at the giant sword guardian rushing towards him, Qin Tianke just stood there, motionless. But his eyes slowly closed. It seems like everything is so light and peaceful. Don't care about the opponent's attack. Die! Die! Just as the giant sword was about to be swung down, the giant sword guardian suddenly froze in place. Then, a scream was heard. The scream stopped abruptly. All that was left was a giant sword and a pile of remaining flesh and blood. And where he was standing just now, Lao Hei's 10 heads are constantly devouring the flesh and blood. Qin Tianke's eyes moved, and the information about beast taming popped up in front of him. Beast tamer, 10,000 mastiffs, incomplete. Attributes: fire attribute, dark attribute, wind attribute, ice attribute, undead attribute. Grade: quality perfect. Strength: level 3. Abilities: fire, dark shadow, storm, frost condensation. Drop: Host's beast, 10,000 mastiff, needs to devour 0/100 evil people for the next advancement. Qin Tianke's eyes keenly noticed the 3 newly added attributes and 2 abilities. A hint of thought flashed across his eyes. What is going on? Qin Tianke immediately retrieved Lao Hei's system detailed data. Start observing step by step. Soon I understood the location of some of the organs. After reading it, I was amazed. No wonder. According to the system's explanation, Lao Hei will experience some changes every time he advances. Among the wicked people he devoured during this period, he will randomly gain the opponent's abilities. Of course, it could be 1, or it could be 2. It is also possible that one will not have any abilities when advancing to the next stage. This time, after advancing to 10 mastiffs, Lao Hei will awaken another of its original attributes. This is the so-called undead attribute. This undead attribute is a quality that Lao He was born with. Lao He himself was summoned by the undead, and now he is just highlighting this power. The old black man didn't have this attribute before. I think it's simply because his strength hasn't reached the threshold to activate the undead attribute. Although Lao He does not have undead abilities now, it is enough to have such attributes. Qin Tianke stroked Lao He's heads and spoke slowly. Go eat them all. Lao He sets out to eat the bodies of these killers. Qin Tianke looked at this place. The surroundings are desolate. There seemed to be no unusual movement in the distance. It seems that this place cannot attract too many aliens. Even if there is, they would also be wary of the combat power that would erupt from this place. Don't dare to get close easily. From then on, his methods would not be noticed. Think of this. Qin Tianke didn't hesitate at all. The black and white flames in his eyes burned and boiled for a moment. It seems more intense. Then, the cloak began to flutter. The blood on the cloak also fluttered. At the same time, it gradually dissipates. It's like being washed by a stream of water. As he slowly raised his hand. In the palm of his hand, a special ball of light was condensed. Come! A word called out softly. It was as if something extremely huge had descended here in an instant. The wind is howling. Transparent beings kept walking out from all around. Among these beings, there are humans and beasts. This is the soul that has been buried here for a long time. There were too many of them, so densely packed that they blocked Qin Tianke's vision. Qin Tianke's eyes quickly locked onto one of the undead. Raise your hand. The man was already walking towards them slowly. This was the giant sword guardian who had just fought with him. Now he is in the state of undead consciousness. He has no thoughts, and only obeys the summoner who summoned him. Qin Tianke spoke in a cold voice. Who sent you? Qian family. It's them. It seems that the goodwill shown to me at the beginning was just a cover. Just to strangle myself here. What a good idea. Qin Tianke didn't have any good feelings towards them. He only hated that he was not strong enough. There is no way to eradicate them completely. The Qian family is one of the 4 major families that have dominated Lingyun City for a long time. It's definitely not just the strength that appears on the surface. There is a high possibility that there is a 4th-level expert secretly. Even the 5th level is hard to say. Those people. Qin Tianke is not qualified or capable of fighting them. Therefore, the idea of wiping out the Qian family could only be put behind his mind. Why did you send so many people here just to kill me? Not only the Qian family, but also the Shangguan family. The dead have no thoughts of their own. You can only follow the summoner's instructions step by step, and there is no proactive explanation. Tell me everything you know in detail. We encountered the assassins sent by the Shangguan family on our way. We both belong to the assassin organization and know each other, so we carried out this operation together. Chapter 19, Ascension. Qin Tianke didn't say anything, but the black and white fire in his eyes changed. The undead guardian of the giant sword in front of him disappeared instantly. Strange memories hit Qin Tianke's mind like a tidal wave. This is the other person's entire memory from birth to death. Obtaining the memories of the dead can be considered an instinctive method for him. The memory is too long, but judging from his feedback on Lao Hei's entry into the 3rd level, that's enough to digest. After a long time, Qin Tianke digested all these memories. Look around. There are many undead around here. Whether it was the members of the assassination team who had fought with him before, or the creatures who had died here before, they all appeared at this moment. Qin Tianke's gaze fell on a tall figure not far away. This person is just a skeleton, looking like a living dead. There was dullness and confusion in those shriveled eyeballs. Congeal! As he raised his hand, the body of this white skeleton gradually condensed, until a stream of air formed and fell into Qin Tianke's palm. The airflow gathers and condenses. Eventually a ball of light was formed. The ball of light is transparent throughout, but it also has a grayish-white tint. This is the skeleton of the living dead. Although the living dead has sacrificed himself, it is only the flesh and blood. His soul still exists. As the beast master of Hell's disaster, Qin Tianke has always been overbearing in his control over the undead. The spirit of this living dead still possesses some of the power it had in life even after death. As early as the first time they saw each other, he decided to kill this guy and then refine it. The ball of light in his hand was reflecting a grayish-white light. System identification is initiated immediately. Item: Undead Light Ball. Attributes: Undead Death. Introduction: He was created by sacrificing his life as a 4th-level sacrificial mage. His soul was affected by the sacrifice and is filled with the aura of death. Usage: It can be used to fuse undead and death-attributed creatures/professions/beasts, and can evolve quality or enhance strength. This was the first time that Qin Tianke saw the system provide a way to use the identified items. Qin Tianke's gaze fell on the undead around him. Apart from the so-called introduction, there was nothing else. This scene made Qin Tianke ponder secretly. It seems that this usage method has limited scope. As for what exactly can trigger the usage path, it remains to be verified. Rest in peace, undead! Qin Tianke withdrew his thoughts. He waved his hand at the many undead spirits in front of him and dispersed them. The black and white fire in his eyes had dissipated. The cloak has also returned to nothingness. The undead around them also dissipated. At his behest, Lao He rummaged through the sand. A moment later, finally found a ring. When the ring fell into my hand, I couldn't see anything special about the material. Light and fluffy. There are just some rare and complex runes above. Is this what is called a storage ring? After absorbing and digesting the memory of the giant sword guardian, Qin Tianke found out where his treasures were stored. It was the storage ring in his hand. System identification started. Item: Storage ring. A space created in the ring by a space magician. Limited to the storage of dead objects. Area size 5 by 5 by 5. Qin Tianke had known about this thing before. Made by a space magician, this ring is of the lowest standard but is still very valuable. It can be regarded as the second most precious item Qin Tianke has ever seen. The first thing, of course, is the scimitar Lue in his hand. Qin Tianke's mind moved, and an invisible force descended upon the ring. When this thought disappears, the ball of undead light in his hand has entered the storage ring. Okay. The biggest gain this time is the undead light ball and the storage ring. Qin Tianke's eyes gleamed with excitement. His eyes looked into the distance. Lao He, who was beside him, came over. Lao He's body's shape has undergone tremendous changes today. Its body has expanded several times compared to before. It is already as big as Chen Hu's black tiger. It seemed to have absolutely no desire to fight with mastiffs, and was a little too huge. But those 23 heads were just right in comparison. Because of the changes in attribute capabilities, there are intricate patterns of blue and green interwoven on Lao He's body. Under the burning of the inky black fire, his aura became even more powerful. Although I broke through to the 3rd level this time. But the next promotion to the 4th level will be much more difficult. From the 2nd level to the 3rd level, it is to devour 10 evil people. It actually takes 100 to go from level 3 to level 4. Wouldn't it be 1,000 next time? 10,000? This number is increasing like a snowball. The frustration in Qin Tianke's eyes disappeared. He showed an extremely excited expression. If it were inside the city, it would definitely be impossible. Because there are too many people like this, it will definitely attract the attention of the city. But this time is different. He is now in the ruins of the battle. This place is full of looters and robbers. These are all evil people without exception. Killing them myself can be considered as getting rid of harm to the people. It seems that this is really his ideal place. This is his paradise. Battle ruins? Let me see how far I can advance my 10,000 mastiffs. That night, there are few stars. The battle ruins under the night sky are not only desolate during the day, but also more terrifying and weird. In the shadows of the woods, a timid voice suddenly sounded. Dad, what do the aliens look like? There was a voice beside me. Hush, be quiet. Looking carefully from the shadows, there are still many people lurking here. The exchange between father and son was brief, and both were trying to suppress their voices. But even so, it still attracted some kind of existence. There were several sudden gusts of wind blowing through the woods. When the wind blows, there was also a tremor in the shadows. No one noticed. Behind this shadow, gradually, several thin alien creatures that looked like mantises appeared. There was a red light surging in the eyes of the alien. The sickle in his hand is raised high, ready to fall at any time. A sudden scream was heard. Almost instantly, everyone in the shadows looked towards the source of the sound. What came into view was a huge sickle that was about to fall towards them. It's the shadow alien! Run away! A shout was heard. Then everyone ran forward. There are as many as 10 people in this group. In the ruins of battle, it can be considered a relatively large number. Aliens continued to emerge in the night. Just a moment. The group of people stopped. They were surrounded by at least 13 aliens. The leading captain carefully sensed the cultivation capabilities of these 13 alien races. His face changed drastically. Each of these 13 alien species is a third-level being. He is still just a third-level swordsman now. There are only 2 people in the team with the same cultivation level as him. How could the 3 of them break through the encirclement of 13 third-order aliens? Chapter 20, Rescue. 13 praying mantis-like aliens. Walking slowly towards them. The third-level aura on his body was released without any concealment. On the edge of the battle ruins, the third level of cultivation can be said to be the pinnacle. The captain's face darkened. Damn it! The third level of cultivation, no matter if it is an alien or a job changer. It can be said that they dominate this marginal area. With the 3 of them in their team, it can be said that their combat power is quite good. But now that all 13 new aliens have appeared, what can he use to fight? Watching these aliens getting closer, the captain yelled. There were 2 more boxing gloves in his hands that were constantly spewing flames. Under the influence of this raging fire, his body seemed to have undergone some changes. Some unique patterns of burning flames gradually appeared on the body. Melee-type job changer, the fiery boxer. Brothers, no matter what, rush out! As soon as the words fell, the flame patterns around the captain's body began to burn and boil. His body was like a ball of flame, rushing forward. Hearing him say this, the other 2 third-level masters looked at each other. His face darkened. At the same time, he summoned his own power. Rush forward! In the ruins of this battle, they can only rely on themselves. After all, there were other people in the battle ruins besides their adventure team of retrained professionals. There are also many bandits who are also job changers but have become plunderers. The 13 aliens opened their mouths. It is called a mouthpart, but it looks more like a bunch of special sharp blades put together. A strange laugh began to emanate from it, like a mockery and disdain. This sound stimulated everyone present. The battle is about to begin. Those who are slightly weaker are already feeling scared. Be prepared to retreat and leave at any time. No way. How do they fight against these aliens in front of them? Each of these alien races is so terrifying, and the night is their home turf. If you want to survive, the only thing you can do is pray. In the team, the father was holding his son with a look of despair on his face. My father's cultivation level is only the first level, and he is a male therapist. And the little boy has not even stepped into the door of becoming a career changer. It can be said that the 2 of them had no fighting power at all and could not escape. The only thing they can do is wait for their lives to end in despair. Little boy held in his father's arms. Although he was young, he knew what he was about to face. There was fear and panic in his eyes. But he suddenly noticed something. In the shadows not far in front of him, something seemed to be moving slowly forward. Because children are small and have special vision, he could clearly see the figure walking out from the shadows behind him. It was a person, but he had eyes shining with black and white light. The sun was shocked by the scene before him, staring at the scene blankly, until the figure slowly raised his hand. With a slight move, in an instant, the original battlefield changed. The alien race looked at the special creatures that appeared around them in shock. Among these creatures are humans and animals. They are all a uniform white color and look illusory, like the legendary dead souls. The captain of the Fiery Fist Division stared blankly at the scene before him. The white ghosts that appeared out of nowhere began to rush towards the aliens frantically. It's undeniable. These white ghosts actually delayed these strange alien races. The mantis-shaped alien kept waving its sickle claws. The force of the sickle claws went straight through their bodies as if they didn't exist. But these existences can hinder their actions. What are these? As the captain of a battle-hardened adventure team, the Fire Fist Master had never seen such a strange scene. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. The little boy in his father's arms had his eyes flickering, and seemed to have a guess about the scene before him. Are you still not leaving? The sound came from all directions. The Fire Fist Master's body shook, and then he took everyone away. The whole process was extremely quiet, without any excessive movement. In his father's arms, the little boy looked behind him. In the sight, a figure seemed to appear in front of those aliens. Qin Tianke looked at the aliens in front of him. No joy or anger could be seen in the pupils burning with black and white fire. After making sure that the inner box team behind him had gone far away, Qin Tianke pondered for a moment. A black shadow gradually emerged from the shadows under his feet. The black shadow looked like a huge wolfhound. But there are 30 heads. The size is more than twice as big as usual. Even bigger than some tigers. In this posture, the 30 heads look particularly creepy. His whole body was releasing dark flames, as dark as ink and green. 30 pairs of emerald eyes scanned the aliens present. Those alien races had never seen such strange creatures. Everyone couldn't help but hesitate. The killing instinct towards humans in their hearts drives them forward. But the creature next to the other person was constantly emitting a dangerous aura. It seemed as if one would be killed instantly if one got close. Qin Tianke looked indifferent. 13 third-level aliens. If it were a few days ago, he might have chosen to escape, but not necessarily now. In just a few days, Lao He has received a lot of nourishment from the evil people. The number of heads reached 30. Although I didn't gain any extra abilities during this period. But he has become more proficient in his previous abilities. Kill him! Qin Tianke raised his hand and waved. The undead that he had just summoned instantly returned to the earth. The reason why he didn't let Lao He fight at the beginning was because Lao He was too conspicuous. Even if there are a lot more heads than 30, people will be able to see the clues. And it is also a conspicuous feature. It is inevitable that one's whereabouts will be exposed. That's why he chose to hide it. In fact, he had been slaughtering the looters these days, while rescuing compatriots who were surrounded and killed by foreign races in the ruins of battle. After all, they are also our compatriots. Although they do not know each other, they will become common comrades in the fight against alien races in the future. This battle ruins him. It can not only improve your strength, but also improve your cultivation, so naturally the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Saving compatriots is also a matter of convenience. 30 heads let out a deafening roar. Then he rushed forward. The power of ice, the power of fire, and storm tornado. It appeared wildly on Lao He. The 3 color patterns on his body began to shine continuously, with a faint light, and the dark flames on his body became stronger and stronger. A moment later, all that's left here are the corpses of these aliens. Qin Tianke raised his hand and summoned Lu Yu, cutting at the corpses of these alien races. Soon, pieces of transparent crystals were dug out. Chapter 21 Power. Qin Tianke played with the crystal in his hand. This thing is only the size of a finger. Each piece is of irregular shape. But it exudes a strange smell. There is a special power. Qin Tianke tried to let Lao He absorb this thing. But the effect is minimal. It's not even as much as what Lao He could get by practicing on his own. So he would erase the thought. And this is the core of the alien race. As long as the core is dug out, even if some alien races can restore it, it will be impossible. Although this thing is useless to Lao He, it is very valuable in the Job Transmigration Alliance. This thing can be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for many things. For example, weapons, magic weapons, and even some precious elixirs. It seems that there are 3 branches of the alien race. There are the shadowy hiding ones, the violent attack ones, and the speedy instant kill ones. With a flip of his wrist, a flash of light appeared on the storage ring. The 13 crystals in the palm have entered the storage space. In his storage ring, there are already hundreds of crystals of this alien race. After all, the largest group of people in this place are alien races. This is why he was able to summarize the branches of the alien races. Lao He skillfully used fire to burn the corpses of the aliens. Although the cores of these alien races have been taken out by myself. But they also have a lot of things on them that can be used as materials for refining weapons. Qin Tianke would not let others get away with it so easily. He would rather destroy it than let others take advantage of him. Lao He moves very quickly. Obviously, this is not the first time this has happened. It can be said that the proficiency is getting higher and higher. After a while, all that could be seen here was a pile of charred charcoal left by the flames. Qin Tianke turned over and sat on Lao He's back. The man and the beast galloped away into the distance. Qin Tianke was looking through the messages on his cell phone. Thinking secretly in my heart. He had lured the sacrificial wizard to use the huge creature he obtained in exchange for the blood sacrifice, and it was away from the Black Tiger team. I got separated from Qin Hu and the others. He didn't go out of his way to look for them these days. There is no need to worry about their safety. The team includes the healer, the armor master, and the swordsman. The 3 of them together. Even if you encounter a 3rd-level enemy, you can still resist and escape. No need to worry at all. Plus, the captain himself is at the 3rd level of cultivation. The outer areas of the battle ruins are also capable of self-protection. After all, that was the reason why he joined the Black Tiger squad. It's because I'm not strong enough. To survive in the periphery of the battle ruins, one must have at least the 3rd level of strength. Qin Tiang's behavior at that time was too weak. Can't survive in this. That's why I joined the Black Tiger squad. But now it is completely different. Now that he has the absolute ability to protect himself, he naturally does not need to join the adventure team. In the ruins of this battle, there are adventure teams that carry out missions together. There are also lone rangers who wander around and improve their strength on their own. Such people are also called ascetics or wanderers. Everyone who survived the ruins of this battle has great means. Among the villains Qin Tianke had met before, he had also met one who burst out with powerful strength when he was on the verge of death. But for Qin Tianke, it's not a big problem. It can continue for another 7 days. After returning from the military area, Uncle Qin told him. Half a month later, they will ask Ling Yinqing to meet with the other 4 people who will participate in the selection of job changers in the entire alliance. Qin Tianke also knew about the so-called meeting. In fact, each of them just chooses a captain from among the 5. Qin Tianke did not want to fight for such an opportunity. He just wants to improve his strength quietly. But I also want to make that damn general suffer. What he had done to his mother, he would definitely get back 1,000-fold one day. There was a hint of anger in Qin Tiang's eyes. As Lao Hei's speed increased, the man and the beast disappeared into the darkness. Time flies. The scorching sun is burning this land of yellow sand. Amidst the yellow sand, a small group of people were struggling to advance. This group of people is completely different from ordinary adventure teams. There are too many of them. There were almost 30 people among the adventure team in the battle ruins. This is extremely rare. Each of these 30-odd people wore different clothes. But it can be roughly divided into 3 different color decorations. This means they come from 3 adventuring teams. There is a peculiar box in the center of this team. Some of them are similar to the private rooms used by dignitaries in ancient times. But the appearance is silver-white with a more technological feel. The material also seems to be extremely special. It does not require human propulsion and can move on its own. There were only a few people in the team who were walking. The rest of the people either sat on their own beasts, or this is sitting on the lap of a war horse. As they crossed the sand dune, the team leader is a middle-aged man who exudes an air of integrity. He looked back at the dunes. There was a hint of thought in his eyes. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned around and continued to lead the team forward. Their mission this time was mainly to cross this place and go to another city to exchange information. When searching for rare treasures, there is no need to provoke some robbers in this matter. And after the team left, there was a sudden movement in the sand dunes. Several pairs of eyes opened mysteriously from the sand dunes. Then it slowly stood up until its body was revealed. Oh my god, it's actually the escort agency. I got rich! I've lived in the battle ruins for so long, but this is the first time I've seen an escort agency. What a lucrative job! 6 level 3s, this is a bit tricky. It doesn't matter, the boss is level 4, that's enough. After the 3 of them communicated with each other, then he disappeared into the sand dunes again. However, there was a strange surge that disappeared into the distance. Job changer, hider. Inside the special silver-white box, an old man and a young man sat opposite each other. The room is fully equipped with facilities. Everything you need for eating, drinking and having fun is available. It is not as small as it appears from the outside. The space was somewhat unexpected. Master, this time when we go to unite with the caravan from Tianshu City, we must be careful. The old man looked worried. When the boy heard this, he waved his hands impatiently. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong, my father has also reminded me of this matter. The boy looked out the window as he spoke. There is always yellow sand outside the window. It seemed as if there would be no stopping. Why? The old man sighed slowly. Then he seemed to have thought of something. I heard that a mysterious Lone Ranger recently appeared in the ruins of this battle. This sentence attracted the young man's attention. He looked at the old man with burning eyes, wanting to know what happened next. Chapter 22, Beast Taming. I heard that this man has only recently gained fame. He has saved many people in the ruins of this battle. They are all from nearby cities, and the whole process was witnessed by many people. Some people say he can summon the dead. He must be a necromancer. Some people also say that he has a beast. It is very special, it seems to have many heads, and there is a layer of strange flames on its body. There are many different opinions from the witnesses, but this man did have some means to save a lot of people. Some people even saw him kill all the robbers. He was decisive and ruthless, with diamond-like means. Hearing this, there was a look of longing in the boy's eyes. He was only 15 or 16 years old, and quite immature. Although he looks a bit mature. But the excitement between his brows was evident. His pretentious mature expression was instantly wiped out. This battle ruins is really amazing. There are so many Lone Rangers. This guy is quite a character. Hearing what the young master said, the old man smiled. After all, he is the child I watched grow up. How can you not understand the other person's emotions? The old man's voice was long and leisurely. Just when I was about to say something, suddenly, the box they were in shook. As the world turned, it was as if the box had been overturned. The old man's face changed. He immediately raised his hand and took out a special staff. Then he fell to the ground. There was a loud bang. The moment the staff touched the ground, circles of special magic circles rippled out. As the magic circle spreads, it also instantly stabilized everything in the box. Master, don't move! After saying this, the old man stepped out of the box. As soon as he came out, he saw that the place where the team stopped was surrounding them, and as far as he could see, there were circles of robbers and bandits. Carefully sensed the breath of these people. The old man's face changed. There are at least 10 third-level ones. Where do so many robbers and bandits come from? Could it be that someone from the Black Dragon Society was provoked? I am from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce of Moyun City. I am passing by your precious place. I hope you can show me mercy. The old man finished speaking. He stomped the staff in his hand on the ground again. Not far away, a wooden box suddenly appeared in the open space where the two sides were fighting. The wooden box is made of special material and is red all over. But it exudes strange patterns. There is a special power that turns into spots of light surrounding us. As soon as the wooden box appeared, surrounded by the crowd, then a person walked out. This man is tall and strong with strong muscles. He held a huge machete in his hand. The machete was pointed at the wooden box. The iron lock on the wooden box broke instantly. And the contents of the wooden box also came into view. The man couldn't help but blink twice, greed showing in his eyes. TSK, worthy of being the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, indeed arrogant. Hearing this, the old man just breathed a sigh of relief when he was instantly shocked. It's just a pity that our Black Dragon Gang can't just deal with such a small thing. Black Dragon Gang? Did I really provoke these crazy people? So you are the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. I have heard of you for a long time. The old man hadn't finished speaking yet. Then he heard a cold snort from the other party. With the naked eye, extremely violent auras were emanating from his body, visible to the naked eye. A special wind current stirred. And between his eyebrows, a special black dragon appeared. At the same time, a beast appeared beside him. Old man, stop talking to me about this useless stuff. Hurry up and hand over your valuables, or tell me where you are going. As the leader of the biggest bandit gang on the edge of the battle ruins, how could he not know the name of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce? I also know that this group of people has always been successful. Otherwise, how could it be possible to hire so many people to cross the battle ruins? Obviously, they definitely have some intelligence there. The old man suddenly looked embarrassed. If it is the Black Dragon Gang, then he really has no choice. After all, the boss of the Black Dragon Gang is the big man in front of him. His beast is a 4th level Black Dragon. The other party's face changed. Then, he swung the machete in his hand forward and roared angrily. Get started! The only robber who disturbed the people immediately rushed forward to kill. Superior! Among the 30 or so people, a lot of powerful auras suddenly burst out. Start fighting it. The old man looked at the president of the Black Dragon Society. One step ahead. Rush forward. Even though I am over 70 years old. But this old man's fighting ability should not be underestimated. Peak of level 3. It's only one step away from the 4th level. The battle began in this yellow sand desert. And before you know it, on a sand dune, suddenly a figure appeared. Looking at the battlefield below, a smile appeared on his face. Is this what Lao He reminded him of? It seems that it is not a small amount. There are actually 12 3rd-level ones and 1 4th-level one. There is no doubt that this person is Qin Tianke. Qin Tianke looked at the two groups fighting below. The eyes are deep. Although the 4th level is a bit tricky, it can still be dealt with. There were more than 30 gangsters. Adding them together, it should be enough to double the number of old blacks. I originally thought it would be very difficult to find these 100 people. But now it seems that this battle ruins is completely his paradise for spawning monsters. But it took a long time to slaughter these evil people here. Qin Tianke also knew what it meant to hide in an ambush. During this period of time, his combat experience has become more and more sufficient. This group of people are already trapped in their own jar. Don't worry. Let's wait for them to have a good fight first. Moreover, the team that was surrounded by them did not seem to suffer too many casualties. Qin Tianke would never help others without reason. Only when it comes to some weak people. To make such a choice. In terms of overall strength, this group of people is only inferior to the opponent in terms of high-level combat power. The rest are not too obvious differences. There is no need to take action now. It's a good opportunity to use up the power of the 4th level. But then again, that 4th level Beast Master is quite interesting. Beast-controlled Black Anaconda, Half-Step Dragon. Attribute Darkness. Strength, Level 4. Abilities: Dark Devouring, Dark Cutting, Rage. A big snake becomes a python, and a big python becomes an anaconda. If it goes higher, it will be a dragon. In battle, there was a constant flow of violent aura leaking out. An elemental explosion created by a collision of magic. There were shouts of fighting and killing as swords were chopped and knives were hacked. The roar of the beastman's roar. Various sounds rose and fell on the battlefield. The sturdy black anaconda crawled up from behind the big man. There was a violent aura emanating from his body. The body size expands several times in an instant. You can even see a small bulge on the forehead. A roar. The black anaconda rushed forward. Mighty and domineering, every move and every style is extremely violent. The beast tamer is the only fighting force, only the beast tamer. But the physical strength of the beast master can never be matched by an ordinary job changer. Chapter 23, Rescued. The black anaconda is huge. Following the old man, rushing around. Not only did he disrupt the crowd, but he also accidentally injured his own men. The old man kept dodging. Circles of green wind lingered around the body. Fenglu was light and agile, lifting the old man's body. Make it look like it is flying. The place where he was just now was hit by the black anaconda, leaving a big hole. The old man dodged backwards. After seeing this scene, his face changed. He could already sense that the beast in front of him was very powerful. There is absolutely no way he can escape from the 4th level. The old man kept dodging. There seemed to be something in his hand that kept floating and scattering around. The black anaconda just kept following behind the other party. I swear to swallow it again. The path the old man ran was almost always to lead the black anaconda to the open area nearby. The big man next to him just watched this scene. Don't care at all. The opponent is just a 3rd level magician and can't cause any big waves. Suddenly, the old man who was still running away suddenly stopped and turned to look at the beast that was rushing towards him. His eyes were filled with a strange blue light. He stomped the staff in his hand on the ground again. The crystal object he had just scattered now burst into brilliant light, and the light continued to rise and connect. It's as if a special brush is connecting them to form a special pattern. The pattern was a little weird. Similar to the shape of a 6-pointed star. But it is quite 3-dimensional. Like a star. That's not all. There is even this kind of indescribable special power hidden in it. As the old man yelled, a huge magic circle suddenly rose into the air. Beams of light suddenly came from all directions. Trapped in it. At the same time, thunderbolts as thick as bowls continued to wreak havoc in the magic circle. This magic circle opens very quickly. Thunder and lightning are raging. In addition to thunder and lightning, there was also some ice, snow, wind and frost blowing in the air. The two forces intertwined, trapping and killing the black anaconda. Qin Tianke was watching this scene from a distant hilltop. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. This old man's profession is very ordinary, he is just a magician. But he seemed to have some powers different from those of ordinary magicians. This is indeed interesting. But what a pity! Although this old man's magic is somewhat special, he is too old after all. And he is not very proficient in this magic. Otherwise, it would be impossible to suppress the black anaconda with this attack. The facts were just as Qin Tianke expected. The black python roared. Then changes began to occur on his body. Circles of scales gradually opened up. The scales are all spread out, roaring angrily. The sonic attack spreads through ripples in the air. The approaching frost and thunder destroyed it instantly. The power spread and surged past. The powerful tail whip swung and shattered this special barrier in an instant. Like a mirror, it shattered on the spot. When seeing this scene, the old man was surprised. But there was no time to take action. He was attacked by this force and vomited blood. Stumble and fall. He could no longer maintain the support provided by wind magic. Fall to the ground. It was at this time. A figure appeared quietly. He took the old man into his arms. This person was none other than the young man who had just been sitting in the box with the old man. The boy glared at the huge monster in front of him. There was anger burning in his eyes. He hates. But there is nothing I can do. He is only 16 years old. Failed to meet the job transfer requirements. Why couldn't he change his job earlier so that he could be able to fight? But now he can only watch as Uncle Jong, who grew up with him, suffers the backlash of power. His life is hanging by a thread, and even he himself is in danger of death. The black anaconda roared and rushed towards the two of them. Now, the old man is suffering from pain all over his limbs because his backlash power is limited. The boy did not change his job and was unable to fight. On the other side, the people trapped by other bandits could not be rescued in time. This is still an unsolvable situation. However, it was the critical moment. A sound came suddenly. That was a buzz. It's like a whip is waving in the air. The black anaconda just froze in place with its bloody mouth open. Not only is there fishy saliva flowing out of the mouth, falling around the two of them. He just opened his mouth like that. Stop 1 meter above them. The boy could even smell the stench coming from the black anaconda's mouth. He saw the originally domineering look in the black anaconda's eyes gradually change into fear and despair, until a wave of sadness surged up. As his eyes changed, the black anaconda collapsed to the side. A barely detectable bloodstain appeared on the head at some point. The bloodstain gradually spread like a thin line. Cut the black anaconda's head completely. Dead? The boy's eyes were filled with shock. The black anaconda then passed by and looked towards the big man in the distance. Where is the boss of the Black Dragon gang? There was only a headless corpse slowly lying behind him. Dead? The leader of the Black Dragon gang that dominated the periphery of the battle ruins just died like that. His beast was also attacked and perished? What on earth happened? The boy suspected that he was still living in a dream. A strong sense of falsehood and unreality constantly drives me. Before the boy could react. Then I saw groups of floating white humans appearing around me at some point. Their bodies were ethereal and vague, and they moved forward like souls. Not only humans but also animals. These things are getting closer. They rushed towards the bandits who had originally attacked them and instantly enveloped them. Then screams were heard. These undead did not attack their people, but instead just killed some bandits. When the young man saw this scene, he recalled the rumors he had just heard in the box, and his eyes lit up. Great! It's that mysterious strong man! We are saved! We are saved! The people who were rescued on the other side looked at this absurd scene with nothing but horror in their eyes. The old man lay in the arms of the young man. He was seriously injured by the previous blow. But it's not like he's going to die like this. As a magician, especially an old magician like him, he naturally has many life-saving methods. The attack just now did not hurt the root. It just prevented him from being able to stand up for the time being. His mind was still clear and active, and there was a hint of agility in his cloudy eyes. And at this moment, a figure slowly walked towards them from a distance. The boy looked up. The person's body was hidden under a cloak and he wore a special mask on his face, so his true appearance could not be seen. But the aura on his body is very special. He even felt more powerful than his father in the Chamber of Commerce. It's Senior Undead! I don't know who shouted. Everyone then looked at Qin Tianke. His eyes were full of admiration. At this moment, Qin Tianke attracted everyone's attention. The face beneath the mask twitched at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 24, Winning Over. Undead Senior? What the hell is this? Qin Tianke naturally knew the nicknames given to him by the people he saved during this period. I just didn't expect it to be so outrageous. I thought it was a mysterious person or something, but who knew it turned out to be an undead senior? Qin Tianke just felt embarrassed. What should I do? I can dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. These words I am different from Qin Tiang's embarrassment at the moment. The people on the other side showed suspicious expressions. Although I have heard that there is a mysterious strong man here who helps his compatriots without asking for anything in return. But they are not ordinary people. Everything in the world has its give, and its demand. The reason behind this person helping them might not be that simple. The team leader looked at Qin Tianke in front of him, and his eyes shook. This person's methods are not simple. Being able to behead the leader of the Black Dragon Gang in an instant, once a Beast Master is separated from his Beast Master, it means that he has almost no combat power. The leader of the Black Dragon Gang has been hanging around in this marginal area for a long time, so how could his awareness of vigilance be low? However, he was beheaded so easily by the other party. This person's skills are between the 3rd and 4th levels. Moreover, the group of special undead summoned by this person are also not simple. A special job transferee who is suspected to be at the 4th level. Enough to kill everyone present instantly. In this case, the other party may be helping out of kindness or just trying to use this to pressure you. None of them had any good solutions. Senior Undead, I have long admired you, long admired you. I am the steward of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Qinzhong. The old man stood up and walked over, his body hunched, as if because of the blow just now. He suffered a slight backlash, and even his own momentum became a little weaker. Qin Tianke looked at the other person, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ha, that's funny. At such a young age, yet you have the chance to inherit part of the space magic. TSK, no wonder your team doesn't have a 4th level person, yet you dare to walk here. After saying this, the old man, whose face had originally turned a little rosy, suddenly stiffened. His face turned pale instantly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Qin Tianke. The boy's face changed and he was also shocked. Only he and his father knew that Uncle Zhong practiced space magic. Even an ordinary 4th level cultivator would not be able to discover the space magic practiced by Uncle Zhong. This person is extraordinary. It's a pity that this opportunity is still a burden to you. Unlike the boy's nervous face, Uncle Zhong looked calm, with a wry smile on his face. I know I am not worthy of such an opportunity, but this space magic can prolong my life. I have no choice but to use this method as the best solution for me. The old man is over 70 years old. It can be considered as living a transparent life. He knew very well that all his cards were now known to the other party. No matter how much he defends himself, it will be of no avail. The other party is definitely stronger than him. We can't let the other party feel disgusted now. After all, Qinzhong couldn't figure out this man's temper. So I just admitted it openly. He practices space magic. Only 2 people in the Chamber of Commerce knew about it. Even the team leaders and members who were working with them this time were completely unaware of it. Because of where they are now. Some distance away from the team members. The group didn't hear any information, and they couldn't deliberately listen. After all, Qin Tianke's deterrence is still there. Qin Tianke is there. They dare not act rashly. And the other party is their employer, and only after the employer talks with the other party can everything be decided. The captain looked at the scene in front of him, and he hoped from the bottom of his heart that there would be no fighting between the 2 sides. The so-called goodwill rescue is not very credible. There is no guarantee that the other party will not take the opportunity to blackmail you. So, he didn't want to fight with such a person. Just a battle. The most seriously injured among them only had minor scars. Under the therapeutic effect of the therapist. Recovered quickly. It didn't have much impact. Qin Tianke stared at the other person deeply. Then he glanced at a group of people not far away. The sound echoed in everyone's ears. I want all these looters' treasures, get out of here now! After hearing this, the captain was relieved. Fine. The other party just wants the treasure of these plunderers. There was no blackmail against them. Then he took everyone away. The old man and the young man also followed in the team. The young man who was about to go to the box suddenly stopped. Then, he ran towards Qin Tianke. Watched the other person go and come back. There was a hint of strangeness in Qin Tianke's eyes. However, because he was wearing a mask, we couldn't see the changes in his eyes. To be honest, Senior Undead, we are looking for a treasure this time. It is in the middle area of the battle ruins. I would like to invite you. Hearing this, Qin Tianke looked at the other party. Although there was no change in his facial expression under the mask, the temperature of the air around him dropped slightly. Waves of inexplicable cold began to spread and raged. Qin Tianke didn't know whether to call the other party naive or call him stupid. How could this kid say such a thing? The old man watched this scene from the side, his eyes full of horror. Young master, why are you going back to provoke this mysterious strong man? Although they do need some top-notch combat power on this trip, there is no guarantee that the other party will not ask for too much. And this person's origin is unknown. I'm afraid there are other hidden crises. Qin Tianke looked at the other party. He showed a slightly strange expression. Aren't you afraid that I will rob you? The boy's eyes were burning. Looking at Qin Tianke, he spoke solemnly word by word. I believe that senior is not such a person. Although the sentence is simple, it is enough to express the boy's enthusiasm. Qin Tianke heard this and asked, What do you want to do? The remains of an unknown strong man, who could be a human or an alien, but there is a high possibility that there are rare treasures in the remains. Exotic treasure? Even Qin Tianke couldn't help but be surprised. Exotic treasures are things related to alien races. It is a treasure that only some extremely powerful beings among alien races can possess and control. Similar to the magical weapons possessed by some powerful job changers. Each of these things is extremely special. In terms of value, it is comparable to the perfect grade scimitar Lua that Qin Tianke currently owns. It is even possible to reach the legendary level. After all, the quality of each rare treasure is extremely high and has remarkable effects. If you are willing to help me, I will treat you as a guest of honor of our Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I can also promise that if you have any rare treasures, I will give you one. As the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, the boy understood. This is the time my father always talked about to me. Chapter 25, Homecoming. This is the time to make the best offer. As the only son of the Chamber of Commerce, my father taught me since childhood that I must have an absolute business sense. This time he would be out delivering the message. This was also at the behest of my father. It's also a good opportunity to see if he can recruit talents. Now, in the eyes of the teenager, the person in front of you is the perfect opportunity. The aura he exuded made the boy feel excited. If your conditions are right, it is very likely that winning over this mysterious strong man will bring great help to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce in the future. This condition is too tempting, Qin Tianke will not refuse it. Okay, this is my communication method. Qin Tianke turned his palm and found a communication device in his hand. The two communication devices collided. That's how we get in touch. The boy's face showed surprise and he spoke repeatedly. In that case, I will bother you very much. I will give you a reply within 10 days. Qin Tianke did not say anything, but spoke slowly. Leave. Although the voice was cold, the boy did not hear the malice released by the other party. Watching this group of people leave this place, Qin Tianke called out softly, Old Black. In his shadow, a huge figure gradually emerged. Just smelling the strong scent of evil here made Lao Hei's eyes light up with excitement. A pair of inky blue pupils stared at the evil people not far away. The Beastmaster of Hell has the power to summon the undead. The undead summoned by itself can cause harm to humans. But for some special professions, you will be suppressed to death. However, no one among this group of people has any so-called special professions. It's easy to deal with. Lao Hei rushed forward without hesitation and ate all these people. The undead spirits just summoned have not killed these people yet. The most serious ones just fainted. Seeing a monster with such a strange head walking towards them. At this time, there was only fear and terror in his eyes. They never thought about it. You will face such a situation yourself. Everyone's face was filled with fear. Run! Run! A series of shrill roars. What's funny is that this group of lunatics have always been lawless. Upon seeing a strange monster walking towards them, their faces were filled with panic, and they had already done their best just to stand up and run away. What's worse, some people couldn't even stand up and just collapsed to the ground. They could only watch helplessly as their companions' bodies were eaten. Then feel the end of your life. Qin Tianke watched the whole scene coldly, without any other emotion in his eyes. These more than 30 plunderers all deserve to die. The Black Dragon Gang has dominated the edge of the battle ruins for a long time. How many of them have good intentions? And even if there are so-called good people among them, Lao He will also remove it and exclude it from his food list. A moment later, the dark flames burned again, leaving a trace of smoke on the sand. The burning flames soon turned the place into nothingness, except for a few drops of scattered blood. It seemed as if this place was no different from usual time. Everything that just happened. However, Lao He beside Qin Tianke had a completely different change at this moment. The number of its heads has doubled. This was his biggest gain from coming to the battle ruins this time. This means that Lao He is only 30 more villains away from his next advancement. Although there is still a big gap in the number of people, there is finally some hope. After the next promotion to level 4, Lao He will usher in earth-shaking changes. In the current era of job changers, the overall cultivation level of any job changer can be divided into 3 watersheds. Level 1 to level 3. Level 4 to level 6. Level 7 to level 9. From the first stage to the third stage, all you need is hard work or a little bit of luck to break through. But in order to enter the 4th level, it requires a great opportunity or great efforts on one's own. Like that old man, he has been stuck at the half-step 4th stage for who knows how many years. Now I am lucky enough to obtain space magic to increase my lifespan. This is when there are some signs of a breakthrough. But even so, the gap between him and breaking through from the 3rd level to the 4th level is still huge. The gap of this step is always the difference of heavenly punishment. Once you cross it, you will reach the 4th level. From now on, we enter the next watershed. Compared with the breakthrough conditions of other job changers, he has a system accompanying him. The conditions and situations required for a breakthrough can be clearly seen. But others are different. Most people who change jobs need to explore on their own and allow their bodies to adapt. Only then can we find a way to break through. Lao He now has 64 heads. With so many heads, its body also appears huge, and it does not appear to have an unbalanced appearance with a head that is too big and a body that is too small. Now the proportions of his head and body are extremely harmonious. Its height has reached more than 5 meters and almost 7 meters long. The 64 heads were huge, carrying a strange sense of intimidation. Looking at Lao He's head, Qin Tianke couldn't help but mutter to himself. In the future, when Lao He has tens of thousands of mastiffs, just by releasing it, you can kill the enemy alone. After all, 10,000 heads bring a visual impact. All I can say is that those who are afraid of secrets should read this with caution. At that time, you can kill your opponent without any effort. Hey, don't say that. Don't say it, don't say it. That's a pretty good idea. Qin Tianke gave great affirmation to this idea in his heart. Bite. Hear this sound. Qin Tianke looked at the time indication on his mobile phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Time is up. Before I knew it, I had been here for half a month. It's time to go back. A glimmer of excitement flashed across Qin Tianke's eyes. When I left Lingyun City a month ago, he is only at the 2nd level. His understanding of his own abilities and ability to control beasts is too superficial. But now, half a month has passed. His beast has not only reached the 3rd level, and Lao He has become more proficient in using his abilities. The abilities and standards of the disaster beast masters in this area have been greatly understood and improved. That's enough. At this moment, Qin Tianke felt like he had read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles. There is a more affirmative answer in my heart. It seems so. My original choice was not wrong. This place can indeed help him improve his strength. Now it's time to go back and report to Uncle Chen and the others. Just right. He also wanted to see the young geniuses of the same generation in Lingyun City. Young people under the age of 25 can participate in this league-wide job transfer selection. Lingyun City only has 5 places for the competition. He recommended a place on behalf of the military. Another 4. According to Uncle Chin. 2 of them are from the Career Change Alliance. The other 2 are from Lingyun City. He is a local genius who was born and raised in Lingyun City. Chapter 26, Contribution Points. Qin Tiang's eyes were full of anticipation. While looking forward to it, I am also filled with longing. He wants to go home. I miss my mother even more after not seeing her for half a month. In the ruins of battle. The function of a communication watch is simply to communicate messages and tell time. It has no other function besides this. After all, there are quite a few alien races in the ruins of this battle. Many alien races have the ability to detect data and sense radio waves. And the sensitivity to these data waves is particularly clear. Using other functions of the communication watch in front of these aliens may very likely expose your whereabouts. They will even be besieged. Because of this, he has not communicated with his mother for half a month. No matter how far away a traveler is, there is always an anchor in my heart, my hometown. Old Black, let's go home! Career Change Alliance. After many days, I came to the Job Changer Alliance again. Qin Tianke already has a different mindset. Calm and ordinary. Of course, behind this feeling, he felt even more excited. Just arrived. He then came to the place where contribution points could be exchanged. This is a lobby. There are many specimens made from the corpses of alien races displayed around. The crowd surged and came to a place similar to a gate. At these passage gates, there are many tables and chairs for interrace transactions and exchange of contribution points. This is the body of a flying alien. How can it be worth only a few contribution points? Flying aliens? Brother, Lingyun, Moyun, Tianshu, Daoyun, the battle ruins outside the 4 cities are just filled with yellow sand. How could there be flying aliens? Besides, even your wings are pieced together. Brother, you'd better stop framing me. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Qin Tianke looked at the person queuing in front of him who was arguing with the person in charge, and couldn't help but think for a while. It seems that these responsible persons have very profound professional knowledge. I think they are afraid that someone might have bad intentions and try to steal your contribution points. Next one. Why hasn't it been so long? The person in charge hasn't finished speaking yet. He was so shocked by the pile of colorful alien cores that appeared before him that he was speechless. What? Is this the alien core? Alien cores, where do so many of them come from? He is an alien executioner, right? The responsible personnel looked at these alien cores with a lot of questions in their heads. For a moment, I couldn't help but stare in amazement. Not just him. The others who came to redeem contribution points were shocked by the scene before them. Fuck, is this really a human? Poets I eat. Wow, 1 core for each alien race, there must be at least several hundred of them, right? The staff member paused for a moment and asked with some fear. You are? How much can I get in exchange? Qin Tianke was too lazy to argue with the other party. He was still waiting to exchange it. You have to wait for us to order. A total of 2,382 alien core crystals. 300 for a first-level alien core. 2,082 second to third-level alien cores. Want some more? Qin Tiang's words, which sounded like a treasure trove, made the other party stunned. Is this so outrageous? The people around were also surprised. More than 2,000 aliens. Did this kid kill all of them? There are so many alien species. Many of these adventure teams haven't seen so many in all these years, right? The staff was ready to say something. Then I heard someone talking behind me. No thanks. We trust this gentleman's reputation. The man was wearing an exquisite black tuxedo. The fat belly made the tuxedo a little bigger. There was a look of scrutiny and a hint of flattery in a pair of squinting eyes. See this person. The staff member shuddered. He quickly sat up straight. As soon as this figure appeared, everyone immediately became agitated. Words like Lou the Butcher and Lou the Old Devil kept coming out of their mouths. Qin Tianke looked at the person in front of him. The other party's voice was leisurely. I am the manager of the Contribution Points Exchange Management Department of Lingyun City, the Job Changer Alliance. My last name is Liu. What is your last name, sir? Chin, forget the polite words. How many contribution points can I get for these? There was a hint of depth in Manager Liu's narrow eyes. A first-level alien core is equivalent to 1 contribution point. Second order is relative to 2 points, and so on. As the person in charge of the Lingyun City branch, I will act as the master privately. The price of the first-tier alien core remains unchanged. The rest will be priced the same as the third-tier alien core. A total of 6,546 contribution points. Brother Chin, this way please. Seeing that Manager Liu was there in person, many staff members and even people who often come to redeem contribution points were stunned. I was also surprised at the contribution points that the other party had. I was also shocked at the identity of the person accompanying me. This is Manager Liu. In the eyes of outsiders, Manager Liu is no ordinary person. Being able to become the person in charge of a city is enough to show that one's strength and background are extraordinary. From the outside world's perspective, this person is decisive in killing, has diamond-like methods, and uses thunderous attacks. It's a far cry from the amiable fat-headed image. TSK, this guy should be carrying out a mission for the first time. Oh my god, to get the attention of Manager Liu, this guy is going to be very successful. I have the ability and qualifications. More than 3,000 aliens, how long will it take to kill them without sleep? This person is probably extremely dangerous. Among the people communicating in this lobby, a man carrying a silver sword narrowed his eyes and asked the tall bald man next to him. Old Young, why does that person look so much like Qin Feng? Don't tell me, I think they are a bit similar. Qin Jing looked at Chen Hu beside her with a look of confirmation. Boss, is that person really Qin Feng? Chen Jing was deeply impressed by her savior. Now I just want to get confirmation. The aura of that person is very similar to that of Brother Qin, but this person is at the 3rd level of cultivation. It seems that he has already made a breakthrough. Several people looked at each other. They all saw the shock in each other's eyes. I originally thought that it was after I parted with Qin Tianke. Maybe we will never see each other again. After all, he was being hunted by a 4th-level sacrificial mage. We should be thankful to God for being able to survive. But I didn't expect to see you now. The opponent not only escaped the pursuit of the sacrificial wizard, standing there intact, even reached the 3rd level. Looking at the person who is gradually going away, Chen Hu began to think deeply. Able to enter the 3rd level, and massacred so many aliens. He even gained the appreciation of Manager Liu, who is well known in the outside world. This Brother Qin has really soared to the sky. It's only his first time to carry out a mission, but he has so many abilities. Look at yourself again. If it was 10 years younger, he would also say things like, comparing yourself with others will make you feel pissed off. But now, all we can say is that everyone has their own destiny. Chen Hu murmured. A golden fish cannot stay in a pond. Once it encounters wind and rain, it will turn into a dragon. Chapter 27, 9,000 years old. In the office, Qin Tianke leisurely flipped through a menu-like exchange list handed to him by the other party. Manager Liu, there are no outsiders now. What do you want to say? It's better to do it as soon as possible. As soon as the tea was handed over to Manager Liu, his body stiffened for a moment. Then things returned to normal. He drank a sip of tea by himself. I am a few years older than you, so I call myself brother. Brother Qin, I actually knew your name half a month ago. The military recommendation quota for Lingyun City among the 5 places for the All-Alliance Job Changer selection. Your name is known to many people in the 4 major families and our Job Changer Alliance. Qin Tianke was not surprised at the other party's words. He just flipped through the pages quietly without saying anything. Haha, since Brother Qin doesn't like such polite words, I'll just say it straight. Brother called you here this time mainly to make a deal with you. With your progress and growth, your future achievements will definitely not be limited to this small Lingyun City. I made a mistake when I was young, which is why I came to Lingyun City. I hope that if you become successful in the future, you will not forget to promote me. We heard that your mother was unwell, so we from the Job Changers Alliance have already expressed our sincerity. This is my sincerity, and it only represents me." As he spoke, the other party had already opened the red box placed in front of him. A ginseng is lying quietly in the red box. It is said to be ginseng, but the shape above is extremely special and strange. Like a piece of seaweed, it lies there quietly, emitting a different kind of light. It is undeniable. When Qin Tianke just saw this thing, you can already feel the extremely rich vitality hidden in it. System identification starts instantly. Item: 90,000 years old. Introduction: a natural, nourishing spiritual creature, born in the great desolate grassland, rare in number. It has extraordinary effects on those whose meridians are damaged or whose lifespan is approaching. It can nourish the body and extend the lifespan by more than 10 years. It turned out to be a natural spiritual object that could directly increase one's lifespan. Qin Tianke had seen and heard of this kind of so-called spiritual creatures before. Now, under the system's explanation, he also understood better the value of this thing. What's the difference between this and simply giving someone their life for free? It can increase your lifespan by more than 10 years. To be honest, this is a little too tempting. It can be taken by people whose meridians are damaged, or even those whose lifespan has come to an end. This thing fits Qin Tianke's purpose of exchanging these alien corpses. He just wanted to exchange it for some extremely precious natural nourishing spiritual objects. These things may not be of much use to him. After all, he is still young and has the system to rely on. There is no need to worry about improving your strength, or your own lifespan. This is for my mother. These are all for Mom. His mother had been working hard and running around for him for the past 3 months, and her health had been damaged. As a son, how could he see his mother being treated like this? There is only guilt in my heart. That's why he came here. While improving your strength, you can also exchange it for some nourishing spiritual objects. This is indeed very attractive to Qin Tianke. But think of what this person said. After weighing the pros and cons in my mind, Qin Tianke put this thing into his storage ring. To be honest, brother, I really need this thing. I don't know what you've done wrong, but if you need anything in the future, you can tell me directly as long as it's within reason. The other party is doing you a favor. Since he needs it now, he will naturally continue talking. The voice is neither humble nor arrogant. He also knew that the other party had indeed taken advantage of him. But he really needs these 9,000 years. In this situation, what's wrong with doing this favor? However, Qin Tianke also has his own conditions for these things, and he would like to see the other party accept them. There was a hint of smile in Manager Lu's narrowed eyes. It doesn't matter. My brother still knows these things. In that case, let's send a car to take Brother Qin back. Thank you very much. After many days, Qin Tianke finally returned home. As soon as I entered the door, he saw his mother sitting at the table waiting. There was steaming food on the table. Sweet and sour spare ribs, kung pao pork, and braised pork. All of them are Qin Tianke's favorite dishes. And when Lu Hui saw her son come forward immediately, a pair of hands gently touched his son's cheek from head to toe. After touching Qin Tianke's whole body, only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. There was a hint of kindness in the look he gave Qin Tianke. There were also some tears welling up. During this period, Lu Hui also knew about her son's achievements. For many days, many people came to give gifts one after another. For these gifts, Lu Hui's approach was to not keep anything and return everything. And within these days, she also saw the best friend who had always been with her husband. He is also my husband's only brother. Now, time has passed, and when we meet again, the young man who was full of vigor and vitality in the past has now gray hair. And she has also experienced the vicissitudes of life. She understands too. His son's future achievements will no longer be limited to this small Lingyun city. He will only be like his father, going further and seeing a wider world. When the young eagle flaps its wings and flies, the one who is most concerned is always the indifferent eagle. Her husband passed away. Lu Hui didn't want to see her son get into an accident. But he couldn't bear to bury his son's achievements. It is the long-cherished wish of parents to see their children become successful. But parents are also concerned about their children's safety. Mom! A long-awaited cry came unconsciously. Qin Tiang's eyes were moist. What? The third young master of the Sun family smashed things in the house angrily. The house was in a mess. His eyes were full of anger. Damn it! Didn't you say it was foolproof? Didn't you say that he wouldn't come back alive? Tell me, who is standing there now? Tell me, is that a ghost? The roar of the third young master of the Sun family echoed. The moment Qin Tianke appeared in Lingyun City, he had already heard the news. How can I not be angry now? The servants below were trembling all over and full of fear. Shangguan family? There was a hint of anger in the eyes of the Shangguan family's patriarch. Damn it! The opportunity to eliminate future risks has been missed. What to do next requires careful consideration. Military region. Qin Qingfeng's loud laughter echoed in the office. Ha ha, I'm back. Good, good, good. Tomorrow, arrange for them to meet. Chapter 28, 9,000 Years of Smelting. In the early morning, the morning light is bright and beautiful. The sun shines through the window. Qin Tianke sat cross-legged. In front of him, the 9,000-year-old man was being burned by dark green flames. The surface was burning and some dust was floating around. Qin Tianke secretly estimated in his heart. The medicinal properties of the 9,000-year-old medicine are special. Ordinary medicinal materials can be stimulated in just a moment after being burned by the hellfire around Lao He. But this thing is very special. Burned in hellfire all night. Now, he is almost able to completely refine and melt this 9,000 years of energy. Qin Tiang's eyes lit up. The power surged out. The frequency of the burning of the black hellfire suddenly increased. The 9,000-year-old being, which had been refined into charcoal, seemed to have undergone a change. There was a slight shattering sound coming from it, with wisps of air lingering around. The 9,000-year-old plant was gradually burned by the flames into a pool of clear water. This mass of water is extremely amazing. Just floating quietly in the fire of hell. Don't be melted by the flames, and don't extinguish the flames. It's as if the two things are not on the same level, completely independent. But they have different powers and effects. Qin Tiang's eyes showed excitement. Done! This 9,000 years is extremely rare, and it is a natural spiritual creature that can increase one's lifespan for free. The smelting method is also extremely simple. You just need to boil the medicinal material into water, and then it can be taken by people. Qin Tianke carefully placed the water ball in his hand. He looked at it carefully, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Came to mother's room. Lu Hui was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. It seems like I haven't slept so peacefully for a long time. The snoring was loud. Even though Uncle Lu has been taking care of me these days. But my mother had already suffered some hidden injuries from the previous 3 months of running around. Plus some damage to one's own body. Still not repaired. Now I am just happy and optimistic mentally. Although mental health often leads to physical health, there is still some strain on the body. This cannot be compensated psychologically and can only be compensated through recuperation. At this time, the effect of the 9,000-year-old medicine is needed. Came to heal my mother. Qin Tianke would naturally not tell his mother about this 9,000-year-old tree. After all, if the origin and effect were known by my mother, given my mother's personality, she would never take such a natural spiritual thing. Therefore, he could only use this method to deliver the medicinal effects of this natural magical creature to his mother. The hellfire in Qin Tiang's hands had long since dissipated. Instead, above the palm, there was a ball of transparent water floating, rising and falling like a strange creature. Qin Tianke continued to condense the water ball. Let its size shrink for a moment. In the end, the water ball was only the size of a fingernail. But it exudes an extremely rich vitality. Qin Tianke carefully placed the water ball between his mother's eyebrows. The best way to absorb this 9,000-year-old essence is to refine it into pills and take it. Not only can it enhance the efficacy of the medicine, but it can also add something to prolong the effect. But Qin Tianke doesn't know the so-called alchemist now. I don't want to cause that much trouble. It is extremely simple to refine it into this state after 9,000 years. As long as it touches the human body, it will be actively absorbed. The power can be drained away instantly. And at the center of Lu Hui's eyebrows. As soon as the water ball touched it, it instantly merged into it. A special halo ripples around the body. The halo was orange-yellow in color, but it looked a little strange. After a flash of light, Qin Tianke could see it clearly. The gray hair on my mother's temples was actually beginning to spread from the roots to dark black at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wrinkles on the cheeks also began to gradually return to their original appearance. It was as if all traces of time were instantly wiped out at this moment. It only takes a blink of an eye. The person lying on the bed was surprisingly 20 years younger. Looking at his sleeping mother, Qin Tianke felt a pang of beating in his heart. Mother is getting better. Of course he is happy. In fact, he knew deep down that his mother was a very fragile person. I don't know how much I suffered in order to save him. All I can do is to show my filial piety as a child. Qin Tianke thought of his father who was currently living in hell, and a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. His father is in dire straits right now, and his current strength is still too weak. He had not even fulfilled the most basic of his original vows, and the gap was far from enough. But he is not the kind of person who would give in. One day, he will bring his father back from hell and reunite their family. The biggest opportunity for him to improve his strength now is the upcoming selection of job changers from across the league. Military region. Martial arts arena. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you for half a month. Your strength has improved and you have even entered the 3rd level. That's great. Qin Shifeng patted Qin Tiang's shoulder while smiling. He occasionally let out bursts of emotion. The disciple is better than the master. You are only 18 years old now. When your father was your age, he was still at the 2nd level like us. But even so, he is still able to sweep away his peers at the same level. Chen Shifeng spoke with relish. He didn't seem to care that he was conquered by the intimidation brought by Qin Tiang's father. Qin Tianke nodded, not surprised. Most of what he knew about his father came from other people. What the first of the younger generation? Suppress all contemporary geniuses. These words are too overbearing. Qin Tianke always thought that others were exaggerating. But recently he has had a new understanding of this. Perhaps his father really was the one who suppressed everything in Uncle Chen's generation. If the father is a hero, the son will be a hero too. Qin Tianke just didn't believe it. What can his father do that he can't do? He also wants to learn from his father, and even surpass him. It's not just about suppressing your peers. In the future, we will suppress the entire alien race until they can no longer raise their heads. While the two were chatting, they walked to the martial arts field. Although far apart. But Qin Tianke felt 4 auras as soon as he entered this place. Qin Tianke looked up. There were 4 people in the martial arts arena. 3 boys and 1 girl. The aura from them was released without any concealment. The power and aura of each profession are completely different. The Job Changer Alliance has too many job changes so far. Among them, they are roughly divided into melee professions and ranged professions. Of course, these are only ranked according to combat power and fighting style. If we follow other rankings, there will be too many orders. It is precisely because every job changer is extremely special. For these breaths, Qin Tianke is very sensitive. Lock on their careers at the first opportunity. Chapter 29, Discussion. Looking at the 4 people in front of me, Qin Tiang's eyes lit up, and he immediately activated the system panel and began to verify his inner guess. Among the 3 men, one was dressed most uniquely. The man's upper body was naked, revealing his brown skin and strong muscles. He also wore a pair of casual trousers on the lower body. Stand barefoot on the ground. An extremely hot and positive yang energy emanates from his body. But the aura exuded by the person next to him was completely different. He was a man emitting a cold aura. The man just stood there, carrying a huge sword box on his back. He looked taciturn, but the chill around his body actually lowered the temperature a few degrees. Like a 1,000-year-old iceberg. Two other people. One of them was short and fat, looking like a walking mountain of meat. However, the aura he exudes is the most domineering among the few people. This person's cultivation seems to have reached the 3rd level, and the gap to the 4th level is not far. The last one is the only woman among the lovers. She is tall and slender. The dazzling red hair swayed in the wind. The staff in her hand also revealed her occupation. She was a magician. Brother Fatty, is this the person who received the military's recommendation? I originally thought that the military's recommendation for admission would go to Sukuin, but I didn't expect someone like Qing Yaojin to show up halfway. The person who spoke was the burly man with his upper body naked. This person was recommended by the military, especially by Elder Chen, so he must be strong. Could it be that you want to try? The speaker was the cold man next to the sturdy man. Compared with the former, the latter can be said to be extremely cold. Even the tone of voice did not fluctuate much. The personalities of these two people are like fire and ice. It seems that they will never blend together and may collide with each other and conflict with each other. But no one could have imagined it. The two of them have been playing together since they were young. They are also the two winners of Lingyun City's selection of job changers from all over the Alliance. The identities of the other two people are also about to be revealed. In accordance with regulations. In order to participate in the selection of job changers across the Alliance, 3 forces must be formed. 1 military representative. There are 2 representatives on the city side. The other 2 were from the job changers branches in each city. This man and woman are the 2 representatives of the Career Change Alliance in Lingyun City. The short and fat man narrowed his eyes slightly. Just looking at Qin Tianke not far away. I secretly estimated it in my heart. But he didn't say much. Instead, he looked at the magician girl beside him. The two looked at each other. They both saw something special in each other's eyes. At this time, the tall and strong man walked towards the military report. Although the men had not spent much time together, the short and fat man had already figured out the tempers of the other two. The man with the sword case was extremely cold. It's like an iceberg. He didn't say more than 10 sentences from beginning to end. The tall man might have changed his job to a special profession, or he might have been born that way. He has an extremely bad temper. When I first came here, I fought with both of them. Finally lost. The short and fat man understood that the other party was naturally very angry and wanted to vent. Qin Tianke in front of him was undoubtedly the best target for him to vent his anger at the moment. His eyes fell on Qin Tianke, still thinking. Is this the 18-year-old Beastmaster who replaced Sukuin? The military sent us here. Let's have a fight. As soon as he came over, the burly man spoke directly to Qin Tianke. He is half a head taller than Qin Tianke. With his muscular body, he looks very powerful. Qin Tianke took a look at the burly man. With a hint of doubt. As soon as I turned around, I found Uncle Chen who was talking to me just now. I don't know when I was already standing behind at this moment. It seems that space was deliberately made. Let them fight each other. How could Qin Tianke not understand the other party's thoughts? He shook his head helplessly and sighed. Then he once again turned his gaze to the person in front of him. The other party seems to have a very bad temper. Seeing that Qin Tianke didn't respond, he spoke angrily as if he was about to explode like a stick of dynamite. What? Are you afraid? The military's recommendation? The other party's system introduction popped up in Qin Tianke's eyes. Looking at such a profession, I was secretly delighted. This profession is indeed very rare. Moreover, among the many professions of those who change their professions, it can be said that he is the one who is more inclined towards Buddhism. But he just has a bad temper. Thinking of this, Qin Tianke shook his head helplessly, looking at the Supreme in front of him with a little compassion in his eyes. It's a pity that such a rare Buddhist profession changer is actually a fool who only knows how to act recklessly but doesn't know how to use skills, and his strength is too weak. Such an ability is not enough for him. Qin Tiang's evaluation of the person in front of him is very disdainful. Then he walked quietly to the side. The tall man had already seen the look in the other person's eyes, which was not fear. That is a kind of disdain. It is a kind of compassion. It was like a series of pitiful actions after seeing a weak person. This was still Qin Jingyang. This was the first time he had seen such a look in his eyes since he was a child. He could not help but feel angry. What? Are you looking down on me? Just after he finished saying this, he heard the other party's voice coming faintly. No, I don't look down on you. When I take action, it's always a matter of life and death, not a fight. You are too weak, and you are not qualified for me to attack you. Just a simple sentence. But it instantly made Qin Jingyang's face turn red. But Qin Tianke disagreed and continued walking forward. The three people who were watching quietly not far away and said they were looking forward to the battle between the two men now seemed to be losing interest. The short and fat man felt a little regretful. He thought this person had some special means. It turns out that he can only talk back. What a pity. There was also a hint of regret in the magician girl's eyes. But the expressions of the two were different. The man carrying the huge sword box suddenly changed his expression. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. The voice was leisurely, with a hint of excitement. Buddhist golden body! This was the first time the two heard each other speak actively. This is also the first time I see him with such an expression. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. But I also heard what the other party said. Looking back, I saw behind the military escort who just came in. That huge, burly man. At this moment, golden flames could be seen emerging from all over his body. The flames surged. On his bronze skin, circles of strange golden runes gradually appeared, mixed with brilliant golden flames. And in that golden fire, a huge shadow seemed to be crawling up behind him. Chapter 30 Meeting. Feeling the powerful force coming from behind, Qin Tiang's expression remained as calm as ever. The shadow behind the burly man gradually revealed itself completely. That is a Buddha. But it is different from the Buddha in the past who only knew how to sit cross-legged and chant scriptures. This Buddha has a golden body. Elsewhere, it was extremely barbaric. That ostentatious standing posture. Violent action. Even if you just watch quietly, you can feel the strong anger and overwhelming fighting spirit. In a pair of scarlet eyes was a violent, murderous intent that was beyond the level praised by Buddhism. This Buddha seems completely different. It seems like he only knows how to fight. When this shadow appeared, the big man's expression became a little weird. Those who speak lies will be destroyed. The big man spoke solemnly, and he felt a light shining on him. It was as if it was carrying endless precepts and crushing forward madly. At the same time, he bent his arm and pushed lightly, then swung out with his palm. The palm fell. It overlaps with the phantom of the wrathful and domineering Vajra Buddha behind him. A huge palm print condensed in the air. The distance between the two is inherently short. Wherever this palm print passes, it even smashed the surrounding bricks crazily, and the wind surged. It seemed as if Qin Tianke would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Why doesn't this person know how to dodge? Oh no, Jingyang's angry Buddha eyes are open. The three of them suddenly looked panicked, just about to rescue. Then he saw Qin Tianke, with a golden palm print behind him, move majestically, and a voice came out from a distance. Although it was plain, it revealed unparalleled murderous intent and crazy rage. How dare a mere Vajra call himself a Buddha? Suddenly, a beast appeared behind Qin Tianke. This beast is huge. It has many heads, and circles of dark green flames are constantly burning all over its body. The flames are long, with unparalleled momentum and surging aura. 64 heads roared at the same time. The huge sonic attack was reflected in layers of ripples. It hit the person in front of him hard. Under this sonic attack, the palm print condensed by the opponent collapsed instantly. Lao Hei's huge body was already crushing the opponent. The burly man with the huge Buddha statue behind him changed his expression. Under the shadow of the majestic Buddha statue, Chen Jingyang's face also underwent a strange change. It was extremely solemn, but now there was a hint of fear in it. He began to retreat, trying to avoid the attack of the strange creature. The military's recommendation is a beastmaster? Oh my god, what kind of weird beast is this? The magician girl exclaimed as she looked at the beast that suddenly appeared. The short and fat man next to me spoke in a leisurely voice. Although it's a little weird, judging by its size and roar, this should be a mutated three-headed hellhound. Hearing Lin No's words, Sujia's face became unsettled. A word-by-word rebuttal. No, are you kidding me? The three-headed hellhound only has 3 heads, but this thing has more than 3 heads, right? Hearing this, Lin No scratched his nose in embarrassment. Mutation. I already said it's a mutation. Can you do something reliable? If that's what you're saying, why don't you use your magic to divine the future? You. The cold-looking man with a huge sword case on his back heard the argument between the two people beside him. He stared at the beast not far away with burning eyes, with a hint of thought in his eyes. Lao Hei completely crushed Chen Jingyang in front of him in terms of physique and strength. So, the battle was over quickly. When Chen Jingyang was knocked to the ground by Lao Hei's claw, he had already eliminated the huge shadow of the Buddha statue behind him. The blood-red light in his eyes also began to slowly return to normal. Name, Chen Jingyang, has calmed down. Cultivation level, level 2. Occupation, angry Vajra Buddha. One of the Buddhist professions, with overbearing attacks and brutal defenses, an incomplete profession, with a desire to kill, a body of diamond, and the heart of an angry Buddha. Abilities, golden Buddha body, palm of great compassion, angry Buddha's bloody eyes. Note, this profession is far from becoming a Buddha. It only has the heart of an angry Buddha. Its combat power fluctuates, and it is easily affected by the will of the angry Buddha. The system introduction is general, even a bit complicated. In Qin Tiang's own words, this is a fake Buddha. There is only the Buddha's mind, but not the Buddha's body. That's why he was disturbed and affected, and fell into such a manic situation just now. Chen Jingyang seemed to have recovered a little, and his eyes became clear. Thinking back to what I had just done, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. But he couldn't move. Because he was being pinned down by Lao Hei. I am Li Li from Lingyun City, a professional swordsman. My friend, please let him go. He was just affected by his profession. The man carrying the sword case hurriedly came up to him and spoke respectfully to Qin Tianke. The latter glanced over and relevant information about the other party suddenly emerged. Name, Li Li. Cultivation level, level 3. Occupation, Swordmaster. Introduction, Swordmaster, belongs to the Swordmaster lineage, practices a special sword mastering method, and has a very unique power. Abilities, sword controlling, ultimate swordsmanship, and sword escape. Qin Tianke looked at this scene and sighed inwardly. TSK. These two people, one is the angry Vajra Buddha, and the other is the sword-controlling immortal. Both professions are very rare. Qin Tianke waved his hand, and Lao Hei's 64 heads roared towards Chen Jingyang below. Only then did he return to the shadow under Qin Tiang's feet. Chen Jingyang coughed twice, his chest heaving violently, and he looked a little excited. Although for Lao Hei, it didn't do much to this person. However, the difference in class strength made it difficult for the other party to withstand the pressure emitted by Lao Hei. I am Chen Jingyang from Lingyun City. I was rude just now. I hope you can forgive me. Chen Jingyang saluted quickly, impressed by the man's strength. He already had a general understanding. This person is very strong, much stronger than himself, and is most likely at the 3rd level of cultivation. At this time, the other two people also came over. The short and fat man and the magician girl clasped their fists together. Lin Nuo, Lingyun City branch of the Job Changers Alliance. Lingyun City branch of the Job Changer Alliance, Sujia. Look at a few people. Qin Tianke clasped his fists. Military District, Qin Tianke. These people all stated their identities and the departments they represented. Qin Tianke naturally understood this, so he added the word military region. At this time, Qin Shifeng walked over slowly. Commander Qin. Commander Qin. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. The old man nodded slightly and looked at the younger generation in front of him. There was a look of relief in his eyes. But his tone suddenly changed and became serious. I don't like nonsense, old man. You guys should get to know each other well. In 3 months, it will be the selection of job changers from all over the Alliance. The selection of job changers for the entire Alliance is held every 10 years. Every time it is a feast for the Alliance to select talents. Chapter 31, Discussion. If you can rank among the top in the selection of job changers across the Alliance, you will naturally receive a lot of rewards. This time, the rewards for the selection of job changers from across the League are extraordinary. Ranked in the top 10, the city's qualifications and capabilities will be upgraded by 1 level. The top 5 cities will be granted a legendary city-protecting magic treasure. Ranked in the top 3, the cities they belong to will be granted a legendary city-protecting magic treasure, and will be granted a private military rank equivalent to that of a major general. Qin Shifeng said this with excitement in his eyes. Seems quite excited. This was the first time Qin Tianke saw Uncle Qin like this. As he spoke, Qin Qingfeng's expression changed. There was a look of relief on his face. You are all geniuses from Lingyun City. 10 years ago, Lingyun City ranked 12th. Your talents are much stronger than theirs back then. I hope you can keep up the good work and strive to obtain a magical treasure to protect Lingyun City. The magical treasure that protects the city. Even someone as weak and ignorant as Qin Tianke knows about this thing. The city-protecting magic treasure was forged by several top forging masters. There are very few city-protecting magical treasures in the world, and they are priceless and extraordinary. Up to now, there are only 7 cities in the world that have magical treasures to protect the cities. Qin Tianke didn't expect that there would be such a generous reward this time. You must know that the current war situation is turbulent. Even if alien races are resisted in the 4 major battlefields, space cracks will still randomly generate. The levels of city-guarding magical treasures are as follows: Elite, Legendary, and Extraordinary. The only city in the Alliance that possesses extraordinary magical treasures for protecting the city is the capital. A legendary city-protecting magic treasure will be able to protect the city from an invasion by a B-level, or above alien race. The value of the city-protecting magic treasure is obvious. Qin Tianke and his companions felt excited. Looking at their energetic appearance, Qin Shifeng kept smiling. Young people must have this kind of enthusiasm and drive. It's getting late. You can learn from each other, get to know each other, and choose a captain. Qin Shifeng said this and walked aside. Several people looked at each other. For a moment I didn't know how to deal with it. Chen Jingyang returned to normal, touched his hair, and spoke to several people. Isn't it just a ranking? Hey, I've already sparred with you guys just now. I'm the youngest. His current appearance was completely different from the violent one Qin Tianke had just seen, as if he was a completely different person. It seems so. The incomplete careers mentioned in the system seem to have a huge impact on the person changing their career. No wonder the other party's changes were so rapid. When thinking in my heart. He also looked at the other 3. Looking at each other. The 4 of them had their own thoughts, at this moment. The little fat boy spoke slowly. Why don't we fight in pairs, and whoever wins will fight the next person, and so on until the game is full. After hearing this, several people nodded in agreement. I want to fight you. I'm curious about what your beast is. The one who spoke was the only female among the 4 people. That beautiful magician Su Jia. Qin Tianke nodded slightly. Then the 2 of them came to the side. The martial arts arena covers a very large area. It is equivalent to several standard playgrounds stacked together. This is normal. After all, the military district has a large number of personnel. But nowadays many soldiers are training in sporadic situations. Not all members gathered together. The movements of Qin Tianke and his group naturally attracted many soldiers who were training to watch. They are full of curiosity about these so-called young generations. Want to see who is the strongest among these people. And among the crowd. Sukun looked at Qin Tianke not far away. I felt a sense of fear in my heart. He could feel that Qin Tiang's beast-taming strength was even stronger than it was half a month ago. Half a month ago. He was suppressed by the opponent's beast and had no chance to fight back. Now half a month later. Although Sukun's strength has improved. But he still hasn't reached the 3rd level. Look at the other side. It doesn't matter if I'm younger than him. Even stronger than him. Now he has reached the 3rd level of cultivation. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. He was deeply impressed by Qin Tiang's strength. Such a young genius. I don't know what kind of honor he will win in this year's selection of job changers across the league. Many other soldiers were allowed by Chen Qifeng. Several people have been surrounded. There were huge crowds of people. These soldiers all want to see the strength of these young generations. Qin Tianke looked at Su Jia in front of him. To be fair, this was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The other person is about the same age as him. A height of 1.67 meters is considered above average among girls. She was wearing a simple white robe. Even so, it still cannot hide the other person's proud figure. There is every bit of meat where it should be. A round oval face. When she smiles, she has 2 shallow dimples. A pair of eyes that seem to contain stars. Looks quite naughty and cute. But Qin Tianke will not be fooled by her appearance. Su Jia slammed the staff in his hand to the ground. A halo of light gradually spread out from the bottom of the staff. The halo formed spots of light that flow like divine light. Madness surrounded her. Just a blink of an eye. When the light dissipated, Su Jia was already wearing an extremely sacred robe. 3rd level sacred magician, Su Jia. A brief introduction to the system pops up. Su Jia. Occupation, holy magician. Cultivation, level 3. Introduction, a rare existence among magicians with the most sacred and bright attributes, who has absolute restraint on all evil attributes, regardless of occupation. Abilities, divine light, wings of light, meteor god / TSK. This is a bit difficult. This little girl's job is to restrain herself. After all, Lao He is now a 3rd level beastmaster. And not afraid of people of the same level. However, this profession, which is fundamentally based on restraint, is still unable to cope with it. After all, Lao He's attributes include both darkness and undead attributes. These 2 aspects are almost completely opposite to each other. Now, the only powers that can be mobilized are fire power, ice power, and storm power. But Qin Tianke looked at the white and exquisite robe on the other person. There was something strange in his eyes. He is worthy of being the representative of the Job Changers Alliance's branch in Lingyun City. This robe turned out to be a magic cloak. Item, Holy Magic Cloak. Grade Elite. Introduction, it has the attributes of light and holiness. It is best matched with magicians of the same attribute. It can resist magic attacks of the same level and offset physical attacks to a certain extent. As expected, he is a member of the Career Changers Alliance. It turns out that he is very wealthy. A 3rd level magician can have such configuration means. Chapter 32, Restraint. Qin Tianke suppressed his inner thoughts. Speak in the same tone as the other person. Qin Tianke, a 3rd level beastmaster, tames the ghost mastiff. As soon as the words fell. In the shadow under his feet. A dark shadow gradually emerged. It started as a black blur. Under the sunlight, it gradually becomes transparent. The form of Lao He was condensed even faster. Lao He's 64 heads just looked at each other. Grimace in pain. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. This was the first time that Qin Tianke felt Lao He's fear. Even though the opponent is just a 3rd level magician. But her profession and the abilities it possesses. For Lao He, it is complete restraint. The attributes of holiness and light have always restrained the undead and darkness. Lao He happens to possess both attributes. It's natural to be wary of each other. During the battle, even if you have some special means, you can exert your power. But in comparison, they will still be suppressed by the other side. The overall combat effectiveness will be weakened. And furthermore, Su Jia also has a sacred magic cloak on his body. There is that thing. I'm afraid that next time, Lao Hei's other attribute attacks will be weakened when they fall on the opponent. Even offset. It's tricky. I think this person can represent the Career Change Alliance. Logically speaking, this is indeed the configuration that should be used. The Career Changers Alliance has always been rich. As far as Qin Tianke knows. Just the magic cloak on the opponent's body costs 10,000 contribution points in the Alliance for job transfer. All the contribution points he had gained from killing the aliens before were not enough to buy this magic cloak. This shows that this person has an important position in the Career Change Alliance. Think of this. Qin Tianke didn't hesitate at all and let the ghost mastiff take action first. Lao Hei roared. Sound waves rippled through the air. This is Lao Hei's ability. Or just a characteristic. When 64 heads roared at the same time, the fluctuations brought about are extremely strong. When this wave resonates with the ripples in the air, the power it brings is naturally far beyond ordinary. Can easily intimidate the opponent. At this moment, it was just as Qin Tianke expected. The roaring sound transmitted vibrations through the ripples and touched Su Jia's whole body. There was a flash of clarity in those beautiful eyes. Smiling, the staff in his hand fell to the ground in silence. All I saw was her feet. Circles of golden halos began to appear out of thin air. The halo gradually enlarged, until Su Jia was completely wrapped, forming a golden protective shield. What is your beast? Looking at the huge creature not far away, there was a hint of curiosity in Su Jia's eyes. Hearing this, Qin Tianke said nothing, still driving Lao Hei to continuously launch sonic attacks. However, this attack was about to hit the golden protective shield around the opponent. The substance has already been formed. It shattered layer by layer like a halo, floating in the air. Seeing that the other party ignored him, a trace of anger flashed across Su Jia's eyes. Okay, you won't say it, right? Su Jia waved the staff in his hand. Her sleeves fluttered. The voice came out slowly, with a hint of disdain. Your beast should be of dark attribute. Coincidentally, I can control all darkness in time. Since you won't tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. A hint of coldness flashed across Su Jia's eyes. Then, the staff in his hand was slowly raised up. Circles of strange golden runes rippled from the body of the staff. The frequency of the runes rippling became louder and louder. The light flows. Within Su Jia's staff, there were circles of strange power spreading around. Gradually, the power spread to the very center. An object that was constantly emitting golden light was born. As the frequency of the light became higher and higher, that thing gradually formed a dazzling sun. The sun shines all around. Drive away the evil spirits, and let the divine light shine. A scolding was heard. The golden thing on the staff. It actually began to flash with an extremely dazzling light. The light instantly spread in all directions. Illuminated by this light, Qin Tianke could even feel it. This thing actually has some restraint on me. Wherever the light shines, it is all golden. Even if they are far apart. But Lao Hei was still trembling all over under the light. White gas actually came out of his body. The gas floats softly. It was as if it had an extremely violent reaction to the sunlight. Lao Hei let out screams. The sound of pain. It continued to echo throughout the entire training ground. Among the many soldiers watching the battle, Su Kun looked at the scene in front of him, thinking secretly in his heart. If I were to play, how would I break the impasse? The light is too dazzling. The sacred attribute possessed by it has a unique burning effect on darkness and undead. It has already manifested itself in the other party. This thing is certainly useless to me. But under such light, it is extremely difficult to see clearly. Looking at the beast master who was struggling in pain, a hint of shock flashed across Su Kun's eyes. I seem to have overlooked one thing. If I remember correctly, At the beginning, it seemed that the opponent's beast was just a three-headed hellhound. But now there are so many heads? How is it possible to grow so many heads in such a short time? This is simply unheard of. Or maybe this isn't the so-called three-headed dog of hell. But is it a mutated beast of the three-headed dog of hell? Can it continue to grow heads and become stronger? He had his own guesses and thoughts about this beast in his heart. He was very puzzled. What on earth is this guy's beast? What is even more curious is the current situation. How can he break the impasse and defeat the female magician? When Sukun thought of this, he stopped thinking alone. Instead, just watch it carefully. On the court, Sujia was surrounded by divine light. Majestic and solemn. It's like coming here for a feast. Under this powerful light, Lao He began to crawl forward step by step. Give up! Your beast has been restrained by me. Sujia's arrogant laughter echoed in the court. Suddenly, the figure who was standing there just now disappeared at this moment. Even the screams disappeared completely. Sujia looked calm. In her eyes, all darkness is invisible. The evil aura on the other beast could naturally be locked onto by him instantly. He sensed that the aura suddenly appeared behind him and was rushing towards him rapidly. Sujia thought he had everything under control. There was a wild smile on his lips. Are you going to sneak attack me? What a pity! You are no match for me! As the staff in his hand was put down, the light did not dissipate, but gradually condensed, until special circles of light formed around him. It's like being surrounded by fireflies. Chapter 33, Gossip Walker. The golden object on the staff gradually underwent some changes. He even swung his arms backwards with all his might. A dazzling meteor was cut out in the sky. Meteor God Slash! The golden object condensed into a knife mark in an instant. With unparalleled deterrent power, he slashed towards Qin Tianke, who was behind him. The attack in front of me? Qin Tianke didn't hesitate at all. A flash of light flashed across his eyes. From the shadows beneath his feet, Lao Hei's figures began to emerge one after another. Lao Hei roared. He rushed down instantly and resisted the attack. But while flying in the air, hot flames came out of his mouth. The flames and the attack just missed each other. It fell hard on Sujia. But the flame just touched Sujia. It was instantly offset by the special ripples emanating from the robe on his body. It was like punching cotton. No harm done. You want to fight me with this flame? I am. Sujia's smile froze on his face. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Behind her now, there was a figure standing there, and his neck was being held tightly by a scimitar. It seemed as if the scimitar would instantly decapitate him if he moved any more. The reason why Lao Hei showed up just now was to block the meteor god's slash. It was just to buy time for Qin Tianke. As for the so-called fire, it was just a transformation to cover Qin Tianke's figure. A beast master can possess some of the power of beasts. Of course, only partially. 70%, 50%, 30%, or even 10% is possible. The strength Qin Tianke now possesses is only 30% of Lao Hei's overall strength. As for some of Lao Hei's abilities, Qin Tianke can also use it. However, the frequency used is much lower than that of Lao Hei. Just now, he had already included Lao Hei in his own shadow. At the same time, they fled to the rear. Just for now. Now it seems that he succeeded. Sujia looked at Qin Tianke behind him. I didn't understand why the other person suddenly appeared behind me. However, Qin Tianke would not tell the other party. After all, this is one of my methods. Qin Tianke was following closely under the shadow of the fireball just now. When it is about to reach the other person's body, he has already merged into the other person's shadow. Now it comes at the perfect time. At this time, Lao Hei had already struggled to resist the attack. His hair looked a little disheveled. There are some scars all over the body. Although the opponent only has this one attack, it is extremely powerful. The restraining effect of the holy light attribute is extremely serious. It was a blessing that Lao Hei could withstand it. Su Jia looked at Qin Tianke behind him. There was a flickering light in his eyes. The current situation. It seemed that there was no way out of the situation. A hint of regret appeared in his eyes. She doesn't complain like others. Even though he now uses his flying ability, he made a big mistake, which is underestimating the enemy. As early as when the attributes of the other party's beast were exposed. She never fought well from beginning to end. Now that the other party has caught the opportunity, she has accepted it. I lost. Su Jia has always been bold and responsible in doing things. You can win and lose justly. Looking at Qin Tianke, who was about to leave, Su Jia couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just tell me, what exactly is your beast? Hearing this, Qin Tianke thought for a moment. This little girl wanted to ask her beastmaster from the beginning to the end. Now the battle with the opponent is over. During these 3 months she was his teammate, and he didn't want to hide it from her. My beast is called Ghost Mastiff, a mutant 3-headed dog, Qin Tianke said as he walked towards one side. He did not take back his beast. Because at this moment, the battle on the other side has also ended. Qin Tianke looked in the direction of the sound. I saw the owner of the sword master profession. He is kneeling on the ground at this moment. There seemed to be some scratches on his body, which looked extremely serious. In contrast to this, the little fat boy had a smile on his face at this moment, as if he had not been hurt. Among these 4 people, Qin Tianke is currently able to sense the most powerful aura. It's this little fat guy. Qin Tianke couldn't guess his occupation. The light flickered in his eyes. When it is opened and closed, the system panel is instantly activated. Lin Nuo. Occupation, Gossip Practitioner. Strength, Level 3. Introduction. The 2 yin and yang give rise to the 4 symbols, the 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams determine good and bad luck. Abilities. Determine good and bad luck, ask the spirits of the 8 trigrams, and use the power of Tai Chi Yin and Yang. Gossip Walker? Qin Tianke had never heard of this profession. There was only confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. There are many career options for job changers. Among these, there may be both Buddhist and Taoist professions. The most common ones are magicians and swordsmen, which are common professions. There are also some strange and unpopular remote professions. Just like the Buddhist profession owner he had seen before, Vajra Angry Buddha, and the gossip walker in front of him. Both of them have very special professions. One is a Buddhist profession, and the other is a Taoist profession. The 2 professions are special, which naturally means their means and abilities. Not only is it rare, it can even be said to be rare enough to be a little weird. Qin Tianke looked at the other party, and before he could open his mouth to speak, he heard the fat man's voice coming faintly. Your power is very special. My profession is a gossip practitioner. Being able to calculate the 8 trigrams is called fortune-telling in ancient times, and it is now called determining good and bad luck. Lin Nuo walked towards Qin Tianke step by step. With every step I took, there was a strange ripple of wind under my feet. Qin Tianke looked at the other party. I don't know why. He always felt that there was something very strange about the person in front of him. However, he did not notice anything unusual. While thinking in my heart, the other party's voice came again. If you and I fight, according to my calculations, I will definitely lose. Today I want to see whether my divination was wrong or it is destiny? Hearing what the other party said, Qin Tianke's heart suddenly surged. I don't know when it started. The world before his eyes had changed drastically. I felt like I was imprisoned in an endless dark green starry sky. Can't see everything around. The only thing I could feel was that I was constantly falling and sinking. It seems as if there is an invisible suction force constantly acting. The power was so overwhelming that it seemed to drag him into an endless abyss. Is this the other party's ability? Gossip and ask the spirit? No, what is the 8 trigram spirit question? Where is this? Why am I here? Who am I? Qin Tianke suddenly felt confused. This question seemed to be growing wildly and filling up my mind. Before I knew it, he actually felt a little irritated. And after this irritability, tears flowed from his eyes. Why are you still crying? Qin Tiang's head was full of questions. Chapter 34, Gossip and Spiritual Questions. At this moment, the outside world. Looking at Qin Tianke, who was lying on the ground, a light flickered in Lin Noa's eyes. He calculated 3 times for today's battle. Every time it is a bad omen. He just didn't believe it. How could this person be able to crack my own Bagua and Lin Wen? The corners of Lin No's mouth rose slightly, looking quite proud. But the next moment, I heard some noise behind me. He quickly ran to the side again. Your master is not dead, he just fainted. If you push him twice, he might wake up. Don't chase me, Lin No shouted behind him while running. Behind him, Lao He was running and chasing the other person. It seems that he wants the other party to wake up his master. The scene looked quite funny. No one saw what means the other party used to make Qin Tianke fall into a deep sleep. And the coma happened so suddenly. Logically speaking, it seemed that the battle was over. But the opponent's beast kept chasing Lin No, as if it was going to swallow it. Lin No, who had been afraid of dogs since childhood, became even more frightened after seeing so many dogs. He could only run forward and circle around Qin Tianke. Lin Luo has been afraid of dogs since he was a child, even though he now possesses the power of Tai Chi Yin and Yang. He didn't dare to use it on the dog. After all, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Besides, they were just sparring. There is no need to attack the opponent while taming beasts. Suddenly, Lin Luo felt a strange vibration. Immediately following, start from the heart outward. A feeling of intense pain came over me. It was as if my body was instantly hit by the waves rolling in from the sea. The whole person continued to collapse backwards. His chest was churning. He vomited a mouthful of blood. He staggered to a stop. He was somewhat shocked. Look behind you. I saw that Qin Tianke had woken up at some point. He slowly stood up with the help of his beast master. The moment the other person stands up, from under his feet, there is a special Bagua formation. It fell back into his palm as quickly as a flying saucer. Looking at the broken Bagua formation in his hand, there was disbelief in Lin Luo's eyes. He even forgot the pain of the backlash he had just felt. How is that possible? How could this person possibly be able to decipher his own 8-diagram spirit? You should know that this is a good thing that is called the illusion of predicament by many elders in the Job Transmigration Alliance. How did the other party break it? You know, no one in the same realm can escape his gossip and spiritual questions. Not to mention that his Bagua questioning spirit can also have a certain degree of influence on fourth-order strongmen across levels. How did the other party do it? How did you do that? Because of the special nature of his job, Lin No would tell fortunes for himself before every battle or action. This is called determining good and bad luck in his ability. He had predicted the battle with the 3 opponents before. Both are auspicious signs. Only the last game has always been a bad omen. It seemed like he couldn't get around it no matter what. Before fighting the opponent, he deliberately divined again in his mind. The result is still a bad omen. Out of consideration for the hexagram, he decided to use his own Bagua to ask the spirit directly. Asking the spirits through the 8 trigrams is a dilemma and a means of illusion. It is far stronger than the Tai Chi Yin and Yang power, the means of attack that he possesses. Instead of fighting the opponent with Tai Chi Yin and Yang power, it would be more convenient to use the 8 trigrams to ask the spirits directly. Of course, it's not because he is afraid of dogs. After a brief moment of surprise, his eyes regained some of their former indifference. It seemed as if the emotions just now had not affected him at all. Is this the bad omen shown by my hexagram? It is true. Why did Lin Noa suddenly feel powerless? I knew the outcome, but felt frustrated at not being able to change it. To some people, this ability can be said to be prophetic and is like a cheat. After all, You can know the outcome of something you want to know without any effort. Isn't this ability incredible? Isn't that rare? But that's not the case. In his own view, this ability is both an extraordinary ability to predict the future and a shackle. Whether success or failure. He already had his own plans in mind. Even though he was defeated now, he did not show much emotion. I lost, but I really want to know how you broke my gossip and asked my spirit. Lin No's little eyes suddenly opened wide. His eyes were full of curiosity. Looking at the other person, his expression was almost exactly the same as Su Jia's. Qin Tiang's mouth twitched inexplicably. Otherwise, these two came from the same place. This matter involves some of my own chance secrets, so I can't tell you. Hearing this, Lin No's face darkened. But it was soon swept away. After seeing this scene, several other people also came over. Lili, who had fought with Lin No, came over and bowed to Qin Tianke. Although I have already lost to Lin No, I still want to have a good fight with you. I want to see what the gap between you and me is. Qin Tianke nodded solemnly. Agreed to the proposal. Just right. He had never fought with the sword master before. The sword-wielding immortal is an extremely special profession. They can operate their own weapons. It's not limited to swords. It can also be knives, guns, sticks, etc. Qin Tianke didn't know how they manipulated these things. But it is recorded in the system introduction. Their weapons can be retracted as freely as their fingers and arms. Ability to mobilize communication at will. It can be said to be an extension of the arm. For this ability, Qin Tianke had never seen this before, so he naturally felt a little curious. Third-level sword master, Lili. After saying this, the opponent then threw the sword case on his back to the ground and slapped his hand downward. A crisp sound was heard. The sword case slowly opened from both sides, revealing the many flying swords displayed inside. Swift wind! Chaotic shadow! Lili exclaimed twice. The sword case trembled. 2 flying swords flew out from it. One of them is emerald green with a hint of light and shadow. The other sword was golden all over, like a ray of golden light. The 2 flying swords circled each other. At the same time, they flew forward. Extreme sword! 2 words lightly. The 2 flying swords emitted a strong light all over. It was as if someone was holding me. One after another, the sound of breaking through the air passed through the air. He chopped at the opponent's body. Every move and every style was aimed directly at Qin Tiang's vital point. It seemed as if it was going to be strangled alive. Saw 2 flying swords coming. As Qin Tianke retreated, the scimitar in his hand suddenly chopped out. Information about the 2 flying swords also popped up in his eyes. Chapter 35 Captain. Flying Sword Gale. Grade Ordinary. Introduction. Fast as the wind, extremely sharp. Flying Sword Chaotic Shadow. Grade Ordinary. Introduction. 100 flowers are in disarray, and the shadows of swords are mysterious. The materials of these 2 flying swords are only of ordinary grade. It can't be said to be so precious. Qin Tianke chopped down the Luyu in his hand as soon as he responded to the attack. He had already picked up one of the flying swords and sent it flying. After all, his scimitar is much superior in material and quality compared to the opponent's weapons. The perfect grade is not just a name. With the complementary effects of the opponent's 2 flying swords, the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2 can be achieved. Qin Tianke was in a stable state of mind. While constantly dodging backwards, he broke the situation where 2 flying swords were surrounding and trying to kill him. But he never let Lao He join the war. After all, the opponent's real killer move is not the 2 flying swords in front of him. He had just discovered it. There are 17 flying swords in the opponent's sword box. Among these 17 flying swords, only 1 is of perfect quality. That is the opponent's real killer move. Qin Tianke moved lightly, while picking up the 2 flying swords, approaching the opponent at a rapid speed. Since the other party is unwilling to use the flying sword again, then he would force the other party to take action. As soon as the idea came out, Qin Tianke approached instantly. He kept waving the scimitar in his hand. See the other person approaching. Lily looked calm. The scimitar moon drew a streak of moonlight in the air and suddenly fell towards the opponent. Dancing, agile, fleeting, evil. 4 flying swords in a row. They flew out of the sword box together, surrounding Lily. He blocked Qin Tiang's scimitar attack this time. When the 4 flying swords surrounded him, they formed a Shotian sword formation, protecting Lily. Dancing lightly, flying high. 2 calls in succession. Summon all the remaining flying swords in his sword box. These flying swords lined up behind him. Lily stood facing the wind, his clothes fluttering. 17 flying swords stood proudly behind him, majestic and domineering. There is actually a feeling of all the swords returning to their origin. 4 flying swords surrounded the opponent's body, forming a Shotian sword formation. The other 13 flying swords stood behind him. The cold air swept over the sword. Among these flying swords, some flying swords are so small that they can only be described as daggers. Some flying swords have slightly special curves on their blades. Some flying swords have thin and light blades, like a piece of paper. Some flying swords are as thick and heavy as boards. They all look different. Each flying sword is completely different in color and aura. Able to smelt 17 flying swords and control them. This person's methods are indeed extraordinary. No wonder he was able to get one of Ling Yinqing's 2 spots this time. No wonder the other party has such strength. Qin Tianke saw this scene. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes. At this time, Lao He also came to him. No wonder the other party is a sword master. Sword immortal, immortal among swords. Able to control 17 flying swords. It seems very normal. But I don't know how Lao He will respond. For battle, Qin Tianke usually does not intervene actively. He wanted to see if Lao He could defeat the sword-wielding immortal in front of him. Lao He roared. 64 heads opened their mouths at the same time. There actually were special powers and 3 strange colors gathered in it. Among these 3 colors are the 3 powers of fire, frost and storm. Red, cyan, blue. 3 colors of light balls are ready to explode at any time in the 64 heads. It looks like a Star Destroyer cannon, ready to fire at any time. Seeing Lao He's fighting power, even Qin Tianke was a little confused. I'll go. Wonderful. Why didn't he think of such a strange way? Although Lao He can indeed use elemental power, but Qin Tianke had never really thought of this way of fighting. By then, the power will be soaring into the sky. Qin Tianke silently gave Lao He a thumbs up in his heart. Lao He can always think of some solutions that are beyond your imagination. It's really amazing. Seeing this posture in front of me is like 1,000 arrows shot at the same time. Lily hesitated for a moment. He looked at the 17 flying swords behind him. It seems that in comparison, our side is much weaker. He swallowed silently. When I am thinking. He had already put all the flying swords into the sword case. Bowed towards Qin Tianke. I lost this battle, I admit defeat. There's nothing I can do. 17 flying swords fight against the elemental attacks erupting from so many enemy heads. As for him currently, it's good enough to be able to block it. And you must also ensure that your flying sword will not be damaged by the opponent's attack. Each of these 17 flying swords was carefully raised by him. Some sword-controlling immortals will raise a fixed number of flying swords in each stage. Then he turned it into his own flying sword. He is different. He had already chosen his natal flying sword when he entered the first level. The other 16 flying swords are the half-life swords of the natal flying swords. Always follow your natal flying sword. See this scene? Lao He began to try to take back his power. But the arrow has been drawn and has to be shot. Lao He immediately raised his head and fired an elemental attack composed of 64 strange beams of light into the air. All of a sudden, lights of various colors burst into the air. The explosion raised clouds of smoke in midair. The smoke was lingering, and a dark cloud that had been condensing for a long time was formed. "Oh my God!" Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. Right now, even Lily was a little confused. "Oh my God!" If he hadn't admitted defeat just now. Instead, he used his flying sword to carry on. "I'm afraid only my natal flying sword is still there. I'm afraid the other flying swords will disappear into thin air in this attack?" For no apparent reason, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he felt a surge of fear. Sukuin was already scared silly. What's the difference between this power and a walking cannon? At this time, Qin Shi Feng walked slowly towards them from a distance. There was admiration in his eyes as he looked at Qin Tianke. Then he scanned the people present. His gaze finally fell on the 5 people. "In that case, your captain is Qin Tianke." The 4 of them nodded without any objection. Qin Tianke has already proved it with his actual means and strength. He does have the qualifications and ability. See this scene? Qin Tianke bowed to several people. "Please give me your guidance in the days ahead." Several people bowed. Several people have also cleared out some of their own methods. "Okay, you two should get familiar with each other. Qin Tianke, follow me." Facing the gazes of everyone present, Qin Tianke followed behind Qin Qingfeng. The 2 of them entered Qin Qingfeng's office one after the other. "Just came in." Qin Qingfeng asked the first question. "What did you discover after competing with them?" Chapter 36, Fiery Golden-Tailed Eagle. Faced with this sudden question, Qin Tianke pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. "My beast has elemental attacks, melee, ranged attacks, and hiding methods. The only thing that seems to be restrained is flying." His words were based on his own combat situations and were well-reasoned and clear. Qin Qifeng put down the teacup in his hand. His eyes fell on Qin Tianke in front of him. Looking at this nephew, I felt dazed. He's really like my older brother. Both in appearance and in fighting methods, he is almost the same as his elder brother. Flying means that it can be made up. You haven't realized the real point yet. There was a hint of severity in Qin Qingfeng's voice. How did you feel when you were fighting Su Jia from the Job Changer Alliance? After hearing this, Qin Tiang's expression changed and he quickly realized something. There was something strange in his eyes. Your beast has dark attributes. When faced with the restraining power of light attributes, the power of the beast will be restrained and the means cannot be fully exerted. Qin Qifeng spoke slowly and looked at the other party. So, how do you think we should deal with this situation? Qin Tianke shook his head. There is no way. Lao Hei's essence is a ghost mastiff, which possesses the attributes of undead and darkness. Even if you have other attributes and abilities, there is no way to completely deal with it. For job changers, no matter their profession, as long as the attributes are restrained, they will be restrained to death even if they cross professions. Of course there is no way. Qin Qifeng looked at his nephew who seemed a little depressed, with a smile on his face. A wrist move. A cage appeared in front of me. As Qin Qifeng lifted the curtain on the cage, a young eagle was jumping up and down in the cage. When it saw Qin Tianke and the others, it let out a sharp scream. The young eagle's feathers were as red as blood, and there was a tuft of white fluff on its head. Although it is still in the fledgling stage, it looks extremely handsome. When the feathers fluttered, there seemed to be waves of fire lingering in the air. Qin Tiang's eyes moved. The system is working. Beast, fiery golden-tailed eagle. Attribute, fire. Grade, elite. Ability, fire. Introduction, a young eagle that lost its parents. It has a violent temper and strangers should stay away from it. Current state, violent, angry, sad. Flying beast tamers are very rare, not to mention that the one in front of him is an elite one. Qin Tianke observed the other party carefully. The blood-red feathers have a hint of golden halo in the sunlight, and at its tail, there are extremely eye-catching golden tail feathers fluttering. Sign a contract with this beast. It can make up for the shortcomings in your combat power. Don't worry. For beasts other than the first one, it's very easy to sign contracts with other beasts. You just need to communicate with your soul power. As if seeing Qin Tiang's concerns, Chen Chi-feng explained. But Uncle Chen, I already have a beast. Before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by the other party. Hey, what you're saying is, do you know why the profession of beast tamer is so popular even though its flaws are so obvious? The strength of a beast master is directly dependent on the strength of the beasts they control. The flaws are very obvious, but it has always been ranked among the most popular and sought-after professions for job changers. Qin Tianke thought about it for a moment, and quickly understood the reason. You mean the number of beasts? Yes, that's right. Some beast masters have signed contracts with more than a dozen beasts, which is almost equivalent to a large beast team. Flying, assault, hiding, assassination, all kinds of beasts complement each other. In battle, even if the combat power is lacking, they can still achieve remarkable results. Qin Tianke understood what the other party meant, and a smile appeared on his face. Uncle Chen's method is indeed not bad. Go back and sign it. Qin Tianke clasped his hands together and said, Thank you, Uncle Chen. Meditation room. The four walls are made of carefully installed sound insulation material and are cast from extremely tough meteorite iron. Not only is it quiet, but it can also avoid the noise of fighting. This is the best training ground for all professions. Looking at the fiery golden-tailed eagle in front of him that kept baring its teeth at him in the cage, Qin Tianke thought in his heart. The number of beasts a beast master signs to tame depends on the beast master's own soul power. The stronger the soul power, the stronger the beast power will be, and the greater the number of beast power you will be able to control. The sources of soul power are divided into active cultivation and passive acceptance. It is difficult to find a book on the method of cultivating soul power. Only some job changers of related soul professions have it. The source of the soul power in Qin Tian's body now lies in passive acceptance. Everything a beast master has comes from the beasts he controls, including his soul power. When Lao He became his own beast again, he had already undergone considerable changes. In addition to changing the physical body, the power of feedback also includes the so-called soul power. Just like today. There were circles of blue halos surrounding Qin Tianke, and these halos were light and floating, like brocade silk ribbons. Light and long. There was a flicker in Qin Tian's eyes. Start trying to use this unstoppable power to communicate with the other party. As soon as he touched the fiery golden-tailed eagle, Qin Tianke felt a strong repulsion. It sounded like roars. There were constant cries of pain in my ears. To sign a beast control contract, one needs to enter the beast controller's consciousness space to communicate. Lao He didn't need it before, because that was his first beast, and it was loyal to him. Of course not. Is this what it went through? The other party has not even stepped into the first level. Even if the consciousness space is full of resistance to me, there is no way to expel me. Qin Tianke also learned about the experience of this young eagle. The flaming golden-tailed eagle lives in the scorching west. The number of survivors is very small, and all this is because of the indiscriminate killing of innocent people by poachers, which has caused them to lose their homes. This fiery golden-tailed eagle has been fleeing with its tribe since it was born. There was no emotion during the escape, only endless fear and anger towards humanity. Later, its parents were killed by human poachers in order to protect it. Because of its special qualifications, it has been passed on from one hand to another, and has become a commodity for sale. Because of their strong hostility towards humans, it tried to resist and escaped countless times. But in the end, he just suffered a series of beatings. This also caused it to feel deep anger towards humans. Is this how it used to be? Qin Tian's soul lurked in a space full of fear and pain. I couldn't help but feel touched. To sign a beast control contract, the other party must take the initiative. Even if it is forcibly tamed by soul power, the future will not succumb to itself. Qin Tianke didn't want the latter situation. Chapter 37. I have the strength to avenge you. Human, even if I die, I will never sign a contract with you. Although the voice is childish. But there was a huge rage hidden inside. Endless anger is hidden in these words. These words continued to echo in the space of consciousness. Qin Tianke seemed to see countless of his kind beginning to confide and roar. See this scene? Jean Tianke felt dazed. My mood unconsciously became depressed. Indeed. If he encountered such a situation, homes were destroyed. The whole family migrated. In the end, he watched his parents die in front of his eyes. Such a situation. No one can tolerate it, let alone forgive it. Now, after seeing what happened to this fiery golden-tailed eagle, how to sign a contract with the other party, it seems less important at this moment. For some reason, a feeling of sympathy welled up in his heart. I even started to think about it. His father also left him when he was a child. Especially after seeing what the other person has been through. I felt a sense of sympathy in my heart. Thinking of this, Jean Tiang's voice was long and leisurely. I won't force you to sign a contract with me. Human, don't even think about trying to make me submit in this way. There was a hint of disdain in this voice. Stupid human beings, he has seen many such methods. Every time, he would take the opportunity at this time to use the power of the contract on himself. Even though it knew that the human in front of it was extremely powerful. It will not surrender, even if it is covered in bruises. It had met these humans who wanted to impress it before. It is for this reason that the fiery golden-tailed eagle is always on guard against Jean Tianke. He was afraid that he would be hooked by the other party's contract power if he was not careful. Soon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. More than 10 minutes passed. The fiery golden-tailed eagle was a little surprised. This human had not yet activated the power of the contract against him? How is this possible? Haha, is this what humans call playing hard to get? Stupid humans! Human, what are you doing? The other party's soul power is stronger than yours. The consciousness space cannot expel the other party. So, it could only watch the other party standing there motionless. Jean Tiang's voice was long and leisurely. You must be lonely after all you've been through, right? If you have anything to say, I can listen to you. Jean Tianke waited for a moment, and saw no response. He spoke slowly as if muttering to himself. Our experiences are somewhat similar. My father was a special hero of the country. He made great contributions on the frontline battlefield to drive out the aliens. My mother runs a company. She is honest and upright. We can still live a simple life as a family. Until that day, my father went missing at the front and the news reached our family. My mother's company was suppressed and taken over by someone else, and all its assets were gone. We had hoped to make a comeback through our own efforts. But we were targeted by thieves, who kept suppressing us. 3 months ago, I had an argument with them and was hit on the back of the head. I became a vegetable. Jean Tiang's tone gradually changed from excitement to regret, revealing deep sorrow. During these 3 months, I was lying in bed, relying on a ventilator to keep myself alive. Although I couldn't move, I could hear and feel. In order to save me, my mother worked day and night, and begged people on her knees countless times. In order to save me, my mother knelt down in the military area, but was beaten until she fainted. Maybe it was God's mercy. When I woke up that day, I swore that I would make those people pay the price. Jean Tiang's tone changed drastically, and unknowingly he had infected the fiery golden-tailed eagle. Its voice is urgent, wanting to know what happens next. And what happened next? Jean Tianke didn't say anything else. Instead, it opened in all directions. I know you're filled with rage. Among humans there are good and bad people. You are just a bird, and you are so young. I'm afraid you will die before you grow up, right? I am willing to sign a contract with you, but I will not help you get revenge. The fiery golden-tailed eagle looked disdainful. This human can't even lie. I can give you the power to complete your revenge in the future. Having said this, the entire consciousness space shook. Something seemed to be broken. Starting from the periphery, the consciousness space formed pieces of fragments that floated in the air. Invisibly, everything here has changed. Human, when I am able to take revenge in the future, I want you to let me go. The voice was angry, with a tone that brooked no negotiation. Jean Tianke shook his head. Impossible. Everything in the world has a price tag. It's fixed. As long as you become my beast, I will never let you leave my side. If I have the ability in the future, I will also help you get revenge. Qin Tianke had just finished saying this. The other party's unquestionable voice came. No, you promised me to let me take revenge on my own. Having said this, Qin Tianke could feel that something seemed to have entered his body, intertwined with one's own soul power. Although that power is extremely weak, it is extremely tenacious. When it is entangled with one's own soul power, the two gradually merged into one, and these two combined forces began to separate. It has integrated into my body and seems to resonate with me from the depths of my soul. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing the beast control contract with the fiery golden-tailed eagle. Based on the host's contracted beast attributes, the following options are provided for advancement. Option 1: Fiery Falcon. The fiery golden-tailed eagle develops the ultimate fire attribute and possesses the ability to explode. Option 2: Ice and Fire Magic Eagle. The fire attribute is superimposed with the power of frost, and the power of ice and fire overlaps. Although there will be conflicts in the future, it can bring extraordinary combat power. Option 3: Phantom Fire Golden Feather Eagle. Fuse the undead light group, advance the flame, possess the ghost fire, not afraid of light, and can advance by absorbing various flames in the future. Look at the three options in front of you. Qin Tianke narrowed his eyes slightly. Start thinking carefully. Option 1, simply developing the power of fire, will have too many limitations on future growth. Option 2 will cause the beast's attributes to conflict, which may cause a lot of conflicts and changes. As for option 3? Qin Tianke's eyes lit up. A ball of undead light? He just happened to have it. Not only can it possess the fire of the undead, but in the future it can also advance by swallowing flames. I'm afraid his future achievements will be much higher than Lao Hei's. Qin Tianke felt dizzy and was in a trance. Everything before his eyes suddenly became clear. At this moment, the fiery golden-tailed eagle was quietly ruffling its feathers in the cage. Qin Tianke could feel the communication connection between him and the other party. Chapter 38: Evolution. There seemed to be two completely different forces in his body. These two forces floated in his consciousness space. One of them was extremely hot. The other one was chilly but still hot. And these two forces seemed to be completely different. Not belonging to oneself at all. But it can be inextricably linked with his body. I want to come. This should be the power of the beast taming contract I have. This was the first time he took the initiative to sign a contract with Beastmaster. I felt a strange feeling in my heart. After a series of observations on this force, then it penetrates into the body. Let me introduce myself. This is your partner, Lao Hei. Qin Tianke finished speaking. In his shadow, Lao Hei came out, looking at the huge monster in front of him with many identical heads. The body of the fiery golden-tailed eagle began to tremble visibly, extremely scared and horrified. In comparison, the size of this fiery golden-tailed eagle is like an ant. Qin Tianke could also sense that the emotion the other party was transmitting to him was fear. Don't be nervous, the old black man is very good, since you are already my beast. Then I should give you a name. Qin Tianke took a look at his two beasts. Stay for a moment on their colors. Then he spoke. In that case, from today on, you will be called Xiao Jin. One old and one young. One black and one gold. Just right. Qin Tianke gave a thumbs up to his ability to name himself. Hearing this, the fiery golden-tailed eagle was a little depressed. It knew it had a name. Names are very meaningful even for beasts that have already awakened their intelligence. The name reminded it of the environment it had been in its previous family. It reminds it of its parents and tribe at that time. Looking at the huge human in front of me, Xiao Jin inexplicably felt a sense of connection in his heart. It seems like there is some connection with the other party. It seems that this human being can provide him with short-term support. The fear in Xiao Jin's heart gradually disappeared. Start carving your feathers. Then Qin Tianke spoke. My level of beast control is definitely not limited to this. Now I can give you a chance to improve. If you're lucky, you can take this opportunity to advance one level, and it's very likely that your rank will be raised, but the process is extremely painful. Hearing can improve your strength. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up. Start to rejoice. The wings kept flapping. There was expectation in his eyes. Seeing its reaction, Qin Tianke reminded it again and again. You have to think it through. This process is extremely painful. The childish voice came again, its tone full of determination. No matter how painful it is, I must become stronger. Hearing what the other party said, Qin Tianke nodded. Lao He also got Qin Tianke's thoughts. Lie aside. Just right. He wanted to see how his host could increase the strength of the beast. Generally speaking, beastmasters tend to repel each other, to win favor by hurting each other. But Lao He didn't care. It was just because the young eagle in front of him was too fragile, and in his eyes it was a small figure that could be blown away with a snap of a finger. Moreover, he had already learned from the host everything the other person had experienced, and his eyes were full of pity. Besides, he is the host's first beast. Isn't this little guy my little brother? Can be the big brother. Of course I am happy. Lao He was thinking this in his heart. Naturally, they are very happy. He began to quietly protect the two of them. This training room was specially approved by the military. Only those who represent the military can enjoy this privilege. Logically speaking, it is extremely quiet in this place. You won't be disturbed. Don't worry about safety issues. But Qin Tianke was still worried. That's why Lao He showed up. Qin Tianke didn't understand why Lao He was making strange laughs at this moment. But Xiao Jin was so scared that his feathers were trembling. No way. These strange creatures with dozens of heads were laughing weirdly. It is inevitable that it will make the bird's scalp tingle. Come! Call softly. A ball of undead light was floating in Qin Tianke's palm. This thing was made from the smelted soul of the 4th level sacrificial wizard after his death. The properties of this group of undead light are extremely special. Able to fuse living things and cause them to change. Just like now. Xiao Jin looked at the ball of light. There was a special ghost roaring above the ball of light. It seemed to be filled with endless resentment and tremendous anger. See this thing? Qin Tianke didn't hesitate at all. Immediately make it smaller until it is the size of a fingernail. Then he placed it in front of Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin looked at the special ball of light in the cage. Feel the tremendous power contained therein. Without any hesitation. Open your mouth and swallow it into your stomach. As the ball of light enters the body, rays of hot light began to burst out from Xiao Jin's chest. The small body is filled with scorching light. The light surged. Just like a dazzling sun. Constantly releasing dazzling light. So powerful. Magnificent. The light even obscured the entire training room at that moment. Qin Tianke also couldn't see clearly what was happening. It can only rely on the contractual induction between the two parties to judge Xiao Jin's current state. Xiao Jin's condition gradually evolved from nervousness at the beginning to pain. Just like Lao He back then. But Lao He himself is a fusion of the undead. Naturally, you won't feel pain. But this time the undead light group is different. This was condensed by a sacrificial wizard with all his efforts. Not only does he have the cultivation he had during his lifetime, but he also has the endless resentment he carried with him during his lifetime. 4th level of cultivation. It is not too difficult to deal with Qin Tianke now. But Xiao Jin is not even at the 1st level. The process of natural integration is extremely difficult. Soon the bright light began to fade away. However, the cage that Xiao Jin was in at the moment had been shattered by the noise he had caused. The body is squatting there. It looks extremely painful. From time to time, there were cries of pain. But it is visible to the naked eye. Xiao Jin's body is undergoing dazzling changes. The fiery red feathers were gradually stained with some dust. Or rather, it is not stained with gray. Instead, circles of gray signs gradually emerge from the roots. The hair becomes gray and red, intertwined with each other. The golden tailwing became even more surging at this moment. The color deepens. Its size also began to gradually increase under this change. The tuft of white hair on top of the head has undergone a dazzling change. A series of mutations begin to occur throughout the body. It seems to be moving towards some higher level. Even the aura emanating from his body began to gradually approach the first level. It looks like it should be soon, right? As soon as the thought came to my mind, Qin Tianke heard a loud cry. Bite. Chapter 39, A Date. Congratulations to the host for successfully evolving the beast. The beast fiery golden-tailed eagle has evolved into the phantom fire golden-feathered eagle. Hear the system prompt tone. Qin Tianke immediately looked forward. Just now they were just fledglings, just two palm-sized fiery golden-tailed eagles. There have been earth-shaking changes at this moment. It had at least tripled in size, although still a little thin. But his aura has already reached the first level. And the hair gradually changed. The originally fiery red hair has a tendency to dull. It looks gray and as if it can never be cleaned. But Qin Tianke knew. This is another manifestation of the beast's body after purification. But its golden tail was raised higher at this moment. In a sea of gray-red wings. The golden tail feathers are the most hot and eye-catching. The white hair on the forehead gradually turned gray. The overall look seems a bit more gloomy. Xiao Jin's detailed information appeared in Qin Tianke's eyes. Beast controlled, phantom fire golden feather eagle. Grade perfect. Attributes fire ghost. Strength first level. Ability burning with phantom fire. Attribute ghost can exist in the light and can also live forever in the darkness. For now, Xiao Jin's abilities are very powerful. Able to possess the special attribute of ghost. Not bad. The ghost attribute is among the dark attributes. The most special kind. This attribute can comprehend darkness and is not afraid of light. It belongs to both, surviving in the light and being able to persist in the darkness. It actually has such a special attribute. This was the first time Qin Tianke saw it. But fortunately, this is his own beast. Now Xiao Jin's appearance can not only help Qin Tianke deal with the unknowns of flying beasts. It can also help him break the fact that Old Black is restrained by the light attribute. Xiao Jin's appearance can be said to be just right. This time, Qin Tianke is not like other beastmasters. Signed contracts for dozens of beasts in one go. After all, that's the case. Not only does it consume your own soul power. Moreover, just raising your own beast requires a lot of energy and effort. Now, he only has these two beasts. I can sign a contract when I have the chance to find a suitable beast master in the future. The number of beasts he tames is not important. It depends on whether the beast taming itself is accurate. That's great. Between thoughts and thoughts, he immediately put Lao He into the beast taming space. Lao He climbed back into Qin Tianke's shadow with ease. Escape into it. As for Xiao Jin, it flew back to Qin Tianke's shoulder. It seems like this is a good place to live. Qin Tianke was in a good mood. But just at this time, there was a message on his cell phone. Look at this phone. Qin Tianke's eyes lit up. Could it be the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Qin Tianke now uses two communication devices. This communication device was specially used by him to deal with situations inside the battle ruins. As soon as Qin Tianke turned on his mobile phone, he saw the message sent by the other party. Senior Undead. We are ready and can head to the battle ruins the day after tomorrow morning. Qin Tianke did not respond in a hurry. Instead, I went to ask Uncle Chen first. After obtaining the latter's consent, only then did I send a message of approval. The remains of a powerful man? You should know that the battle ruins are the place where the alien invaders and the human strongmen fought. The area where Qin Tianke had previously slaughtered evil people to increase his cultivation. It is only confined to the outer areas of the battle ruins. After all, no matter how powerful those places are, it is impossible for there to be alien races above level 4. The entire battle ruins are divided into the edge area, the central area, and the core area. It's like 3 circles surrounding each other. Separate the combat power of the battle ruins layer by layer. However, generally speaking, there won't be any powerful alien races in the core area. Otherwise, it would not be confined by these cities and used as the so-called trial grounds. And Qin Tianke also understood this point. Only then did I realize that the combat power of the alien races in the core and central areas should not be very strong. Around level 4 or even level 5. That's already the best. No matter how powerful it is, the city authorities may not be able to restrain themselves and send troops to kill it. Qin Tianke just learned this from Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin is the commander-in-chief of the military region of Lingyun City. Naturally, he knew all this information well. Moreover, this information is just common in the eyes of military district leaders and city leaders in major cities. After all, this is just a trial place. There is no excessive meaning. Can be identified as a place for exploration. Naturally, it won't be of very high value. Uncle Chun and his team had already completed the survey of all the remains of the powerful men in the core and central areas. Even if there are omissions, the strength will not be too strong. You can say that. It's like children playing house. For them. There is absolutely no value or necessity in exploring this. Only then did Qin Tianke feel relieved. After all, that's what people said. How could it be that strong? 2 days later. During Qin Tianke's stay, he had already arranged the training for the other 4 people. That's when I came here. As I walked out of the door of the Job Changers Union. Feel the long-lost smell of yellow sand. Qin Tianke had a bright smile on his face. From Uncle Chen's intelligence, he also knew about this area of battle ruins. It is jointly governed by these 3 cities. There couldn't possibly be any alien race of level 5 or so here. At best, it is the peak of the 4th level. This is also true for the core and central areas. So with his current strength, he can move around freely, and there is not a single flying alien here. Qin Tianke rushed in the direction agreed with the other party. In the process of running, his whole body was lit up with black and white light, which formed a halo that surrounded him. After all, his current identity is the undead senior in the other party's mouth. It is naturally impossible to judge a person by his appearance. As for Xiao Jin, he was standing obediently on Qin Tianke's shoulder. Anyway, the other party doesn't know my background, so just take it with you. At the same time, on the other side, more than 10 people were gathering under a sand dune. The leader was about middle-aged, awe-inspiring without being angry. Looking at the boy next to him, there was a slight change in his eyes. Master, there's no need for you to waste so much time on that kid. Even if he does have some skills, his cultivation level is no higher than the 3rd level. Hearing what the other party said, the young man shook his head. No, he has his own methods. Please don't worry about this, Uncle Wolf. The young man was already muttering to himself, able to see through Uncle Zhong's spatial magic methods. How could this person be just an ordinary 3rd-level cultivator? Chapter 40, Reunion. The young man muttered to himself, looking at the yellow sand all around. There was a gleam in his eyes. I am also looking forward to this exploration mission. After all, this was carried out jointly with the Chamber of Commerce of another city. The number of personnel required for this operation is very small. And it was mainly for exploration, and there were too many people. Instead, it is easy to expose the target. There is a high possibility of being targeted by gangs of predators. This operation was jointly carried out by the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce of Mayan City and the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce of Tianshu City. Both sides sent a total of 14 people. The boy looked at the people participating in the action in front of him. I was secretly calculating in my heart. Including the undead senior, there are exactly 15 people. If such a team were simply exploring in the ruins of a battle, it's a luxurious lineup. Moreover, among these 14 people, 2 are at the 4th level of cultivation. One of them is from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and the other is from the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce. They are all leading figures from their respective chambers of commerce who were sent to carry out the operation. The other 5 in the team are second level. Except for this young man who has no cultivation. The remaining 6 people are all at the third level of cultivation. This group of people can be said to be extraordinary in terms of both number and combat power. How long do we have to wait? How long will it take for your so-called senior to arrive? The person who spoke was another 4th level warrior in the last team. This person is small and thin, but his eyes are very bright. This is Fu Yiheng, the captain sent by the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce in Tianshu City to carry out the mission. And after hearing the other party's words, the people sent by the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce also looked at the young man. There was a hint of contempt in their eyes. He is worthy of being the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It's really the behavior and attitude of a nouveau riche. Just to recruit a third level. They had waited for so long in vain. The joint action of both parties has now been interfered with by such a young kid who hasn't even started his job. Apart from being the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, he is just an ordinary person. In this world, the strong are respected. Although identity may still be a deterrent at certain times. But in their opinion, this place is far away from the Emperor. It's not their fault for what happened. You know. Exploring the ruins takes an extremely long time. After all, those ruins are just ruins. But in fact, it is more like the residence of some powerful people. There are not only some records of martial arts techniques, but also the possibility of finding precious treasures left behind by the powerful man. So they are naturally very anxious. Fu Yiheng looked at the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce opposite him and made a secret estimate in his mind. Judged based on the conditions given by the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the estimation of the ruins, this should be the remains of a powerful person above level 7 who died. Only if you can find the items used by the other party or related treasures. Even if it conflicts with one's career, one can still make a lot of money by selling it. The young boy Jiang Fan looked a little conflicted and hesitant. But I still comfort everyone not to worry. He was also urging the undead senior to arrive as soon as possible. It was at this time. The 2 4th-level masters in the team suddenly realized something. They both looked in the same direction. I saw it on the sand not far away. A figure was walking slowly towards them. They were at the foot of a hill. Ahead is an endless plain of sand. They didn't notice anyone in front of them just now. It seemed to be accompanied by a sandstorm, and then descended in an instant. The 2 looked at each other. As 4th-level masters, their perception is slightly more agile even if they are from different professions. You know. When the other party appeared, they were the first to discover it. None of the 3rd-level people behind him reacted. It seems that this person's strength is stronger than the 3rd level. This also means that this person's cultivation level is very likely to be at the 4th level. A 4th-level expert? Fu Yiheng's expression turned a little ugly. To be honest, the other party's appearance was a little too sudden. The original plan had to be temporarily suspended. According to the president's instructions, the main purpose of this operation is to kidnap the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Only in this way can we ensure that the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce will not be seriously damaged. The president of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce has only one son, and the president of the Chamber of Commerce has been in the business world for a long time and has considerable courage himself. Although the 2 chambers of commerce appear to be quite harmonious on the surface. However, in recent years, disputes have arisen due to some past events in adulthood, and the debate has been ongoing. This time the ruins exploration. It is an action for both parties to test each other, but also to ensure that the 2 sides do not tear each other apart. As long as he could take his only son hostage, then they will have bargaining chips and qualifications. Originally, he was thinking of taking action as soon as he entered the ruins. But I didn't expect that the other party would actually find a 4th-level one. According to his estimation, no matter how powerful the 4th-level captain of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is, it was also no match for the magic weapon in his hand that the president had specifically instructed him to have. But now the situation has changed. There is another unknown 4th level. How to deal with it next still needs to be considered carefully. When Jiang Fan saw the figure walking in the sand, his eyes lit up. Hurriedly ran towards the other party. Look in the direction he is heading. Everyone also saw a figure walking in the yellow sand. This person was wearing a black cloak. There are some strange rune inscriptions on the cloak. And on his shoulder was a gray bird. Under the cloak, there was a strange, hideous mask on his face. A beastmaster? Fu Yiheng secretly estimated in his heart. Ha ha ha, Uncle Lin, this is the undead senior I told you about. The middle-aged leader of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce nodded slightly. What should I call this friend? Even though the opponent is also at level 4. But he was not stupid enough to call the other party Senior Undead. Just call me Qin Feng. Qin Tiang's voice was long and leisurely. I am Lin Bai, the Berserker Swordsman and the captain of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Fu Yiheng, Bloodblade disciple, leader of the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce. When Qin Tianke came, he had already heard Jiang Fan talk about the prerequisites and related background of this operation. I also understand the remains of this exploration. It is the residence of a human warrior who is suspected to be at the 7th level. He also knew this from Uncle Chen's explanation. In fact, this place was originally a city before the invasion of foreign races. However, it was later swallowed up by foreign invasions, and after a series of expulsions, it gradually became deserted. That's why it was covered by yellow sand, becoming a testing ground for the residents of the city. Qin Feng, the Beastmaster. Xiao Jin stopped at his shoulder, unabashedly exuding the aura of the First Order. Now that it's been exposed, there is no need for him to hide anymore. But Qin Tianke looked at the two team captains. His eyes rested on Fu Yiheng. There was a hint of barely perceptible excitement in his eyes. Chapter 41, Exploring the Ruins. Feeling the desire coming from Lao He inside my body. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. His eyes then fell on the other people. Among this group of teams, there were actually 6 people who had such a strong bloody smell. And it makes Lao He so excited. This means they are all evil people. Now, in Qin Tiang's eyes, they are simply experience packs for upgrading your beast taming. Just right. This time he came to explore the ruins. He originally wanted to get rid of some bad guys. Pity. He came all the way. Because I was too famous before. Instead, it silenced all the bandits in the ruins of the battle. This caused him a lot of trouble. But there are these few people here. He doesn't have to worry about these things anymore. It seems that the next action will be very interesting. The group of 15 people immediately climbed over the sand dunes. Qin Tianke followed in the team. He also learned the boy's name. Start chatting with each other. When I heard about the 2 chambers of commerce, he had some guesses in his mind. All the evil people he saw were from the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce is very unusual. At least for now, no one in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce has anything that Lao He can lock up. The other Chamber of Commerce is full of villains. It seems that there should be some surprises in this operation. Qin Tianke had his own guesses about this trip. But he was still thinking about something. Jiang Fan was chatting with Qin Tianke about all sorts of things. The look was as if he had seen a star. After all, Qin Tianke was the strongest person he had ever seen, so naturally he wanted to know more about him. Even his father probably didn't know that Uncle Zhong was practicing space magic. And this time he will tell the story to his father later. But his father told him to win over the other party. Even if we can't win them over, you also have to win the other person's favor. This was the first time Jiang Fan remembered his father being so excited. And the expressions of the 2 captains just now seemed a little strange. Although he couldn't understand it, he could only guess that Qin Tianke must be very strong. Qin Tianke behaved extremely calmly from beginning to end. Regarding Jiang Fan's words, sometimes I only respond twice. Most of the time I choose to remain silent. The team moved very quickly. Half an hour later, they were only tens of meters away from the destination of this mission. standing on a high place, just looking from afar. Qin Tianke had already seen what was exposed there. That was a sand dune. The destination of this mission is what Jiang Fan just sent to everyone's communication devices. Based on the routes marked above, I have some guesses in my mind. From a distance. Compared with other sand dunes, this place seems to be just a little lower in height. And a bit strange. But that was after the wind and sand. You can see the surface of the sand dune constantly shifting, revealing what is hidden within. It seemed like some very ancient building had half a corner exposed after being eroded by wind and sand. Qin Tianke immediately used the system for identification. When used, he was not sure either. I don't know if the system can detect the origin of this thing. Bite. The remains of the Sword Palace. The residence of the spirit of the 7th level weapon master of the human race. Can it actually be identified? And it was just relying on the small exposed corner? Qin Tianke became more and more appreciative of the system. Good job. It is true that everything can be recognized as long as the eyes see it. And the joy hidden in the heart. He did not hesitate any longer, but followed the team forward. A moment's effort. The group arrived in front of the sand dunes. Look at this sand dune, which is relatively small compared to the surrounding ones. Jiang Fan showed some doubt. He was just an ordinary person and could not see the exposed half corner of the sand dune. After all, although this one is smaller than other sand dunes, overall, it is equivalent to a 4 or 5-story building. Repeatedly look at the map on the communication phone. After Jiang Fan confirmed it again and again, he looked at the 3 people beside him again. His eyes were full of doubt. It should be here. I can feel that there are signs of living beings in this place. There is also the sorrow of the fallen lives, the sounds of fighting with alien races, and the traces left by the strong. Although these things have been eroded by time, they are still as new as ever. The person who spoke was a woman from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce team. The woman had long blue hair and fluttering clothes. The woman's eyes were slightly closed while she spoke. It seemed like something was constantly flowing out from the forehead. It looked like a light blue halo. While she was speaking, some scenes from ancient times seemed to appear around her. It's like some residual images. What kind of strange profession is this? There are too many professions that Qin Tianke has never seen. For such unknown things, he often chooses to trust the judgment of the system. Name, Chenling. Occupation, Psychic. Strength, Level 3. Psychic, through a series of objects, he can communicate with time, cross the 2 worlds, see images that once existed, and know the past. Abilities, Psychic, Assimilation, Advent. He is actually at the 3rd level of cultivation, according to the system's introduction to this profession. It seems that this is just a civilian position and does not have much combat power. But I didn't expect that. This person was actually able to train to the 3rd level. I think he must have some means to rely on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as the person to carry out this mission for the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Qin Tianke secretly took note of this profession. Then he looked at the other people. After all, this person is from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Lin Bai was also aware of the other party's strength and methods. Nod slightly. Fu Yihong on the side looked at the woman. With some strange looks. Qin Tianke saw that look clearly. It is a kind of curiosity, but more of it is desire. Moreover, the expressions on the faces of the players behind the opponent revealed a bit of yearning and desire. This group of people is indeed not simple. Qin Tianke had already included the other party in the kill list. After all, as long as he is a bad guy, there will be a bloody aura surrounding you. It just depends on the amount and density of the blood light surrounding you. The bloody aura surrounding these people are among the many evil people Qin Tianke has seen. It can be considered to be ranked above average. Let's act according to the plan. As Lin Bai finished speaking, 2 people suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as these 2 people appeared, then we came to the 2 ends of the sand dune. These are twins. The distance between them is about 12 meters. They both reached out their hands almost at the same time. Brilliant rays of light began to condense in his palm. The light flows between the 5 fingers. Then it gradually spread to the palm of your hand. Immediately, an extremely rich blue light began to burst out from the 2 of them. Chapter 42, The Palace. The 2 men's clothes fluttered. Something seemed to be twitching inside the body. The pupils began to turn into a strange blue-white color. Something in my body seemed to be constantly stirring. Let this air. Visible ripples formed and spread around them. Qin Tiang's mouth twitched. Well, it's another unknown profession. The system is working. Name, thank God, thank the earth. Occupation, key guard. Strength, level 2. Key guard, this ability and qualification to open all barriers, as long as the strength is sufficient. Abilities, resonance, enlightenment. Activate all barrier abilities? Oh my God! This profession seems to be even more amazing than being a psychic. The system notes only say that you have enough strength. This means that the 2 of them are like walking keys, able to open all doors at will. Oh my God! This is to go to where some treasure is located. Then aren't these 2 people defying the will of heaven? Qin Tianke was guessing secretly in his heart. And at this moment Fui Hong was watching this scene. He bowed towards the other party. I've heard that the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is full of hidden talents. Now I see that it is indeed worthy of its reputation. In the face of such compliments, Lin Bai didn't say anything. He just nodded slightly, watching the scene in front of me quietly. Seeing the other person's reaction like this, a hint of anger appeared on Fui Hong's face. But he hid it very well. And Qin Tianke heard this. Then he glanced at the remaining 3 people in the opposing team. Shield Master, Magician, Beast Tamer. It seems that this action. They only brought these 3 people with peculiar professions. The rest are relatively mediocre and ordinary. Since you've already seen it. Fortunately, I have also read all the other Chamber of Commerce. Qin Tiang's eyes swept across. Look at the other group of people. 3 second-level magicians. A 3rd-level Beastmaster. A 3rd-level Mad Sword Guard. A 3rd-tier Summoner. Is this the strength of the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce? Among this group of people, to say that there is a real threat. It seems that there is only the 3rd-level Summoner. Summoner. This profession is somewhat similar to Qin Tiang's current Beastmaster. However, the Beastmaster summons the beast. You can go to the beast taming space to make a contract with a beast tamer that is compatible with you. You can also make a contract to tame beasts on your own. But the summoner is different. The summoner profession can summon so many things. For example, summon the undead, summon wild beasts. So Qin Tiang's gaze stayed on the other party. Name, Liang. Occupation, Summoner. Strength, Level 3. Summoner, can summon certain groups of beings. Ability, summon an army of undead. After seeing the other party's ability, Qin Tiang's mouth twitched inexplicably. Good job. Undead army? Is it such a coincidence? Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Qin Tianke looked up. I saw that it was originally just a corner building. Now, after a violent shaking, it actually shook off the yellow sand layer by layer. And the special ripples that erupted from the 2 of them were growing bigger and bigger. Soon the yellow sand covering it completely dissipated, revealing its original appearance. It was a dilapidated white building. White columns of extraordinary material. Some are in ruins. Others have disappeared. There is still some blood residue on top. As the yellow sand dissipated, what came to the fore was the stench of rotting meat. And in the center of it, there is an extremely huge stone cave. Compared with the surrounding white stone pillars, the stone cave seems to be not a single entity, but it exudes a sense of weirdness and depth. It seems like there is something special in it. In particular, there was a dead skeleton lying at the entrance of the cave. It looks even weirder. Is this the former residence of that powerful human being? According to Uncle Chin, these places have been explored. I guess there is not much money to be made. But what he really wants is to get rid of those evil guys and increase his own strength. Thank God the two of them have returned, and the blue halo around them has disappeared. They don't have much combat power, so they only remain at the second level of cultivation. The real combat power is all concentrated in the third level of the team. Lin Bai waved his hand. Everyone started to move inward. The two captains, Lin Bai and Fui Hung, walked at the front of the line. The two groups of people interspersed in between one after another. Qin Tianke and Jiang Fan walked at the end. It was the first time that Jiang Fan saw such a magnificent building. He kept chattering to Qin Tianke. When he saw the dry bones at the entrance of the cave, he did not have any excessive emotions. Cross the white stone pillar platform. Everyone has entered the cave. As soon as I entered. What is coming is darkness. There is no guarantee that there is something unknown in the darkness. So no one started a fire. Instead, he moved forward cautiously. The beastmaster in the team threw out his own beast first. It was a tiny mouse. Used to find traces and identify smells. It played a huge role in this operation and started to move forward continuously. Find a safe path for the team. Gradually, the road ahead became narrower and narrower. Until the end, only one person can pass through at a time. And after passing through, everyone just felt that the view before their eyes was wide, corresponding to darkness. It was a series of white lights coming towards us. Qin Tianke, who was walking at the end of the team, got used to the white light. Saw the scene before my eyes. It is a huge yellow sand cave. The source of the white light was something above the cave that was constantly emitting light. It seems to be a rare treasure, capable of naturally generating dazzling white light. Make it look like daytime here. In the cave, the most conspicuous thing is a huge palace. The palace is majestic and magnificent. It has gone through the years, but still exudes its unique charm. Compared with the white stone pillar platform just now, it was just a cover. Below is where the real treasure lies. The whole palace is still white. But there are many traces of blood stains. That was a sign of blood left over after years of sedimentation. And around this palace, at this moment, there are still many rotten bones left. The moment I arrived at this yellow sand cave, the extremely pungent smell of corruption that was originally in the darkness has dissipated without a trace. Ha ha ha, found it, found it! Isn't this a bit too easy? Treasure! Treasure! The treasure of a 7th level expert! The moment I saw the palace, everyone couldn't help but cheer. According to the previous agreement, they can charge whatever they want. But if you discover a rare treasure, must be handed in immediately. The two captains did not stop them. Team members from both teams have already rushed forward to search for valuables in the palace. Isn't the reason for coming to the battle ruins just for this moment? Chapter 43, Falling Out. Qin Tianke stood there and watched. Jiang Fan on the side quickly grabbed Qin Tiang's hand. Senior, let's go find the treasure. This place has been searched by the military. Naturally, there can't be any rare treasures. After all, that thing is very precious. Qin Tianke didn't believe that the people in the military would not clean it up. So for Qin Tianke, it didn't matter much whether to go to practice or not, but he still followed the other party. For Qin Tianke, searching didn't make much sense. What he wanted to do more was to take a good look at the ensuing battle between the two sides. Qin Tianke followed Jiang Fan and wandered aimlessly in the palace. This palace covers a very large area. I don't know what material it is made of. There was a strange atmosphere around the palace. Qin Tianke strolled quietly in it. Perhaps the military's harvest would not be so clean. After all, the palace was too big, and not all the military were concentrated here to search, so he thought he still had a good chance of finding something missing. Of course, this is just Qin Tiang's guess. Jiang Fan, however, is very lively. Although there is a high possibility that there are alien races in this place. But Qin Tianke followed beside him. Nothing unexpected will happen. Qin Tianke strolled quietly in it. And in the sky above, Xiao Jin is flapping his wings and flying. Although it is still a fledgling now. But he has learned to fly. Searching for something in the air. This is what Qin Tianke asked it to watch. After all, birds' vision is at high altitudes. Much broader than humans. And Xiao Jin also has his own sensitivity to some special things. After all, beast taming is about unknown things. Especially some treasures. Its perception ability is far stronger than that of humans. That's why I asked Xiao Jin to search. Qin Tianke walked while comforting Lao Hei's excited mood. On their way. Lao Hei has wanted to be devoured by those evil guys more than once. In Qin Tiang's opinion, it hasn't reached that time yet. At this moment, the little blonde let out a sharp cry. It seems that something has been discovered. Qin Tianke immediately rushed in that direction. On the way, he did not forget to hug Jiang Fan. He now has feedback from Lao Hei. Strength, speed, every aspect of the body. They are far beyond ordinary people. Although they cannot achieve the same combat power as some of the job changers who cultivate their physical bodies. But among beast masters of the same level, it can also be considered as the best. Compared to ordinary people like Jiang Fan. Needless to say. A moment later, Qin Tianke came into the room. There are many rooms in this palace. There is no difference or distinction between any of them. That's all the team members who enter to search for treasure can do. Just searching room by room. Want to find something. Qin Tianke actually didn't hold out much hope. But Xiao Jin's feedback to him was, there is something special about this place. Xiao Jinkai has only been in contact with the human world for a short time. I don't know what rare treasures or precious treasures there are. Can only rely on the instinct of taming beasts. Feedback on what's peculiar. So as to inform myself. As soon as Qin Tianke stepped into this place, he started the system exploration. After all, the system can provide feedback to you on what it has discovered in the first place. It is much better than searching with your own eyes. Item, Prophet Awakening Stone. Attribute, Rare Treasure. 1. Can help job changers who have not yet reached the required level to change their job. 2. Can overcome the job changer's own limitations and add a second job. Add a second job? Qin Tiang's eyes lit up. Take 2 steps forward. Came to a bookcase. Without any hesitation, he immediately swung out the scimitar Luyu. There were several scratches on the counter. Although the material of the counter is not ordinary, the scimitar is at least a weapon of perfect quality. And the counter has gone through the test of time. Nature can be easily cut apart. As the counter cracked, Qin Tianke also saw a stone lying in it. The stone is pitch black and emits a dark green glow. A little red fluorescent powder is mixed into the light. It looks somewhat similar to colorful stones. But a few colors are missing. And there are extremely complex and lengthy patterns on the surface of the stone. Qin Tiang's breathing became rapid. I felt an inexplicable burning sensation. It turned out to be a rare treasure that could add a second career? It's amazing how deeply hidden this thing is. No wonder the military didn't find it. If he doesn't have a system, I'm afraid I'll miss it. I didn't expect that I had picked up such a big bargain last time. Look at that stone. A wave of thoughts surged in Qin Tiang's mind. But then it gradually disappeared. He has gradually calmed down from the initial enthusiasm. This is a precious treasure that can add another profession to your job transfer. According to common sense, a job changer can only have one job in his lifetime. But there are often some extremely powerful job changers. Ability to have 2 careers at the same time. This is also called the dual professional awakener. But that is a congenital condition. There is another type, which is what is happening now. This prophet awakening stone can make an acquired leap and allow a person to have a second profession. Looking at the stone, Qin Tianke finally shook his head and chose to give up. Although the second career was indeed tempting, he also knew that he could not bite off more than he could chew. It's already difficult enough for me to just be a hell disaster beast tamer. And the growth rate of his profession can be improved. The profession awakened by the Prophet Awakening Stone is completely unknown. If I could pass this Prophet Awakening Stone, another completely unknown profession awakened. It can even be said to be a cumbersome job. Wouldn't that be adding burden to yourself? And it will waste your energy. Dual professional awakeners must ensure that their two professions are at the same level. Only then can we move towards the next level. Lao He is almost at the next level. If I awaken another profession, and it is a completely random profession, you have to start practicing from the beginning. Who knows how long it will take to reach the third level by then? In comparison, the disadvantages of this unknown career far outweigh the benefits. But there was no way he would just give away such a rare treasure. What's the difference between this and letting the duck escape from your mouth? When you are thinking about something in your mind. His eyes fell on Jiang Fan, who was looking at the stone with curiosity on his face. His eyes lit up. At the palace gate. Brother Lin, this operation has come to an end. I have always heard of Brother Lin's great name. Today, I would like to ask for your advice. I wonder if Brother Lin would be willing to teach me. Hearing this, Lin Bai also relaxed and spoke to the other party. In that case, let's just stop here. Before he finished speaking, Lin Bai's body stiffened and his pupils shrank. Chapter 44, Incident. Lin Bai's face was filled with astonishment. While the body is stiff, his eyes slowly moved downwards. His chest had been pierced by a huge claw. The sharp claws were stained red with his blood. The claws were sharp, like human claws, but more bony and extremely ferocious. This is... The claws were grasping a beating heart. There were still some blood vessels around the heart, and they were not completely cut off. Blood continued to flow out of the holes on the body. As some pieces of flesh rolled down from the opponent's body, a bloody scene ensued. Watching the beating heart gradually lose signs of fluctuation, Lin Bai's life force began to fade away rapidly. There was shock and anger in his eyes. Just staring at Fu Yihang, who was so close in front of him. Want to use your strength. But he has no physical strength now. All of this will only hasten his demise. A sob was heard. Lin Bai hasn't said a word yet. The sharp claw holding his heart suddenly moved. Blood gushed out and flesh flew all around. His breath completely weakened. My heart was crushed before my eyes. Even with his current 4th level cultivation, he could not avoid such fatal damage. Unless you are a special job changer, you will never be able to avoid the so-called physical death. The sharp claw that had pierced through the opponent's chest was suddenly retracted. As the body fell downwards, Fu Yihang looked at the black scale-armored beast standing in front of him. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. At this time, a figure was walking slowly not far behind the Beastmaster. This person is the Beastmaster of the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce team. And his beast is the scaly humanoid mantis creature in front of him that is more than 1 meter tall. The Beastmaster was more than a person's height, just standing there. Looks like a praying mantis. It has 2 feet, but they are extremely small and sharp. The hands were similar to human arms and fingers, but they were glowing with layers of chilling cold light and looked extremely sharp. Notify them to take action. Qin Feng and Jiang Fan are together. Now is not the time to move against them. Don't let the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce escape. Leave only the 3 special professionals and kill all the others. As for Jiang Fan and Qin Feng, I have my own way. Hearing this, the Beastmaster nodded. Then he rode on the tiger beast under his crotch and ran towards the palace. And the mantis beast that just took Lin Bai's life. He also nodded slightly, following behind its host, rushing towards the palace. See this scene? Fu Yihang walked forward calmly. He searched the mutilated corpse in front of him. A communications device was soon found. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain this time. As long as the benefits are enough, those 3 special professional job changers will follow their own chamber of commerce. Qin Feng, who is beside Jiang Fan, is a difficult character. But there are so many people here. There are in every profession. He just didn't believe that the other party could do anything to them. Fu Yiheng's face gradually became gloomy, and he began to send his message to Jiang Fan on the communication device. This yellow sand cave covers a very large area. On top of the tallest palace building here, a young eagle with a gray-red body and golden tail feathers, watching everything that is happening in front of me. There was coldness in his eyes. The young eagle flapped its wings and flew, soon returning to its host. Looking at the message sent back by Xiao Jin, Qin Tiang's face gradually became gloomy. Is it really like that? It seems that this group of people really have bad intentions. They got rid of the captain of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce so quickly, and they were about to take action against others. It seems that their target should be Jiang Fan, or they are coveting the rare treasures in this relic. For now, I am safe. But it's hard to say about the rest of the team. Qin Tianke felt touched. He had anticipated this situation a long time ago. But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I didn't expect the other party's methods to be so decisive. He immediately looked aside. Jiang Fan was sitting cross-legged. Above his head was the Prophet's Awakening Stone. Circles of blue light emanated from the Prophet's Awakening Stone, enveloping Jiang Fan's body. And beyond this light, there are circles of red spots, like fireflies, surrounding it. At this time, there were two different kinds of light around Jiang Fan. It seems to have a special charm in it, which is quite special. Qin Tianke looked at the other party. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. This Prophet Awakening Stone can not only add a second profession for yourself. It can also help some job changers who have not reached the age to awaken and change jobs. You should know that those who change their jobs can only do so after they have undergone a unified transfer ceremony and awakened at the age of 18. Only then can you embark on your own career change path. If you can embark on the path of a job changer early, you can develop ahead of your peers. Imagine that others are awakening to their profession, and you have already reached the same level as their parents, or even teachers. It can be seen from this that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Of course, all this depends entirely on what the other person's occupation is, as well as some of the qualifications, abilities and resources that one possesses. Qin Tianke looked at Jiang Fan. The Prophet's Awakening Stone has too many disadvantages for him. I can only give it to him. After all, the resources behind Jiang Fan can be considered extremely huge. As far as he knew, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce was the #1 chamber of commerce in Weiyun City. It can be said that it is the largest civilian force, second only to the city's Job Changers Alliance. With such an organizational background, the other party will be able to switch to a relatively weaker profession. And you can still rise step by step with those resources. After all, he is only 16 years old. He has now awakened and changed his job, 2 years earlier than his peers. 2 years plus the resources behind his family are enough for him to practice to a higher level. And you can also get a favor. He will leave Lingyun City in 3 months. At that time, his mother's safety will be his top concern. Although Uncle Chun was willing to help, the other party was a soldier. It is inevitable that there will be some special impacts. So he needed a civilian force to help him take care of his mother. Although the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is in the next city, but there are also branches set up in their cities. Although it is not huge, it is not afraid of the 4 major families. He didn't have much communication with the other party along the way, but Jiang Fan was very compatible with his temper. The other party has no cultivation, but when facing himself. But he was neither humble nor arrogant, and there was no intention of trying to please. Such a young mentality is very rare. Qin Tianke hid all these thoughts in his heart. Watch the other person quietly as he completes his awakening. The strange lights began to merge gradually, and finally formed special red and blue halos that surrounded each other. Chapter 45, Summoner. As the red and blue halos continued to surround, Qin Tianke could feel that the aura around Jiang Fan began to change. If he was just a piece of broken stone before, but now it's like a sharp axe is chiseling away the impurities on the surface. The already dazzling diamond-like light inside was revealed. This is the process of job change and awakening. The job change was destined from the beginning. If there are no accidents, it will only be opened through some special external ceremonies at the age of 18. Let this profession be revealed. Now is the time for the other party to show his profession. Suddenly, the aura around Jiang Fan began to surge wildly, and a red and blue halo suddenly exploded. After the red and blue halo exploded, there were some extremely tiny spots of light floating in the air. Then the light spots quickly poured into Jiang Fan's body. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a job changer to go through so many complicated procedures. But Jiang Fan's current cultivation level is not that of an ordinary person. His current age has not yet reached the requirements to start a job change. This means that he is now exploring the potential in his body in advance. Unleash your full potential. There is a downside to this. That means he needs to endure some pain. After all, he woke up and changed his job before reaching the required age. There is no guarantee that there won't be any drawbacks. However, Qin Tianke has already observed it carefully. All the conditions of this prophet awakening stone. Only then did he feel at ease to let the other party come and change his job. After all, the power of this prophet's awakening stone should be extremely violent. It is even possible that it will backfire and cause Jiang Fan to be seriously injured. But this place has been abandoned for decades. After years of baptism and precipitation, even the prophet's awakening stone has now lost the power it should have. Otherwise, Guang would just allow the other party to enter the awakening ceremony. All of these are enough to make Jiang Fan drink a pot. It seems that this kid is also very lucky. If it were later, maybe this prophet awakening stone will completely disappear from the world. After all, this thing is said to be a rare treasure. But there is also a storage time. If it were any earlier, he might have been devoured by the power within, which would have been more harmful than beneficial. So Jiang Fan's timing was just right. Obtaining this prophet awakening stone can be considered as his good fortune. As the light exploded back into the cage. At this time, the power around Jiang Fan had begun to flow and surge wildly. Gradually it formed a red and blue robe that he was wearing. At this time, Qin Tianke also opened the system to check the other party's occupation. When I saw his job title, my eyes couldn't help but light up. This profession currently seems to be similar to his Beastmaster, with no obvious drawbacks. Name, Jiang Fan. Occupation, Summoner. Strength, First Level. The profession of Summoner is something Jiang Fan already possesses. It just requires some special power to break it open. The Prophet Awakening Stone allows a normal job changer to have a second job. This second profession is completely random. So Qin Tianke didn't dare to gamble, nor did he want to gamble. At this time, Jiang Fan also woke up from his previous state. Looking at the surrounding environment in front of me, there was something strange in his eyes. He was still a little dazed. But after a moment of trance, he soon came to his senses. Feel the power filling your body. There was a smile in his eyes. Ha ha ha, it's done, is that it? Jiang Fan still found it a little unbelievable. But now, he did succeed in changing his job. He can also clearly see his profession. I am only a first-level summoner now, but I have not summoned my own unique species. So there is no such thing as possessing ability. Congratulations. Qin Tianke would never reveal the other person's occupation at this time. That would only increase suspicion. Jiang Fan has a simple mind. With an innocent heart. He bowed towards Qin Tianke in front of him. Then he knelt on the ground. He spoke loudly to Qin Tianke. The senior gave me this precious treasure, allowed me to change my job ahead of time, and even personally protected me. I will never forget your great kindness. Speaking of, the other party kowtowed to Qin Tianke. In Jiang Fan's eyes, only heaven and earth and parents can make one kneel down and worship them. But Qin Tianke in front of him was very kind to him. Changing jobs early means too much. Not only am I 2 years ahead of my peers, we can also create considerable achievements during this period. Let the family know his potential. Such a change is like having a new parent. This knock on the head is not unjust. Qin Tianke's heart was touched. This kind of innocent heart is very similar to myself 3 months ago. Perhaps if nothing had happened to me, I would have the same mentality as him. When I think about this. Qin Tianke then nodded slightly, his voice serious. You are offering me such a great gift, so I cannot just ignore it. From now on, you are my senior disciple. I don't have anything to give you as a welcome gift, but I will have one soon. Hearing this, Jiang Fan was still a little confused. Ding dong. Hearing the prompt from the communication equipment, he looked down and then quickly spoke to Qin Tianke. Master, the captain and the others asked us to go back. Before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Qin Tianke. I have something important to do soon, so I will teach you the first lesson today. Jiang Fan was a little confused. I always feel that for some reason, the master's eyes have become very strange. Like a poisonous snake in the dark night. But he still followed Qin Tianke out the door. Walked towards the exit of the palace. Jiang Fan is now a summoner, and has the ability to partially strengthen his body. In comparison, he could still barely keep up with Qin Tianke's speed. Jiang Fan followed Qin Tianke to the entrance. Arrive. Jiang Fan jogged all the way. Surpassed Qin Tianke. Walk towards the team in front of you that is ready to go. Uncle Lin, I have changed my job. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's body stiffened. Even the words he shouted out stopped in his throat. Under his horrified gaze, Jiang Fan saw Uncle Lin's body slowly turning around. But all the internal organs have been hollowed out. The bleeding won't stop. And that mantis-like creature. At this moment, it is constantly devouring Uncle Lin's body. A pair of scarlet eyes turned and stared at him. A mocking voice came out from his throat. Lin, Uncle Lin. Jiang Fan just felt as if something was stuck in his throat. Can't make any sound. The body is shaking uncontrollably. Fear and terror kept surging in my heart. Yo, the young master is back. Go and bring him back, sky-splitting mantis. The mantis creature made a peculiar cry. It rushed towards Jiang Fan at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 46. Fight. Jiang Fan looked at the other party rushing towards him. No response yet. Then he saw sharp claws coming towards him from far away. He couldn't avoid this attack at all. The overly frightened body became stiff, and the instinct for survival continued to drive conflicts and contradictions. His body completely froze in place. Unable to move. Just at this moment, a roar was heard. Before the sky-splitting mantis gets close, his body was pressed to the ground by a huge claw. Yellow sand and dust were everywhere. Jiang Fan stared blankly at the huge claw in front of him. The surprise in his eyes seemed to subside a little. After a period of fluctuations in the inner emotions. Only then did he calm down. However, it was because he was too frightened. And the whole person fell backwards. There was still fear in his eyes. He was terrified. After all, he is still a child. If you have never experienced the separation of life and death, it is impossible to see such a bloody scene. Qin Tianke walked over quietly from the side, caressing his own beast. Looked at Jiang Fan. He spoke word by word. The voice was rhythmic and full of deep meaning. Listen carefully. The moment you embark on the career change, it means that your future will be filled with blood and killing. If you don't kill others, then others will go to great lengths to kill you. This is your first lesson. After Qin Tianke finished speaking, he looked at the people who were walking towards him. The 3 second-level magicians were standing on a very familiar magic circle. Qin Tianke already understood. This is a magic circle used for defense between magicians. There was also a big man who was over 2 meters tall. In his hand was a huge sword as big as a door panel. Walking towards him step by step. The aura on his body is becoming more and more powerful. Level 3 Mad Blade Guard. And beside the giant sword guard, there was a young man who was relatively short but extremely shrewd. This person is the only one in this team who deserves Qin Tianke's attention. A 3rd-level summoner. He did not move forward with the crowd, but standing still. In his hand was something similar to a wizard's staff. That thing was emitting circles of hot light. At the same time, the area that spread out under his feet. Strange ripples also appeared. It seemed like something was summoned by him. There is another person in the team whose cultivation level is at the 3rd level. It's the 3rd level Beastmaster. Right now. The Beastmaster was crushed into powder by Lao Hei's beast just now. Now he is suffering from the pain of the beast, being attacked by it, and kneeling on the ground in agony. In the middle of this group of people, Fui Hong was walking towards them step by step. Blood-red lines began to burn all over his body. He was covered with a special armor. Blood-red lines continued to ripple on the armor. A long and narrow tang sword also appeared in his hand. Boss, what kind of beast is that? Could it be a mutated 3-headed hellhound? With so many heads, could it be a multi-headed hellhound? The big man with the giant sword grinned. Fui Hong also had a smile on his face. But I still didn't forget to remind him. Don't take it lightly, this is a 4th level monster. Try to hold it off while I kill its host. Okay, boss. This is the Blood Knife Disciple. Qin Tiang's gaze focused on Fui Hong. Fui Hong. Occupation, Blood Blade Disciple. Cultivation level, 4th level. Abilities, Blood Blade, Rain of Swords and Guns, Blood Demon Possession. Blood Sword Disciple. A sword disciple is a slave who believes in the powerful sword path and is willing to devote his entire life to the sword. It turned out to be a man who was obsessed with pursuing the way of the knife. Qin Tianke has already made his own judgment about this profession. The look in his eyes when he looked at the other person was full of coldness. Now, he can attack without any scruples. When the other party comes over. Among the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, only Lin Bai was killed by the enemy. Others were bound together by some special means. It seems that they are being taken as hostages. Lao Hei looked at the group of humans in front of him, and could no longer suppress the rage in his heart. He had wanted to eat them all. Now I finally have this opportunity. Qin Tianke nodded and agreed with Lao Hei's idea. See this scene? Lao Hei can't hold it in any longer. Running wildly on all fours. Then he ran forward. This time it. Release all your aura completely without reservation. And because the distance is close enough. At this time, Fui Hong also noticed the beast in front of him. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. The one who collided head-on with Lao Hei was the giant sword guard. The broadsword in his hand was extremely broad. But he was hit head-on by Lao Hei. I couldn't help but retreat several meters. The whole person seemed to be pushed sideways, leaving 2 deep grooves on the ground. Notice this scene. Several others rushed forward to help. In the distance, 3 magicians were constantly releasing magical attacks towards Lao Hei. Pity. Lao Hei himself is not a living creature, but a kind of undead. These magical attacks have not yet touched the body. It has completely disappeared without a trace. 64 heads began to roar. Looking at the tiny human being in front of me who is only 2 meters tall, I felt a wave of disdain in my heart. You have to know that Lao Hei is now in a state of full release. It can reach 5 or 6 meters high. Compared to such a huge size, this giant sword guard is more than 2 meters tall. It's just an ant-like existence. And the sonic attack that erupts from this roar. It also instantly knocked away several people who were about to approach him. The giant sword guard began to feel the strain, constantly trying to force the opponent back through brute force. But as Lao Hei slightly retracted his legs, the opponent's center of gravity was unstable, and he fell forward. I just felt my body being restrained by something in an instant. Sharp daggers kept stabbing my body at the same time. Tear him to pieces alive. Then he divided the giant sword guard into pieces and ate them. A new head grew next to the 64 heads, and cheers of new life broke out. Seeing companions die, several magicians became angry at the same time. He began to summon magical attacks continuously, bombarding the opponent. Lao Hei just walked towards them step by step. The Beast Master struggled back from the pain of backlash. Although the backlash ended, half of his life was still wasted. He roared with all his might. Behind him, a giant elephant, also 5 or 6 meters tall, stepped out, colliding with Lao He. There was a strong shock on both sides. The entire yellow sand cave is covered with yellow soil and gravel. Fu Yiheng's eyes were cold. The aura of the 4th level is surging and violent. While staring at Lao He's attack, he also paid attention to Qin Tiang's direction. After a brief stalemate, he slashed with all his might and temporarily got rid of Lao He's attack. Use your legs and feet to exert force. He rushed towards Qin Tiang in a hurry. Chapter 47, Summoning the Undead? Who can't? His profession is close combat. Dealing with beast tamers is a bit of a thankless task. Besides, the beast in front of him is so big that it is really difficult to deal with. But in comparison, the Beastmaster is much easier to deal with. The distance between the two people quickly shortened to 3 meters. At this distance, his long sword can unleash the strongest offensive power. Looking at the other person motionlessly, Fu Yiheng didn't care about anything anymore. At this distance, even if the other party has a beast, he will never be his opponent. In order to achieve a one-hit kill, traces similar to burning flames gradually appeared in his eyes. Possessed by the blood demon! A hail of swords and guns! A miserable roar came out of his mouth. The body is in this moment. It seemed to be burning, like the dead returning from hell. Attack the opponent madly. He swung the long knife in his hand. There were endless shadows of blades left in the air. It seemed as if hundreds of blades were locking onto each other at the same time. Go straight down. When the bloody light and shadow flow, Qin Tiang's retreat routes in all directions have been blocked, and there is no way to break the impasse. Qin Tiang just stood there. Wait quietly for all these attacks to fall. The moment before its attack lands, Qin Tiang's body swayed. It disappeared right where it was. And all those attacks failed. Watching this scene, Fu Yiheng, whose whole body was burning with blood-red aura, changed his expression. A Beastmaster can possess some of the abilities of Beastmasters. This is no secret. After all, he is a veteran. He also understood one thing instantly. Could that damned beast have the ability to travel through time and space? What kind of monster is that? It has the appearance of a 3-headed hellhound and the ability to travel through time and space. Could it be a special unknown beast? His thoughts were still surging in his mind. But I heard sobbing sounds coming from behind me. As soon as he turned around, he saw several sharp mouthparts tearing towards him. The next moment, this 4th-level blood knife disciple was devoured alive by Lao He, a 4th-level melee fighter. Even the 4th level, their physical strength is still only limited to differences. Even if you have crossed the watershed of the 3rd level and entered the 4th level. But it still doesn't mean anything, their bodies are still so weak. Even if the physical strength is not low. But who can resist the devouring effect of Lao He? You know, Lao He now has 65 mouths. The noise and power of the roaring of 65 heads were enormous. Enough to tear anything apart easily. Not to mention that it was only the corpse of a 4th-level blood knife disciple. Qin Tiang also appeared on Lao He's back at this time. Jiang Fan was not far away from where the battle was taking place between the two sides. Qin Tiang would not involve his apprentice. He looked at the group of people in front of him. The cold murderous intent in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He gave orders to Lao He. Get rid of them all. Now we can only rely on Lao He in the battle. After all, Xiao Jin is only at the 1st level. Before entering the 2nd level, his fighting power is still too weak. Xiao Jin went through the transformation process. In terms of combat power, it can barely withstand the 2nd level. But in the end, it was just barely able to resist. None of these people are good people. Nor will it waste Xiao Jin's time. So let Lao He appear quickly. It is best to resolve the battle. Lao He roared. Then he rushed towards the giant elephant on the battlefield. The other person is of similar size to Lao He. But he is only slightly stronger than Lao He in defense. What's more, now their only opponent is a summoner. A Beastmaster. plus the three magicians. The attacks of the three magicians were so weak that they could be ignored. Lao He rushed out bravely, watching the giant elephant charging towards it. The figure suddenly shrank just before the collision. It turned into a black shadow and merged into the opponent's shadow. When it appears again, already rushed out from under the giant elephant. One claw cut it in half. But this giant elephant is too huge after all. This move is not able to cut it all off. Instead, half of his belly was hanging. The flesh and internal organs were exposed. The sticky and stinking smell of blood filled the entire ground. Lao He swallowed it all up. The devouring effect of 65 heads. Just a blink of an eye. It swallowed half of the giant elephant. Feeling the pain of his body being devoured, the Beastmaster soon passed away in endless pain. The reason why the Beastmaster is called the most contradictory profession. It's because of the existence of the Beast Tamer. The Beastmaster is powerful, and they are also powerful. But corresponding to it, they also have to bear the pain that the Beast Tamers have to bear. The same is true if you encounter fatal injuries. So this Beastmaster, he lost his life under the tearing of Lao He. The three magicians were completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? Devil! Devil! This is the devil! Their magic attacks completely dissipated as soon as they hit each other, as if they had no effect at all. On the contrary, it will increase the opponent's momentum. They had never encountered such a being before. There is only fear and terror in my heart. Escape. But where can they escape to? Qin Tiang's figure has appeared behind them. Lao He's dark shadow escape. Able to travel through shadows, these three magicians are blessed by magic circles. But the shadow still exists. Qin Tiang just appeared. The scimitar in his hand made a scratch, leaving a mark on their necks. Soon, the three of them died here in an instant. The head rolled on the ground. And at this time, Qin Tiang was wiping the blood off the scimitar. Looking at the summoner not far away, this is their final opponent. Ha! Interesting! The summoner looked at each other. There was pity and admiration in his eyes. Looks like mad. How about this? If you submit to me now, maybe I can introduce you to the Dark Church. After saying this, the special light that had been emanating from the summoner's body also began to move. The ripples that he had condensed before. It is now fully effective. A lot of undead spirits began to appear around. Among these undead souls there are humans, beasts, and monsters. There were dozens of them. This is also the maximum number he can mobilize now. How about this? I'll give you some time to think about it. Do you want to submit to me? The summoner was certain that by now the opponent had already consumed an unknown amount of strength. Not to mention that he had to fight against so many undead legions of his own. By that time, even if the entire undead army was killed, the other party was also exhausted. As long as the undead exist, he can keep summoning them. It just takes time to recover. Summon the undead? Who can't do that? Chapter 48, Destruction. What? Hearing this, the short summoner frowned. His expression gradually became more serious. No. This reminds me of this person's special ability to taming beasts. Especially the mutated beast that resembles the three-headed hellhound. It seems that every time it devours a person, a new head grows. Such a terrifying beast is difficult to deal with. The summoner suddenly felt something strange in his heart. The other party is a beastmaster. A beastmaster usually has a large number of beasts around him. There is no way this person only has this one beast. He should have many other beasts on his body. There is no time to waste, otherwise things will change. The summoner waved his hand. Dozens of undead around him rushed out together, emitting bursts of roars. The white undead rushed forward together. Although the number is relatively small, it is overwhelming in comparison. Looking at the dense crowds of undead in front of me, Qin Tianke looked calm. Lao He beside him calmly swallowed the bodies of the magicians one by one. Stay calm throughout. Seeing this scene, the summoner felt a strange feeling in his heart. I have a bad feeling in my heart. Could it be possible that this person could also summon the undead? However, this person is just a beastmaster. How could a beastmaster possibly summon the undead? Inner thoughts pop up and are dissipated. He looked at the person in front of him, and a hint of ruthlessness emerged in his eyes. See this scene? Qin Tianke remained calm as before. He just raised his hand slightly, and his robe fluttered in the wind. The energy in his body was released. Qin Tianke quietly took off the mask on his face. The corners of his handsome face were slightly raised with a hint of disdain. The flames that surged from the burning black and white light in his eyes were turbulent. Undead? Is that all? Qin Tiang's voice fell. The power from all over the body surged out, feeling the familiar breath of the undead in the air. The summoner's expression changed involuntarily. No, no! This is impossible! This is impossible! He was very familiar with this breath. It was the unique breath of the undead. How could he possibly summon it? Looking at the undead souls pouring out around, the summoner's eyes were filled with horror. Undead! It's really the undead! Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How can you summon the undead? You are just a beastmaster! Hearing these words, Qin Tianke seemed particularly calm. Black and white flames filled his pupils with a hint of coldness. It seems to reveal a solemn and murderous intention. Looking at each other, the voice was leisurely. Everything beyond your knowledge is impossible. If that's the case, then you better watch out for what comes next. After saying this, Qin Tianke waved his hand. The next moment, the many undead spirits that were originally rushing towards him suddenly froze at this moment. Immediately following, under the summoner's shocked gaze, these undeads are in almost the same posture. Move backwards. I saw my own undead ghost running towards me. Fear appeared in the summoner's eyes. He kept muttering something to himself. The body unconsciously retreated. Impossible! How so? His ghost only obeys himself. This is his own army. Why are we being manipulated by the other party? At this moment, he was full of fear and panic. Just wanted to take action. But he was horrified to find that the undead spirits that appeared out of nowhere were holding him tightly. And among the many undead spirits that clamped his body, one of them was the captain of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce who was killed by him not long ago. Seeing the other person's pale face and eyes full of anger, the summoner was completely frightened. Although his legion is made of undead, but he had never seen any undead with emotions. How is this possible? The dead never have any emotions. Even if he was killed by himself, and then recalled again, it is also a robot-like existence. How could it be like today? This moment, before he could take any action. Then he saw with his own eyes the undead that he had just driven to attack the opponent. At this moment, they came from all directions. Those undead have no substance. At best, it's just a bunch of soul objects. Those soul objects shuttled through his body frantically. There was horror in the summoner's eyes. A scream was about to come out of my mouth. But I don't know when. His tongue was completely cut off by something and swallowed into his stomach. At the same time in his body, there were human figures constantly passing through. It feels like someone is constantly hitting your entire body with a huge drumstick. The body seemed to be pierced. Such attacks continued until all the undead had passed through his body. At this moment, he seemed to have no injuries at all. But his face. But a look of fear gradually emerged. His internal organs had been completely devoured by this power. All of his internal organs were rotten and emitted a foul odor. At this moment, he looked more like a corpse, but his body still had the breath of a living person. Qin Tianke walked up to the other person. At this moment, the summoner only had a last bit of obsession in his heart, driving his body to stand there. His internal organs had already been completely shattered. My heart ached even more. At this moment, he had no other emotions except fear. But his eyes revealed a desire to know. Qin Tianke just looked at the other person like that. Finally, he shook his head helplessly. What a pity. My expectations were wasted. At first he thought it was the other party's ability. What other legions would be summoned? But I didn't expect it to be a ghost. You have to know that I am the beast master of Hell Disaster. It can summon the undead. He can also make good use of the undead. Use it on your own beastmaster to purify it. Like Lao Hei and Xiao Jin. It's just a pity. The overall quality of the undead summoned by this guy is not high. And it cannot be used as a resource to improve your own beast control. Before the other party could react. Then he realized that his body was falling into the air. Immediately following. The pain that every part of my limbs and bones felt at last was as if thousands of sharp blades were cutting my body at the same time. Pain and tingling continued to wreak havoc through his body. It was so despair that it couldn't even make the slightest sound and died on the spot. And saw the other party being torn to pieces by Lao Hei. Qin Tianke returned to his usual expression. The black and white flames in his eyes have gradually dissipated. At this time, Qin Tianke looked at the people from the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce not far away. Fortunately, Chun Ling and the other two were in a coma at this moment. Several other people who were following the team also fell unconscious. Qin Tianke felt relieved because no one saw what he did. You must always be on guard against others. You should not have the intention to harm others. It is inevitable that these people will reveal their whereabouts. Chapter 49, Heroic Spirit Summoner. At this time, Jiang Fan has calmed down his emotions. Walking towards Qin Tianke. Although a little stiff, Qin Tianke could see that his mentality had changed. Originally there was only innocence on that face, but now it aroused a bit of vengeful anger. He staggered, his body stiff. Step by step, he came to Uncle Lin's body. Jiang Fan looked at his uncle with something strange in his eyes. In the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, besides his father, the only people he has a good relationship with are these two uncles. Uncle Zhong and Uncle Lin watched him grow up since he was a child. What's the difference between this and your own parents and relatives? Now, he had to watch helplessly as Uncle Lin's body was hollowed out, leaving only a shell of skin. How could he bear it? Feeling the blood and energy constantly surging around his disciple's body, Qin Tianke really couldn't bear it. This disciple has a simple mind and a pure heart. Such people are often the most loyal and righteous. Now this experience. It was too cruel for him, but in a way, it can also help him grow. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lin! Jiang Fan's body began to tremble, and grief and anger gradually surged in his heart. The aura around him began to circulate continuously, and seemed to be growing, until it reached a certain critical point. Come! A light sigh. Qin Tianke sensed a strange aura. His eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at his apprentice. There was something strange in his eyes. This is not the breath of the undead, but it is very similar to the undead, but different in essence. I saw a figure emerging from behind Jiang Fan. The figure was vague and seemed to be an illusion. This is... Qin Tiang's heart moved. Heroic Spirit, Lingkong Road. Human heroic spirit. While participating in the battle against alien invasion, he was surrounded and killed by 17 aliens. Cultivation level before death, 5th level. Current combat power, level 4. Heroic spirits. They belong to the category of undead spirits, but they are different from undead spirits. They have positive energy and are not afraid of light. It's actually a heroic spirit? Qin Tianke was shocked. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder I felt this familiar breath of the undead. There are many types of undead. Among them, the heroic spirit is the most powerful one. Ordinary undead are afraid of sunlight. Even if Lao Hei has practiced to this level, they will still be afraid of the sacred light attribute. But the heroic spirits are different. Strictly speaking, heroic spirits are heroes who died in battle. They often have their own remarkable achievements, and were masculine men during their lifetime. So we will not be driven away by these so-called lights. On the contrary, it will be friendly to light. They are also the most special among the many undead. Many summoners who possess undead would like to go a step further. Thus you will have a heroic spirit. It seems that the only soldiers that his apprentice can summon are heroic spirits. Summoners can summon many types of creatures. However, there should not be any conflicting attributes. That is to say, from now on, I will be your disciple. The types of summons are limited to the undead. And he is also the most powerful heroic spirit among the undead. But that's enough. Heroic spirits are often extremely powerful individually and are easier to summon on some battlefields. Two heroic figures began to emerge behind Jiang Fan. The number of heroic spirits behind him reached 3. Among these 3 heroes, 2 of them are at the 3rd level of combat power. One is a 4th level combat force. It seems my disciples are also able to protect themselves. The combat power of heroic spirits is different from that of undead spirits. Heroic spirits can only be awakened based on the strength of their host. If the host's cultivation is at the 1st level, then the strength displayed by the heroic spirit, it is only in the 1st order category. In other words, the heroic spirit can release its full power as the host's ability improves. That's enough. I know that there is anger in your heart. I hope that when you become powerful in the future, you can take revenge on that Chamber of Commerce with your own strength. They killed all these people in order to kidnap you. Qin Tianke was mobilizing the undead here. Already know their purpose. So I'm telling you all about it. Hearing this, Jiang Fan clenched his fists. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. But then, the anger gradually faded away. He looked at his master. There was gratitude in his eyes. He knelt down in front of the master and kowtowed heavily. Thank you, master, for giving me this opportunity. He knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would have to wait 2 years before he could change jobs. Changing his job 2 years in advance now means that his combat power will be improved unprecedentedly. Become the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. 2 years is enough for his strength to reach a certain peak. Qin Tianke nodded slightly. Just at this moment, he raised his hand and waved. The breath of undead began to flow into the nostrils of the people who had just fainted. The aura of the undead is extremely cold and gloomy to those who have not practiced cultivation. It might cause damage to their bodies, but Qin Tianke controlled it very skillfully. Just give them a shiver and wake them up. This breath just entered their bodies. It made them shudder. They all woke up. Several people looked at everything happening around them, and quickly pieced together their experiences before they fell into a coma. There was anger in his eyes. Team leader! Thank God the 2 of them looked angry. They came here with the captain. He also joined the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce following the captain. If there is no captain, the careers of both of them may also experience setbacks from many people. After all, their profession is too special. And there are few people who know the strengths and weaknesses of their profession. It can be said that the captain is their benefactor. And now the captain died in front of him. How can they tolerate it? At this time, Jiang Fan also revealed everything about his job change and awakening to the people in front of him. These people were all brought up by Uncle Lin. They can be considered as my brothers and sisters. Several people looked at each other. Chenling took the lead and stepped forward. She has the best relationship with Lin Bai. With a hint of sparkle in his eyes, he spoke respectfully to Qin Tianke. Thank you, senior, for letting the young master change his job. We have no way to repay you. Master, on behalf of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, I extend an invitation to you. The Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is willing to treat you as a guest of honor and enjoy the highest level of treatment in the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It is inappropriate for them to say these things. But Jiang Fan is the young master of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. What he said carried a lot of weight. Senior, these are some of the things we found. I wonder if any of them can help you with your cultivation. If you don't mind, please take them all, it's our token of appreciation. At this time, it is impossible for them to promise the other party anything empty-headed, let alone make empty promises. Now they just want to help through these material things. Chapter 50, Star Moon Bodhi Seed. Hear them say this. Qin Tianke did not refuse. Watching the other party pour out everything in the storage ring, Start searching one by one. He wasn't stupid enough to look for it himself. Instead, we used the system's capabilities to skin them one by one. It was at this time Qin Tiang's heart suddenly began to beat faster. Something was constantly pulling him. It was as if an invisible thread hooked his body. Look towards that place. Follow this throbbing feeling. Qin Tianke walked forward step by step. Soon I saw something lying quietly on the ground. This thing seems to be a string of Bodhi seeds. It is crystal clear, and in some places it is sparkling with star-like light. In some places, the light from the beads is as bright as moonlight. Light up a small area around it. Like space. Looks quite extraordinary. Qin Tianke just glanced over. It will be more certain. This is what he's looking for. This is also the source of the palpitations in the body. It makes him feel this way now. It's not his own beast. On the contrary, it is his scimitar. At that time, Qin Tianke had already recognized Lu Yu's blood as his master and made it his weapon. This is the book my father left for me. So there is nothing wrong with him swearing his loyalty by dripping blood. You must know that once a weapon reaches the perfect level, they can all use blood to identify the owner. This way, you can sense the location of the weapon no matter how far away you are. Item: Star Moon Bodhi Seed. Attributes: stars, moonlight. Effects: can be used to forge weapons and cultivate one's character. Bodhi: the seeds of a plant, often used to make Buddhist beads or bracelets to aid in spiritual practice. Star and Moon Bodhi: gentle and graceful, suitable for women, can cultivate the body and mind. It turns out to be something that can help improve one's character? Can weapons be upgraded? I think it should be able to improve the quality of Lu Yu. When I think about this, Qin Tiang's breathing couldn't help but quicken. You should know that his scimitar Luwa is now of perfect quality. To go further, it is a legendary weapon in the true sense. Legendary weapons are extremely rare. Even the lords of the 44 cities today. Maybe there's only one. Even just a collection. It cannot be used easily. I didn't expect that there would be an opportunity for Wan Dao Luwa to be promoted now. There was something strange in Qin Tiang's eyes. These are all his guesses. It must be of great significance that Lu Yu was so touched. Think of this. Qin Tianke immediately put the Bodhi seed into his storage ring. As for other things, after careful sensing and searching, I found that they did not bring much improvement to myself. Only then did he let it go. This star and moon Bodhi seed might really help improve the quality of his scimitar. Even if you can't reach the legendary level, it can also take it a step further. I saw the senior accept the things. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. You must definitely make friends with such a senior. The opponent's strength is beyond imagination. Although they were unconscious, they did not see the other side's fighting scene. But the fact that he was able to help his young master change his job early through rare treasures is enough to show that he has rich experience. Qin Tianke put on a mask as early as after the battle, and he rarely showed his true face. After all, his relationship with these people is just average to him. Except for his own disciples. Okay, time to leave. Hearing this, several people looked at each other. Jiang Fan stepped forward and wrapped Lin Bai's body with something, then carefully put it into his storage ring. Only things without breath can be stored in the storage ring, as long as they are not living things. Looking at the solemn expression of his disciple, Qin Tianke felt a surge of worry in his heart, but it quickly dissipated. Watching them walking towards the direction of the city, Qin Tianke withdrew his gaze. As for the affairs of the two major chambers of commerce in Mayan City and Tianshu City, Qin Tianke didn't want to know. He doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Speaking of which, he gained a lot from this trip. Not only did it help Lao He gain a few more heads, but it also allowed him to gain a new apprentice. It also allowed the scimitar to obtain a treasure with upgraded quality. Qin Tianke looked at his own Lao He. Lao He now has 71 heads. It's only a matter of time before it reaches the 100th level. That being the case, he might as well take this opportunity to slaughter some bad guys nearby. Try to get Lao He to the 100th level as soon as possible. After all, he will go to the Alliance for Job Changer Selection next. That place is full of hidden talents. Anyone under 25 years old can participate. There is no guarantee that you won't meet some genius, so you still have to practice well. After all, Qin Tianke witnessed many special job transfers during this operation. Not to mention the selection of job changers, which is said to be filled with geniuses. He can only improve his own abilities. Only in this way can you ensure that you can get a better ranking. He didn't want to disappoint Uncle Chen, and he also wanted to make that damn commander suffer. Time passes slowly. 7 days passed. On a sand dune. That night, Qin Tianke sat cross-legged quietly. The whole body is bathed in starlight. During this period, Qin Tianke began to try to use Luwe to fuse the star moon Bodhi seeds. There seems to be some strange reaction between the two. They all emit a hazy starlight. Then the lights were attracted to each other, and gradually merged together. The integration process is extremely long. Even until now. There was still a layer of hazy starlight surrounding the scimitar, and it had not dissipated. As it continued to condense, a certain strange force surged out. It seemed that we had to wait until the hazy starlight completely dissipated. The quality of his scimitar can be further improved. Qin Tianke didn't say much, but waited for the opportunity to digest it completely. And during this period, Lao He already has 99 heads. I only need 1 head left to reach the 100th level. By then, you can enter the 4th level. Qin Tianke felt a surge of anticipation. His eyes fell on the figure not far away. Thinking secretly in my heart. He has been following this man for a day and a night. But the other party is very smart. Each time, you just need to get within 10 meters of the other party. They will be noticed instantly. Then he started to flee quickly. He has the aura of the undead that he planted himself. There is no way to escape. But as soon as I get close, I will be noticed instantly. Difficult to start. The kid's escape skills were really great. Lao He couldn't catch up with him even after running until he was out of breath. And Qin Tianke was not far away at this moment. There was a figure sitting quietly. The other party's system data appeared in front of Qin Tianke. Lin Bo. Occupation, Earth Wave Messenger. Cultivation level, level 3. Earth Wave Messenger. He practices a special induction method, and can sense any movement within a 10-meter radius, and can hide anywhere on the Earth. Abilities, Danger Sense, Earth Escape, Earth Spike Wall. Chapter 51. Prerequisites for the 4th Order. Look at the introduction of the system. Qin Tianke frowned. TSK. A bit tricky. After all, this guy currently only has 1 attack ability and 1 defense ability. But the sense of crisis is extraordinary. Crisis sensing is used when there is a dangerous person within a 10-meter radius of you. You can detect it instantly and escape. The speed of escape is extraordinary. This guy is so difficult to deal with. Qin Tianke is a stubborn donkey. He was determined to get rid of this guy, and there was no way he would be allowed to survive. But how to catch him? It's another top problem. Qin Tianke has been thinking about it for so long. Still no clue. No way. Every time I get closer. Even if your own beast approaches, they will be noticed instantly. No wonder the blood aura on the other party is so strong, but no one has ever noticed it. This guy runs too fast. How to get rid of him? It is the top priority problem facing me. Never mind. Since I have no idea. Just follow your original idea. Qin Tianke already had an idea in his mind. After all, it seems now. The other party's means of escape are indeed quite powerful. But so what? You know. The other party is only good at running away. The means of attack are far inferior to mine. Although Xiao Jin did not step into the 2nd level within these 7 days, he also achieved it through his own practice. 1 step closer to the 2nd level. Now all that's left is to devour this kind of flame to allow it to advance to the 2nd level. Qin Tianke has already looked up information about this place. There is no such thing as fire. So Xiao Jin cannot advance. But Xiao Jin's flying speed is extremely fast. After all, its true form is still the fiery golden-tailed eagle. The flying speed of this bird is among the fastest in its kind. Although Lao He said that his cultivation level is at the 3rd level. But the running speed is far less than the flying speed. So it would be best to let Xiao Jin chase the other party. Qin Tianke immediately began to act. The reason why we tracked down the other party for a day and a night but got nothing. It's because the other party's danger warning is too strong. Even if the other person is asleep. But you can still detect the crisis and escape instantly. Just like now. Qin Tianke just approached within 10 meters of the opponent. Lu saw the man suddenly wake up from his previous sleeping state. Then he fled into the ground. Very fast. There were even more raised piles of sand on the ground. And the yellow sand all over the sky. See this scene? Qin Tianke summoned out his 2 beasts without any hesitation. He rode on Lao Hei's back. Xiao Jin is flying in the sky. There were streams of phantom fire constantly gushing out of his mouth. As all these attacks came, that figure ran even faster. And Qin Tianke didn't mind the trouble. Just follow closely behind the other person. So what if it's fast? Speed is just speed after all. The endurance should definitely not last long. Otherwise it would be impossible to rest for so long. Furthermore, how could it be possible for a job changer to have such a powerful danger warning and fast speed? To some extent, endurance can still be maintained at its peak, which is simply impossible. In the world, where there is yin, there must be yang, where there is loss, there must be gain. He just doesn't believe it. And every profession has its own flaws. So he wanted to take a gamble. Qin Tianke's idea is indeed very accurate. The 2 sides chased each other for an hour. Qin Tianke obviously noticed it. The opponent's speed slowed down. And it seemed that he was using some pills to restore his strength. My breath began to recover. Seeing this, Xiao Jin immediately flew into the air from his shoulder. A dark flame condensed in his mouth. Heavy spraying out. As soon as the fireball formed by the flame fell. Then it exploded around the opponent. The strong vibration caused by the explosion. The man under the pile of earth froze. It's getting faster. But Qin Tianke had clearly seen that something was left behind while the other party was escaping. Really? This kid has low stamina, so let's wear him down. As Qin Tianke's plan progressed. 2 hours later. During this period, Qin Tianke had a lot of elixirs to replenish his supply. On the other hand, the other side gradually became weak. Finally, the speed has returned to normal. Even slower than walking. Watching the person in front of me slow down completely. Qin Tianke understood that this was the final moment. As soon as he stopped. Then I heard the person in front of me complain. If you're not my big brother, why are you chasing me? Did I provoke you? Hearing what the other party said, Qin Tianke raised his hand and called Xiao Jin back. Lao He was walking step by step with his hips. Qin Tianke spoke in a cold and slow voice. You didn't provoke me, you didn't offend me, but you killed someone and you should pay with your life. There are so many bad people in the world, can you kill them all? I will kill everyone I meet without mercy. The bloody aura on the other party is extremely strong, and such a villain cannot be allowed to stay. Lin Bo still wanted to resist. But the next moment, he saw something coming towards him instantly. A flash of white light passed by. He went through 3 hours of hard travel. It's weak enough in itself. Not to mention that Qin Tianke approached him in an instant at such a close distance. He couldn't even release his abilities. He died on the spot. Separation of human heads. Lao He couldn't wait to go and eat the other's corpse. After all, it took 3 hours of running around. Even he couldn't bear it. The last head grew next to Lao Hei's 99 heads. The breath keeps surging. This means that Lao He has successfully been promoted to a 100-headed mastiff. Qin Tianke couldn't help but cheer. However, he did not feel the fullness of strength in his body. There was no sign of any breakthrough from Lao He. The surge of breath just now was like a force that had just reached its peak but then stopped in an instant. It seems like something crucial is missing and cannot break through that barrier. What is going on here? Qin Tianke was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this to happen. There was a look of confusion in his eyes. At this time, a prompt popped up. Bite. Congratulations to Ru Yusho for reaching one of the necessary conditions for breaking through to the 4th level. There is only one more necessary condition missing. To break through the 4th level of beast control, 2 necessary conditions are required. One is to reach 100 mastiffs, and the other is that the host's own mental strength reaches 60. Current host's mental strength, 35. When Qin Tianke saw this condition, his mind suddenly went dark. No. What the hell, mental power? He only knew about soul power and the power of the undead. What was this mental power? Spiritual power. It can improve along with the beast, and can sense the beast's status at any time and place, and assimilate the beast. When necessary, it can even temporarily descend upon the beast. Method of cultivating spiritual power, none. Chapter 52, Homecoming. What the hell? Is there no way to cultivate mental power? Qin Tiang's expression changed involuntarily. I feel like I'm being made fun of. But think about it carefully. The 4th level master that I have encountered now. It seems that there is only that blood knife disciple. There is also Lin Bai, the captain of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. However, regarding the combat effectiveness of these 2 people, Qin Tianke found it a little strange. Let's not talk about Lin Bai. It's the blood knife disciple. A dignified 4th level master was actually killed by a 3rd level beast master like me. The other party seems to be lacking in ability. And there is not much to attract attention in terms of overall level. Not to mention that the other party couldn't even see through his true level of cultivation. It seems so. The 4th level also has strong and weak ones. The division between strong and weak is not so obvious like in the first 3 stages. It seems that the 3rd and 4th levels are a big watershed. As long as I can reach the 4th level, then you can move closer to a higher level. But how to move forward is a problem. Looking at the system's prompts, he gradually gains some understanding. Perhaps the watershed between the 3rd and 4th levels should be the so-called mental power. The system does not provide any explanation or focus on this aspect. You have to search for the answer yourself. Think of this. He glanced at Lao He beside him. No more worries. He immediately jumped on the horse. Riding on the old black horse, he galloped away into the distance. Since there is no way to grow here, then go back. Maybe I can have some epiphany when I go back. Besides, it's still early. There are still more than 2 months left, which is enough time for me to find some ways out. If the battle ruins are regarded as the center of the map, there are 3 cities surrounding the battle ruins. The central city of these 3 cities. It is Lingyun City. This is also the first of the 3 cities. To the left of Lingyun City is Moyun City. On the right is Tianshu City. Compared with Lingyun City, these 2 cities, relatively small in scale, it doesn't seem to be outstanding. And Lingyun City is the largest of the 3 cities. The number of chambers of commerce in Lingyun City is extremely small. But in Moyun City, the situation is completely opposite. There are chambers of commerce almost everywhere in this city. But the largest chamber of commerce in Moyun City is the well-deserved Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. This is because the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce not only has branches in the 3 cities of the battle ruins. Being called the number 1 Chamber of Commerce has its own reasons. It should be noted that in all previous job transfer ceremonies, there would always be interference from 3 parties. One side is the city. One side is the military. The other party is the Career Changers Alliance. And among them, however, most of the people in Moyun City belong to the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The military region also maintains close cooperation with the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As for the Career Change Alliance, it is the largest official force. Compared with the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce in Moyun City, It is also the largest civilian force. The two sides are trading with each other quickly and there is no contradiction or conflict. Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Silver Dragon Mansion. On the high seat, a middle-aged man had a slightly cold expression on his face, watching the scene happening in front. In the eyes, nothing but cold. There was a figure standing next to him. This seems to be a teenager. However, there was a hint of coldness and bloodiness on the boy's face. There is absolutely no innocence that a child of this age should have. There was a dead body lying in front of them. The corpse had been hollowed out from the abdomen, leaving only skin and bones, which was extremely creepy. Yushu Chamber of Commerce? The middle-aged man's voice was cold, and he exuded a majestic aura from head to toe. This was a fourth-order cultivation, but it had a completely different violent trend. They dared to make our Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce pay such a price. They don't want to live anymore. After saying this, the middle-aged man raised his hand. Several figures quickly walked towards the door. They exude a strong smell of death. Seems to have been buried long ago. But he was moving here and his aura was revealed as he kept moving. They all have the third level of cultivation, infinitely close to the fourth level. Get rid of all those lonesome ones in the Yunshu Chamber of Commerce. As for the military, I have my own way. Hearing this, the figures nodded one after another. Then he fled from here. It was moving at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards Tianshu City. As the first chamber of commerce in the city. It can even be called the first chamber of commerce in the three cities. Jiangtianjing has the qualifications and ability. After all, the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce is known as the strongest chamber of commerce here. It is because of the geographical advantage of Mayun City. The outskirts of Mayun City are adjacent to other cities. It is also the most connected central hub among these many cities. So except for the other two cities, people from other cities often come here to negotiate, communicate on logistics, and conduct trade. This will continue. The Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce seized this opportunity and rose to prominence, thus becoming the #1 chamber of commerce. You can even participate in the so-called job transfer ceremony, which can only be presided over by the leaders of the three parties. Only the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce can be as powerful as it is today. At this time, Jiang Tianjing looked back at his son, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. The icy coldness and murderousness just now completely dissipated. Fanner, this matter cannot be blamed on you. Your cultivation has just entered the first level, and you also have such a special summoning object. What you need to do next is to practice well. As for the Tianshu Chamber of Commerce, I will naturally stay and let you try your hand. Jiang Tianjing has always been decisive in killing. In his eyes, this small Tianshu Chamber of Commerce was not worth his full effort. You just need to kill all their only sons, and then wait for your own son to kill them personally in the future. Jiang Fan nodded, looking at my son's expression, which is different from before. Jiang Tianjing felt a little touched. Fanner, you did the right thing in this matter. You won over your master. According to what you said, your master should be at the third level. Hearing this, Jiang Fan's eyes shook slightly. He has always wanted to know the master's realm. But the master never explained to him. He was too embarrassed to ask. Moreover, no one around him could see through the master's level of cultivation. He still had great trust in his father's words. Seeing my son's expression, Jiang Tianjing had a smile on his face. Your master may not be a so-called senior. According to my information, the only one in the three cities who can summon that strange beast is probably the #1 genius in Lingyun City. He is also the captain of Lingyun City's team participating in the selection of job changers across the alliance, Jin Tianke. You can only make friends with this person, not give him things. It is rumored that he has close ties with the military, and he is also a young hero. You cannot make an enemy of him lightly. In the future, I will personally send someone to deliver some gifts to his house to make friends with him. Chapter 53, Preparation. Lingyun City. Military Training Ground. Lili let out a roar. In his sword case, 17 flying swords rushed out at the same time. Streaks of light streaked across the sky. Stabbed straight ahead. and Lin Noa in front of him was squinting his eyes. Look at each other. The round body didn't move at all. Instead, he lay down on the ground very comfortably. As soon as I lay down, several circles of special halos began to radiate around him. A special Bagua magic circle spread out from his body towards the ground. Lin Noa had a smile on his face. How dare you act rashly with such a small flying sword? Lin Noa paused. The moment his body came into direct contact with the flying swords, it completely disappeared without a trace. And when he appeared again, the figure has arrived in front of Lily. At the same time, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang power condensed in his palms, following a light sigh from his mouth. Bang! The next moment, the opponent's figure suddenly retreated. He was instantly knocked into the air, and those flying swords overlapped rapidly under each other's feet. A platform was formed. Let Lily stand for a while. See this scene? Lily rushed out again. Several flying swords surrounded his body. The other flying swords rushed forward quickly. And the perfect flying sword was always kept around him, used as a final killing move. At the same time, the other side. The divine light continues to shine. Qin Jingyang let out a roar. The skin begins to change rapidly. Gradually, golden skin spread out. Although it looks golden and dazzling. But in fact, the gold flashed and then turned into bronze skin, without many eye-catching patterns and runes. He has not yet mastered his profession to the point where it is completely impossible to condense a truly perfect golden body. Not to mention that he is not in a state of anger now. It is naturally impossible to gather all the strength of the body. There was a flash of red in his eyes. He immediately swung his palm forward. A palm came down with a strong wind and hit the opponent heavily. The wind was raging and the dust was constantly being rolled up. Cover up Sujia's figure. Sujia looked at the scene in front of him with a calm expression. There was a smile on his lips. He exerted force on the magic staff in his hand. The smoke dissipated instantly, and these attacks did no harm to him. After all, the holy magic cloak can make you immune to physical attacks to a certain extent. TSK, almost there. After saying this, the staff in Sujia's hand has undergone some changes. Something like a knife mark began to spread from the top of the staff. As the staff continued to wave in his hand, swung it out brazenly. This was the strongest attack he had ever mustered. After half a month of practice and settling down, although Qin Jingyang has entered the third level, but facing this blow, he wanted to hide. But there is a certain obsession that wants to fight it. He did not retreat but advanced. Take a step forward. The golden light on the skin lit up again. The golden body of Buddha suddenly appeared. There was a loud bang. The meteor god slashed and chopped down on Buddhist gold. It left a big mark on its body. Then the golden light dissipated. Qin Jingyang retreated several meters away. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Take this blow head on. He also tried his best. The most taboo thing when fighting a magician is long-range attacks. The most important thing to do is close combat. But there's nothing I can do. Sujia has the holy magic cloak plug-in on him. He can't win at all. He didn't hesitate at all. He immediately rushed forward again and started fighting with the opponent. See the four people fighting. Qin Tianke walked out of the gate of the martial arts arena, with a smile on his lips. After half a month of settling down, my teammates seem to have made considerable progress. For example, the fighting methods they choose are the most suitable for themselves. However, it must be said that Sujia and Lin Noa are worthy of being from the branch of the Job Transmigrator Alliance. After all, the two of them represent the face of the career Transmigrator Alliance. The movements during the battle, their own experience, and methods can all be said to be top-notch. The difference can also be seen from the battle between the four people. The two men fighting on the home front were suppressed and had no power to fight back. The other two, however, handled it with ease. Looks very comfortable. Perhaps this is the genius that was nurtured by such abundant resources within the Job Transmigration Alliance. The 4 people who were still fighting felt a familiar breath at the same time. They immediately looked in that direction. I saw Qin Tianke standing there. The 4 of them stopped fighting at the same time. Lin Noa shouted, "Hurry up and welcome our captain!" Without any hesitation, the 4 of them immediately turned their spears and rushed towards Qin Tianke. See this scene? Qin Tianke shook his head helplessly. 1 step forward. In the shadows, Lao He slowly appeared. This time, Lao He's momentum is infinitely close to the 4th level. The pressure and roars emanating from 100 heads. This made the people in front of him pause for a moment. Then a 4 versus 1 situation began. Office of the Commander-in-Chief. Commander Chen, these are the participating teams from other cities. Qin Qingfeng's eyes kept scanning the list in his hand. He pinched his eyebrows. Looked unhappy. There are really more geniuses this time than in their class. Not to mention some special professions that have changed their jobs. This time, all the job changers in the Alliance were selected to be included in the battle list of many cities. There is actually a 15-year-old genius. There is also a 20-year-old dual-career switcher. These 2 people are difficult enough. What's more, among the many people who fought in the other 43 cities, there are actually 2 masters who have reached level 4. The divide between the 3rd and 4th orders is particularly huge. Qin Qifeng was very clear about this. Once you enter the 4th level, especially for those seated players who are trained with emphasis, the results they bring will be immeasurable. This time it would be difficult for them to regain the ranking they had last time. As thoughts and ideas surged in his mind, he soon felt something. Looking towards the window. In the direction of the martial arts arena, a large cloud of smoke was exploding at this moment. Slowly floating towards the sky. It seemed as if a great battle was taking place. Seeing this scene, Chen Qifeng put down the list in his hand with a smile on his face. It's good to be young, you can be really noisy. He sensed a familiar person in the atmosphere of battle. Are you almost reaching the 4th level? It is true that the disciple is better than the master. It's just that there is no special capable person to guide me and I want to break through to the 4th level. It's like a blind man touching an elephant, he only knows the surface but not the essence. Although the others are still far from the 4th level. But they still have to improve their strength quickly. Try to reach the threshold of the 4th level. They still need some special training. We need to develop targeted plans and programs to enhance their strength. Chapter 54, Tactical Coordination. Qin Qifeng made up his mind. Distribute all these supplies tomorrow. Qin Qifeng handed the list of supplies that had been prepared to his secretary. The secretary just took it. A quick glance. But his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Although there are only a few types of materials here, each one can be said to be priceless. Commander Chen really is willing to do so. The secretary understands his or her authority and responsibilities. Without saying anything, he nodded slightly. Only then did he leave this place. Go and prepare these materials quietly. At the same time, in the martial arts arena, Lin Noa sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, looking at the huge beast not far in front of him. His eyes were full of doubt. Yelled at Qin Tianke. No, where did you get such a big beast? Wasn't there not so many heads last time? Why are there so many now? He was still complaining. Su Jia beside him had already begun to slowly count the heads of the beasts. 98, 97, 99, 100. Oh my God, 100 heads! How many heads does your beast have to have? Do you want to have 1,000 or 10,000 heads? On the other side, Chen Jingyang and Li Li had also finished their battle. There's nothing I can do. Even if the 4 of them work together to deal with it just now. Also no match. Qin Tiang's overall strength is higher than theirs. Even though Su Jia had some restraint on his beast-taming attributes. But Qin Tianke himself has not yet joined the battle. And Su Jia himself did not use his full strength. This resulted in the 3 of them being almost beaten by the opponent's beast master. But Su Jia stopped fighting halfway through. He ran to the side and started counting Lao Hei's heads. After all, This is just a sparring match. There is no need to use all your strength. Oh my goodness! Hearing Sujia's words, the other two were also surprised. They couldn't figure out what kind of beast Jin Tianke owned. Why does it feel like there are so many changes every time I see you? Hearing these words from the other party, Jin Tianke smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he took Lao Hei back. Look at the people in front of you. Just now, during the fight with the opponent, he also saw the overall combat power gap between the 5 of them. He coughed twice, then came in front of him. Although you have indeed been training hard during the half-month when the captain was away, but the results of your practice are not enough. The 4 of them looked at each other. It was the first time they heard Jin Tianke speak so formally. Everyone's face looked weird and strange. Jin Tianke spoke first. Your previous battles were all in pairs, or you are used to fighting alone. Your cooperation just now not only did not cause me any pressure, but made me feel very relaxed and comfortable. After hearing this, the only female among the group was immediately unhappy. Su Jia snorted coldly. Isn't this because I didn't make a move? Once I made a move. Jin Tianke immediately took over the other party's words. I will attack you as soon as you make a move. Even if I don't, I can still defeat you by taking advantage of the weaknesses of these 3 people. It reminded me of the opponent's combat power when I was choosing the captain before. First of all, Qinjingyang, your profession is Vajra Angry Buddha. I know that your combat power will be infinitely higher when you are angry, but it can only surpass your own strength and cannot leapfrog to a higher level. So the strength you need to focus on is not your own offensive power, but your defense. Our goal this time is to win the All-Alliance Job Transmigration selection. In order to get a better ranking and allow the city to obtain some city-protecting magic treasures, we must abandon some of our previous fighting methods and ideas. Your combat ability is indeed very strong, but your profession still has flaws, and your defense is very strong. For example, the Buddhist golden body that you displayed earlier is the direction you should focus on, so you should focus on training your defense. You can also practice attacking as well, but not too much. The conversation changed. Qin Tiang's gaze fell on Lily. It's the same with you. You and Qinjingyang are exactly the opposite. One of you only focuses on attacking, while the other focuses on defense. You have 17 flying swords, but you keep 7 of them by your side for defense, and the other 10 for cooperation in battle. In comparison, you are more worried about being threatened, but have you ever thought that Qinjingyang is training his defensive abilities just to protect you? In this way, you can fully concentrate on making your 17 flying swords uniformly lethal. Your 10 flying swords are indeed very difficult to deal with, but if you add 7 more, with 17 flying swords combined with some special sword formations, your sword skills will be even more powerful. When Li Li heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Qin Tianke turned his gaze towards the other 2 people. Our mission this time is a group battle. We will encounter many other teams fighting with us in the future, so we need to make tactical arrangements now. The 2 of them are just right, one attacking and one defending. I can assist you in the battle, but you 2 also have to play your roles. First of all, Sujia's profession can bring powerful auxiliary effects, and can also bring a decisive blow. When facing some dark attribute professional knowledge, it has strong restraint and effects, so you must give full play to your advantages no matter what. At the same time, you must always stay by Qinjingyang's side. Although the cloak you are wearing is very special, it can be used as a trump card. Don't expose it easily. Finally, it's Lin Nuo. Your Bagua Walker is indeed very powerful, but you didn't make good use of your advantages. When you were fighting with me just now, you kept using the method of fighting by advancement. I think you can switch sides. You can use your powers interchangeably. For example, let Li Li be the long-range attacker, constantly using his sword skills to attack, and then cooperate with Su Jia to use magic, while you and Qinjingyang can alternate. One is responsible for defense, and the other is responsible for close combat. This way, the effect will be twice as good with half the effort, and the cooperation will be more tacit. After hearing what Qin Tianke said, they thought for a moment. I quickly understood what the other person was saying. A hint of approval appeared on his face. Qin Tianke's idea was inseparable from his experience of visiting the ruins of that powerful man. He watched the teams from both chambers of commerce. Naturally, I understand some of the flaws among them and the strategic deployment they have arranged. These can all serve as a kind of forward-looking experience for your team. Okay, let's start practicing. According to my thoughts and logic just now, we will practice for a while, and then trouble Commander Chen to find an opponent for us, and we will have actual combat. Chapter 55, Level 2. Several people are very motivated. He started practicing again continuously. 3 days passed quickly. I have to say, Qin Tiang's ideas are indeed very appropriate. The combat capability of each of them has been raised to a higher level. The cooperation is becoming more and more tacit. These grow. Chen Qingfeng saw it all. For this generation's battles and their tactics, Chen Qingfeng was unable to offer any guidance or suggestions. It was impossible for him to invite others to see their peak lineup. So just let them figure it out on their own. After all, the things they explore are always the ones they realize are the most flawed, so he won't interfere. But, to his surprise, his good nephew did give him a surprise. I don't know where to go. I actually have such strange insights into these aspects of combat. Although these tactics are only proposed in some big families, it is normal. But his good nephew did not have the family background to have such ideas. I think he was able to grow after going through a lot of battles. Chen Qifeng was naturally very pleased. If my eldest brother knew about this in the afterlife, he would also leave with a smile. Commander, the stuff has arrived. I heard the secretary's voice. Chen Qingfeng's voice was leisurely. Distribute them according to their requirements. These things are enough for them to improve their current strength. As their strength increases, their tactical coordination will become more and more tacit. At the same time, inform them that they still have 2 full months to prepare to go to the governor of the alliance in 2 months. Yes. In the secret practice room, the commander assigned a training room to the 5 of them. Qin Tiake was sitting cross-legged. Carefully sensed the strange fluctuations around. At the same time, his eyes fell on the storage box in front of him. This box looks like glass, but can withstand extremely high temperatures. It can also keep the flame stored inside from going out. His eyes move slightly. System information appears. Byte. Item, magma flame. The magma flames born from volcanoes are the spirits of magma. Quality elite. This is what Uncle Chen found for him. That's enough. He was still worrying about how to get Xiao Jin to the 2nd level. In his opinion, if I had the confidence to enter this all-league job changer selection, there are 2 main aspects. One is to strive to get his beast master Lao He to the 4th level. Although that would require some restrictions. Just like now. What kind of mental training method is needed? He doesn't know. Another one. The goal is to get Xiao Jin to the 2nd level. Although ordinary beast masters are limited by the level of beast taming, it is necessary to keep all the beasts in the same stage. Only then can they all advance to the next level. But Qin Tianke doesn't need it. His beast master status is extremely special, and restrictions in this regard seem to be non-existent. Therefore, he was able to possess 2 beasts of completely different realms, even with huge differences. It is undeniable. Xiao Jin's current abilities, whether it's flight, fire, or fear of light, all of these can help him gain the upper hand in the next battle. So let Xiao Jin be promoted to the 2nd level. This was the second important condition that he was thinking of going to the all-league job transformer selection. Qin Tianke summoned Xiao Jin out of the beast taming space. As soon as he was summoned, Xiao Jin couldn't wait to come to the iron box. Full of anticipation, Qin Tianke could also feel what the other party was conveying. Unplug the bolt from the iron box. In an instant, the scorching temperature swept madly. It seemed as if I had arrived in a raging volcano in an instant. The temperature rose instantly, and the entire training room was filled with this scorching heat. However, for this level of flame, Qin Tianke could accept it. The feedback power from the beasts he controls, including both Lao He and Xiao Jin. Coincidentally, the beasts of Xiao Jin's race are famous for their flying speed and resistance to high temperatures. So this temperature doesn't count. Xiao Jin cheered, looking at the flames in front of him that were twice as big as it. Without any hesitation, he went in immediately. Just entered it. Qin Tianke sensed the comfort it conveyed. According to the system's explanation, there are generally two situations in which flame fusion occurs. Either the flame temperature is too high or the grade is too high to be fused, thus causing a painful reaction. Either the flame is completely within an acceptable range and can be easily extinguished. It felt like taking a bath in it. This flame is only elite level, but Qin Tianke also knows that it was obtained by Uncle Chen with great effort. After all, this is not an ordinary flame. It is the flame among natural spirits. These things need to be generated naturally by heaven and earth, and it is extraordinary to be able to reach the elite level. Qin Tianke was not idle. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the things placed on the desk beside him. Qinglian's spiritual cultivation method. I guess this is another condition Uncle Chen gave him. Although he didn't know Uncle Chen's realm, the latter was definitely aware that he was now at the critical juncture of advancing from the 3rd level to the 4th level. This spiritual method is of no help in filling my current vacancy. Qin Tianke didn't hesitate at all. He immediately started to practice. Xiao Jin sat aside and bathed in the flames quietly. As the flames continued to flow into his body, the gray-red feathers also began to change slightly. The flame gradually began to show some burning tendency. The hint of red in that feather was becoming more and more evident. It seems that the gray is gradually becoming scarce. Instead, it presents a strange black and red color. That's not all. In the flames, Xiao Jin's breath began to surge. The tuft of white hair on the forehead is even more dazzling. The previous white color has gradually turned into snow white, and the gold color on the tail is also gradually changing and deepening. At the same time, in the other 4 quiet rooms for practice, the 4 people in the team also receive supplies for their respective training. Start practicing diligently. They know that only by improving their strength can they succeed. Only then can we come out on top in this battle. You can also get the so-called city protecting magic treasure, as long as you can reach a higher position. This means that they can get more rewards, and it is not impossible for them to even be awarded military ranks. Time flies. Early morning. A ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness and shone into the quiet room for practice. A pair of eyes opened from the light. With a little excitement, there seemed to be a brilliant lotus flowing in the pupils of his eyes. Bite. Congratulations to the host for increasing his mental strength by 2 points. A whole night of hard training only earned me 2 points of mental power. Isn't this too little? Qin Tianke was speechless. But he didn't know. The mental strength of ordinary people cannot be measured in points. I can only roughly explore. If you can improve 1 or 2 inches in one night, it's considered good. He totally doesn't know how to appreciate the blessings he has. At this time, a loud bird song came from beside me. Chapter 56 Farewell. Qin Tianke turned his head and looked. In his eyes there was a red and black young eagle on the iron box. This young eagle seems to be a bit bigger than before. The hair on his body changed slightly from the previous gray-red color. The red marks are like burning. The gray hair gradually turned into black. The red and black colors are intertwined. There are some strange patterns on the hair, like some kind of mark of the dead. The gold color of the tail feathers becomes more and more brilliant. The aura and strength displayed. Everything shows that it has entered the 2nd level. 2nd level Beast Tamer. Xiao Jin is currently carving his feathers. And at the same time, there will be some changes in its cultivation. There hasn't been much change in body shape, but the aura on his body already has a long-lasting feeling. His eyes lit up. Xiao Jin's detailed system data appeared in front of him. Beast controlled, Phantom Fire Golden Feather Eagle. Grade Perfect. Attributes Fire Ghost. Strength, Level 2. Abilities, Burning with Phantom Fire, Teleporting with Phantom Shadows. Attribute Ghost, can exist in the light, and can also live forever in the darkness. Shadow Shuttle, a unique ability of ghost-attributed beasts, which allows them to shuttle and jump in dark places. It seems to accompany every improvement in his Beastmaster. The system's introduction to beast taming will also be more detailed. Just like now. He didn't even know this new skill. It seems to be somewhat similar to Lao Hei's Dark Shadow Escape. However, Dark Shadow Escape is a means of escaping and traveling. This shadow seems to be traveling faster. Generally speaking, Lao Hei's ability can only be used once, and then he will enter the adjustment phase. This is the so-called CD time. But it seems that this shadow shuttle is completely unnecessary. There shouldn't be any restrictions. It can be used for a long time and jump multiple times, and perhaps the range will have a fixed limit. Qin Tianke himself has a considerable understanding of the abilities related to beast taming. I had a sudden realization about this. Xiao Jin took 2 steps forward and flew to Qin Tiang's side. Stayed quietly on the shoulder. Fortunately, Xiao Jin did not become larger in size due to his advancement. Otherwise, his shoulders wouldn't be able to accommodate a full-grown falcon. At least you have to use your arms for support. Qin Tianke was not idle. It's a good opportunity for me to take advantage of the practice room to continuously improve my mental strength. Xiao Jin has now entered the second stage. It helped my combat effectiveness. It can also increase his determination to go to the All-League Job Transformers selection this time. But he still wanted to fight for it. Push Lao Hei's cultivation level to the 4th level. The prerequisite is that the Beastmaster's mental strength must reach 60 points. His mental strength seems to be still more than 20 points short. I don't know how long I will have to practice. Judging from the progress of practice at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, it should be soon. Qin Tianke was thinking so. I don't feel like I have some ideas and thoughts. In his opinion, cultivating spiritual power seemed easy. However, ideals are often full, while reality is very skinny. After he calmed down and rested quietly for 2 days. Suddenly, I was devastated by a discovery. That means he simply can't practice like before again. His mental strength seemed to be at a standstill. There was hardly any progress. 3 days was just a little bit longer. This is a huge difference compared to before. Is it really that difficult to cultivate mental strength? Qin Tianke didn't know how to describe his current mood. He just knew that maybe he could try it slowly. When encountering problems, he never gives up easily and will only complain a few words at most. Immediately he began to practice this spiritual method again. As the force keeps running, the aura on his body also began to gradually change. But overall, the effect of these days of practice is still very small. Qin Tianke also went out for a trip during these few days. Learn about the progress of your teammates. Each of them began to work hard and move forward according to the direction provided to them. For example, Lili. How sharp his flying sword is now. Everything has been upgraded to a higher level. All of his flying swords except for that one which is of perfect grade. The rest of the flying swords are all of elite level. This can greatly increase his killing ability. Another thing is that Qinjinyang's Buddhist golden body has been improved. The defensive attributes have been greatly improved. The same goes for the other 2. They themselves are highly praised geniuses in the Career Change Alliance. There is no need to say much about his understanding. You can force yourself to understand. This effect has now been achieved. Time passes slowly. Within more than 2 months, Qin Tianke and his team trained during the day. In the evening, everyone studies their own strengths, discusses together, and then develops targeted training. It seems that time passes quietly in the busy training and practice. Their practice also gradually became smoother. Qin Tiang's mental power finally stopped at 52 points. There is still 8 points away from 60 points. But it's enough. Even if he still wanted to practice, he had no way to do it. After all, they would be heading to the Alliance Governor in 2 days. Walking on the street. Look at everything around you. Qin Tianke felt dazed. Who could have imagined that a few months ago he was still a vegetable lying in bed? But now he has become the younger generation representing the city. Qin Tianke returned home. I accompanied my mother through her last few days here. During this period, he also learned that the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce had been there. My disciple knows his own identity. This incident was not a surprise to him. He investigated the president of the Union-Long Chamber of Commerce. The other party is not an ordinary person. Its own combat power is at the 4th level. And cruel and ruthless. What kind of good person could be the president who could make his own Chamber of Commerce the #1 Chamber of Commerce among the 3 major cities? But it seems. He seemed to have no ill will towards him, and even took the initiative to show his goodwill. With the other person by his side, he can leave here with peace of mind. The pressure from the First Chamber of Commerce is far greater than the pressure from the so-called military. The military will not act easily, but the Chamber of Commerce is not restricted. The family wants to grow. We must rely on commerce and trade. If there are restrictions from the Chamber of Commerce, they will not be able to develop even if they want to. Tianke, what are you thinking about? Hearing my mother's nagging, Qin Tianke withdrew his thoughts. Watching my mother pick up the braised pork ribs, he smiled. He looked simple and honest. I'm not thinking about anything, Mom. I'll be leaving in 2 days. The Shangguan family and the Qian family won't make things difficult for me anymore. During this period of time, Qin Tianke also made use of his identity and the fact that he was a guest of honor of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Continued to put pressure on the Qian family and the Shangguan family. Although the two sides did not tear each other apart. But he still continued to show goodwill towards Qin Tianke. The young master of their family did not do anything out of line again. And during this period, Qin Tianke, Uncle Chen also sent a personal guard to protect his mother in secret. Chapter 57, Destroying the Rebel Ship. That's enough. This time, Mom won't be with you, so you must think more and be careful about everything. Also eat well. Don't worry about the name. If you say you are thinner after coming back, Mom will not forgive you. I know, Mom. I'm already so old, but I still can't take care of myself. Amidst Qin Tiang's heartless smile and his mother's nagging, the night passed by so quickly. This day, on the martial arts field, many soldiers were standing in formation, ready for battle. Their eyes all turned to the figures standing in front of them. There were 5 figures in front of the many soldiers. Although they are a little young, the burden on their shoulders is extremely heavy. Su Kun is the captain of the team. Looking at the people in front, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Especially when seeing the leader of the 5 of them. There was a rare look of admiration in his eyes. To be honest, he was defeated by the opponent at the beginning. He still refused to accept it. But he also saw the results of their cultivation over the past few days. To be fair, even if he himself had the help of special resources from the Commander-in-Chief, it is impossible for him to reach such a level. After all, the opponent's improvement is too terrifying. Su Kun is now 22 years old. It was not until 2 days ago that I managed to break through and enter the 3rd level. But what about the other party? I have been in the 3rd level for an unknown period of time. Moreover, his growth on this path is infinitely close to the 4th level. You know, he is only 18 years old. This is the gap between talent and strength. He had given up his original hatred for Qin Tianke and turned it into admiration. Such a young genius. There is absolutely no way that his growth path will be limited to them. If possible, he hoped this guy could go further, with the expectations of all the citizens, towards a higher position. Suddenly, Su Kun felt a huge force descending from the sky. As soon as this breath appeared, he became alert instantly. Such an aura could never be a 4th level existence, it must be above the 4th level. Level 5? Level 6? Or is it higher? As the thought suddenly came to mind, many soldiers around were already prepared for defense and fighting. Such a great aura is descending. No matter who the other party is, it should happen instantly. This is their first reaction to becoming a warrior. At this time, the thing in the sky also attracted the attention of Qin Tianke and others. That is A huge floating object fell behind the clouds as they broke through. Qin Tianke felt doubtful. And at this time, Lin Noa beside him looked at the thing. His eyes narrowed slightly. On the chubby face, the eyes became a thin slit. His voice came out faintly. It is rumored that the commander-in-chief of Lingyun City's defense once had an extremely special magic treasure. The magic treasure has two forms. Not only does it have attack properties, but it can also be transformed into a flying magic treasure that can carry hundreds of people in the air. It is extremely precious. That magical treasure is called the Breaking Rebel Ship. When Lin Noa beside him began to explain, an introduction to the system popped up in Qin Tiang's eyes. Spiritual treasure, breaking the rebellion ship / breaking the rebellion sword. Quality, legendary spiritual treasure. Attributes, attack, flying ability. Introduction, a rare legendary spiritual treasure with the dual abilities of attack, flight, and carrying. The Penai ship is a huge ship that has the ability to attack, defend, and fly. It carries 4 abilities and can travel tens of thousands of miles a day. The Sword of Breaking Rebellion itself has extremely strong killing and attacking capabilities. It is condensed from the will of thousands of Breaking Rebellion. It is extremely terrifying and can burst out with powerful combat power in desperate situations. It turned out to be a spiritual treasure with 2 forms? This was the first time Qin Tianke saw such a special spiritual treasure. You know, Ling Bao is generally divided into innate and acquired. As an innate spiritual treasure, it was just like the flame that Xiao Jin swallowed before. Born from heaven and earth, born from nature. It can only continue to grow in a natural environment. Most of the acquired spiritual treasures are artificially intervened or directly forged by humans. It is worth mentioning that the probability of a spiritual treasure being artificially built is extremely low. And there are very few left in the world. Qin Tianke has only seen this spiritual treasure before him, and it has 2 forms? I had only heard from them before that Uncle Chen might have some special methods. But I didn't expect it to be so scary. In the city, all major forces looked at the giant ship in the sky at the same time. In the other 2 cities, there were also strong people who felt this breath. They all leaned forward and left. I saw a silver-white object floating among the sea of clouds above Lingyun City not far away. Looking at the extremely rare scene in front of me, there was a hint of shock in everyone's eyes. The mayor of Mayan City is a woman. Under her feet was a peacock radiating colorful light. The woman looked at the ship emitting silver-white light on the horizon, sensing the other person's breath. I was surprised. With her current vision, you can see it naturally. This is a rare acquired legendary spiritual treasure. It is rare to be able to successfully condense an acquired spiritual treasure. Not to mention the legendary existence among the acquired spiritual treasures. And there is someone who can use this magical weapon. The level is definitely above level 6. The Lord of Mayan City narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Unexpectedly, the military district leader of Lingyun City actually has such strength. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. No wonder that man was called one of the 9 supreme commanders. It turns out that he has some strength. The president of the Silver Dragon Chamber of Commerce was also watching this scene, thinking secretly in my heart, is there anything missing in what you have done? Tianshu City. The city lord is a white-haired old man. The old man was leaning on a cane, swaying in the sunlight. It seemed that he was standing on the shoulder of a huge figure. This huge figure is full of strong energy and violent power. This figure alone, swaying in the sunlight, is enough to block out the sun. But now it seems to be blocked. There was no trace left, only a vague outline could be seen. But it disappeared without a trace under the refraction of sunlight. Only an old man could be seen standing. TSK, a 7th rank sword master would actually be confined to our border desert. TSK, very rare. And at this moment, among the 4 major families in Lingyun City, the 2 heads of the Qian family and the Shangguan family looked at the huge ship in front of them. Their faces were pale. They knew that Commander Chen had special methods. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Inside the martial arts arena, looking at the huge ship in front of us, everyone was terrified. This thing is too huge, right? The same is true for Qin Tianke. This world seems to overlap with some things in his previous life. However, this is a huge ship, hundreds of meters long. He was really shocked. Chapter 58, Alliance Governor. I dare not imagine how powerful this dual-form spiritual treasure sword form would be. Qin Tianke was suddenly shocked. His body was instantly being sucked into the air by a powerful force. As the body sways in the air, he had instantly arrived on a deck. The surrounding scene changed instantly. A breeze blew towards me. The wind blows her temples. Her sleeves fluttered. Qin Tianke was shocked. This is not like the land. Moreover, let alone on land, even in some places with slightly higher terrain one can feel the strong wind. Here, it's in the sky. Although this location has not reached the stratosphere, it is close to the clouds. It should be quite romantic. But there was only this breeze. It is rare indeed. I think there must be some restrictions on the formation. In the distance is the endless white sky echoing with the blue. He could feel the clouds just overhead. It seems like it can be touched anytime and anywhere. This wonderful feeling made Qin Tianke's heart dizzy. He had never felt this way before. This trip hasn't started yet. This made Qin Tianke feel very excited. You each choose a room to practice in. Inside the room are some things you need for your practice. It will take us 3 days to get there. I will wake you up after 3 days. Chen Qingfeng's voice is everywhere. It seemed to come from all directions of the deck. It was as if the entire ship was constantly transmitting these sounds. It is worthy of being a legendary spiritual treasure. It's really special. Qin Tianke made some guesses and certainties about this spiritual treasure in his mind. Several people followed some instructions on the deck. They each chose a room after entering. And then he began to practice. As soon as Qin Tianke opened the door, he saw the whole picture of the room. The overall area of the room is not large, only 20 square meters. Although the sparrow is small, it has all the organs. Toilet, shower room, futon, bed. There are also some things used for spiritual practice placed on the cushion. It can be said that this place has been arranged properly in all aspects. Every space is not wasted but used just right. It doesn't seem crowded, but rather very harmonious. It seems that this place is indeed special. Qin Tianke didn't think much about it. Immediately sat cross-legged. In 3 days, he will become the governor of the alliance. There are countless strong people in that place. It's more than 30,000 miles away from the alliance. He knew about this matter. This is the last time he has to improve his strength so far. There's no guarantee he went there. There won't be any special troubles. So it is better to practice as soon as possible. At that time, foreign races invaded in large numbers. The human battlefield was divided. After the efforts of the first generation of job changers. After driving away the aliens. We are still vigorously developing science and technology, and the participation of job changers has promoted the development of science and technology. These things were developed accordingly. The maps of various plates began to be brought together by some special means. Eventually it condensed into a huge map. And the direction where their Lingyun city is located. Strictly speaking, this is the lower right corner of the map. It is also the closest place to the alien battlefield. The 3 cities of Lingyun, Mayun and Tianshu and their surrounding areas are also called border deserts. It can be said that their place is a completely barbaric land. If you walk northward from this border desert, you will reach a true central area. Among these places, there are many cities that practice together, share, and compete for resources. Raise the younger generation together. And in that central area, it is radially surrounded by these 44 cities. It protects the final city in the center. He is called the governor of the alliance. That is the true headquarters of the alliance. It is a place that countless members of the alliance want to pursue further. The only top city in the world today. This city covers a huge area. There are countless powerful people inside. It can be said that this city witnessed the creation of an alliance from scratch. And then to such a glorious moment as today. In the sky, the broken ship made a roar. Under the attention of many powerful people around, it flew away into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Like a shooting star across the night sky. Destroy the main cockpit of the anti-ship. A middle-aged man with white hair was sitting with his legs crossed, drinking tea leisurely. Although he was very effective, there was excitement brewing in his eyes. The Union governor? Old man, after all these years, I'm finally back. Let me take a good look at this young generation. Time flies. 3 days later. In half an hour, we will arrive at the governor of the Alliance. Pack your luggage and prepare to disembark. The sound came again from all directions. Qin Tianke slowly opened his eyes and looked at everything around him, then looked at his body again, which seemed to have not changed much. A system panel appeared in front of him. Name, Qin Tianke. Age 18. Occupation, Hellish Beast Tamer. Cultivation level, Level 3. Beasts to be controlled, 10,000 Ghost Mastiffs, Level 3, Phantom Fire Golden Feather Eagle, Level 2. Spiritual power, 57 of 60. Unexpectedly, he has made considerable progress in the past 3 days. The improvement of mental strength is much faster than before. Could it be that this mental power is related to one's own mentality? In the past few days, his main thought was about fighting. Then precipitate. But now, he was extremely relaxed during these 3 days of training. Even looking forward to it. This is the mental aspect. Qin Tianke decided to figure it out on his own, and if that didn't work, he would ask Uncle Qin. After all, what you figure out on your own will always leave a deep impression on you. But it can bring you considerable growth and progress. But then again, I don't know where Uncle Chen's words came from. He could even hear Uncle Chen's excited tone at this moment. Union Governor? He has been looking forward to it for a long time. This is the true main city of the Alliance. Well-deserved leader of the city. It is also the place that countless job changers dream of. There are countless opportunities here. It can be said that there is gold everywhere, but only a handful of people can become famous. Alliance Governor, Air Surveillance Department. Many people were sitting at the table, looking at the numerous data on the screen. Many people were walking around. Everything is in good order and methodically busy. A sudden sound was heard. Report: an unknown ship has been spotted in the northwest direction, requesting military orders. As the relevant pictures were moved to the huge screen in the center, the Minister of the Air Surveillance Department couldn't help but take a few steps closer. His eyes were fixed on the huge ship on the screen. After seeing the special fonts on the ship and the marks on the mast, the Air Surveillance Minister's face changed. Let them go! Let them go immediately! Chapter 59: Arrival. Many staff members looked towards where the minister was. There was confusion in their eyes. Although it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. But they are curious. What are the capabilities of this ship? The expression that could actually make the minister so panicked. And after seeing the minister's attitude, someone couldn't help but ask. Minister, this ship is... He hasn't finished speaking yet. They were met with a pair of cold eyes from their minister. He turned and looked at everyone present. He spoke word by word. From now on, no matter where you are, if you see this ship, you must let it pass immediately, and give it all the conveniences within your authority. After saying this, the minister spoke again in a leisurely voice. In today's world, 3 of the 9 highest-ranking generals in the Alliance have died in the line of duty. Among the remaining 6 commanders, there is one commander who never interferes in the affairs of the Alliance, and even applied to go to the desert border. This person has an extremely strange personality, but his own strength has reached a pinnacle. Rumor has it that he is a 7th-level sword master, and some even say that he has been promoted to an 8th-level sword master. But no matter what, this person is someone you cannot mess with. That ship is his spiritual treasure. They were filled with horror at the words of the Minister of Supervision. Many people felt a huge wave of indignation in their hearts. They didn't expect that the owner of this ship was one of the 6 generals and commanders still alive today. I never expected it. The opponent's strength may even have reached the 8th level. What is the concept? Even their minister has only reached the peak of the 5th level of cultivation. Level 7 and Level 8 are truly the top combat power of the Alliance today. They all fell silent. Start busying yourself with the things at hand. But the minister's words just now are still engraved in their hearts with their shock. The Minister of Supervision looked at the ship on the screen as it sailed away into the distance. My eyelids couldn't help but twitch. He had a bad feeling. The main city of the Alliance has been peaceful for so long. This old man is about to stir up a bloody storm again. The governor of the Alliance is also called the Alliance Main City, the Alliance Head City. It has many names. It is truly an organization formed by the first generation of job changers uniting everyone. This organization united global forces before the alien invasion, so it is also called the Global Alliance. Qin Tianke and the other 5 had already been ready and came to the deck. Lin Noa looked at the densely packed cities below. I can't help but yearn for it, he murmured. As a member of the Job Changers Alliance branch, he naturally knew something about this. Everyone who heard this looked at each other. At the same time, looking down, they vaguely saw many towns densely packed together like ants. There are also many extremely expensive buildings among them. Looking at the many cities below, Qin Tiang's heart was shaken. Why do I always feel that this place is still very far away from the main city of the Alliance? This special thought emerged in his mind. Under the attention of everyone, the broken ship sped away into the distance. Even though they were on the ship, they could not feel the speed passing by. But they could clearly see many towns disappearing from their sight, moving away from them. They stood at the front of the deck. He looked at the city gate standing not far ahead. The city gate seemed to be completely integrated with the surrounding mountains and forests, forming a natural object. The ship stopped a few hundred meters away from a city gate and slowly fell downwards. And Qin Tianke also saw it during this gap. Below them there seemed to be something like a parking lot. However, this place is filled with many ships. These ships are of various types, both large and small. It seems that ships are not allowed to enter the main city of the Alliance. Soon, the familiar feeling came over me again. The world was spinning before their eyes. When I woke up again, a burst of noise came to my ears first. Then the world before my eyes was no longer the sky just now. Instead, it was a noisy sound of voices. There are also many huge ships parked nearby. Qin Tianke looked at the scene in front of him. My heart was shaken. This place seemed like a parking lot where people had just gotten off the bus, and many of them were heading toward the huge steps leading to the exit in front. I don't know how many steps there are. It looks like it's above the clouds, although you can see the mountain gate standing on the top at a glance. But the distance is still very far. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it runs too far up the mountain. This is the truth. Qin Tianke looked at the people around him. They are all together. At this time, a figure appeared. It was Qin Shifeng. He came in front of several people. He gave them a few instructions. Then, in full view of everyone, he raised his hand and placed it on the huge ship in front of him. Qin Tianke also took the opportunity to observe the ship he was on. The ship looked enormous, several hundred meters long. But this place where ships are docked seems quite ordinary. Instead, the ship is silver white all over, with a very strong sense of technology. At the same time, there is a special bloody smell. As the other party placed his hand on the ship, he let out a light sigh. The moment the word, receive, was uttered, the ship suddenly trembled. Then it shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a silver sword held in the opponent's hand. Oh my God! What is going on? How did it turn into a sword in the blink of an eye? Even though everyone knew that this magical treasure had 2 forms, they still couldn't help but feel shocked. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many other people here. They all turned their attention to Qin Shifeng. There were even many people who deliberately released their own aura in an attempt to force the other party to hand over something. After all, we haven't reached the main city of the Alliance yet. Some killing can be allowed here, after sensing the breath of ignorance. Qin Shi Feng snorted coldly and stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, his unique violent aura surged out. Qin Tianke was close enough. In addition, his own way of cultivation is special. Can feel it clearly. At this moment, Uncle Chen's entire body was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood from the inside out. It was like a god of death descending to the earth. It was the first time he saw Uncle Chen like this. There was a bit more confusion and shock. Under the leadership of Qin Shi Feng, everyone climbed up the winding staircase in front of them and headed towards the top. I don't know how much time passed. Finally arrived at the top. Lin Nui just came up. Just lying on the ground gasping for breath. There's no way, the step is too high. For someone of his weight, it is indeed a burden. And at this time, Qin Tianke took a breath for a while. Look up at the city wall in front of you. As the face of the Alliance's main city. Could this city wall be a place where I can find spiritual treasures? Suddenly his pupils shrank. A system prompt popped up in front of me. Chapter 60, First Arrival at the Alliance. Lingbao, the mountain gate that protects the city. Grade, innate legendary spiritual treasure. Attributes, protection, blessing. Introduction, a rare innate legendary spiritual treasure that can protect an area of 1,000 miles, guard the safety of the city, unite the hearts of the people, and gather an endless shield of protection. Innate legendary spiritual treasure. You know, innate spiritual treasures are rare. Not to mention that it is an innate spiritual treasure that has reached legendary level. Qin Tianke had just made a guess in his mind. Could it be that the facade of the Alliance headquarters will also be a magical treasure? But I didn't expect that this was really the appearance of the Alliance headquarters, with an innate legendary spiritual treasure guarding the gate. TSK, oh my goodness! It is much more difficult to obtain innate spiritual treasures than acquired spiritual treasures. Acquired spiritual treasures are generally made artificially. Although the refining method is extremely special and takes too long. But after repeated trials and with the participation of a large number of people. On the contrary, the chance of successful refining will become higher and higher. The innate spiritual treasure is something that exists between heaven and earth. The innate spiritual treasure of this size is almost rare in the world. Like when Qin Tianke helped Xiao Jin advance before. The flame that Uncle Chen helped find. He later understood. Many people in the military spent a lot of effort searching for the flame. Innate spiritual treasures are also divided into categories, especially those with fire attributes. It can still be found in some special places, but it takes a lot of time and effort. Glancing at the people around him, they seem to have not discovered the special origin of this city gate. Qin Tianke then withdrew his gaze and returned to his previous state. I told you to lose weight regularly, but you didn't listen. Now you're so fat that you can't even walk. Su Jia's scolding voice was heard. Lin Nuo scratched his head awkwardly. But he still defended himself with confidence. What do you know? My profession as a gossip walker requires me to be fat. Only then can I have stronger fighting power. Hearing this, Su Jia's eyes showed disdain. While climbing the stairs, Qin Tianke had already started counting. There are more than 3,000 steps in total. But he has the strength feedback from Lao He and Xiao Jin, plus his physical fitness. So climbing the stairs is not difficult at all. Li Li and Qin Jingyang are both melee profession switchers. These more than 3,000 steps are just a form of exercise. Su Jia is a magician himself, and the special cloak on his body can make him immune to some attacks. With the help of the magical healing effect, she was able to recover while crawling. Only Lin Nuo's gossip walker didn't seem to provide him with any much convenience. After climbing more than 3,000 steps, you will come to a huge platform, and in front of the platform is a huge city gate. Qin Shi Feng looked at the city gate in front of him, and there seemed to be a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Then he spoke. Next you will enter the Alliance Governor's office, and there are some things I need to make clear to you. Several people walked while listening to each other's instructions. Alliance Governor, this place is different from Lingyun City where we are. If we must compare the area of this place with Lingyun City, that's equivalent to dozens of Lingyun cities, and because of the huge population base, there are countless strong people. Third-level cultivators like you are just everywhere. Fourth and fifth-level cultivators are the norm, but the most you can come into contact with are fourth-level beings. Most of the fifth-level ones have already joined some special forces or the military. They will not easily show up unless you actively violate the many rules of the Alliance. In addition, there are rules and restrictions within the Alliance Governorate. Flying within the Alliance is prohibited. The Alliance guards will randomly check your identity at any time. You will get your identity token in a while. Just a few words. They had already arrived at the city gate. Because actually arriving at this place. Only then did Qin Tianke feel the shock it brought and the powerful aura it exuded. There seemed to be some heavy guards at the city gate. The powerful aura that Qin Tianke felt was emanating from them. After a slight feeling, his eyes swept over them. At the same time, the system prompt was called up. Gold and Jade. Occupation, Guardian. Cultivation level, Level 3. Abilities, Guard, Great Sword Attack. Level 3, Guarding the City Gate? Qin Tianke continued to scan the other guards. Only then did they realize that even the guards at the city gate were at the third level of cultivation. Even above the city walls, a stronger aura was released. Is this the facade of the Alliance headquarters? It was indeed larger than he had imagined. How could their small city of Lingyun allow a third-level cultivator to guard the city gate? In Lingyun City, those with third-level cultivation can open up their own chamber of commerce, or join some families to serve. The guards were slowly verifying identities and the team was moving forward slowly. Soon it was Qin Tianke and his group's turn. Chen Qifeng walked in front. There seemed to be two more things in his hands. Qin Tianke couldn't see clearly because he was far away. However, he noticed the serious expression on the guard's face when he noticed those things. The other guards were also so serious and attentive, and then slowly walked towards them. After his eyes scanned them one by one. Only then was a special token handed over. The token is blue. The texture is cool. It seems to be made of some special fine iron. Although it is made of iron, it is extremely light. There seemed to be a special force surrounding him. After receiving the token, they have obtained their own identity. Then, under the guidance of Chen Qifeng, he walked in. Qin Tianke noticed that even they had already gone far away. But one can still see the solemn and serious expressions of those guards. It seemed like we were receiving some important person. Is Uncle Chen so powerful? Qin Tianke had another guess in his mind about Uncle Chen's identity. This open city gate is like a gold mine, constantly attracting large amounts of treasure into it. It also constantly attracts those who want to come here to seek development and strive to make a name for themselves. Qin Tianke just came in. Then I saw a neat team flying across the sky. It seems that this is what Uncle Chen called the Alliance City Defenders. And above the ground, there were still many guards lined up in a row, marching in unison. Just a cursory glance. This place is compared to Lingyun City. It's just more prosperous and the technology is more modern. Among them, it is the most conspicuous and eye-catching. It is the huge black tower and several other tall buildings standing in the distance. Chapter 61, Family Power. Qin Tianke and his group were on the street. During this journey, he has already sensed a lot of third and fourth level auras. I didn't expect that this place would be filled with third and fourth level people. The fourth level was already enough to dominate their Lingyun city. I didn't expect that here I would just walk around like a handyman. Qin Tianke only felt that his horizon seemed to have been narrowed a little, and now for the first time there was a trend and sign of broadening. The main city of the Alliance is divided into 5 areas because it covers a large area. East, West, South, North, and Central. The Central District is the true core area of the Alliance's main city. The competition selection you are going to participate in will be held in the Central District. According to the intelligence we have obtained so far, all the city teams will be sent to the residences in the central area. In the central area, there will be more 3rd and 4th level auras, and they will be more powerful. You guys should be careful along the way. Don't walk around and rest well in your room. Although you are here to participate in the competition, there are many wealthy children and special forces rampant in the central district, so it is inevitable that you will be affected by them. If you clash with them, it's inevitable that other city teams will notice your strength. Chen Qingfeng's voice was leisurely. It was the first time that Qin Tianke discovered that Uncle Chen knew such detailed information in this regard. In the discourse, only then did Qin Tianke realize that the city gate they entered through was the West Gate. The West District is the closest to the Central District. After half an hour's journey, Qin Tianke and his group finally arrived at the central area. There is a most conspicuous sign between the Central District and the West District. After entering, you can see that the building instantly becomes larger and taller. Dongjiang Hotel. Qin Tianke received his room number. All of their 5 rooms are on the 27th floor. This is Dongjiang Hotel. When Qin Tianke came in, he found that the floor was very high. This Dongjiang Hotel seems to be nearly 100 stories high. There are quite a few people who live here just because of its existence. This is enough to show its profitability and influence are huge. This is also one of the tallest buildings Qin Tianke has seen in the central area. As soon as I entered the room, Qin Tianke was instantly impressed by the governor's splendor. There's no way. This place actually gives the illusion that there is gold everywhere. His room alone covers an area of more than 100 square meters. Observation deck, sofa, lobby, big bed, game room. There's even a kitchen. How can this be called staying in a hotel? This is clearly going home. Suppress your inner restlessness. Qin Tianke also began to follow Uncle Chen's explanations along the way. I looked for some detailed annotations of this place. There are some special tips in the room. For example, you can see the distribution of forces within the alliance on TV. These things don't seem to be on the dark side. On the contrary, some powerful forces often attract outsiders to join them. And Mai has been holding the selection of job changers from all over the league. There are some gifted young people who are valued by those with special strengths. Then join in and work for it. These special forces will also exist in the form of sponsors or followers in the league selection. Qin Tianke lay on the sofa and began to watch the commentary on TV. Not long. Qin Tianke came to the balcony. Looking down from the 27th floor. It feels like being high above and overlooking all the other mountains. He could already see other large houses and the tall black tower still standing in the distance. There was some excitement in his eyes. Is this the governor of the Union? Not only the area it occupies, but even some special existences are hidden in this place. It can be said that this place is a den of money in the true sense of the word. It is not uncommon for them to see funds burning through along the way. Even on the streets there are some special materials that they have never seen in Lingyun City. What they call a place where gold is everywhere. Here, as long as you have strength, you will have dignity. Having strength means being able to get more opportunities. If you have the ability, you will be selected. Be able to let more people know about yourself. It is no wonder that many people would rather leave their hometowns and come here to develop. This is what they think in their hearts. Qin Tianke already understood the mentality of those people. Although this place is prosperous, it still cannot attract me. In his heart, his hometown will always be his favorite place. The 6 great families? From what he had just watched, he also knew the general distribution of power in the Alliance's capital. When the Alliance was first established, there are a total of 6 powerful first-generation job changers who helped humans escape the predicament of being hunted by alien races and sounded the clarion call for counterattack. And those 6 powerful first-generation job changers spread out within the Alliance. Pass on your family bloodline. Because the ancestor was a first-generation job changer. The development of their profession is special, and their descendants are also promising enough. Enjoy the most precious resources in the Alliance. Under the long-term development. Gradually, 6 major families evolved within the Alliance. Also known as the 6 Great Families. The 6 great families are very recognizable just from their names: Ouyang, Sima, Nangong, Duanmu, Shuga, and Yuchi. The names of the 6 major families are all double surnames, which makes them easy to identify. This is among them. The Ouyang family and the Sima family are in charge of the East District. The West District is the Duanmu family's territory. The South District and the North District are equally divided between the Nangong family, the Zhuge family, and the Yuchi family. The 5 districts are not a fair division in the simple sense. There are differences in size. Among them, the West District is the territory of the Duanmu family, which does not mean that the Duanmu family is the strongest. This is because the West District covers only half the area of the other districts. That's why it only took them an hour to get here from the West District. If you come from other districts, I'm afraid it will take much more than 2 hours. Qin Tianke had a rough idea of the division of the Alliance's main cities that he now knew. First of all, the place where they landed in the main city of the Alliance should be the place where warships are parked in the western area. Then climb more than 3,000 steps to the city gate. It's the West District. After walking all the way from the West District, we arrived at the Central District. And around the central area, there are 3 other areas. Although I don't know how large the area is and how far it is. But the approximate direction can also be determined. There are also some family forces among them. In addition to the 6 major families, there are 3 other civilian forces. The 3 Swords Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Qingyun Hall. The 6 major families and 3 major forces together became the 9 major family forces in the main city of the Alliance. And above them is the first force, the Alliance headquarters. Chapter 62, Wind and Flow. No matter how powerful the 6 major families and 3 major forces are, even if the ancestors of the 6 major families were the true first generation of job changers, it can never be compared with the real Alliance headquarters. The Alliance headquarters is also the Job Changer Alliance headquarters. The headquarters dominates the area, occupies the central area among the 5 districts. Even the 4 districts of Southeast, Northwest, Northeast, and Southwest have different areas in comparison. But the Central District is the largest among the 5 districts. At the same time, it is also the most prosperous place with the most powerful people. The Job Changers Alliance headquarters has branches in 44 cities throughout the Alliance. It is a truly huge force that spans the globe. Not only can they preside over the job transfer ceremonies in each city, it is also the most powerful party among the 3 forces in each city that are in a balanced relationship. Sometimes, the city lord has to act according to the mood of the head of the Alliance branch. This is enough to show how vast the Alliance is, how strong the terrain is, and how terrifying the commander is. Qin Tianke restrained his previous thoughts. Sit cross-legged quietly on the cushion. I don't know why. When he came to this place, he could feel that this place seemed to be conducive to his practice. His current practice is mainly based on natural resources and treasures. Lao He is now only 3 points of mental power away from advancing. And Xiao Jin wants to advance to the next stage again. You will need some magical treasures that are born with fire attributes. Compare the 2. Xiao Jin's journey is obviously longer. Lao He's is more relaxed. That being the case, then he only has one choice now. Try to improve your mental strength as much as possible. Let Lao He enter the 4th level. Somehow it seems to be accompanied by its own pre-sale boost. The system will also be upgraded accordingly. The information presented is becoming more and more detailed. I don't know when the next time Lao He will be promoted to the 4th level will be. What other evolution can he bring? According to that spiritual practice method, Qin Tianke began to continuously cultivate his mental power. The cultivation of spiritual power is like an ice cone that continues to grow. Grows slowly from the inside out. That kind of growth process. Not only is it slow, but it also takes some time to get the right timing, location, and people. And in this practice method, Qin Tianke also learned about the origins and processes of some of the things he had practiced before. The so-called Xinglian cultivation method is to refine one's own spiritual power and eventually turn it into a lotus. The bigger the lotus, the more petals it has. It means that your mental strength will become stronger and stronger. The power of the condensed mental force will become more and more violent. So what Qin Tianke needs to do now is to refine his mental power. His mental strength is now like a seed. Although it is small, it is increasing and expanding every time. It still has a lot of time before it sprouts and grows into a lotus. But with the direction, you can work harder. The seed is now floating in a vague black space. As special forces came from all directions like little snakes, infused into the seeds. After that, the seeds emitted a special turbulence. Start to change constantly. But the process of change is extremely slow. Seems to be expanding. But the expansion trend is getting smaller and smaller. It seems that the mental power reaches 57 points. There is no way forward anymore. Now this place is just right for him to practice for another week. A week later. It means officially participating in the Global Alliance Job Changer selection. Until then, he won't have time to practice properly. It is best to take advantage of this time to calm down and relax. In the next room, Lin Noah was sitting on a special Bagua formation. The Bagua magic array keeps rotating and flowing. A series of special forces are concentrated and burst out. It seems that some strange changes are happening. In Lili and Qinjingyang's room, they are also constantly increasing their own strength. Moving forward according to the direction provided by Qin Tianke. Su Jia carved a magic circle in the room. With the help of the magical power of the magic circle, he continued to brew the power in his body. Everything seems to be going on in an orderly manner. The Zhuge family, one of the 6 major families. The 6 major families each have their own strengths. Among them, the Zhuge family is the so-called number 1 intelligence organization in the world. Be able to know everything that happens in the world. Better able to gain insight into some potential dangers and upcoming opportunities. Family secret meeting. 3 middle-aged men in different robes were sitting together. There was some surprise in their eyes. And in the shadows behind them, there were many people wearing uniform robes hiding among them. They were looking at the portrait standing on the screen not far away. It was a huge ship with a special logo and a very unique mast on top. After a long time, among the 3, I don't know who spoke first. The voice turned stern. Is it really him? Are you sure? The continuous and urgent questioning has already expressed his desire to know the truth. Minister Ming has already told us about this matter. He will not make a mistake in identifying the aura of the destroyer ship. The sound paused for a moment, with some emotion. Moreover, it is the only dual-form acquired legendary spiritual treasure in the world. He's the only one who has it. This is on the same level as the city gate, although it is a little lower in quality than the city gate. But it is also the top existence among acquired spiritual treasures. Yes. Ahem. The third person, who had been silent, knocked on the table. The voice is majestic and solemn. We're not here to chat. He actually came back again and is leading the team to participate. Don't forget that this guy is very difficult to deal with. We still have to discuss how to deal with him. Hearing what the other party said, the other 2 people sneered. Deal with? What are you thinking about? A 7th rank sword master, who may even be an 8th rank sword saint. Will it be your turn for the 3 of us to deal with this? Let alone dealing with him, the fact that we know his whereabouts is probably because of the old man's own instructions. With that level of cultivation, he is already a big boss in the Alliance. The 9 most outstanding generals and commanders in the history of the Alliance are not something we can handle. And even if we take a step back, what qualifications do our Zhuge family and the other big families have to deal with them? I heard the 2 of them singing in unison. The man was obviously angry. I couldn't utter a word, but I still wanted to save my dignity. Before he could speak, another person spoke in a faint voice. The last battle with Commander Cui Jian and General Long Gang is still being talked about by many people. Even though he hasn't returned to the main city of the Alliance for many years and his strength has declined, he is still a well-deserved 7th rank sword master. Chapter 63, Genius Intelligence. With him here, the situation in the Alliance may change. Level 7, wow, what a high realm this must be. Yes, he is a 7th level cultivator, and he is also the most skilled swordsman among all the professions. To be able to reach the 7th level, such ability is indeed worthy of the strongest sword cultivator in the world. Does the leader know about this? The man who had been silent all this time suddenly spoke, as if he had thought of a savior. How long has the leader been in seclusion? Do you still expect him to help you? Besides, the alliance hasn't come forward yet, so what are we supposed to do now? We just need to pay close attention to it during this period of time. This person is decisive in killing and extremely dangerous. He still needs to be warned. No need. The other 5 major families have always been quarreling with each other. In that case, let them suffer a lot. Let them know why our Zhuge family is able to occupy this area, and the younger generation in that family should be suppressed. The 3 of them were silent for a moment after they finished speaking. It seemed to be in some kind of silence. At this time, the Zhuge clan member who had been opposing the idea agreed calmly. Okay, let those family members get a good look at the decisive and resolute sword master. Also, please explain this matter to the younger generations in the family. This person is extremely dangerous. Don't provoke him easily. Also, don't provoke the city team he is in easily. After a moment's silence, they suddenly thought of something. Especially Zhuge Hong's temper. Second brother, you should take care of that kid in your family. Second brother Zhuge spoke slowly. Don't worry, I have a good idea. I am the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Zhuge family. It is good to have this bit of arrogance. After saying this, several people looked behind them. The 12 people in the shadows behind him began to express their opinions. Although the 3 of them are able to put forward opinions and develop plans. But the final execution power still lies with the 12 elders behind them. With 6 people raising their hands and 2 abstaining, the remaining 4 held opposing opinions. This matter ends here. This meeting is now over. Speaking of which, I am still very curious. This general hasn't come back for many years. He is leading the team this time. Is he so confident that his team can win first place? No matter what, just don't provoke him. I always feel that he has no good intentions this time. I heard that the teams in other cities seem to have some intelligence as well. There are quite a few talented people in this selection of job changers across the alliance. I've already received intelligence that a prodigy has appeared this time. It seems that this is because of the girl who has 2 professions. There is also a practitioner who changed his profession and awakened at the age of 15, and has already entered the 3rd level. He is truly a child of destiny. A 15-year-old 3rd level guy. What family is this kid from? He's not even in the main city of our alliance? This kid is great, I'll beat him to win first place this time. I'm betting on the girl with 2 jobs. What are you robbing? I was the first one to get those professional girl dolls. Let your fart go, I pressed it first. As the conversation of several people went off track. The 12 people in the shadows behind him had retreated at some point. Seems unwilling to engage in these childish arguments. And at the same time, inside Dongjiang Hotel, Lingyan City Conference Room. This time, a huge number of teams from major cities came to participate in the selection. Arranging their accommodation is another big problem. It just so happens that Dongjiang Hotel has the qualifications and ability to do so. Dongjiang Hotel has 108 floors. And each city team will come with a free room and a free meeting room. The meeting room can be made of special materials, so there is no need to worry about ears on the walls. Lin Noa stood up suddenly. He looked at Commander Chen in front of him with shock. What? A 15-year-old level 3? Not just him. The other people around were equally shocked. Chen Qifeng nodded slightly, with a slight smile on his face. That's right. A 15-year-old level 3. After saying, Chen Qifeng began to talk about the detailed information he knew. This person is from Sky City. According to rumors, he had already awakened when he was 14 years old. The profession he changed to seems to be an extremely special melee attack type. Although there is no intelligence so far, he was able to reach the 3rd level in just 1 year, becoming the youngest 3rd level job changer in the history of the Alliance. This is enough to show the special nature of his profession and the training behind it. So this person is also known as the youngest genius of this generation. Qin Tianke was secretly speechless at this remark. What kind of genius is this? 15-year-old third level. This is not a genius at all. This is clearly what this world calls the son of destiny, right? Only 15 years old. You know. People can only awaken at the age of 18. Even if he is my own disciple. It was only under special circumstances that he was able to awaken at the age of 16. But this 15-year-old genius awakened 3 years ahead of them. Does this thing really exist? Qin Tianke didn't know. It took him a whole year to awaken to the third level. However, it only took Qin Tianke 5 or 6 months to advance from the first level to the third level. In comparison, he seems more talented. Even more evil. Qin Tianke looked at the pieces of information that Uncle Chen brought to him. Searching one by one. These are the people Uncle Chen mentioned who are more competitive among the younger generation. Qin Tianke took a quick glance. Suddenly discovered a very special existence. This is a dual professional awakener? Hearing Qin Tianke's words, several people gathered around. I saw the archival materials in his hand. Yang Rashi, 20 years old, dual professional awakener, psychic and magician? Third level psychic, third level magician. From Eugene City, the captain of the Eugene City team this time. Look at the previous information, it was just a shock to them. Now this is like a blockbuster bomb. It exploded deeply in the hearts of several people. They all suspected that the data in front of them was wrong. What the hell is this? Forget about dual profession awakeners. Or psychic and magician, two extremely special professions. As a magician, Su Jia understands the particularity of this profession. It is extremely difficult to upgrade a magician, and the opponent can reach the third level. And two professions reach this point at the same time. It is enough to show that his methods are special. This is what a true genius is. Qin Tianke had seen a psychic with his own eyes and knew the special nature of this profession. Not only can one know about past events in some places, but one can also communicate with the ancestors. TSK, this is a bit difficult. Chapter 64, Determination. Qin Tianke originally thought that the 15-year-old third-level job changer alone was enough to be called the Emperor's favorite. But I didn't expect that there would be such a dual profession awakener. Dual professions means more time and more training resources are needed. But correspondingly, there are dual professional awakeners. Often because the two professions need to progress together. So it takes a lot of time and energy to raise it. Therefore, the time required is often longer than that of ordinary people. More resources are required. However, the improvement brought about by such practice is extremely huge. Dual careers already mean more diverse future development directions. More ways to fight, more powerful. You have to know that dual professions mean two completely different abilities. After an ability is used up, you can immediately switch to another ability. The combination of two forces. It can burst out a combat power of 1 + 1 greater than 2. And they can also continue to combine to form some special skills. It's like a fusion attack of two methods. These are some of the special abilities that Qin Tianke has learned about dual profession awakeners. He had only had a rough understanding of this before. In his opinion, dual professional awakeners are extremely rare in the true sense. TSK. A 15-year-old job changer is rare enough. Not to mention dual professional awakeners. What should we do? There are so many geniuses in this class? Lin Nuo felt inexplicably unbearable. I thought that I, a gossip practitioner, was already extraordinary enough. But unexpectedly, there is still a master. Not only that, there are two more from the Alliance headquarters. They are only 23 years old, but they have already entered the 4th level. Everyone gathered around, looking at the information Lili found. Chenhai Chenhu. From the Alliance headquarters, 23 years old, 4th level Beastmaster. Oh my god, a 23-year-old level 4? You must know that although one awakens and changes his job at the age of 18, But not everyone can reach a higher level in 1 year. Those who reach a new level each year can only be considered average. Often, as practice reaches the later stages, it becomes increasingly difficult. Often their cultivation reaches the 3rd level. It will stagnate. After all, the watershed between the 4th and 3rd levels is difficult to cross. This is also why most of the people Qin Tianke encountered in the battle ruins were at level 3, with only a few at level 4. Moreover, the combat power of those so-called 4th level ones is extremely weak. Qin Tianke could kill it with a 3rd level head-on combat. From this, it can be seen that there is a very clear division in combat power among these 4 levels. Therefore, most people may only stay in the 3rd level throughout their lives. It is considered good enough to be able to reach the 4th level before the age of 30. There are two 23-year-olds at the 4th level? Good job. Isn't this a battle of geniuses from the 3,000 states? No, that's not right. That's too high. Oh my goodness, are there so many geniuses? Qin Jingyan looked at the other related information and felt overwhelmed. The other few people also looked troubled. Hearing the complaints from teammates, Qin Tianke suddenly spoke. What's wrong with dual professional awakeners? What's wrong with a 15-year-old genius? How many of those who are able to participate in this league-wide job changer selection are not geniuses? Elites? We are fighting against the elites. There was a hint of banditry in Qin Tiang's voice. Ha, that's right. If they're not elite, then they're not our targets. Lin Noa smiled carelessly. Just a few words from the two of them made the originally quiet atmosphere become agitated. Qin Tianke stretched out a palm forward. Several people understood what he meant and put down their hands. Come on! Come on! Come on! Seeing this scene, Qin Shifeng was quite pleased. There are only 5 days left, so everyone should work harder. Good! 5 days is neither long nor short. A lot of people have flocked to the central area of the Alliance's main city. In addition to the team from the Alliance headquarters, there are teams from 44 cities and a team formed by the 9 major family forces in the Alliance's main city. There are as many as 265 people. In the selection of job changers across the entire Alliance, in addition to the teams from the 44 cities within the territory, there are also 9 major family forces in the main city. These 9 family forces are the 6 major families of Ouyang, Sema, Nangong, Duanmu, Zhuge, and Yuqi. Then there are the 3 major civilian forces, the 3 Swords Alliance, the Endless Society, and the Qingyun Hall. Because they are in the Alliance city, they enjoy certain privileges. Each party can select the 5 most outstanding people to participate. These days, people are constantly checking into Dongjiang Hotel. Due to the large number of foreign population, some disputes have occurred between them and local people. Ha, how ridiculous! Yujin City? What a rubbish city! This is the territory of the 3 Swords Alliance. It's not your turn to run wild here. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. In the lobby, an arrogant and domineering scolding sounded. There is already a huge flow of people here, and now, many people are looking here. A group of thugs with huge swords on their backs were arguing with a group of 8 people. They argued so loudly that many people stopped to watch. Qin Tianke, Lin Nua and Su Jia suddenly stopped and looked in that direction. Qin Tianke narrowed his eyes slightly. Royal Brocade City? It is the city of the dual profession awakener. Qin Tianke would naturally not forget some people who needed special attention. The associated cities will also be noted down. There are 8 people coming from Yujin City. 5 boys and 3 girls. An ordinary person might judge who the rumored person is by his temperament. But Qin Tianke doesn't need it. He has a system and a son by his side, which brings him many benefits. As his eyes swept over those people one by one, relevant information appeared. After all, there are only 3 girls, so it's easy to find one. Yang Ruashi. Occupation, magician/psychic. Cultivation level, level 3. Attributes, magician, ice, wind, psychic, netherworld. Abilities, endless ice shuttle, windy strangulation, bone-chilling ice, communication with ancient spirits, understanding the past, and possession by ancient spirits. Note, A rare dual profession awakener who is a magician and a psychic, with extraordinary combat power. TSK, he is worthy of being a dual profession awakener. This is the first time that the system has so many ability introductions, as well as thoughtful comments from the system. It's really terrifying. Qin Tianke also took this opportunity to observe the other party carefully. From his position, all I could see was the blue cloak he was wearing and his tall stature. The figure beneath the cloak seemed to be looming, somewhat graceful. There are no other notable features. Qin Tianke really wanted to see if the other person looked like the one in the photo. He had seen the other person's photo, and she was very beautiful. Now that I haven't had the chance to see her beauty, I can't help feeling a little regretful. That's our room in Yijincheng. Chapter 65, Conspiracy. The team was led by a male and a female teacher, both of whom were filled with indignation. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. Humph, Dongjiang Hotel is under the protection of the Three Swords Hall. If you know what's best for you, get out of here right now. The person who spoke was extremely arrogant, and his aura was released without any concealment. Qin Tianke couldn't help but think about it when he saw this. Yujin City produced such a gifted girl. I'm afraid the team leader won't be that simple, right? As his eyes fell on them, the system didn't respond at all. It seems like a drop in the ocean. In this case, either the other party has no cultivation at all, or this person is extremely weak and has not changed his job. But as a team leader, how could he not have any cultivation? Then the only explanation is that the system crashed. No, the word crash is not a very vivid description. The system cannot be authenticated. Qin Tianke couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Good job. It can make the system unable to identify the origin of the realm. The cultivation levels of the two opponents are definitely above the 4th level. A strong man of the 5th level? This appears to be the first time the system has encountered an unidentifiable entity. 2 suspected 5th level job changers of unknown profession. What qualifications does this little gangster have to be so rampant? Even if the opponent is from the Three Swords Alliance. But even these forces are within the Alliance city. We must also abide by the principle that the strong are respected. 5th level of cultivation. Logically speaking, it should be respected. But what is the reason why those gangsters are so rampant? Qin Tianke felt confused about this. At this time, he turned his attention to the gangsters. You won't know until you see it. It's so shocking. These gangsters from the Three Swords Alliance are all around level 3. There was even one whose cultivation level broke through to the 4th level. However, it seems that the other party has been behind these gangsters, keeping silent, like a manipulator behind the scenes. Seeing this scene, I thought of a dual professional awakener in Yujin City. The ideas in Qin Tiange's mind have been fully understood. I see. These little hooligans didn't want to make things difficult for Yujincheng. In other words, the target of their troubles was the dual professional awakener. Dual professional awakener. He is truly a child of destiny. They are forcing the other party to take action and see some of the other party's methods. Or they may use some dirty tricks to make the other party refuse to participate in the competition. In that case, the benefits would be enormous. After all, we are all competing for the top rankings, so it would be much better if we could eliminate a strong opponent. Because of the excessive things he had experienced, plus the presence of a special professional job changer in the opposing city's team. Therefore, Qin Tianke was able to guess the true purpose of the Three Swords Alliance. It doesn't matter even if all these people are killed. They are just cannon fodder or whetstones, and they are here to test the methods of the dual-class job changer. The 2 leading teachers from Yujincheng saw this scene. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. They are all in their 30s or 40s. I am quite knowledgeable about this matter, so I naturally know what they are planning. Damn it! How dare you bring this matter onto Yang Ruashi? He is the captain of their city team, and also a dual professional awakener who will be recorded in the history of the Alliance. The teacher leading the team in Yujincheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Circles of special light rippled around the body. It seemed that in an instant, the temperature of the air around him dropped a lot. His own pressure was overwhelming and pressing forward. Yo yo yo? What? You're still attacking me? Believe it or not, I can make you get out with just one word. The gangster seemed to be getting more excited and became more and more agitated as he spoke. Walking towards each other. He even put his head in front of the teacher in charge, provoking him. The strong have dignity. What's more, the teacher in charge is also the deputy city lord of Eugen City. The deputy city lord glanced around. Only then did I realize it. At some point, more than 50 people gathered around. Many of these people are from the teams that came to participate in this selection. As a deputy city lord, how could he be interrogated by a third-rank thug? After seeing this scene, the deputy city lord was furious. The air around him turned completely cold. It seemed as if the surroundings had become a world of ice and snow at this moment. This bunch of people are going too far. You are looking for death. As soon as the words fell, the gangster's body suddenly stiffened. Immediately following, frost began to gradually emerge from his body from the inside. This frost is like a maggot attached to the bones, constantly spreading from the inside of the body to the surface. It only takes a blink of an eye. Under his astonished gaze, my body was completely frozen. At this time, the deputy city lord took a step forward. This step seems to be a special alarm bell ringing. Knock instantly. The gangster's body, which had been frozen into an ice sculpture, shattered instantly after he took this step. Not a drop of blood was spilled. Seeing such a weird method, everyone around was shocked. At the same time, they also felt the powerful aura erupting from each other. This aura is 5th level, this is 5th level cultivation, Lin Nu exclaimed. Oh my god, he's actually level 5, the same level as the minister and the others. Su Jia and Lin Nu both came from the Job Changers Alliance branch. He instantly determined the strength of this aura. A look of surprise appeared on his face. After hearing what the two said, Qin Tianke had some guesses about the situation before him. According to them, the 5th level can be considered as the minister's level. Could this person be the director of the Job Changers Alliance branch? Or is he the mayor of Eugen City? Or the deputy city lord? Or other high-ranking executives? Qin Tianke was not clear about the specific division of strength among these cities in the alliance. We can only make a rough guess. And at this time, those hooligans obviously didn't expect that the other party would suddenly attack them. His face was shocked. Just when I was about to take action, a voice came from behind. So it's Deputy City Lord Zhou. I've heard of your great name for a long time. Today I see that it's true that your reputation is well deserved. The King of Ice is indeed extraordinary. Deputy City Lord Zhou looked at the visitor and spoke loudly. It's been a while. I didn't expect Brother Zhang to go to the Three Swords Alliance. The person who came was about the same age as the other party. But he was wearing the same robe as those thugs. There is the unique logo of the Three Swords Alliance on the chest. 3 cutting blades inserted together. Ha ha ha, come on, I haven't seen you for a long time, I want to have a drink with you tonight. As the two of them walked forward step by step, the team behind them followed. However, the Three Swords Alliance team led by the middle-aged man ignored the gang of thugs from before. Chapter 66, Selection begins. The participating teams from the Three Swords Alliance went directly to their own exclusive rooms. As for these little gangsters, after seeing that one person had died, they were all frightened. The 4th-level person was also terrified and fled away from the place. No hesitation at all. Qin Tianke watched this absurd scene happening before his eyes. Feels a bit strange. Why does it feel like something happened, but it didn't happen? Not seeing the other party's move means that the other party's methods are special and cannot be observed, which is a pity. These days, they don't do any practice. Qin Tianke would come down and observe his possible opponents. It's called observation. In fact, I want to identify the capabilities of my opponents through my own system. This way, you will be protected when you fight. Unexpectedly, I waited for many days. Finally, I got to see the famous dual profession awaken her talent. Although I didn't see her face. However, in terms of its abilities, It also has the longest abilities among the system introductions Qin Tianke has seen so far. As for Lin Ne and Su Jia, they just came down to have a meal. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Qin Tianke observed like this for another half an hour, after making a note of some capable peers that I should focus on. Then he returned to the room. In addition to practicing, he also sought out some information and integrated their strength. His mental strength seemed to be stagnant. After reaching 57 points. No matter how much strength I put into it, I can never take the next step. It seems that his original plan to make a breakthrough here as quickly as possible has been blocked. Calculate according to time. In 3 days, the Career Change Alliance selection will begin. Until then. But it is a real event. It is something that everyone in the league will pay attention to. Qin Tianke didn't feel nervous. I don't feel any inferiority complex. After all, for him, as long as you can demonstrate your strength to the fullest, you will have no regrets even if you lose. In this way, the days went on in an orderly manner. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is the day for the league-wide job changer selection to begin. Starting from 2 days ago, the entire main city of the Alliance was surrounded by a festive atmosphere. This is a truly big deal. The Alliance only holds a grand celebration every 10 years. There is an extremely large square in the center of the Alliance. It is said to be a square, but it looks more like a plain. Endless. Legend has it that this place was opened up by a powerful person in the Alliance. The purpose is to carry out this selection. This is where the selection will take place. There are circles of seats for spectators around the square. It makes this place look like a huge and prosperous arena. Above this square is a special list. The material of the list was like gauze, but it can float in the air. There was no movement, as if everything was still. It also seems like an extremely advanced electronic technology. There are some garbled characters jumping continuously. Looks quite special. The surrounding auditoriums were already packed with people. Even outside the square, there were many people trying their best to join in. No way. The grand celebration is held every 10 years. Being able to see the performance of the younger generation. Of course, this is only one aspect. Most of them make a living from this. It can even make you a wealthy man's lifelong career. Many gamblers made huge profits from this and became rich overnight. Naturally, it attracted a lot of people to come and pay attention. Of course, this is just the opinion of most people, and most of them are from special forces. Want to win over the many young generations below. These are the vital forces of the Alliance. If you join your own organization, it will definitely take the organization's prestige and overall strength to a higher level. And at this time, Qin Tianke followed the footsteps of the leader in front. Holding a sign, they entered the huge square. The square is huge. There are many other teams around it. There are 54 teams participating in this competition. 44 city teams plus 9 main city family forces, and the last Alliance headquarters team. Furthermore, this does not simply mean 5 people per team. Each team will have some substitutes and a team leader. So the number of people appears to be extremely large. But even so, these many people only occupied a drop in the ocean on this square. Standing on this square, Qin Tianke could even feel the sense of vastness emanating from the square. And in his eyes, some relevant information about the square also popped up. What he didn't expect was that this square would actually be an extremely precious spiritual treasure. Ling Bao, the world in the palm of your hand. Attribute: space. Grade: perfect. Introduction: a lost inheritance from a 10th level space magician. It can change in many ways and simulate everything. When I saw the introduction of the system, Qin Tianke almost stumbled and fell to the ground. No. The strongest person he had ever seen. They are the 2 5th-level warriors leading the team that we saw some time ago. However, the origin of this square in front of us is even more special. This square is actually the lost inheritance of a 10th-level space magician. You should know that it is extremely difficult to improve a magician, and space magicians are extremely rare among magicians. One thing that makes a space magician different from other magicians. That is, they can condense their own strength and pass it on as inheritance. This has led to the rapid development of the space magician system. And it grew quickly. Although there are very few people left. But the fighting capacity is quite good. And each of them has extraordinary means. When I first met my disciple in the ruins of a battle, his uncle had inherited some space magic. It's just that his space magic inheritance is extremely damaged. Even so, the opponent's magical power is still terrifying. It's just that because of his old age, he is unable to unleash the full power of space magic. But it still bought him a lot of life. Now, the square under Qin Tiang's feet turned out to be a magical treasure with perfect spatial attributes called the world in the palm. It also came from a powerful space magician. Being able to open up such a powerful and vast space, the inheritance of this space magician must be extraordinary. And the opponent's strength is definitely not something that one can guess. Lost things? It seems that the other parties should have fallen. If you think carefully, he should be the first-tier powerhouse in the true sense of the alliance, and he is at the top of the pyramid. Qin Tianke was not the only one who discovered the abnormality of this place. As more and more city troops poured in, among the alliance headquarters team that made their final appearance, as soon as one of them stepped into the square, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the square under his feet, his eyes full of surprise and joy. Chapter 67, Dragon. This is the aura of a space magician, and it is at an extremely high level, probably even more powerful than my master. This person is a man. He had already sensed the extremely strong aura of spatial magic contained in this place. There was a strong greed in his eyes. Space magicians are so rare in the world. Therefore, every magician's inheritance is something that must be pursued. Although he didn't know the origin of the square under his feet, it might be related to the space magician. Absolutely extraordinary. Who knows, maybe this square is the inheritance of that space magician. He already had some guesses about this in his mind. He was pleasantly surprised by the feeling of having discovered a huge treasure. But he kept these thoughts well hidden in his mind, apart from the initial shock, and didn't let others see any clues. As soon as this line of people appeared, this brought unprecedented cheers from the audience. Hear the people around you celebrating. Qin Tianke also cast his gaze over there. Soon I saw the sign held by the leader of the five of them. Is this the team sent by the Alliance headquarters? Their appearance not only attracted cheers and applause from the surrounding audience. It also attracted the attention of all other teams on the field. Qin Tianke quickly saw their detailed information. There are 3 men and 2 women among these 5 people. 2 of these 5 people were the 2 4th-level beings that Uncle Chen had asked them to pay special attention to before. The aura they exude is completely different from that of the people around them, and it seems that they have undergone a greater transformation. And because they are both beast tamers, Qin Tianke could sense that the beast-controlling aura on them was very unusual. Even more powerful and violent. The other person surprised Qin Tianke. The other party turned out to be a space magician. If that's the case, this also means that the other party can feel the powerful aura emanating from this square. Maybe I can detect the inheritance of this space magician. Qin Tianke was internally horrified by this. I didn't expect that the team sent by the Job Transmigration Alliance headquarters would be so powerful. Each of these 3 is an extraordinary person. Even if there is one who is at level 3. But his combat power is enough to rival that of the 4th level. As for the other 2 women, the aura they exude seems to be of the 3rd level. But Qin Tianke had never heard of this profession. As expected, he is someone sent by headquarters personally. It is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the first place in the League's job transfer selection always goes to this headquarters. They do have that ability. The sound of cannon fire brought everyone back to their senses. Qin Tianke also began to look around. This place is extremely huge. But when you are in it, you can feel that the scope is constantly shrinking, as if the audience around you are very close. But it seems to be far away in the horizon. Sometimes far, sometimes near. I guess this is the power of space magic. Although there are audiences everywhere. But right in front of them, there is a special observation platform. It's called an observation deck, but there are only people on the upper and lower floors. There was an empty space in the middle, with only a few people sitting there. It looks like it was specially prepared. That place was also a specially built platform. There were quite a few people sitting on the platform. The aura from them is very powerful. The system seems to have a distance limitation and cannot be seen. But even if it can be seen, no relevant detailed information can be displayed. After all, it is very likely that each of them is at level 5 or above. This is the most important celebration in the Alliance's main city. How could it be possible to arrange for those small fry? And on the 3 chairs at the main seat. It seemed that no one was coming. Obviously, the real person in charge has not arrived yet. Boom! A powerful aura descended instantly, like a huge mountain falling from the sky. The sky does not know when. It turned blood red. Like a rolling ocean. And in that endless ocean of blood, suddenly a vortex emerged. A huge monster slowly emerged from it, flying downwards. Even though the huge monster was flying in the sky, it still couldn't fully reveal its body. The huge body began to shrink in the air, until its body reaches more than 20 meters in length. Only then did its true appearance appear before everyone. Qin Tianke endured the pressure and looked towards that place. However, the system did not give any prompts, only a bunch of garbled characters. Qin Tianke could recognize such creatures even without the system. Not only him, but everyone present had seen the creature. There was surprise, envy, jealousy, and more importantly, admiration in these people's eyes. This is a dragon. There are dragons in the world, soaring in the sky and galloping across the 4 seas. It can make all the beasts submit, and all the people excited. Dragon, it's a dragon! There are only 3 beast masters in the Alliance who have dragon beasts. This is the Red Blood Sea Abyss. Could it be the legendary Blood Lord? It's the Blood Lord. I saw the Blood Lord standing on the dragon head. Level 7, this is the level 7 cultivation. Hear the voices of people around you. Qin Tianke looked at the huge monster. There was no other emotion in his eyes except horror. There is no way. This monster is so huge. Its body is more than 20 meters long only after being compressed. If it weren't compressed, it would only be larger. And the aura on his body became more and more violent and boiling. When it appears, the circle of air around him turned red. The blood-red color in the sky lingered for a long time. There was a constant flow of wind stirring in the vortex. This is the majesty of the Dragon Clan. Even if it just appeared, Qin Tianke could feel the 2 beasts in his body were trembling with fear. Not just him. All the beast masters present had this feeling. This is the suppression from the blood deep in my heart. It cannot be erased, it can only be endured. The dragon can make all the beasts submit to it. What a terrifying pressure! It was the first time that Qin Tianke was frightened by a beast. There is no way, the opponent is too strong. And he is a strong man from the Alliance. The blood-red dragon rushed to the huge platform in an instant. The body seemed to be integrated into a special channel on the platform as the body continued to dissolve. 3 figures suddenly appeared. These 3 people are 2 men and 1 woman. As soon as they appeared, the atmosphere on the field was instantly ignited. The cheers were even louder than before. And the aura they exude also makes their colleagues around them admire them. The 2 people on the left and right are a man and a woman. She was wearing a blood-red robe and a dark blue skirt. The 2 of them seemed like they were incompatible. The one in the middle was wearing a white robe. Chapter 68, Acting Leader? Blood Lord? Qin Tiang's gaze fell on the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe on the high platform. Even though the system cannot detect the opponent's strength, its powerful aura can be sensed. It's enough to make one's heart tremble. The extremely rich blood energy around him made him look like he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such tremendous power, such terrifying power. This person is like an endless hell. Blood Lord. Rumor has it that the top powerhouse in the Alliance. A true super master at the top of the pyramid. Even though he is only in his 30s or 40s, for a strong man of their status, age is not just limited to appearance. Decades ago, the opponent was already a 7th-rank beastmaster, who slaughtered tens of thousands of aliens by himself on a battlefield outside the domain. The dragon-like beast just now is one of the symbols of Blood Lord himself. One of the overlords among dragon beasts, the Blood Sea Abyss. Dragon beasts are already rare, let alone the existence of something like this. There are 2 people beside Shuezun, a man and a woman. The aura of the woman in the blue dress was as gentle as jade, and it even felt like a breeze blowing on one's face. Qin Tiang's gaze fell heavily on the person in the middle of the 3 people, his eyes slightly narrowed. I couldn't help but become alert. Although the person in the middle did not deliberately release his aura, Qin Tianke could feel that this person was extremely dangerous. Even the woman in the blue dress and the Blood Lord did not bring as much fear to Qin Tianke as the person in the middle. He is dressed in white, walking among Shuezun and Sanhaijun. Could this person be? Lin Noa screamed, but before he could finish his words, Su Jia, who was standing beside him, hit him in the chest. She rolled her eyes and pouted. Don't breathe so hard. Lin Noa looked at this beautiful roll of eyes, his eyes lit up, and a surge of restlessness inexplicably surged in his heart. Yes, this person has a high level of cultivation, and is known as the Taoist Qi Huan in white robes, or Qi Xingzuan. This name feels strangely familiar. It's not just Qin Tianke. Even Lili and Qin Jingyang looked confused. They have no idea who this Qi Xingzuan is. But Su Jia's face changed. There was a hint of curiosity in the look he gave Lin Nuo, pointing at the figure above. Unparalleled and somewhat unbelievable. Seeing the 2 of them in this posture, Qin Tianke became even more curious. This is the first time that Su Jia has shown such an expression after they have been together for so long. When I heard the names of those geniuses before, he was just surprised. There was no such change in expression at all. Qin Tianke watched carefully. Only then did I realize that in Su Jia's expression, besides being unbelievable, there is actually some admiration for him. It seems that a person who can be admired by Su Jia must be very extraordinary. As for the other 2, Lili and Qin Chenyang, it was like I was disconnected the entire time, and I didn't hear their conversation at all. I guess these 2 didn't take this seriously. Lin Luo looked at the figure and spoke slowly. The reason why the Job Changer Alliance can set up branches in other cities is that there are several extremely powerful people in the Alliance. The Blood Lord and the Lord Sanghai you just mentioned are among them. In the Alliance, the current leader is in seclusion. The current acting leader is also the most powerful one among the top leaders of the Alliance. His strength is far stronger than that of Shuezun and Zhang Haijun, but some people say that he is the undisputed strongest in the Alliance. Some people say that his name should be among the 9 commanders of the Alliance. Some people also say that he should be engraved in the history books and be remembered forever. He never interfered with the military situation, stayed in the Job Changer Alliance all day, and rarely showed up. However, his reputation was made famous in that battle decades ago. He once quelled a war in a rift by himself. And he is Qi Xingzuan. Hearing this, Qin Tianke finally understood why he felt somewhat familiar with this name. It turned out to be him. This world can be said to be a household name in this great hero. No wonder Su Jiahui was so excited. After all, he was a true hero and an object of admiration for the world. Even Qin Tianke himself. I couldn't help but admire this hero. The other 2 who heard Lin No's words were also filled with awe. Don't be fooled by the fact that the alliance they live in now is so peaceful. But decades ago, the world was still suffering from fierce invasions by alien races. The aliens are extremely domineering, ruthless and courageous in killing, and their methods are also extremely special. The connection between the aliens and their world is the so-called alien rift, also known as the Rift Gate. Those alien races in the cracks are also called alien wars. There are a total of 9 cracks still existing in the world today. Back then, there were battles between alien races and humans in all 9 cracks. But after decades of fighting, There are city gates guarding the cracks, and many strong men have been sent to guard them personally. So that place was gradually forgotten by people. But every crack once brought unimaginable disasters to mankind. And in the battle at that time, there was a great hero who single-handedly quelled the war in a rift. He has saved so much resources and manpower for mankind. This person is Qi Xingzuan. How horrible! Although he couldn't see the other person's specific appearance, Qin Tianke felt it. The figure in white was extremely tall and terrifying. That's when these few people were talking. The bloody figure on the high platform suddenly moved. His figure disappeared from the spot. With traces of blood mist exploding all around him, he arrived in the air. Looking at the people below, the voice was deep, like a special whisper. Although they could only see his open mouth, the sound echoed in their ears, as if it was very close. I, Blood Lord, have been specially ordered by the acting alliance leader to preside over the selection of job changers across the entire alliance. It has been agreed upon at the Job Changer Alliance's high-level meeting that the first round of selection will be a speed race. Later, the topography of this place will be changed to simulate a primitive jungle similar to that on a battlefield. We will release aliens into the primitive jungle. Everyone can have a water ball as a magic weapon for protection. Please note that once the magic weapon is crushed, it means that you have given up the qualification for this speed competition. It will also be removed instantly. Survive here for 2 days. After 2 days, I will personally place a sign. Follow the sign. The first one to arrive will get extra points for the team. Although this speed selection is an individual competition, as long as you can rank at the top, you can add points to your team. If we can rank in the top 100, the team will get 1 point. If we can reach the top 50, the team will get 2 points. If we can reach the top 10, the team will get 10 points. Chapter 69, Secret Jungle. Very? Qin Tianke secretly clicked his tongue in his heart. This temptation is too great. You know, the selection of job changers across the league is not based on team combat capabilities. It's about scores. Regardless of the team's strength, only the score is considered. The higher the score, the higher the overall ranking of the team members. On the contrary, the lower the score, no matter how capable the individual is, he or she will be at the bottom of the team. Therefore, this battle not only highlights individual ability, but also demonstrates teamwork. They have 270 people on the field now. Although the number is small, each of them is a favored one in a city. There are even teams from the Job Transmigration Alliance headquarters. The strength you possess is naturally stronger. Among these 270 people, there are also many geniuses, and almost everyone is well-deservedly the best among their peers. A true battle of geniuses. To stand out among these people. It is not realistic for Qin Tianke to win by relying solely on speed. But the temptation is too great. Qin Tianke quickly saw through some of the contents behind these rules. This is about personal ability. As long as one person steps into the top 100. You can add 1 point to the team as a whole, so the maximum limit is 5 points. If all of them were to rank in the top 50, the upper limit would be raised to 10 points. Corresponding to it. If the upper limit can be raised to the top 10, this means that the team will increase by a full 50 points. What a terrifying amplification effect this is. Moreover, this score is the most important factor in selecting job changers across the entire league. So personal ability is important, but how to make the team work and get the ideal score is equally important. There was a special thing in the Blood Lord's hand. Because the other party is in the air, I can't see clearly. But the next moment, a palm-sized ball of water appeared in front of everyone. Qin Tianke looked at this thing and immediately started a systematic identification. Magic weapon, simulated secret water ball. Grade none. Attribute defense. Introduction, enter the simulated secret realm and crush the water ball to exit. Simulating a secret realm? Qin Tianke murmured inwardly. It seems that what they call a simulated scene should be part of the capabilities of the square under their feet. After all, it was opened up by a space magician. It is also the relic of a 10th level space magician. Etc. Qin Tianke couldn't help but have a question. My system can see through what that great man left behind. But why can't we identify the cultivation level of people above the 4th level? Is it possible that the system can fully provide identification for these fallen things? But for the strong ones who are still alive, can't we provide it? Qin Tianke has some understanding of the system in his heart. But it's not clear enough. The system has a special origin. As long as it can help improve your own strength, it is a good thing. But it's always a good thing to be careful about everything. You also need to pay more attention to understanding the system. Just at this moment, the Blood Lord in the sky suddenly moved. A special blood mist began to linger around him. The blood mist first surrounded his body, then gradually spread until it completely covered the sky above the square. Afterwards, the blood mist formed a special cloud, and blood rain continued to fall. Qin Tianke saw the position in the sky that Blood Lord had just occupied. Although he was shrouded in the blood mist, he could still see the thing in the other party's hand, which was emitting a dazzling light, accompanied by an obscure spell ringing in everyone's ears. The next moment, as blood rained down, the surrounding environment often begins to change rapidly. The noisy voices of the audience completely dispersed to the surroundings. Everything around seemed to be moving away rapidly. Something new is emerging. The ground beneath our feet began to change. The grass, the soil, and even the air were filled with the unique smell of mud after the rain. There were towering trees all around. Seeing the change so sudden, Qin Tianke hurriedly shouted to the people beside him. He only discovered it when he turned around. The few people who were beside him just now had now completely disappeared from the spot. It seems to be flowing to other places along with the changes of the earth. How could that be? Qin Tianke was very sure. This is the special function of the space magic treasure here. But I didn't expect that I could actually teleport the person next to me away. And it can also change and form a simulation effect. Space magic is really extraordinary. However, everyone's departure also meant that he would no longer have his trustworthy teammates around him. Qin Tianke's eyes narrowed unconsciously. The Blood Lord just now did not say that cannibalism is not allowed among them. They simulated the situation on the battlefield, which means that such a situation may also occur on the battlefield. So he won't take it lightly. As thoughts surged in my mind, everything around me stopped instantly. The trees had completely stopped changing at this time. It seems to have announced the start of this selection. And at this time, Qin Tianke also looked around and discovered the changes that had just occurred. He didn't even notice. At this moment, I am on a hillside. There are trees all around that block out the sun. The ground beneath my feet was made of bricks just now, but now it has turned into mud. Both feet were now covered in mud. Is this a simulation? It feels like the real thing. Qin Tianke stopped complaining and walked forward quietly. And at this time, Xiao Jin was called out from the space by him and flew into the sky. Qin Tianke watched Xiao Jin pass straight through the towering trees, and then seemed to hit something in the sky. It fell down with a loud bang again. Although he was not injured, he felt a little dizzy. Xiao Jin flew back to Qin Tianke's shoulder with a dizzy head and reported the information. Master, there is a wall above, an invisible wall, very hard, and I also saw other flying beasts. Qin Tianke nodded. Xiao Jin is not aware of some of the special magic weapons of humans. I want to come. The hard wall he mentioned should be the barrier. Other beasts? It seems that I am not the only one who has thought of this. In an unknown environment, the first thing to do is to observe the surroundings. It would be best if we could get a general idea of the terrain and location. He just asked Xiao Jin to do it. I'll take a look at whether I can break through from above, but it seems that it is impossible. Just now, Xiao Jin also saw that the surrounding environment seemed to be equally huge than the previous square. It seems that not only his teammates are scattered, but the others are as well. Now we are on the same starting line. And with 2 days of preparation, I guess those 2 days are the so-called fighting time, right? Qin Tianke didn't think too much about it. He immediately ran forward. Qin Tianke had just left not long ago. A sound of breaking through the air was heard here. Chapter 70, Tracking. A long spear suddenly swept across, bringing with it a rolling gust of wind, like the sound of a dragon breaking through the air. Smash it hard in this place. The ground cracked instantly. Violent thunder surged out from the spear and illuminated the surroundings. The power of thunder surged violently, accompanied by the tremendous force of the spear. The place collapsed instantly. A large hole was formed. A man floated up from the sky, standing quietly at the end of the spear. This man was dressed in battle robe and looked extremely domineering. The aura on his body was surging and violent, and it was raging in all directions like thunder. Did he run away? The man muttered to himself, looking at the thunder mark in the palm of his hand. There was a strange flash of lightning in his eyes. This person is surrounded by thunder. It is like the will of thunder walking on earth, extremely violent. He seemed to have some idea in his mind, but then he denied it in an instant. He's just a second-level beastmaster. It's impossible for him to detect my thunder shadow needle. It seems that he must have realized it in advance and chose to leave. It's not enough to go it alone, I still have to reunite with my teammates. The man was busy thinking about his next plan. Then he stomped his feet. The body suddenly floated forward. The spear under his feet shook for a while. The power of thunder gathered around. The spear was coated with a special purple halo. Fly to the opponent's feet in an instant. He just stepped forward with his gun in hand. When the other party leaves. In the bushes nearby. The shadow began to shake as if it was regaining consciousness. He began to follow the other party, constantly moving back and forth and jumping in the shadows. Until the last moment. Came into the other party's shadow. And then he went into hiding. This person was completely unaware of all this and was searching for his teammates. Qin Tianke sat cross-legged. The surroundings were filled with gloom and darkness. He seemed to be accustomed to this kind of atmosphere. Looking up at the vision of the shadow in front of him. That's the man's back. Look at each other. Qin Tianke immediately activated the system for identification, and the relevant information appeared one by one. Sikon Kwang. Occupation, Thunder Gun King. Cultivation level, Level 3. Attribute, Thunder. Abilities, Thunder Shadow Needle, Thunder Wings, Thunder Strike. Introduction, a melee Thunder class changer that belongs exclusively to the Sikon family of Lama City. When he shows his peak strength in Thunder, he can transform into a Thunder with extraordinary combat power and violent temperament. Look at the name. Qin Tianke first thought of the adult in a game that he often played in his previous life. The corners of my mouth twitched involuntarily. Good job. It feels like there is such an adult in the other world too. Qin Tiang's attention shifted to the three words, Lanma City. This time, one of the key targets he focused on was Lanmo City. In Lanma City, there is a family that has been famous for practicing thunder for generations. Everyone in his family has changed careers to thunder-related ones. Qin Tianke remembered this city because of this point. I didn't expect to actually meet him. As early as when I saw Xiao Jin coming down in a daze. He already realized something was wrong. In his vision, he could clearly see that Xiao Jin was suddenly stabbed by something. This led to dizziness. In his opinion, that was not Xiao Jin's reaction after hitting the barrier. That's a needle. But I can't remove it myself. But I thought of the method of luring the enemy into a trap. That's why the other party was attracted. Unexpectedly, he also learned the other party's occupation and cultivation level. A third-level Thunder Gun King who is also a melee fighter. It would be completely disadvantageous for me to fight the opponent at this distance. Even if I have Lao He and Xiao Jin by my side, it won't work. It's not that Qin Tianke couldn't win, but he thought the timing was not right. After all, they had only just entered this place not long ago. If a battle were to break out now, it would inevitably be coveted by the lurking attackers nearby. I have such means, not to mention the geniuses in other cities. Their methods are probably even more terrifying than mine. The person in front of him could be the person sent out from their family. I guess my own strength is not simple either. That's why he wouldn't take the initiative to eliminate the other party at this time. But he was not worried about being exposed. This is Lao Hei's ability, dark hiding. After several months of intensive training, this ability has become extraordinary. Only when you reach the 4th level will you be able to see through it. And among the job changers participating in the mission this time, the only ones who have reached the 4th level are the 2 from the Job Transmigrator Alliance headquarters. The other party was not from the Alliance headquarters where the job was transferred. Just from a city. Then it is impossible for a 4th level combat force to exist. Qin Tianke was still thinking about why he couldn't find his teammates, and was also worried that he might be in danger while exploring the way. Isn't this just because I'm sleepy and someone wants to send me a pillow? Have a free melee professional to scout the way for you. Wonderful, wonderful. Dark Shadow Escape is better than Xiao Jin's Shadow Shuttle. The former can hide in the other person, even without a shadow. He can continue to hide in the other person's shadow. So there is no need to worry about being discovered. That's all. The other party was flying all the time, and Qin Tianke was following quietly in his shadow. Time passes by every second. Soon, the sky began to be filled with scorching sun. This is often the hardest time to hide. No matter how powerful Lao Hei is. And will always be afraid of the light. And sunlight is the hottest energy in the world. It is naturally difficult to hide. Qin Tianke began to think about how to escape. And at this time, the other party suddenly stopped. After searching for a while, it flew towards a certain direction. In the jungle. Damn it! If Huang hadn't been here, how could this have fallen into the trap of you despicable villains? Northern Wind City, damn villain! 2 figures in the jungle were holding their chests with painful expressions on their faces. Where their skin was exposed, some blue veins already bulged out. There are also many dark green insects wriggling. And not far ahead of them, their own water balls were being played with by the other side. In front of him, 3 figures stood there. There was a smile on his lips, full of sarcasm. Ha ha, of course the strong are respected in this world. Do you still need us to teach you? Now I will teach you the last lesson of life. You 2 are just special occupations at best. I don't believe you can still contact your teammates now. It's ridiculous. The other 2 immediately came out to flatter him. What's wrong with Sikong Kwang? That kid is just a Thunder class transferer who has inherited his family's inheritance. If it weren't for the fact that his elders were so powerful, it's hard to say who would win or lose. How could our boss be afraid of a small fry like him? The captain seemed to enjoy it very much and couldn't help but puff out his chest, looking quite proud. Chapter 71, Arrival. That's right. He's just an idiot who only knows how to use a sword or a gun. Tell him to come out and fight me one-on-one now. I'm not afraid of him. The person who spoke was the captain of the 3. Hearing this, the man wanted to say something. But he had to stop because of the injury on his chest and trembled. The 2 of them are from the Lanmos City team. Because of the special nature of their professions and the fact that they are twin brothers, they have telepathy. Able to sense each other's position. They had just met and were about to send their location to others. He was discovered by the group of evil thieves in front of him. They just have special professions. There is not much specific combat power. Not to mention that there is a poison master among the 3 opponents. In comparison, they were outnumbered and outmatched, so they were quickly defeated. Even so, the 2 of them looked at each other. His eyes were full of anger. Their water ball has now been taken away by the opponent. This also means that there is a high possibility that you will die here. But even so, they have no regrets at all. As early as when they came here, they had already prepared for the worst. Now I just hope my teammates can avenge me. In fact, there were frequent battles between the 2 cities. Such massacres are not uncommon. There is a feud between the Lanmos city where they live and the Beifeng city where the 3 people in front of them live. In the early years, the 2 cities had been fighting over some resources. Even in their generation the battle continues. In fact, if they find the opportunity, I will treat these people in front of me in the same way. So the hatred between the 2 sides has always existed. But now the other party has caught the opportunity. They have nothing more to say. And seeing the two of them like this, the captain had a smile on his face. I can't help but love talent. He was surrounded by layers of special green haze. There were also poisonous snakes wrapped around his shoulders. There was a sharp and sinister gaze in his eyes like a poisonous snake. Would you two consider working for me, Northwind City? As long as you agree, this captain will return this water ball to you after we go back. You two can change your place of origin and come to my Bayfoam City. I can promise you that after you come to my Bayfoam City, your treatment will definitely not get worse, and it will be even bigger than the poor place in Lanmos City. The two people in front of us are twin brothers, and they have special professions as spiritual messengers. In fact, just from the name alone, one can tell that this profession does not have much combat power. The most important thing about this profession is telepathy. They can sense each other's presence. It is even possible, through some special means, both parties can know each other's location even if they are thousands of meters apart. It can even release a special barrier with itself as the center to form a positioning. Their only means of attack is to control the opponent's mind to achieve the purpose of the battle. However, although these two people are both at the third level of cultivation, but at most each can only control one person. The people from Bayfoam City just have the advantage in numbers. Plus, the captain himself is a poison master. This profession is best at using poison to break people's minds, so the two were quickly captured and poisoned. One of the two brothers spoke. His mouth was open. Hoarse voice. Nothing can be conveyed. It feels like the throat is damaged. The captain immediately stepped forward and leaned over to listen in his ear. The next moment, then I heard the other person's desperate roar before his death. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. As soon as the words fell, he had bitten the other person's ear, but the poison killed him instantly the next moment. His neck twisted and he died instantly. After seeing this scene, the captain wiped his ears calmly. There was a slightly gloomy smile on his face. Madness! How could he not be on guard against the other party's final desperate struggle? What's more, he is a poison master. This profession of his can soak himself in toxins, making him immune to all poisons. But to others, they themselves are a very special kind of poison. If you touch it, you will die. This is not an empty statement. Haha, if that's the case, you two are brothers and you are definitely not willing to submit to me, so go and die. The captain had summoned the poisonous scorpion in his palm and stung the opponent. Once you are stung, a series of chain reactions will be triggered instantly. He died of the poison on the spot. Right at this moment, a roar came from the sky. Let my brother go! The roar came from far away. A wind-breaking roar came from a distance. The next moment, a silver-white spear instantly pierced through one of the three armor masters who was still defending himself. The escaped master launched defense immediately, but faced with a devastating blow, the shield was instantly pierced. The body also penetrated. The silver spear just pierced through the hull. There wasn't even a chance to burst the water ball. Not good! After seeing this scene, the captain's face changed drastically. He immediately ran behind him. The same goes for the teammates around me. And just as they were running away, a lot of thunder suddenly appeared in the air behind him. The thunder exploded in an instant like a lake. After leaving a special line, a figure descended instantly. He stopped the two who were about to escape. He raised the spear in his hand. Bloodshot eyes. Man, return my brother's life to me! Sikong Kwangdong rushed forward. With a thunderous sound, the battle robe rustled fiercely in the wind. Every swing of the spear in his hand was accompanied by a thunderous roar. See this scene? The two were surprised. But I quickly regained my balance. Go ahead, he's alone! The captain roared, and poisonous gas spread around him. The other person took action instantly. His body grew several times in size in an instant. The blade in his hand also widened, like a door panel. A deafening roar came from his mouth. The giant sword stood still, blocking the attack. when the spear touched the giant's sword. There was even a body shaking like the overlapping beating drums. The resulting air waves overturned the surrounding lawns and tree branches, leaving behind a special trace. "Great Sword Guardian, great, great! You're here too! Then die here!" After hearing this, Sikon Kwang immediately started fighting with the other party. Although it's 1 against 2. But he relies on his melee profession and thunder to help him. Not at a disadvantage. And within his shadow, there was a shadow fleeing to the side. Soon he hid in a bush, quietly observing the scene happening in front of you. Qin Tianke called up the system and began to observe. A poison master and a giant sword guardian? Chapter 72, Take Action. Qin Tianke quietly hid in the shadows. Just watch this scene happening in front of you. Just right. He also wanted to meet those people who were able to enter the competition here. Each of these people is a genius in their respective cities. I think they all have their own unusual methods. Their abilities are not as simple as they seem. You know, Qin Tianke has seen the giant sword guardian more than once. But no giant sword guardian has ever possessed the ability to enlarge his body. Chen Yixing. Occupation, Poison Master. Cultivation level, Level 3. Introduction, the incarnation of the will of poison, possessing the power of witchcraft, with endless toxins hidden in his body. His true form is poison, and he can control poisonous insects. Abilities: goo insects can eat away at bones, goo poison needles, and the body can be possessed by the natal goo. Note, this profession is special. It can manipulate poisonous insects and turn them into the natal poisonous insects. It is similar to the beast master who can only control one beast, but can let the natal poisonous insect possess the body and fight, and the fighting power fluctuates. Chen Hu. Occupation: Great Sword Guardian. Cultivation level, Level 3. Introduction: the messenger who guards the giant sword with his life. The sword in his hand is his own life, and his own life becomes the sword in his hand. Abilities: enormous body, giant sword, thousand shadows, and ultimate killing. The abilities of these two people are not too strong, but their professions can make up for each other's shortcomings. For example, the Poison Master. Good at using poison. And it is precisely this ability that can be regarded as an extremely special means of long-range attack. In close combat, he is naturally no match for the owner of the Thunder Gun King profession. In comparison, the other giant sword guardian can use the advantage of his own giant sword in close combat. Consume the opponent. However, the Poison Master can act secretly. The two work together. The outcome of the battle is obvious. However, it must be said that the profession of Sikon Kwang Thunder Gun King is indeed terrifying. You know, this profession is not just a melee profession. Can also summon the power of thunder. The power of thunder combined with a melee weapon with extremely violent properties like the spear. When the two are combined, the power is even greater and extremely powerful. This profession has thunder as a means of long-range attack. There is also a spear for melee defense and offense. The combination of the two. It can be said that whether it is melee or ranged attack, all have advantages. No wonder the other party can become the representative of their city to participate in this selection. However, Qin Tianke has already seen the drawbacks of this profession. It is said to be a disadvantage, but in fact it is not professional. But it belongs to Sikon Kwang himself. Even though the thunder was extremely violent and the opponent's physical strength was indeed strong. However, facing the ubiquitous attack of the poison, it is still difficult to contain it. Just like now. Although Sikon Kwang was fighting 1 against 2. But all his attacks hit the giant sword guardian. The sword in the opponent's hand grew larger along with his body. It blocked the fierce attack like a shield. Sikon Kwang condensed all his strength into thunder and gathered on the spear. The thunder roared away. The aftermath of the battle actually blasted towards all directions. Sweep the surrounding area instantly. It's just the aftermath of the attack. Compared to before, there are already so many things on the road. This is enough to show that this person probably doesn't have many tricks left to use. After all his strength was concentrated on thunder attacks. This situation is normal after a long battle. Seikongjian's own power itself is not infinite. Human power is limited. In this state, the two opponents didn't even take the initiative to attack. Just by simply defending and running away, you can wear down the opponent. Qin Tianke has been fighting for so long. There are still these basic experiences. In his opinion, the person in front of me is either inexperienced or lacks experience. Or maybe he was overwhelmed by the death of his teammates. This is why we didn't discover some of the key points. At this moment, the other party gradually showed some signs of decadence. The strength in his body seemed to be starting to become a little embarrassing. The power keeps flowing. My own qi and blood also began to become somewhat floating. The combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. And at this time, the Poison Master finally took action. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes that was unique to snakes. His eyes turned cold. He immediately flicked his sleeves, and a cold poisonous mist spread out from his sleeves. The poisonous fog spread forward. Extremely creepy. But as soon as it touches the ground and branches, it will be instantly eroded and decayed. It's hard to imagine. If this poisonous fog were to affect a human, it would bring about a horrible effect. See the poisonous fog coming. The giant sword guardian Shenhu roared. He immediately swung the giant sword in his hand and smashed it towards the opponent. Such a huge sword is as big as a door panel. The attack and power caused are no less than that of a giant hammer. Sikong Kwang was shocked. Standing with gun horizontally, there was violent lightning on the battle robe. The power of thunder roared out, helping him to resist madly. This blow knocked the opponent back several meters away. Staggering. Sikong Kwang coughed. A mouthful of dirty blood spurted out from his depressed chest. At this time, the poisonous fog came from far away. It spread towards him rapidly. Shenhu just now has recovered his original body. He stood aside, carrying the huge sword in his hand. Withstand the blow just now. Sikong Kwang's body had suffered considerable damage. Not to mention that the strength left in his body was already very little. Facing this poisonous fog, he didn't even have the ability to escape. Qin Tianke looked at the scene in front of him. There was a hint of thought in his eyes. To be fair, the strength of these two people, he has been able to see through it. Their fighting power is not that strong. If I take action myself, it is also possible to solve them all. But the question is, should I take action? There was a slight hesitation in my mind. I soon came up with an idea and made up my mind immediately. The body gradually emerged from the shadows. The other party had helped him explore this area before, although it was to find my teammates. But it did help myself. He has always been a man who repays favors. After hiding in the other person's body for so long, it's time to give him something in return. Qin Tianke moved. Immediately rushed forward. Someone! Noticed someone showing up. The two of them were on high alert instantly. The Poison Master threw out a bunch of poisonous insects first. And the body of the giant sword guardian grew huge again. Rushed towards the other party. Qin Yixing's eyes narrowed. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. How come another one comes before we kill one? What is this for? But the thought had just occurred to him. Soon, I heard a peculiar sound coming from beside me. Qin Yixing just turned around. But I saw an extremely shocking scene. Chapter 73, Search. He saw that his teammate was huge. There is a strange monster with many heads on his head. Those bloody mouths opened one after another, and swallowed his entire body. What is this? Qin Yixing was completely stunned. The creature above the teammate's head. It is huge in size, like a three-headed dog from hell. But no one knows how many heads there are. With their bloody mouths opened at the same time, it looks extremely terrifying. And his teammates just grew bigger. It was swallowed up by the other party without reservation. Watching the blood floating and the minced meat scattered all over the ground. There was even a drop of blood floating onto his face. Qin Yixing suddenly felt his body stiffen. It seemed like something was constantly disturbing his mind. Faced with such a terrifying creature, he had no intention of making an enemy of him. The only thought in my mind was to escape. After all, this creature is too terrifying. Such a huge body combined with so many heads. Such a deterrent is absolutely huge. The same is true for the attacks brought by the opponent. But before he could take any action, he saw with his own eyes that the huge monster was slowly approaching him. Because the distance is close enough, he could smell the foul odor coming from the creature. The smell is like countless sticky blood fermented and mixed with the residue of flesh and blood. Pungent and fishy, with a strong smell. It seemed as if the smell was coming from all directions. Aman! 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 As he let out a roar, a pair of pupils changed instantly. The cold eyes that are unique to snakes are revealed. His pupils stood upright, filled with blood and brutality. At this moment, a shadow of a python appeared on his cheek. The python's shadow twitched. The cold snake eyes were filled with a domineering aura. A strong bloody smell was emanating from his entire body. Seems like he wants to launch a temporary counterattack. And he was just about to take action. His legs and feet suddenly moved backwards. Very fast. Just escaped like that. But this is understandable. After all, in his opinion, this monster was definitely above level 3. Damn it! Where did this monster come from? Could it be a hidden master? Although Qing Yixing had an indomitable will to fight. But the other beast was a huge one, about 5 or 6 meters long. It did put a lot of pressure on him. In comparison, his own natal insect was only about 2 meters long. And it's a python fighting in the darkness. No matter how you look at it, you don't have an advantage. If you don't run now, you're a fool. Although he is not a beastmaster, he is well aware that the size of a beast is often directly linked to its combat power. Such a huge size. The opponent's combat power is at least at level 3. What's more, he had just sensed that the aura of the other party was at the 4th level. Damn it! Which city team is concealing its strength? There is actually a 4th level beastmaster. He hadn't run far. But in the next moment, he watched helplessly. The huge monster just now appeared in the shadow in front of him. Immediately following, he just felt as if countless sharp blades were stabbing his body. Half of the body was eaten in an instant. The remaining body was in tatters, with blood and flesh rolling and internal organs spilling out. He was barely conscious and his body was shaking. He ran forward relying only on his remaining will. But even so, he still couldn't escape death. Different from before. Every time Lao He devours a person, he gains a head. Today, the number of its heads remains at 100, with no change. This means that these two people are not bad people. All this was within Qin Tiang's expectations. After all, they are not the so-called unforgivable criminals. Even if they have killed someone, there is still the blood energy that only belongs to evil people on their bodies. So even if it devours them, it is also impossible to increase Lao Hei's cultivation. Sikong Kwang looked at the masked man who had helped him escape from the predicament of poisonous fog that he was about to face. There was a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Although he was seriously injured, he still managed to stand upright. He clasped his fists toward the other person. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. I am Sikong Kwang from Lanma City. If I have the opportunity to come to Lanma City in the future, I will definitely do my best to be a good host. No need. If I weren't wearing a mask now. Qin Tianke probably scratched his nose to express his embarrassment. After all, he was just in the opponent's shadow. Let the other party help explore the way. Moreover, when Sikong Kwang said these words, he coughed twice, and blood was hanging from the corners of his mouth. It seems that he was seriously injured. I am from Lingfeng City. If you meet anyone from Lingfeng City during these rounds of selection, please take good care of them. As soon as the words fell, Qin Tianke immediately turned over and sat on Lao He, galloping away into the distance. Watch the other person leave. Sikong Kwang pondered for a while. He couldn't see through the man's cultivation level just now. The opponent's beast is so huge in size, it should be a 4th level beast. However, the beast master's cultivation level seemed to be only around the 3rd level. What's going on? He had more guesses and thoughts about this in his mind. But the thought quickly dissipated. The other party saved my life, but I am still recklessly guessing his identity. Sikongjin felt ashamed. He immediately returned to his teammates and began to treat his injuries. After leaving them, Qin Tianke was sitting on Lao Hei's back, moving rapidly forward. He couldn't help feeling a little anxious. What happened there just now served as a wake-up call for him. You know, everyone who can come here is a child of destiny. And these gifted ones often have one thing in common. It's just arrogance. Such a habit is very inappropriate in such a living environment. Young people, especially those who can fight for their city. There is pride in everyone's heart. And such people are often the least able to accept failure. That's exactly why. They will not follow the so-called arrangements. For example, the Blood Lord gave each of them a water ball that could help them escape from the secret realm. Just now, Qin Tianke killed 2 people in succession. I found that they had no subconscious habit of holding the water ball in their hands. The first person was killed, perhaps because the opponent used his ability to enlarge his body during the battle. He didn't realize that Lao Hei would suddenly jump out from behind him. So this was totally expected. But the other person was different. The other party already has time and opportunity to escape, and has even escaped. But he had no idea of taking out the water ball to help himself escape. Perhaps in their opinion, it was impossible for me to die here. And this is exactly the most taboo thing. When you witness your proud talents and extraordinary abilities being crushed by others. Perhaps the only thought is to escape. Chapter 74, Brilliant Star Collector. Some people will choose to fight to the death for their dignity. No matter what the situation is, staying alive is often the top priority. My 4 teammates would not do such a stupid thing. Because this place is just a simulated secret place. There are no treasures or magic weapons, and it is even more impossible for there to be any rare herbs. Therefore, there is no value or meaning in searching here. Qin Tianke's speed was very fast. The only thought in my mind was to find my teammates. Soon, the sun slowly drifted towards the west. Until the last ray of sunlight disappeared among the shadows of the towering trees. The bright moon appeared as if it had descended in an instant. This also means that this is their first night spent in this secret place. Qin Tianke has taken Lao Hei back. At the same time, make use of Lao Hei's own abilities. The body gradually merged into the darkness. Sitting cross-legged in darkness. He didn't dare to move forward rashly that first night. Who can guarantee that there won't be any monsters lurking around at night? However, for Qin Tianke, what is more terrifying than this unknown monster is often its own kind. There is still 1 day left before the speed selection officially begins. Now, strictly speaking, this should be called the survival of the fittest. It's just that the price is a bit high. If you don't crush the water ball, there will be death. Qin Tianke's consciousness gradually sank. Fell into a short sleep. No matter what profession you are in, before you enter the 4th level, you cannot go without food and sleep. Just in case, not far from the shadow where he roosts. Xiao Jin was hiding in the shadow of the bushes not far away. The ability of Shadow Shuttle allows it to travel through shadows very quickly, at an extremely high speed, and can be used multiple times. In this way, Qin Tianke can sleep peacefully. Master, someone is coming. As long as you can make a contract to tame the beast's voice will echo in your ears through the power of the contract. Hearing this, Qin Tianke's heart moved. Already awakened from sleep. Before the beast tamer reaches the 4th level, he cannot speak human language. They can only express their thoughts through some tweets. For the beast master, he can allow the beast to communicate with himself through the power of the contract. So he could know it very clearly. This is what Xiao Jin wants to convey at this moment. To him, this sound was like someone playing bells and drums next to his ears. The sound was so piercing that it was a blessing not to be startled, let alone fall asleep. Qin Tianke immediately perked up. You know, This place is extremely vast. And he had been sleeping for so long, and no one had come. Now that someone is coming, we have to take precautions. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. At the same time, in the shadows not far away, a little bird poked its head out again, and then hid in it in an instant. Now, Qin Tianke also observed everything in the outside world through Lao Hei's ability. In this dark grove, I don't know when, a group of people appeared. There were about 3 of them, and they walked and stopped frequently, being quite careful along the way. There are 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. 2 of them have occupations. It can be judged by the magic wands they hold. These are 2 magicians. They walked very slowly. It seemed that they were protecting the young man behind them intentionally or unintentionally. When I saw the young man, Qin Tiang's eyes lit up. The other party's identity was confirmed instantly. This was the person he had focused on, and someone he needed to pay attention to. While seeing each other, I thought of the rumors I had heard before. No way. One of the 3 was too young. And he looks quite immature. It looks like I'm in junior high school. But it turned out to be a battle between adults. That's right. That is the youngest 3rd-level job changer among all the job changers in the Alliance. He is also known as the 15-year-old prodigy. The recognized strongest genius. Yang Ming. His name had been circulated among major cities long before he participated in this selection. His appearance is remembered by many people. Look at each other. Qin Tianke suddenly became curious. I don't know what the occupation of this so-called 15-year-old genius is. To be fair, he didn't want to fight with the other party. Now I just want to take a good look at the other person's career. Qin Tiang's heart moved. Start mobilizing the system and observe carefully. Yang Ming. Occupation, brilliant star collector. Attribute, star. Cultivation level, level 3. Abilities, astrology, starry purple eyes, stars like dust. Introduction, a messenger that belongs exclusively to the stars, with abilities beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and his combat power doubles under the starry sky. Brilliant star collector? Another unfamiliar profession. However, there is actually a gossip walker similar to Lin Nuo. Then you also have the ability of divination. It looks pretty good. And what is this starry dust? Isn't this an idiom? Is it possible that there is such ability? What surprised Qin Tianke the most was the other party's attributes. It turned out to be Xingqian. He has seen so many career changers through the system. This alone is a property that has never been seen before. No way. The starry sky often represents endless mystery and vastness. I don't know what the purpose of this profession is. Qin Tianke looked at the system's relatively brief introduction. I silently complained in my heart. And then just then, Yang Ming, who was the focus of much attention, suddenly stopped. Although Yang Ming is only 15 years old, but he has grown to about 1.8 meters tall. Plus a long robe. Makes him look taller. But he was a little thin. There was an unusual paleness on the cheeks. He doesn't have a handsome appearance, and even has some baby fat on his face. He looked like he was looking for something, searching all the way. Qin Tianke was a little curious. Why did this person suddenly stop? But I don't know why. A sudden wave of restlessness surged in his heart. It seems to be related to the person in front of me. Wrong. There is a problem. As soon as this thought came into his mind. The next moment. Then I heard Yang Ming shouting towards the sky. My friend, it's time to come out. Hearing this, the 2 third-level magicians' faces changed, as if they were facing a powerful enemy. He immediately used his magic wand to carve a bunch of magic circles on the ground. The magic array is stacked layer upon layer. The magical attainments of these 2 people are actually not inferior to those of a 4th-level magician. Each of the magic circles they engraved was extremely complicated and placed particular emphasis on defense. Soon, 6 or 7 layers of magic arrays were engraved between the layers. When magic circles are stacked together, their defensive capabilities become even stronger. Looking at the two of them ready for battle, Yang Ming, who was protected in the center, looked slightly unhappy. But he still spoke loudly. "My friend, please come out. We have no ill will towards you. I want to talk to you." Chapter 75. Who is coming? Looking at the two magicians, one male and one female, the elemental attacks were condensed on their magic wands, ready to burst out at any time. Qin Tianke clicked his tongue silently. "Good job. What does it mean to have no ill intentions? You two teammates just want to kill me." Qin Tianke couldn't believe what the other party said. The attainments of those two magicians were totally beyond this level and seemed to be at the 4th level. But his cultivation came to a halt. It seems that magicians should also have the same difficult opportunity to break through. Qin Tianke was not clear about this, he just had some guesses in his heart. However, he was not afraid. The two men worked together. He is totally no match for me. While I was thinking about it, Qin Tianke immediately walked out slowly from the shadows. And the location where he appeared. It was just a few meters in front of them. I watched as a figure emerged from the shadows of the bushes in front of me. The female magician's face changed. He was about to attack but was stopped by the boy behind him. "Sister Ling, no." The woman still stared at Qin Tianke with some hostility. However, he had already retracted the attack that he was about to launch. The male magician standing by looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He couldn't see through the cultivation level of the person in front of him. The other party's aura seems to be at the 4th level. But the overall fluctuation is of the 3rd order, and it looks like it is fluctuating back and forth between the 4th order and the 3rd order. "How should I address you, Your Excellency?" "The dead." "Are you kidding? Who would use their real name when leaving a name for someone?" Yang Ming looked at Qin Tianke. There was some thought in his eyes. Then he suddenly smiled a little. The sudden changes made Qin Tianke confused. "If you are the undead brother who believes me, we will meet again in 2 days." The other party's words were completely incomprehensible. Including his special behavior, first calling out himself, and then saying such inexplicable words. Qin Tianke felt that the young man in front of him did not live up to his reputation. The young man obviously heard what the other person was thinking. He laughed at himself. "Brother, you don't have to worry so much. In fact, I came to see you this time just to see you. After this round of selection, there will be a week of rest. During that week, you can go to the treasure pavilion to search for a treasure called Star Soul Grass. With that thing, I believe that you will be able to take your strength one step further and reach the 4th level." Qin Tianke heard this. A hint of murderous intent quietly emerged in his eyes. This person can see through his own realm. You know, ever since Lao He condensed the 100 heads, no one has been able to know his own cultivation level. This is the only person who can see through his own cultivation. The doubts in my heart are still gathering. But he nodded anyway. "In that case, I won't disturb you to rest. Also, there are no living creatures here at night." After saying this, Yang Ming immediately walked behind him. The two magicians cast magic circles and retreated cautiously. Always be on guard against Qin Tian's sudden attack at any time. Qin Tianke was thinking about what he had just said. Of course he knew the place called Jubal Pavilion. But the consumption inside is far beyond my imagination. That's why he never went. Unexpectedly. Now that I have met this 15-year-old genius, I have heard some of these words. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not exist. After this selection is over, he would naturally go to the cornucopia pool to get something like that. He already had some ideas in his mind. Perhaps this person must have seen something. Qin Tianke had learned about the so-called divination and spiritual consultation with Lin Nuo before. Both, in essence. It's all a calculation of the future. The future is full of uncertainty. Often accidentally. You will come to a crossroads in your life. Then one step is wrong, and then all the steps are wrong, until the ending cannot be changed. The so-called divination and gossip abilities are merely to predict a person's future direction. There are countless crossroads in a person's life. There will also be countless choices and final consequences. That's exactly why. The fortune teller can only predict future events based on the current situation. Of course, this is just a possibility for the future. See the other person leave. Qin Tianke thought for a moment, and did not return to the shadows. Instead, he jumped onto the tree branch. This is the first time that you meet the other person. There is no grudge or hatred between the two sides. He would not deceive himself because of such a small matter, so his words are credible. But some parts still need more consideration. Since there are no living creatures at night, there is nothing to worry about. Qin Tianke quickly shuttled through the jungle and began to search for his teammates. There is no communication equipment that works in this place. Even some special sensing techniques will disappear. Only for special job changers, their professions can resonate between the two parties. But there are no such job changers in Qin Tianke's team. So Qin Tianke could only use the simplest method to search. Not far away, Yang Ming, who had already left, suddenly turned back. Looking at the figure that gradually disappeared into the jungle, there was something special in his eyes. The other two had never seen such an expression before. "Did you see anything?" The male magician spoke anxiously. Before coming, they received their tasks. Protect each other. Even if he dies, he will protect this hard-earned genius to the death. That's why they found each other as soon as they got separated, and have been protecting each other until now. They are also aware of some of Yang Ming's abilities. Of course, this was the first time that the other party took the initiative to find someone he had never met and had predicted for him. So I was very curious. "No need, this is an interesting man, I just want to meet him." "What kind of cultivation is that person? Why is it so up and down?" The female magician couldn't help but speak. "Him?" Yang Ming pondered for a moment. "Even if you two were combined, you might not be his match." He added one more sentence. "Even if the captain comes, he won't get any benefit." The male magician's expression changed. He naturally believed in Yang Ming's ability, but he found the second half of his sentence completely unbelievable. Their captain couldn't even get any advantage from the other party. How strong must he be? As Yang Ming left, the three continued on their way, searching for other teammates. Strictly speaking, the two of them are Yang Ming's bodyguards, but because of their extremely strong fighting power and the abundant resources promised by the city lord, they both agreed willingly. And their other two teammates, they are the top combat force in the team. At the same time, the other side, Qin Tianke ran quickly on the tree branches. And not far in front of him, Xiao Jin is flapping his wings and searching for his teammates. Chapter 76, Reunion. In the night, a man and an eagle flew quickly among the treetops. In this night, Xiao Jin's bright golden tail feathers are really eye-catching. As a young eagle, naturally its speed is not as fast as those of adult falcons of the same kind. A Beastmaster's beasts usually reach the 4th level. They will then enter the growth stage or adulthood. Xiao Jin has been transformed by the undead light group. Its own grade has been elevated. To some extent, the growth of the beast is directly linked to the grade of the beast itself. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the later it will enter the growth stage and also the later it will reach adulthood. Generally speaking, a perfect level beast tamer is even after the 4th level. Or maybe it's just entering the growth stage. Xiao Jin is still in his infancy now. Don't underestimate it because it's small. But the speed is far superior to its peers. After all, the Xiaojin race is famous for its speed and fire. After being transformed by the undead light group, Xiaojin not only gained rare ghost abilities, it also greatly increases your speed. At the same time, it also gives it the ability to shuttle. To some extent, it helps it increase its speed to the greatest extent. Follows Xiaojin flying ahead searching. Time passes by every second. I don't know how much time passed. When a hint of paleness appeared on the horizon, Qin Tianke heard Xiaojin's message. "Master, I found a familiar scent." Hearing this, Qin Tianke's eyes moved. He immediately followed the direction provided by Xiaojin, and in just a moment he arrived at a place. In the bushes, the sky was white with fish and rabbits. There was a slight feeling of being slightly drunk. Qin Tianke also saw that there seemed to be some people fighting not far away. With just one glance, he locked onto two people in the crowd. They were familiar faces, and they were his team members. One of them exuded a majestic golden aura of Buddhism, as if the Buddha's light was shining everywhere. The other person was surrounded by flying swords, and a sharp and murderous aura was spreading all around. Chen Jingyang and Li Li. It seems that the two of them have already met, but Qin Tiang's gaze immediately affected the three people who were fighting with them on the opposite side. Those three people all have the third level of cultivation. Qin Tianke immediately adjusted the speed of the system to investigate. Two boxers and a beast master. The two boxers were struggling with the two of them. The profession of a boxer is entirely dependent on one's own physical strength to fight and argue. As long as your fist is hard enough, then we can destroy everything until there are no rivals left. That's what a boxer does. And corresponding to it, the biggest flaw of this profession is that it is averse to long-range attacks. However, the two people they met, Li Li and Qin Jingyang, were both completely restricted. Although Qin Jingyang's Buddhist golden body can withstand attacks, the profession of boxer itself is to use one's own body as a weapon for training. Therefore, the degree of violence in this aspect is stronger than the opponent. Chen Jingyang's mood was fluctuating at this moment. There was a red light surging in a pair of eyes. The red light kept jumping and leaping, as if it was brewing some extremely powerful aura. Seems ready to go into a frenzy at any moment. Not far away, Li Li was fighting with another person. Flying swords surrounded him. The sword light leaped and danced, and the air was filled with the whistling sound of flying swords breaking through the air. But even such a flying sword, it will not be able to pierce the skin of the person in front of you. On the side where they were fighting, the beast master was leaning on his beast. He only has two beasts. An extremely huge third-level giant falcon. There is also a majestic white tiger. At this moment he was leaning on the white tiger. A giant eagle was circling in the sky. There were many flying swords fighting with the giant eagle around it. Damn it! Li Li's face changed, and he frowned. The boxer in front of him completely restrained his strengths. His sword-wielding ability is indeed powerful. But the opponent is a boxer who specializes in close combat. As long as you want to keep your distance, the opponent will instantly burst out and follow up, constantly fighting with yourself through your own strength. Although the sword master also practices in his physical body. In contrast, there is still too much gap. Moreover, his flying sword was unable to separate the two sides. I can only passively accept the opponent's close combat. Besides, let me say this again. At this moment, his flying sword was still entangled with the giant eagle beast in the sky. The flying swords around him and the flying swords in the sky are constantly mobilized by his own power. On the other hand, the boxer is a melee profession. The more he fights, the more violent he becomes, and the stronger he becomes. The opponent's strength while fighting. The combat power and strength are still rising. As one gains, the other loses. Oneself defeated. It's just a matter of time. And on the other side, Qin Jingyang's golden Buddhist body fought with the opponent. No benefit was gained at all. There was a blood-red light surging in Qin Jingyang's eyes. He couldn't allow himself to go berserk. In that case, although victory could be achieved temporarily, the after-effects would also be extremely obvious. Once you fall into a berserk state, then I will become a man who only knows how to kill. Until then, what if I fail to kill all the opponents before the berserk state ends? After it's over, his body will be in an unprecedented state of weakness, and by that time he won't be able to even think about killing them. You have become a lamb to be slaughtered. The beast master seemed particularly calm at this moment. Lying on the white tiger, he quietly watched the scene happening in front of him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is no rule in this competition that prohibits infighting, so get rid of them in advance. It can also relieve myself from some competitive pressure. It can also help your team achieve better results. This is exactly what I decided. That's why he started to kill people everywhere with his beasts from the very beginning. The purpose is to use fewer people to compete for more places. Stop playing around, just kill them all! The two people in front of me seemed to be still struggling. The beast master roared angrily. Now the sky is clear. If we delay any longer, it will inevitably be discovered by others. It will be troublesome if he wants to run away then. Hearing this, the giant eagle circling in the sky was no longer entangled with the flying swords. Instead, he jumped down. He grabbed Lily, who was surrounded by swords. The giant eagle is extremely fast. Flap its wings and fly downwards. Soon he came in front of Lily. His eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. At the same time, a pair of sharp claws were raised. He grabbed the other person fiercely. At this moment, the giant eagle suddenly stiffened. Then there was a mournful cry. He collapsed heavily to the ground. Blood was flowing from the neck. The body was separated in just a moment. Seeing this scene of the beast tamer, the other two boxers immediately looked in the captain's direction. But the next moment, they saw that the captain's body was also separated from his head. But the body fell slowly. The figure standing behind him was revealed. Chapter 77, Simulation? I saw blood dripping from the scimitar in the man's hand. The two were shocked. Captain dead? Kill! Kill him! Revenge for the captain! The two immediately stopped paying attention to their opponents. He sprinted towards Jin Tianke with all his strength. Golden waves of air similar to flames burned around them. A wave of air surged into the sky. Their bodies instantly appeared in front of Jin Tianke. He threw several punches with all his might. Every punch was extremely brave and fierce. It seems that it will be strangled here. Watching this scene, Jin Tianke remained calm as before. The body was shaking slightly. He dodged the opponent's attack. Under the combined attack of both sides, the body melted away in front of them at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like a stream of water, gradually merged into the shadows of the two of them. Then a ray of light flashed in the air. Both were beheaded in an instant. Just a meeting. The two third-level boxers were gone in an instant. This scene shocked the two people who were originally feeling relieved. Where did this powerful person come from? He was able to kill two third-level warriors instantly. Both of them have suffered a lot of physical damage now, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are at the end of their strength. In this situation, facing an unknown strong man again would be very dangerous. But when they saw the true face of the unknown strong man, Lily couldn't help but exclaim, "Team leader!" Chen Xingyang finally put his heart back into his stomach. He immediately began to repair his injuries. Lily was amazed. I didn't expect the captain to reach this level. You know, this is without using the beast taming method. Can kill two boxers instantly. Boxers excel with their physical bodies. He is also a strong person who cultivates his physical body. Their physical strength is extraordinary. How could they be killed instantly by a single sword strike? At this time, Lao He appeared on the side. It began to quietly devour the bodies of the three men. However, Qin Tiang's gaze paused on Lao He for a moment. Then he looked at the blood on the ground. A lot of questions arose in my mind. Why did he choose to take the initiative to kill the Beast Master just now? It was because he saw the blood energy permeating the other person. Although the blood was not very strong. But it also proves that the other party is a bad person. This shows that this man was killed. And after being eaten by Lao He, it will definitely add an extra head. Even though Lao He's current cultivation level is high, he cannot break through to the 4th level because his mental strength has not reached 60 points. But it does not prevent the head from increasing. But Lao He hasn't changed at all now. This shows the other party is either a bad person or not. Or maybe Lao He didn't devour them. But Qin Tianke would not be wrong about that blood energy. Lao He wouldn't sense anything wrong. The only possibility is that the person just now was not dead. In other words, no one who died here was real. Qin Tianke instantly understood why this place was called the Simulated Jungle Secret Realm. This is a place where death never really goes away. They will probably be forcibly teleported out of this secret place using something like a water ball. Lost the qualification for this selection. That's what it looks like. The Alliance does not want them to kill each other. Instead, I want to see these geniuses under such extreme circumstances. Is it possible to give up the dignity of one's so-called genius and choose to seek survival? Qin Tianke has an active mind. It didn't take long to understand some of the circumstances. But he would not tell his teammates about this. After all, it's good enough as long as you know it clearly. Tell your teammates. It's inevitable that they will relax a little. In Qin Tiang's view, this was also a test, a so-called safe test. And they haven't even reached the actual race tryouts yet. Qin Tianke looked at the two of them. They all had injuries. But the whole thing can repair itself. He wasn't too worried. How did you meet this group of people? The golden body on Qin Jingyang's body has shown signs of damage. As soon as Qin Tianke arrived, he began to sit cross-legged and repair himself. It's inconvenient to speak. Lily was looking at the many flying swords floating in front of him. There are some scratches on these flying swords. One was even on the verge of breaking. I can't help feeling a little sad. If it weren't for that boxer who kept holding him back. He concentrated all his energy on controlling the flying sword. I have already killed that evil beast. Qin Jingyang and I got separated when we first came in, but we met each other later and have been traveling together ever since. We originally planned to advance alone under the cover of night, but we were suddenly entangled by this group of people in front of us, and then we have been fighting until now. According to what they said, this group of people must have come here specifically to massacre other people. Could it be that he wants to fight for his own team spot in this way? So stupid. Qin Tianke didn't say much. Instead, he checked the injuries of the two men. Have you seen Su Jia and Lin No? Li Li shook his head. This place is so large that it's extremely difficult for us to find them all. It's a blessing in disguise that the two of us can meet each other. Qin Tianke lowered his eyes to think, then nodded. It seems that there are 3 people in their team now. It will be much easier to compete for the Rio ranking and points next. Even if I try my best to get into the top 10. It can only add 10 points to the team. Although it does look good alone. But if we add in all the other teams, and each person on average makes it into the top 100 or top 50. This score isn't enough. How about this? Let's rest here now and wait until tomorrow morning. As long as there is any relevant action, we will take action. Also, you must be careful. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you must crush the water ball. Compared to this selection, staying alive is the most important thing. Lily nodded to show that he remembered it. Qin Jingyang was still recuperating and had no time to reply to him. His injuries are serious. The golden body on his body was almost shattered. So it takes longer. The reason why Qin Tianke thought about not taking any more action. They are waiting for the selection location and the alien race released by Blood Lord to appear early tomorrow morning. This time the speed selection has not officially started yet. Now the most we have to do is warm up and preparation. Once the selection location arrives, they are about to rush to that place. And if the aliens are deployed near them, wouldn't that be a trap for you? This place is so big that no one can find its boundaries. So instead of wandering aimlessly, it is better to wait in one place. Wait until the selection point is announced before rushing there. What if the selection point suddenly appeared on the road that they were walking on? Then you will suffer a big loss. Qin Tianke sat cross-legged, his body in the warm shadow. Lily came to the tree branch. There are flying swords all around him. Always be alert to the unknown situations that may arise. Chapter 78, Chinese Classics. Between the jungle. Qin Jingyang was shirtless. Blood-red lines began to appear one by one on the golden skin. The cracked golden body was now becoming brighter and brighter along with the blood-red lines. Repairs are ongoing. None of the 3 noticed. This scene is being recorded by something special. It looked like an eagle-like beast. However, There was an extremely strange light in his eyes. The thing in the pupil conveys a strange aura. It seems like some special rune scriptures. Reflect everything you see in front of you on a ball of water. On one of the screens on the huge list above the square. This list is more like a huge monitor. The top is divided into many pieces. Each piece has a carefully modulated picture record. In the audience seats in the square, many viewers were watching the scenes above. In the square in front of them, they didn't know when. The air was enveloped in an impenetrable white mist. This white mist will not be blown away even if there is wind. Enveloping the square. Yet it seems to be integrated with it. Can't see what's hidden inside. But in fact, this is the original appearance of the so-called simulated secret realm as seen by outsiders. At this moment, the list was split into several parts. Similar to every screen of a monitor. The screen belonging to Chin Tiake is attracting a lot of attention. Oh my god! Even the poison master from our Beifeng city was eliminated! Beifeng City and Lanma City have always been at odds with each other, and that Sikong Kwang is even known as a genius that the Lanma and Sikong families rarely see in 100 years. Sikong? Isn't that the family of the Lord of Lanma City? Sikong Kwang's Thunder Spear Saint has long been known to the public. He can attack from a distance, and can also fight in close combat. His combat power is extraordinary. Compared to this profession, I think that mysterious person who suddenly appears and disappears is very powerful. Oh my god, who is that person? It suddenly appeared and disappeared, and this person's beast actually has so many heads. Oh my god, this is too bloody. His beast looks a bit like a three-headed dog in hell. It has so many heads. Could it be some kind of mutated beast of the three-headed dog in hell? I just counted, his beast has a total of 100 heads. It seems to be a strange mutation of the three-headed hellhound, and the result of the mutation is the 100-headed hellhound. Goddamn hellhound! Not only the northern city, but even the captains of the other Black Jade City are no match for that guy. He was able to kill 2 third-level boxers with one strike. Could it be that this person's hellhound is of 4th-level combat power? Otherwise, how could it have such strong combat power? In addition to the audience from the Alliance's main city, there were also audiences in the stands. There are also many residents from the other 44 cities. Of course, it is possible to spend such a large amount of money and consume so much time. Those who come to watch the game are not ordinary people. These are local gentry who came from far away. This selection is for them. It's a game. It's a situation that determines the outcome and return of your investment. If the team they bet on can get into the top few places, they can place higher bets among their peers. I found out. That person is from Lingfeng City, and he is the captain of Lingfeng City's city team this time. His name is Chin Tiake, and the beast he controls is a 3rd-level ghost mastiff. To ensure the fairness of the competition, the relevant information of each city team member will be placed on the official website of this selection. It's actually the 3rd level. So it seems that this is an unknown beast. Isn't this nonsense? There are so many beast masters in the Job Changer Alliance. Do you dare to guarantee that you can recognize every beast? No wonder. I said his aura was like a 3rd level floating among the 4th level. I think he has a chance to win the 10th place this time. I bet on him. Count me in, count me in! On the high platform. The seating arrangement is based on size. At the very bottom are some so-called substitutes and team leaders from various cities. On the level above them are some city teams that have all the special departments. And the next level up is the main city of the Alliance. The seating arrangements of the 4 major families and 3 major forces. And at the very top are some of the league's top names. There are 5 big figures at the top. In the eyes of outsiders, the 5 of them were sitting on exquisite and luxurious chairs, looking awe-inspiring and majestic. But if you look closely you will find it. There seems to be a barrier at the positions of these 5 people. And what is going on inside the barrier? This card 8-barreled. Bar, responsible chicken. That's right. The familiar sound of the national quintessence sounded. Within the barrier, the 4 of them sat on their own sides, looking at the mahjong on the table. The middle one among the four is the acting leader Qi Xingzuan. On the left is Lord Sunghai, and on the right is Xuezun. Opposite him was a man in green. Xuezun seemed to be in good luck, with a broad smile on his face. Qi Xingzuan followed closely behind, looking calm. The other two looked a little strange and were struggling. Lord Sunghai held the 60,000 in his hand, and it was not right to fight or not to fight. TSK, there are quite a few rising stars this time. The words came from Xuezun's emotionless eyes, and were light and comfortable. He just threw the cards away. What you said, aren't these young people all rising stars? That Yang Ming's profession is quite good, with rare star attributes. The ability to predict the future is powerful, but you and I both know the consequences. 15? Do you think he'll live to adulthood? The person who speaks. It was a young man next to Xuezun. The aura of the other party is comparable to that of Blood Lord. Judging from his appearance, he is definitely a pretty boy. Handsome. With that blue shirt on his body. Looks extremely elegant. But even wearing clothes like this, you can also see the strong muscles bulging under the robe. The contrast between the figure hidden under the green shirt and the handsome face is quite striking. As he spoke, his expression grew more serious. It seems that it is not because of the selection, but because of the game in front of him. There was an inexplicable silence among the few people. 20,000. Who? All the same. There was a gleam of excitement in Xuezun's eyes, and he pushed the card forward. Suddenly he became overjoyed. Qi Xingzuan was as calm as ever. The other two, one had a happy look on his face, while the other had a sad look on his face. Kang Heijin seems to be in a good mood. These few little guys from Lingyun City are quite interesting, a beast master whose way is hard to tell. Lingyun City? Never heard of it. Chapter 79, Aliens Arrive. Xuezun said nonchalantly. He didn't notice that Qi Xingzuan's expression changed slightly. It's just an insignificant little character, don't worry about it. As the sound of mahjong tiles rang out, several people started a new round of mahjong. The voices continued, and these people had both joy and sorrow. At this time, a murmur came from the corner. Why isn't it over yet? The time is almost up over there. Hearing this, Xuezun looked displeased and his eyes were solemn. It was obvious that the current situation of the game was not optimistic for him. I don't believe it anymore. Xuezun played another card and was about to wait for something when he suddenly heard the voice of Sunghai Jun. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Bloodlord. It's Brother Yi's turn now. Xuezun's face froze. As he watched the chips in his hand being taken away by several people and finally only a few were left, his originally cold and domineering face revealed an expression uglier than crying. I really am. The man squatting in the corner ran over hurriedly and pushed the blood Zun away. Go and host it. I'm here. Xuezun left the card stand with an indignant look on his face. Thinking of the cards he had just dealt, he felt dissatisfied and his face darkened. The next moment, Xuezun took a step out of the curtain-like barrier in front of him. But from the outside world's perspective, it was the Blood Lord sitting on the chair who stood up. Master Xuezun has risen! Is this selection finally going to officially begin? Many viewers became excited. If you don't know, you might think they also have to participate in the selection. Xuezun flew into the air with a dark face, looking at the white mist below. A red light flashed in his eyes. In the white fog many red dots appeared, some were densely packed together, and some were just scattered not far away. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Xuezun's eyes. Since I lost so badly. That's just right, I'll use you as an opportunity to start a fight. As Xuezun's mind moved, a number of huge, blood-red alien creatures condensed in front of him. Just right, one by one. As soon as the words fell, all these alien races jumped into the white mist. When the body touched the white mist, special ripples appeared all over the body. Like a fish taking to water. It's strange to say, the white mist didn't spread to other places, but just rippled above the square. So many alien races, it seems, all have 5th level auras. Oh my god, there are so many alien races. Are they going to perform a race against time? Shui Zun looked at the scene of the wolf entering the flock of sheep, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. I saw a hint of dawn appearing in the sky. Qin Tianke no longer wanted to rest. He looked in that direction with a serious expression. Beside him, Qin Jingyang and Li Li had already finished their practice. After nearly a day of recuperation, Qin Jingyang's golden body has gradually regained its perfect appearance. Although there are still some damaged cracks on the top. But it's good to be able to recover like this. His profession is not to go into a frenzy. The combat capability is not that good. At the beginning, he had to face a boxer with full firepower. Naturally, it is much weaker. Li Li Zhou beside him had already summoned a lot of flying swords. Always be ready to fight. After all, at this time, no one can guarantee where the aliens will appear from. I can't even guarantee where the selection point will be by then. So you have to be extremely alert. Suddenly, Qin Tianke heard Xiao Jin's voice. Master, there are aliens! His face changed when he heard this. Although Xiao Jin is a beast master, but he also followed me to the battle ruins. I have seen those alien races. This means that the Blood Lord has already begun to deploy alien races. The real selection is about to begin. Look in that direction. Qin Tianke couldn't help but feel a little excited. He wondered if he could fight against the 5th-level alien. Just a few dozen meters ahead of them, they saw a bloody alien creature running towards them. Qin Tianke appeared beside Xiao Jin in an instant. The system was released instantly. However, this is another exception to the system that has always been successful. He couldn't even see through the other party's cultivation level and could only see a simple name. Creature of Blood. JBFH FCNH. After this name is a bunch of gibberish. When feeling the monstrous blood energy and violent fighting power emanating from that alien, Qin Tiang's face changed. Run! Run! The system cannot identify the combat power at only level 5. With his current strength, he can even use his undead methods. He can only fight on equal terms with a 4th-level warrior. He had never dealt with a 5th-level fighter before. The 5th-level deputy city lord I met last time at Dongjiang Hotel. I think I am totally no match for him. This unknown 5th-order alien race could not resist and could only retreat. If it's a matter of life and death, of course he would charge into battle. But now the main purpose is to escape. At the same time, wait for the selection point to arrive. He wouldn't be stupid enough to try his best at this time. This is called a strategic retreat. It's just that Qin Tianke was curious about this blood creature. He ran towards the back. The same is true for both of them. Although they didn't see the alien. But I just knew that I could trust Qin Tianke, and that was right. After all, their strength is there. The 3 of them began to run rapidly behind them. During this process, the disadvantage of Qin Jingyang's ability was revealed. His profession itself is good at close combat, and it is known for its defense. He is more than 2 meters tall. This means that the speed of its own movement will be greatly slowed down. Like now. Although he was just starting out, he was able to barely keep up with the pace of the 2. But behind him his speed became slower and slower until he was almost 10 meters behind the 2 men. See this scene? Qin Tianke and the other person looked at each other. Golden light flashed in Li Li's eyes. The sword box behind him suddenly opened. 2 flying swords flew out in an instant and quickly came to Qin Jingyang's feet and held him up. At the same time, there was also a flying sword under Li Li's feet, dragging him forward rapidly. In comparison, because of various problems, Qin Jingyang had 2 flying swords under his feet. His speed could only barely keep up with the 2 of them. I tried my best to keep a distance of 1 or 2 meters behind them. Qin Tianke turned over and sat on Lao He. If Xiao Jin wasn't big enough now, he also wanted to choose to ride Xiao Jin to fly. After all, a flying beast will always be much faster than a reptilian beast. And the place they just occupied. Qin Tianke looked back. but they found that the alien's body was submerged in the towering trees. Just a moment. All the trees along the way where they had just stood were instantly smashed to pieces, leaving nothing behind. What terrifying physical combat power! He didn't even see the alien swing the weapon in his hand for a moment. Chapter 80, Diverting the Trouble. The bloody aliens are on a rampage. There is no technique involved, it's all emotion. He was extremely fast and had endless brute strength in his body. Just like a wild elephant. Rushing forward forcefully. Wherever it passed, all trees and weeds were reduced to dust. It is absolutely impossible to make it an enemy. The only thought in Qin Tiang's mind instantly emerged. Accompanied by several people running continuously on the road. Qin Tianke looked back from time to time. You can also hear the alien's mad roar and growl. It's not good. Although the other party is a special blood-colored alien race. But the other party is at the 5th level of cultivation. The 5th level of cultivation involves all aspects, not just the body and strength. The speed is definitely not something they can resist. At this moment Qin Tianke couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Selection point, selection point. Where will the selection point appear? The group of people ran for an unknown amount of time, and Qin Tianke gradually took the lead. The two people behind him were walking on flying swords. And they were several dozen meters behind him. The alien was still chasing them. Like a violent bulldozer, wherever it passed, trees and dust were instantly turned into powder. Won't this guy get tired? They had been running for half an hour. No selection points appeared during this period. Lily has always been in a leading position by flying the sword to maintain speed. We are all a little behind at the moment. On the other hand, look at the alien race. It seemed that there was no sign of slowing down from beginning to end. Even if it is at level 5, it can't withstand such consumption, right? Qin Tianke suddenly realized something. Xiao Jin flew off his shoulder. After seeing the scene in front of me, I couldn't help but gasp. Master, there are people ahead too! Hearing this, Lao He, who was originally running in the front, suddenly stopped. He let out a roar towards the sky. Suddenly looked back. The 100 heads have different expressions. Some are lowering their heads. Some are watching with excitement. Some of the heads looked a little droopy. This scene actually scared the two teammates behind him. Who could accept a monster this big with 100 heads giving them such a weird look? Anyone would find this thing difficult to handle. They didn't speak either. They just waited quietly for Qin Tianke to give them the next order. Qin Tianke is the captain. His words can determine everything about his team. At this moment, Lily was taking some recovery pills. Even though the speed of flying with a sword is much faster than running with a beast. But he had just been controlling 3 flying swords. Chen Jingyang is too heavy, which is a bit of a burden for him. That's why he was so tired. The other side. Qin Tianke used Xiao Jin's perspective. Saw everything that happened in the distance. As long as he is a beast master, no matter what his level or grade is, they can all briefly assimilate with their own beasts. Be able to transfer everything that the beast master sees to your own eyes. Let the other person merge into one with yourself for a short period of time. This is one of the reasons why the beast tamer can use his beast taming abilities. This is the view from the air. There are towering trees all around. Eagles have excellent eyesight. Especially in the air, you can see farther. Not far ahead of them, about tens of meters away, in the bushes. You can clearly see the smoke and dust emerging from that place, as well as a number of humans emerging from it. When Xiao Jin opened his eyes again, he had returned to his body. Qin Tianke cut off the visual sharing. Recalling the scene I just saw, he looked again at the bloody aliens that were approaching from behind. I have made up my mind. He immediately shouted at the two of them. Come up! Qin Shenyang jumped and landed on Lao Hei's back. Lily came up with the help of the flying sword. Lao Hei is now very big. But it's like a square. It is about 5 or 6 meters high. The length is between 5 and 6 meters. Sitting on the back of this beast, Qin Jingyang only felt as if he had arrived on the roof of a truck. The place where you sit is furry. Like a blanket. Sit tight, we are going to play a big game now. Whether we can get rid of the alien behind us depends on now. Look ahead. Qin Tiang's eyes turned cold. He never admitted that he was a good person. Sometimes, it is not a bad idea to sacrifice others for your own sake. Besides, this is not a sacrifice. They didn't really die. Instead, it will be transmitted. So no need to worry. Because I felt what the host meant. Lao He roared. The four legs moved and ran forward. Because I had been waiting for the two people behind me. So Lao He didn't deliberately use his full strength. This was also Qin Tiang's instruction. Even when Lao He ran at full speed, he was unable to shake off the fifth-level alien behind him. But he was able to barely make the people behind him keep up with his speed. It would be better to let them fly on their own swords. It can save some of Lao He's energy. It seems that is no longer necessary now. Now that they have to act as a whole, they naturally have to sit together. As Lao He started running, Qin Tiang sat in the front seat. Looking at the distance, the smoke and dust suddenly became silent and several figures emerged. Those people were making a lot of noise. The surrounding area was trampled until it was filled with smoke and dust. Like a locomotive roaring past, thick smoke continued to billow out. Qin Tiang spoke and gave instructions to Li Li, who was beside him. When I tell you to jump, quickly fly away with Qin Jingyan on your sword, run 30 kilometers to the northwest and wait for me there. If there is a selection site during this period, go there quickly and see as many as you can. The noise caused by Lao He's body size running at full speed. It was not much different from the line of smoke not far away. The smoke and dust that was originally moving forward suddenly stopped. At the front of the smoke was a beastmaster riding on a giant wild boar beast. When I saw a huge monster with countless heads suddenly appear in front of me, there was a look of fear in his eyes. Run! Run! There's a monster! Hearing this, the team of dozens of people began to panic. They didn't know whether to run back or towards something else. Only a few people still kept a clear mind. Get ready, be prepared to attack at any time. If the monster is not too powerful, kill it immediately. As they slowed down. Soon, a huge monster appeared in front of us. That monster had countless heads. It's just so tightly put together. There was a light of excitement in the eyes of every head. It looks like a lot of dog heads put together. And that huge body was like a tank, raising clouds of dust and rushing straight towards them. When seeing such a huge monster, the faces of the few people who had originally ordered the attack changed drastically in an instant. Chapter 81, Unexpected. There are more than 10 people in this group. Everyone is at level 3. There are 5 participants in this city team. These more than 10 people formed a total of 6 city teams. Among them, some team members were eliminated. Others are because they have lost contact and cannot be found. Finally, they chose to huddle together for warmth. This situation is not uncommon. After all, this place symbolizes danger. There is no stipulation that they cannot kill each other, but there is no restriction that they cannot form an alliance. Compared to fighting in blood, more people tend to choose a more peaceful solution. Just like forming an alliance. It is worth mentioning that these 6 teams all come from the same region. In the alliance map, 44 cities are divided into different areas. Some of these cities are connected to each other. Some cities are located in isolated corners. Looking at the huge monster approaching not far away, there was panic on their faces. No, where did this monster come from? What should I do? What should I do now? Their current situation is very passive. There is this huge unknown monster ahead. There were 2 level 5 aliens chasing after them. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There are trees on both sides. No matter where you run, you will be caught up. How to get out of this situation now? These 6 teams formed a short-lived alliance. A captain was also elected to lead them. The captain looked at the scene in front of him. I have made up my mind. No matter what, go for it. Compared to the aliens behind, He still believed that defeating monsters would always be much easier than defeating aliens. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately charged forward, roaring and shouting. Many magicians drew out magic circles while running. Some swordsmen had already summoned their giant swords and blasted forward. This group of people moved very quickly. Fighting power explodes. Just attack towards the opponent. Even though Lao Hei has this body shape. But in this bush, it can also be done as if walking on flat ground. Whether jumping or lying down, it is all extremely smooth. And when you sit on its back, you can't feel any shaking at all, it is extremely stable. Jump! Qin Tianke said this. Lili, who had been preparing for a long time behind the scenes, chuckled softly. 4 flying swords flew out from the sword box. Qin Tianke is on Lao Hei's back. At the moment when the 2 sides are about to touch, put it into the beast-taming space. Stepped onto Lili's flying sword. The 3 of them were carried by the flying sword, flying away into the distance. Looking at the huge creature that suddenly disappeared in front of me. The group of people who were originally preparing to fight desperately just stood there stupidly. There were also many people who held their magic wands stiffly in the air, with the internal power gathering but not falling. No, what happened? A group of people looked confused, but watching the other person leave from behind. But they all stayed there. I don't know what to say. Why do I feel like something strange is suddenly passing through my head? Everyone was confused. The captain looked at the people flying in the sky on swords and heading to other places. An ominous premonition arose in my heart. But in the next moment, a strange wave came from a distance. Everyone looked forward. It was just a few meters ahead of them. There stood a huge monster. When I saw the bloody scales, their faces changed. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Aliens! They are aliens! Thinking of the huge creature that suddenly appeared and disappeared just now. Plus the pursuit of this alien race. No matter how stupid it is, they now understand what happened. The creature just now was not a monster at all. But it's a beast tamer's beast. The other party was trying to avoid being hunted down by the aliens behind him. Only then will they attract the other party to them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. There were already 2 aliens chasing them from behind, and now there was another one in front of them. Before the captain could think of a countermeasure, he saw an alien roaring and rushing towards him. Quick, water ball! Water ball! There is no way. The alien in front of us is about to charge towards us. Although the distance was only a few meters, the distance was rapidly shortened with every step taken by that huge body. Not to mention that there are 2 alien races behind them that are about to arrive. This is a dead end. Damn Beastmaster, if I knew who you are, I'd make sure you pay for it when I get out. Our team lost this opportunity, damn it! The group was faced with such a decision. I felt unwilling. He kept scolding Qin Tianke, trying to balance his inner resentment through such means. If they had faced that monster just now, they might have had a chance of winning. But now facing the combined siege of 3 level 5 aliens, is there any way they can solve it? Compared to the fear brought by facing death, they would rather save their own lives. Their team was already in a dilapidated state, with people dying in almost every squad, so they were put together. It was because he saw his teammates dying around him. Therefore, they have given up the arrogance that geniuses should have. At this time, survival is the most important thing. As the water balls were crushed one by one, ink blue runes rippled across their bodies. This rune is like rippling water. After a flash, the figures of several people disappeared from the spot. Boom! The 3 aliens arrived instantly. They paused where they had just disappeared. Look at each other. There was doubt in every pair of eyes. How come the human being just now is suddenly gone? Human beings disappeared? Next one. And the smell of humans. The 3 aliens all looked towards the horizon. Then, 3 alien creatures chased after Qin Tianke and his group. And in the air not far away, a black and red golden-tailed eagle was watching the scene in front of it. On the flying sword, Qin Tianke felt a tightness in his heart when the visual connection between him and Xiao Jin was cut off. Damn it! This is too much. He originally adhered to the philosophy that it would be better for me to let my fellow Taoists die than for myself. But I didn't expect it. These people actually broke the water ball so decisively. Just break the water ball and you can teleport out. Along the way, Qin Tianke hadn't seen many people willing to break the water ball. Now I have forgotten this. Unexpectedly, I was taught a lesson. This was totally unexpected. Qin Tiang's heart moved. From the shadows, Lao He emerged again. The three of them jumped from the flying swords onto Lao He's back. As Lao He fell from the sky, the noise he caused shook the earth, leaving behind a bunch of cracks. The landing caused a sensation. Lao He didn't pause at all. Running towards the front,